Chapter 91. Ufuzi sent the location, and Ji Jioshu immediately led people to the greedy camp to assist the Imperial Star Military Academy. The golden greedy soldiers and the chubby gluttony soldiers mixed together and beat back the Imperial Star Military Academy team. They had a clear goal and attacked in the direction of Yusuin. There is strength in numbers, and they piled up their lives and injured Yusuin. His neat hair was scattered, his combat uniform was tattered, and blood mixed with mud was smeared on his face. He looked completely different from the nobleman he saw when he parted this morning. How miserable it was. TSK TSK TSK, like a defeated rooster plucked by a dog. The glasses of several lustful soldiers disappeared, and they surrounded him and stared at him, providing him with useless protection while becoming a burden for him to avoid. Xinghe was very conspicuous in the crowd. Wherever he passed, a small piece of open space would be cleared around him. He kept shooting, and the bullets knocked off the glasses of the lustful soldiers. Ji Jioshu and Xing Ran at the back of the crowd met eyes. The two sides, who had cooperated in a friendly manner in the previous game, were now in a life-and-death situation. As soon as she appeared, the lustful soldiers stood in line reflexively. Under her devilish methods, the soldiers who could go to the battlefield were those who had formed conditioned reflexes and had PTSD to her face. At the command, the soldiers stood in a row, but they still couldn't help but glance around. They didn't dare to look at Ji Jioshu, so they had to look at Yusuin, who was closest. Yusupu next to him cursed, "If you look again, I will dig out your eyes." A lustful soldier, "If my eyes were dug out by your hands, I would feel very happy." Yusupu, Fuck, Ji Jioshu is crazy. Why would he let these idiots go to the battlefield? Soon, the lustful soldiers shifted their gazes. Yusuin coughed a few times and glanced in their direction, as if inadvertently, and saw Jiangju approaching. Jiangju entered the mecha and faced Xinghe in front. Rong Tianjian came over and asked Ji Jioshu, "Do you want to fight?" Ji Jioshu, "Fight!" Her target was Xing Ran. While Jiangju was entangled with Xinghe, she ran towards Xing Ran, kicking away the soldiers and cadets who were blocking her way. Xing Ran stood still, and her pupils reflected the enlarged figure of the mecha. A mecha palm caught the bullet flying towards Xing Ran, and Luo Linya from Winchester Military Academy stood in front of Xing Ran and faced Ji Jioshu, who was attacking head-on. Of course, in her eyes, the person who controlled the mecha to fight was Rong Tianjiang, but it did not prevent her from looking at Ji Jioshu. Luo Linya, actually, we can continue the cooperation mode of the last game, right? That would be so boring. Ji Jioshu punched him. If they are all the same, the game will be boring, and fewer advertisers will come to me. How can I make money? She is a professional at pleasing the audience. Rong Tianjiang cooperated with her, manually controlled the weapons on the mecha, and fired a cannonball to hit Luo Linya's shoulder. The cannonball left a carbon black mark on the surface of the mecha. Luo Linya took a step back and patted her shoulder, turning her shoulder to adjust her arm. Is the meaning of life money? There must be something more interesting than making money, right? Maybe when I make enough money, I can find something more meaningful than money. Ji Jioshu approached again. Ji Jioshu restrained Luo Linya, Jiangju blocked Xinghe, and the four top players formed another battlefield. The suppressed Imperial Star Academy students recovered and attacked again. Although the Imperial Star Academy students were arrogant, there was one thing worth affirming, that is, they never felt that they were not good enough. Even if they were at a disadvantage, it was because of injustice and uneven roads. In short, it was not their own fault, so they could always cheer up quickly. With the camp soldiers and Theseus Academy students brought by Ji Jioshu, the situation was reversed. Now it was the turn of Winchester Academy and Mansa Academy to be suppressed. Xing Ren covered his mouth and coughed twice, looked at Yusuin, who was supported by Yusupu in the distance, asked a military academy student to take her closer, and showed a mocking smile to Yusuin. Xing Ren, you are Yusuin. I have heard of your name many times, but this is the first time I have seen you in person. You are very different from what I imagined. Yusupu cursed. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my brother like this? Get out of here, and don't force me to do it myself. I had never seen the world before, and I thought you were very powerful. After entering the joint exercise of the military academy, I found that you are just SOSO. Xing Ren ignored Yusupu and continued. I have never heard of Jiangju before, but I know that Ji Jioshu is a little vase in the film and television industry who relies on her face to get out of the circle. Look at you, no one can compare to you, and you have to rely on them to save you. Yusupu was furious and raised one hand to shoot Xing Ran. Yusuin remained silent all the time, gently pushed away Yusupu's hand that was supporting him, and Yusupu entered the mecha and rushed toward Xingran. The military academy student behind Xingran immediately pulled her away and used the mecha to fight back. I am just telling the truth. You are so angry. Don't you like to hear the truth? Xingran's voice was as gentle as drizzle. Well, I tell you something you like to hear. You can still win without Theseus Military Academy. Is that okay? She used the art of irony to the extreme. Yusuin couldn't sit still. She clenched her fists and was wrapped by the mecha the moment she raised her hands. Her fists pointed directly at Xingran. Xinghe flashed and caught Yusuin's fists with her palms. There was no protection behind her, so she was hit hard on the back by Jiangju, and her face turned pale instantly. He tried to pull Xingran into the mecha with one breath, but Jiangju had caught up with him. He noticed Xingran behind him at the first time and immediately changed his target. Xinghe gritted his teeth and resisted. His whole face turned red, and the veins on his neck bulged. The surrounding Menksai Military Academy students came to help. Their cohesion was almost the best among the 7 schools, and they were on par with the Theseus Military Academy students. They would rather be eliminated than to protect Xingran and Xinghe. Jiangju was restrained. During this time, Xinghe took the opportunity to bring Xingran into the mecha. Now it would be difficult to eliminate her. Are you just standing there stupidly? Jiangju glanced at Yusuin, who was standing aside blankly, and his tone was very impolite. Yusuin said indifferently, I'm letting you show your ability. What a brilliant picture. You are enjoying it all by yourself. Aren't you happy? Happy, you big-headed ghost. Ji Jiuxiao's voice interrupted from the side. Such a good opportunity was missed by you. You acted on impulse, and let your emotions control your brain. You are still the future pillar of the Alliance. I think if you rely on the Federation, it will be finished sooner or later. She was really annoyed. She was almost there, just a little bit away from eliminating Xingran. Once Xingran was eliminated, at least half of the effort could be saved in the future. Yusuin looked at Ji Jiuxiao, her words overlapped with her father's voice, and her father always taught him this way, like a nightmare that lingered from time to time. His eyes were cold. Why do you speak to me in this tone? Why? Ji Jiuxiao laughed angrily. If it weren't for me, you would have been out of the competition now. Yusuin, even if I was eliminated, it has nothing to do with you. The two parted unhappily. Xingran and Xinghe escaped, and the Monksad Military Academy and Winchester Military Academy began to withdraw. Yusuin returned to the camp and spread out her palm. There was a note in it, with vigorous handwriting. It was shot into his hand by Xingran when he was about to be shot by him. There was only one line of words on the note. We cooperate to kick Theseus Military Academy out. He stared at the note in his hand, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the trash can. There are many conflicts between the Theseus Military Academy students and the Imperial Star Military Academy students. The quarrel between Ji Jiuxiu and Yusuin quickly spread to all camps. Even Rod came to ask if they wanted to break up with the Imperial Star Military Academy. Ji Jiuxiu turned the gun in his hand and said casually, the group can't be broken up. I don't care about the Imperial Star Military Academy students, but I can't let the arrogant soldiers go. Now we should think about how to deal with the remaining 3 military academies. Let's put Yusuin aside first. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether he is there or not. Ji Jiuxiu cut off the connection between Beifu Military Academy and the other 2 military academies, slowly depleting the energy of Beifu Military Academy, and at the same time trying to take down the other 2 military academies. The identity of the traitor of the Huihai Military Academy was exposed. Rod couldn't repeat the old routine of internal and external cooperation. The 2 schools stayed in their camps, and could only use stupid methods to fight slowly. There were soldiers from the 4 camps of jealousy, arrogance, lust, and laziness on the Theseus Military Academy side, as well as the Huihai Military Academy students. They could slowly grind down Monza and Winchester. Ji Jiuxiu still keeps in touch with Yufuzi, and listens to the other party's report on Yusuin every day. Since Yusuin was stimulated last time, she has led troops to attack Menksai Military Academy from time to time. It is impossible to defeat her. Menksai Military Academy has allies and camp soldiers, which is more than enough to defend against Yusuin. The battle is stalemate, and the long and boring plot will lead to audience loss. This is not what the organizers want to see, so they manually added something to the battlefield. Ji Jiuxiu in the stadium looked at the large meteorite shower falling from the sky. It was night at this time. The fire caused by the friction of meteorites across the starry sky was very beautiful, like shining meteors. But the scene of meteorites falling to the ground was not so beautiful. There were depressions on the ground. Everyone hurriedly transported all kinds of weapons back to the camp to avoid being damaged by meteorites. Fortunately, the organizers were not so unkind. The buildings in the camp were still solid and could withstand this meteorite shower. Jioshio was a little worried. At present, the damage caused by the meteor shower was not great, but the organizers took the trouble to come up with such a setting. How could it be just a meteor shower? Who knows what else is waiting for them later? Rong Tianjiang stood at the window and looked out, complaining, according to the original plan, we will soon be able to take over other schools. What is the stadium design team going to do? Of course, it is to add some fun to your dull life. Darula continued, businessmen are cunning and can do anything to make money. No way, like our family, we just run a small business steadily. As the son of the largest businessman in the galaxy, Rong Tianjiang said so. The conversation interrupted Jioshio's thoughts. She remembered the hotel where she had dinner when she first arrived at Mingxing Star. She thought Rong Tianjiang was the least qualified to say this. His mother was crazy about making money. Maybe this stadium and this meteor shower were sponsored by his mother. Jioshio looked out the window. The meteor shower showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew bigger and bigger, lighting up the night sky. Instead of worrying about the unknown future, it is better to focus on the present. She confirmed the situation of each cadet and soldier and comforted them to avoid people's unrest under the natural disaster. The meteor shower did not stop until the next morning. The black stones that hit the ground were about the size of basketballs. After dawn, they slowly melted like ice until they disappeared, leaving a pit on the ground. Nothing unusual happened. Today's plan is to divide into 3 groups to attack the other 3 military academies as usual. The location of the Huihai Military Academy is between the Mengxai Military Academy and the Beifu Military Academy. In order to prevent people from taking the opportunity to occupy the camp territory, Rog usually takes the cadets and lazy soldiers to guard the camp and wait for Jioshio to send troops before attacking. The Beifu Military Academy is almost unable to hold on. They are short of manpower. The last resort is the laser cannon, but now the energy is running out. Jioshio didn't push too hard to prevent Nada from taking away a group of her people before she was eliminated, so she took measures to slowly wear down their will and wait until they completely lost their spirit before taking them down in one fell swoop. If the plan could proceed as usual, it would be a perfect ending, but unfortunately the organizers were not happy to see such a result. The effect of the meteorite rain appeared on the second night. First, the soldiers in the camp had a fever and vomited, then they convulsed and lost consciousness, and finally turned into monsters that pounced and bit people. This scene seemed familiar. Could the stadium design team get inspiration from the zombie tree on the desert planet? It can only be said that they understand what the uncanny valley effect is. People who become zombies are much more terrifying than any alien plants or beasts. There are no alien plants or beasts in this arena, and now these zombie soldiers make up for the lack of monsters in the arena. Rong Tianjiang was shocked. What are these things? When they rescued Jioshio and others who were trapped on the desert planet, they only saw giant trees. Later, he heard about zombies, but he didn't see them with his own eyes. At this time, the zombies appeared in front of him, and the scene was still a bit shocking. Jioshio, who are the people in the arena design team? I want to visit them after the game. Jiangju, every class of students wants to do this, so their identities are kept secret. Jioshio was very sorry and organized people to clean up the zombie soldiers. Those who appeared zombies were all camp soldiers, and the arena design team was not so crazy as to turn the military academy students into zombies. They also copy the fact that the zombie virus is contagious, and they need to be more careful when fighting zombie soldiers. Soldiers in the early stage of infection were placed in separate rooms, and the therapists went on the field to study whether they could be saved. There were 20 soldiers who turned into zombies in the first batch. Jioshio asked for stricter personnel supervision when the meteor shower began, and everyone looked after each other, so the casualties caused by the soldiers turning into zombies were not too serious. This disaster has just begun, and the zombie virus is just one of them. The attributes of the soldiers exploded. The lazy soldiers were too lazy to move, and the arrogant soldiers made the 4 words arrogant physical. They could not see anyone on the road. The jealous soldiers quarreled every day and reported each other. Even plants joined in the fun. Ordinary plants were transformed into alien plants. When walking on the road, a small grass on the side of the road might open its bloody mouth at any time and swallow people into its stomach. The world turned upside down in 2 days, jumping from the world domination arena to the doomsday survival. In the live broadcast room, the bizarre plot twist caused a wave of new highs in traffic as expected. This chaos is a bad thing for Ji Jiuxiao, who has a large number of soldiers in the camp, but it is not necessarily for other military academies. They have fewer soldiers in their camp, and can control the situation faster. Ji Jiuxiu decided to take advantage of the opportunity to organize people to attack Beifu Military Academy. Beifu Military Academy must not expect that they will take action now. Not only Beifu Military Academy can't think of it, but teammates from the same school can't think of it either. Aishamu dissuaded. After the soldiers come into contact with the pits hit by the meteorite, the probability of zombies will be greatly increased. It is better to wait until the situation stabilizes. Ji Jiuxiao, so I don't plan to bring the soldiers in the camp, and select some military academy students to go with me. Chaos is a danger, but also an opportunity. She always likes to take the initiative, and would rather take risks than wait passively. Aishimo couldn't persuade her, so he could only tell her to be careful along the way. The original plan was to send 30 people over, but the plan was far behind the changes. A military school student was scratched by the nails of a zombie soldier and developed fever symptoms, turning into a zombie faster than the soldier. When he turned into a zombie, his consciousness directly withdrew from the virtual arena, but his body remained in the arena, becoming a controlled code zombie. Because the incident was too sudden, when everyone reacted, 3 military school students had already been infected. The camp immediately conducted a large-scale investigation. Due to the shortage of manpower, Ji Jiuxiu had to leave most of the traveling team behind and set off with his fixed teammates and 2 other single soldiers. The 7 people went straight to the angry camp. When they arrived at the junction, they found that the heavy artillery originally used to resist them was now unattended, and there was not even a shadow of a person at the border. They checked the heavy artillery and found that the energy inside was all emptied and could not be used. The group continued to move forward and entered the angry camp unimpeded. They did not encounter any patrols along the way. Rong Tianjiang was puzzled. Where are the people? Have they given up? Dairula, I have a bad feeling. When they arrived at the city area, Dairula's bad feeling came true. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them from afar, and was speechless for a while. It is impossible to give up. With Nada's character, even if she is eliminated, she will drag a wave of enemies into the water. I saw that there were densely packed angry soldiers in front of me. They were blocked by iron nets, and turned back and forth in the city. They could no longer be called human beings. They all turned into zombies. Nada was ruthless enough. Her decision-making and action were first class. All the angry soldiers turned into zombies, to block all those who tried to enter the city area. Rong Tianjiang smacked his lips, too fierce. Fuso, there are too many zombies, it's hard for us to get in. The stadium design team carefully filled in the bug that zombies have no consciousness, and can't drive mechas. Not only can they drive mechas, but when they break through the mental defense of mechas, they will also be infected with zombie viruses. This is how the 3 unlucky guys from Theseus Military Academy were infected. A protective shield lit up above the city, and there were many gun muzzles hidden in the dark. If the mecha flew over, it would be a target. It would not work to raid from the air. Ji Jiuxiu tried to lead the zombies away. She fired a few shots at the fence and broke it. Jiangju controlled the mecha to walk into the zombie site, and successfully attracted a wave of zombies. The zombies chased him away, but more zombies still stayed in the city and swayed. Darula, there are people inside, they can sense it so they don't want to leave. Ji Jiuxiu, lead them away in waves. Living people are more attractive than those hiding in the dark and invisible. The other 2 soldiers went out, and took away 2 more waves of zombies. Ji Jiuxiu pushed Rong Tianjiang. He didn't move, she pushed harder. Rong Tianjiang went out reluctantly, he was really disgusted by these things. The mecha led away the new wave of zombies, but it was not enough. Most of them still stayed in the city. Jiangju returned to lead away the second wave. In this way, for mechas repeatedly attracted zombies, running back and forth like ants moving, and the number of zombies in the city gradually decreased. Nada emerged from the tallest building in the city, with a large speaker on her waist playing sound in a loop, holding a fan in one hand, and spraying spray at the fan mouth with the other hand. The blood-like smell spread, surprisingly strong. Coupled with a noisy horn sound, the zombies that were led away in the distance began to gather back again. Dairula fired, and a bullet passed over Nada's head. She dodged in time, and moved to another place to continue. Ji Jiuxiu called Rong Tianjiang back, and asked him to fire at the city. As a mechanic, he had the most weapons on his mecha. She took the energy from Rong Tianjiang, and took Dairula and Fuso to the border, trying to put the energy into the laser cannon blocking the border to see if the cannon could be driven back to bomb the city gate. The cannon vehicle stopped after just 2 steps. She stopped to inspect it. The laser cannon looked good on the surface, but the internal circuit had been damaged. Nada really thought of everything. Not only did she take away the energy, but she also destroyed the cannon and blocked all the roads. Jijoshio missed Feiju, the transportation tool in the last game, very much at this time. If it was there, he could directly pull her back to the camp and carry a bunch of weapons back. At present, they could only rely on the efforts of 4 mechas. Before the 3 returned to the angry city, they found that Rong Tianjiang had given up using hot weapons and stood with others to discuss things. Jijoshio walked over. What's wrong? Rong Tianjiang, bombardment is useless. They learned the trick of the Imperial Star Military Academy. They commanded to release mental power against the wall, and they couldn't blow it up at all. The last time the Imperial Star Military Academy used this defense, it was broken by Jijoshio's mental power, but now the zombies are surrounding the city, and she can't get close. The city is like a solid tortoise shell, which is difficult to open from the outside. Nada popped her head and looked at them from a distance, sitting on the edge of the building and shaking her feet back and forth. Things are once again in a stalemate, and Jijoshio is struggling to think of a way to break the deadlock. I told you to go and fight other military academies first. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Nada's voice came from afar. How about this? I will cooperate with you, and as long as 1 more military academy is eliminated, we will take the initiative to exit. How about that? Jijoshio, you can't hold on for long. I can win if I try harder. Why should I agree to you? Nada, if we cooperate, you can eliminate 2 military academies at once, and at a lower cost. Isn't that a good deal? I don't trust you. Jijoshio made his attitude clear. Nada, actually, I don't really trust you, but now there is really no choice. If you insist on fighting with me, then just fight. This fight lasted until dark. The Theseus Military Academy's mecha and weapons were running low on energy, and the Beifu Military Academy's students also reached their limits. Jijoshio received a communication reminder from Aishima, and the voice that couldn't cover up the anxiety came through the headset, and she pursed her lips. She stood up and shouted, Nada. What are you doing? Nada's voice changed again. Jijoshio, I agree with your proposal. Let's cooperate. How about we attack Winchester Military Academy first? Nada, you didn't mean to trick me out because you couldn't get in? If I wanted to trick you, I would have done it in the daytime. Cooperation is a gamble for both you and me. Jijoshio's eyes were darker than the night, and the corners of his mouth were raised to reveal his sharp fangs. I trust you once, and see if you dare. Chapter 92. The city gate was unguarded, and Nada led the students of Beifu Military Academy to fly out of the city from the top of the city in a mecha and landed in front of Jijoshio. Nada, I guess you encountered something, so you changed your mind. Jijoshio, then are you still willing to come out? Because it doesn't matter, as long as the goal can be achieved, the process is not important. Nada smiled brightly and stretched out her hand to Jijoshio. Happy cooperation. Jijoshio held her hand. Happy cooperation. The 2 schools that had been targeting each other since entering the arena temporarily reached an alliance. The students of Beifu Military Academy followed Jijoshio back to the jealous camp, galloping all the way. Jijoshio had previously received news from Aishimo that the Menksai Military Academy and the Winchester Military Academy led troops to attack them, but the Dixing Military Academy, which was supposed to be the first line of defense, opened its doors to welcome the enemy in. In layman's terms, Yusuin had rebelled. Although she didn't know why the arrogant and annoying Yusuin suddenly rebelled, it had already happened, and there was no point in investigating the source. The most important thing now was to defend the camp. On the way back, she called Yufuzi's phone and said calmly, not bad, Yusuin has really improved and can even be a spy for other schools. Yufuzi said bitterly, I don't know what's wrong with him. He suddenly said he wanted to kill you first. I couldn't persuade him no matter how hard I tried. I am absolutely sincere in cooperating with you. Oh! Jijoshio chuckled. So you mean that Yusuin is finally willing to bow her head and bend down to coax the arrogant leader so that the arrogant soldiers can be controlled by him, right? Yufuzi hesitated this. Actually, I don't blame you. We all want to win. Jijoshio sighed. Yufuzi was touched. It's great that you can understand. I was really forced. So I won't be soft when I take action. Jijoshio took a deep breath and finished the rest of the words. Yufuzi, he is a little follower serving the young master. What can he do? I just hope Jijoshio will be heavy on Yusuin and light on him. When the group rushed back to the jealousy camp, Rog's rescue team had not arrived yet. The jealousy camp lost half of its territory. If they came back later, they would not be able to come back. The teams on the field had a great reversal. Beifu Military Academy became an ally of the jealousy camp, and Dixing Military Academy became an enemy. After the zombie virus spread, the normal camp soldiers also began to disobey orders. Ayashama locked them all together. The only people on the field were the Military Academy students, and a field of wild grass and alien plants that continued to go crazy. The melee started, and Ji Jiuxiu entered Rong Tianjiang's mecha again. Rong Tianjiang was used to it, and withdrew the control of the mecha. Her first target was Yusupu. Yusupu was a single soldier, and his strength was not as good as Jiangju, Yusuin, Nada, and other top-level players, but he was still stronger than other single soldiers. Rong Tianjiang cheered Ji Jiuxiu up. Seeing Yusupu jumping around for so long, he had long been annoyed with him. The others met their opponents. Yusuin was left to Jiangju to deal with, and Nada faced Xinghe, and there was still Luo Linia, who couldn't stop him. The cadets of the meeting finally arrived, and Ji Jiuxiu urged Rog to hurry up. Rog was helpless. I am a commander, I can't go up, and our military academy is not strong enough to fight against Luo Linia's single soldiers. Among the 7 major military academies, only the eliminated Sardinian Military Academy and the Huihai Military Academy do not have outstanding individual soldiers. These 2 military academies are famous for their command majors. Jiangju from Theseus Military Academy does not count. Although he is called a commander, he has always been a single soldier. If one person cannot beat them, a group of people will fight. Many military academy students rushed over to fight Luo Linia. But in this way, no one would stop other individual soldiers. Luo Linia alone would hold back too much combat power. This would not work. Ji Jiuxiu accelerated her movements, and her speed left after images when she hit people. She used fists and light blades, and Rong Tianjiang used guns and cannons to assist. Yusup was beaten back again and again. Yusup wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. It seems that I underestimated you. You do have some strength. You can cooperate with me in a fight. Let's fight. I hate people who whine the most. Ji Jiuxiu punched again. She was in a hurry, and had no time to talk about life with Yusup. Her attack was fierce and rapid, and she mobilized her mental power to the extreme, beating Yusup without giving him any chance to breathe. Yusup, you. Ji Jiuxiu kicked him in the abdomen, grabbed his arm, pulled him up, and threw him to the ground. Yusup, I. Ji Jiuxiu punched him in the face, turned him over, and punched the energy equipment at the back of the mecha. Yusup, He was completely speechless, and was pulled out of the cockpit by Ji Jiuxiu. Rong Tianjiang activated the gun on the arm of the mecha, and the bullet passed through his chest. Rong Tianjiang, noob, bye. A white light flashed, and Yusup was out. Ji Jiuxiu didn't have time to stop and breathe, and immediately faced Luo Linia. Because of the long-term control of the mecha with mental power, her head ached. The pain made the scene in front of her slightly blurred. She didn't think about the action, but attacked instinctively. She didn't know how much she was injured, and how much she injured the other party. Rong Tianjiang breathed lightly, fearing that Ji Jiuxiu would be hindered by him, and he didn't even dare to shoot. He couldn't see the movements of Ji Jiuxiu and Luo Linia at all, only the afterimage of the light blade flashed by, and the picture shook so fast that it made him feel dizzy. He swallowed his saliva, and felt the mental power fluctuations of Ji Jiuxiu's body that kept rising and falling because of the fight. Usually, her mental power was normal when she controlled the mecha, and it didn't make people feel pain like when she was treating, but at this moment, he felt a chill, a piercing pain that he would never forget in his life. The chill became heavier and heavier. Rong Tianjiang shivered, and kept shrinking himself, trying to squeeze into the seat. Ji Jiuxiu felt nothing. Immersed in the battle, she saw her mental picture enlarging and shrinking again. The rapid change caused all the scenes to collapse, and then reshaped little by little. She could not perceive the changes in herself. As her opponent, Luo Linia felt it most deeply. The person in front of her seemed to never get tired. The more other people used their mental strength, the more they struggled, while the opponent became more and more energetic, as if he had endless power gushing out of his body. In the first confrontation, the two sides tied. Luo Linia gasped, and the surprise in her eyes could not be hidden. How many people in the world could tie with her? She looked at Rong Tianjiang with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. You are really unexpected. After the game, I will go to you for advice. She had heard about Rong Tianjiang's deeds, and had met him several times at various banquets. He hid it too well, and his scheming was as unfathomable as his strength. Rong Tianjiang, Don't. Don't come looking for him, he really doesn't know how to fight. He glanced at Ji Jiuxiu, who had his eyes open, but was almost as dull as if he had closed them, and called out in a low voice, Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu. His soul returned to its place, and Ji Jiuxiu came out of the mysterious state, relaxed his body joints, and the surging blood in his body calmed down. She asked, "What are you doing?" The cold breath faded away. Rong Tianjiang breathed a sigh of relief, hesitant to speak, and couldn't say that her mental power could not be contained, so he could only say, "Nothing." Ji Jiuxiu rolled his eyes at him, and then heard Luo Linya say, "You always let Ji Jiuxiu stay beside you when you fight. Is it because your mental power is unstable?" Rong Tianjiang nodded quickly, "Yes, so don't come to me. I can't just spar with others." "Okay." Luo Linya said regretfully, "It's been a long time since I had a hearty fight, so let's have a good fight here." Rong Tianjiang's expression twisted for a moment, and he wanted to kick Ji Jiuxiu out. He tried his best to restrain his facial features, and tried to act like he was fighting. He was ready, quietly clenching the corners of his clothes with both hands, waiting for Ji Jiuxiu's stinging mental power to spread over. But this time Ji Jiuxiu's mental power did not dissipate. She controlled it very well, just like usual. He worriedly said, "Hurry up and release your spiritual power, otherwise how can you win?" Ji Jiuxiu? She didn't have time to pay attention to the nervous Rong Tianjiang, and focused on dealing with Luo Linya in front of her. This time, she was awake and saw every move of Luo Linya clearly. When they first came into contact, Luo Linya's speed was almost too fast to be seen in her eyes, and she had to concentrate to block the attack, but now, she actually felt that the opponent's movements had slowed down. The battle continued, and the two seemed to form a space by themselves, and the surrounding noises all became unpleasant background sounds. This time, Ji Jiuxiu was slightly better. Luo Linya looked at Rong Tianjiang. She had been shocked once, but she was still shocked uncontrollably for the second time. The other party's growth rate was really amazing. The teacher once said that she was a very talented child. Her fighting ability was far superior to her peers since she was a child. When she was 15 years old, she was already able to beat the soldiers of the army. Jiang Ju was the first person she met who could match her. Yu Suin was the second, Xinghe was the third, and Nana was the fourth, but they gave her a feeling far less than the person in front of her. She said seriously, "Rong Tianjiang, you are very strong. The other party's military school career has just begun. It is hard to imagine how terrifying he will grow when he graduates and leaves the military school." Rong Tianjiang covered his face, "Don't say it." When he first won countless stunning and praiseful eyes for Ji Jiuxiu, he admitted that he had a little complacency, but now he only felt guilty. Ji Jiuxiu is so strong, he can't pretend. He wouldn't dare to do that even in his dreams. No one doubted Ji Jiuxiu. It's not impossible for a mechanic to defeat a single soldier by controlling a mecha, but the probability of a healer is 0. His thoughts diverge. Does that mean Ji Jiuxiu is not a human? Luo Linya praised, "You are still very modest." Rong Tianjiang was numb, "I'm not modest." He is guilty. Compared to the scene of Luo Linya and Rong Tianjiang sympathizing with each other, the fight on the other side is more explosive. Jiang Ju and Yu Suin tied, Xinghe and Nada were both injured, and everyone seemed to be fighting the last battle, full of desperate madness. Darula was singing, adding buffs to her team, and her voice was slightly hoarse. No one knew which side the balance of victory would fall to, and everyone was working hard to do their own things. The light blade stabbed at the back of Xinghe's head. Xinghe was entangled by Nada and failed to dodge in time, so he took the move. Nada shot again, without hesitation, and hit Xinghe's chest. She had been attacking accurately at one position, and the last shot finally sent Xinghe away. A white light flashed, and a general from the Minxai Military Academy was eliminated. Before Xinghe left, he only had time to look back at Xingran, Xiaoran. Xingran's eyes were filled with anger, and the huge emotion hit her body, making her cough violently. She took a deep breath and said word by word, "Yu Suin." Yu Suin's unexpected knife changed the whole situation again. As the most representative individual soldier of Minxai Military Academy, Xinghe's elimination is a major blow to Minxai Military Academy. Yu Suin still has the same face, and uses an arrogant tone that can make people angry. "In your eyes, am I just a fool who is easily provoked?" He is an individual soldier, but it does not mean that he has no brains. He can still distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Trying to provoke him to turn against you with just a few simple words, or hoping that he will fall from the balance of victory to the other side, in a sense, is simply degrading his personality and IQ. "You are very good, I remember it." Xingran's voice is slightly hoarse, and his eyes are level with Yasuin. Ji Jiuxiu strikes while the iron is hot, and leads his companions to counterattack. Due to the reversal of the Imperial Star Military Academy, Menxi Military Academy, and Winchester Military Academy were surrounded and completely defeated. Yasuin targeted the Menxi Military Academy and led people to invade the greedy camp. Ji Jiuxiu could tolerate this little willfulness of acting without reporting. Luo Linya, who was fighting against her, saw that the situation was not good and quickly led her troops to retreat. Ji Jiuxiu gave up chasing and went to help the Dixing Military Academy to kill the Menxi Military Academy. The remaining two-school alliance could not resist the joint attack of the 4 schools. The students of the Menxi Military Academy retreated step by step, and the territory was constantly lost, reaching the critical value. Xing Ran took a deep breath and reflected, "It seems that I have too little contact with people like you, and I still don't know enough." She knew the contradiction between Yasuin and Jiangju, and she also figured out Yasuin's character, so she decided to destroy their alliance, but Yasuin was more tolerant than she thought. She thought that the invitation to cooperate might be rejected by Yasuin, but she didn't expect him to pretend to agree and then backstab her. It seems that he has grown up in the joint exercise of the military academy. "You are too arrogant. Do you think you can control all human nature?" Yasuin pointed out the most conceited part of Xing Ran's character. Xing Ran's eyelashes moved, and his eyes swept across the group of people in front of him. "I will learn from today's lesson. See you in the next arena." More than 2/3 of the territory was occupied, and the military academy students were still advancing. The Monxid Military Academy had no chance of counterattack and was judged to be eliminated. Monxid Military Academy was eliminated, and only the Winchester Military Academy was left. Everyone changed direction and rushed over in one go. Ji Jiuxiu looked at Nana. "One military academy has been eliminated. Is it your turn now?" "Don't worry, isn't there Winchester Military Academy? I will share the pressure for you. Anyway, I can't run away." Nana accelerated forward and faced Luo Linya, who was trying hard to protect her companions. Ji Jiuxiu acquiesced to Nana's behavior and let her play the last game. Winchester Military Academy struggled to hold on, but was eventually defeated and eliminated. Only 4 military academies of the Alliance were left on the field. The common enemy was defeated, and the Alliance fell apart. The Imperial Star Military Academy was implicitly excluded by the other 3 military academies. If the 4 schools were to vote for the first person to be eliminated, the Imperial Star Military Academy would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. Nada threw a coquettish eye at Ji Jiuxiu. "Am I right? Isn't it much easier to cooperate with me? How are you 3 going to decide the winner? Do you still need my help?" Ji Jiuxiu smiled. "Okay." The moment the voice fell, Jiangju and Nada took action at the same time, and the two had the same goal, aiming at Yasuin. Yasuin had been prepared and retreated hastily, his face as cold as ice. He was kicked out of the competition for Yusupu, but now no one was scolding him. "Yasuin, isn't it too quick to destroy the bridge after crossing the river? I was the first to form an alliance with Theseus Military Academy. You are the latecomer, so it is right for you to be eliminated first." Rog interrupted. Yasuin sneered. "What about Beifu Military Academy? I am now the most loyal supporter of Theseus Military Academy." Nada took 2 steps back and held Ji Jiuxiu's arm affectionately. "As long as Jiuxiu asks me to be eliminated, I will never say anything." The name changed from Ji Jiuxiu to Jiuxiu. Nada knows how to survive in the cracks. She is tough when she should be tough and soft when she should be soft. She can always make the best decision. This is the necessary tact for the survival of the bottom people. Yasuin laughed angrily, and with the contempt of a superior, he said coldly, "No dignity at all." A bullet flew out of Nada's gun, not hitting Yasuin, but hitting a cadet behind him. Nada tilted her head and smiled. "You have dignity, so you die first." The cadet hit by the bullet was not eliminated, and the exposed neck was scratched, and a blood line appeared on the skin. The bullet was not a normal live bullet, and black liquid flowed out after the explosion. A minute later, the Imperial Star Cadet was mutated into a zombie and pounced on Yasuin, who was closest to him. Nada. The first experiment of the zombie blood concentration virus on cadets was not bad. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the therapists and mechanics of our military academy. What do you think? Yasuin had no time to answer. More and more mutated Imperial Star Cadets were mutated, and they were in chaos. "Fortunately, you didn't use this thing against me." Ji Jiuxiu tore Nada off her arm. "I said cooperation, and I mean it sincerely. Remember to look for me next time." Nada let go of Ji Jiuxiu's hand. "There are not many bullets, and we must use them at the most important time." Yu Suin asked the remaining Imperial Star Military Academy students to run to the jealous camp. He wanted to lead the zombies to Ji Jioshia's territory. You lost the last game. Do you still want to fight this one? Jiang Ju stopped Yu Suin and hit the pain point in Yu Suin's heart as soon as he opened his mouth. Yu Suin took a deep breath and heard the chaotic shouts of his companions. He put aside his personal emotions and did not confront Jiang Ju. He chose to protect others and leave first. This is not a battle for him alone. These companions are his comrades in arms. He can't just think about his own affairs, but must consider the overall situation. Just because he ignored Jiang Ju didn't mean Jiang Ju would let him go. The people who were entangled turned around, and now Jiang Ju was staring at Yu Suin, while the students from the other 3 military academies rushed over to intercept the other students from the Imperial Star Military Academy. Jiang Ju, you have made progress. Yu Suin suppressed her anger. Get out of here. This light tone of praise sounded like a senior to a junior, which really made people angry. The melee started again, mixed with the roar of zombies. The alien plants on the roadside swung their bodies wildly, opened their mouths, and bit whatever they bit. The scene was simply a group of demons dancing in disorder. Ji Jioshu went up to help Jiang Ju, and he felt no guilt in fighting 2 against 1. The earphone sounded a noisy electric current, and the military academy students who stayed in the camp to watch over the soldiers in the camp reported to Ji Jioshu. All the soldiers have been released, turned into zombies, and ran around everywhere, and now they are heading towards the battlefield. 3 sentences, each one more explosive than the other. Ji Jioshu frowned. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on them? Military school student, Yu Fuzi suddenly brought a group of people to attack us, and we can't defend ourselves with just a dozen people. Ji Jioshu hurriedly said, take the jealous leader and hide well, don't let him die. It seems that Yu Suin also knows herself well, knowing that once Winchester Military Academy and Monson Military Academy are eliminated, he will be the next target of concentrated fire, so she secretly sent people to her camp to make trouble. This Imperial Star Military Academy has not been taken down yet, and the zombie army has already come to kill. There is no way to continue fighting, there are too many zombie soldiers, and there is no benefit in killing them, and they can't be killed, so it's better to hide first. Now the jealous camp and the angry camp are full of zombies, and the arrogant camp of the Imperial Star Military Academy has collapsed, and the only place to go is the lazy camp of the Navy Academy. The Theseus and Beifu cadets rushed to the lazy camp. After fighting all day, they came to a safe place. Everyone relaxed and started to do post-war work, treatment, and personnel inventory. There were not many zombies in the lazy camp. When the meteorite rain fell, the zombie soldiers were too lazy to go out, so after some soldiers became zombies, the virus did not spread too quickly. Rog cooked a pot of soup in the camp. Everyone must be tired. Come and drink soup to relieve mental stress. There is no need to eat or drink in the virtual battlefield, but you will feel tired. Not eating is against the laws of the human body. Eating something properly helps to relax. Even if the food is not really eaten, chewing is also effective. Everyone gathered around to drink soup. Rog took a bowl and walked to Ji Jioshu and handed it to her, and sat next to her. Rog, there are not many people left in the Imperial Star Military Academy. We will win soon. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. A baby face with real concern, messy hair instead makes it a bit cute. Powerful people always set high standards and strict requirements for themselves. Nada sat on the other side of Ji Jioshu. Rog looked at Nada. When the game just started, you seem to have attacked Theseus Military Academy. At that time, I was a soldier and could only follow orders. I was also helpless when the angry leader did not listen to my advice. Nada sighed. The two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, were slyly talking to each other. Ji Jioshu, who was caught in the middle, Why is it so difficult to have some quiet time? She couldn't bear it anymore. Can you go somewhere else to chat? Nada glared at Rog. I'm talking to you. You talk the most and disturb our Jioshu. Rog was about to curse back, but after thinking for a moment, he shut up and passed the soup to Ji Jioshu. Drink it while it's hot. I won't bother you anymore. He stood up and left. Nada felt relieved and said proudly, he talks the most, so annoying. Ji Jioshu, you go too. Nada, Everyone on both sides left, and Ji Jioshu finally calmed down and picked up the warm soup beside her. The soup was mutton offal soup, which smelled very fragrant. A few slices of green onion floated on the light oil, which looked very tempting. She yawned and moved her mouth, as if she was muttering something in a low voice. With a clang, there was a little dispute next to her, as if someone's mutton offal soup had fallen, and then someone went over to comfort and persuade, and the small disturbance calmed down. There was only half of the soup left in Ji Jioshia's bowl, which she casually put aside. There was a little oil on the corner of her mouth. I don't know if she was full or didn't like it. Late at night, Rog invited everyone to rest. The beds in the camp were not very comfortable, but everyone who was tired all day did not complain. They fell asleep after lying down for a while, snoring one after another. The door was quietly pushed open, and an eye appeared in the crack of the door and looked inside. The residual light from the light outside the house shone in, and the scene inside the house could be vaguely seen. The room was a simple big bunk bed. There were too many people coming at once, and there was no time to clean the house one by one, so they could only live together temporarily. Everyone slept soundly, with the quilt covering their bodies neatly, without even turning over. There was someone lying on every bed, neatly and tidy. The door was pushed wider, and the owner of the eye appeared, walked in lightly, and walked to the third row of beds on the left. The person on the bed had a small round face. No, the person continued to walk forward, scanning the faces on each bed. The dim light shone into the bottom of the eyes, reflecting a cold light. Chapter 93. The uninvited guest stopped in front of a bed. Ji Jiuxia on the bed was breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Ji Jiuxiu. When he was about to pull the trigger, Ji Jiuxiu, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes, grabbed his wrist with one hand, moved his body sideways, and the bullet penetrated the bed board. He reacted quickly and immediately turned the muzzle of the gun to attack again. Ji Jiuxiu kicked him in the abdomen, pulled his arm, and threw him on the bed, and pressed his knee against his elbow. He pulled the gun from his waist with his other hand. The distance between the two was too close, so Ji Jiuxiu had to let go of him to dodge first. He took the opportunity to escape and rushed out of the window. Under close contact, the dim light could not cover his face. Ji Jiuxiu sat cross-legged on the bed, playing with the weapon dropped by the other party. 4 or 5 people in the room woke up one after another. They were not sleeping soundly. They got up immediately after hearing the gunshots. The fight between the two happened in an instant. When they wanted to help, the people had already escaped. Some of the companions were still sleeping soundly. Even if they walked to the bed and shook their bodies, they did not respond. Ayashamu walked quickly to Ji Jiuxiu's side. Are you okay? Who is that? Nothing. Ji Jiuxiu shook his head and looked at the open window. It's Rog. Rog? Ayashamu was surprised. Ji Jiuxiu was not surprised. He made a good move. If it succeeds, the first place in this game will be the Navy Academy. The personnel of the Imperial Star Military Academy and the Beifu Military Academy suffered serious damage. At present, Theseus Military Academy is the strongest. Kill them first, and the remaining 2 military academies are not to be feared. She stood up and put on her backpack, called everyone to get up, and contacted Jiangju to prepare for the battle. Aishima notified everyone to be on guard, and asked while packing up his weapons, "You guessed that he would attack us, so you specifically told us not to drink the soup? I can't guess what he's thinking, but you have to be careful when you go out." Ji Jiuxia answered. Everyone was exhausted after the battle, and it was easiest to relax their vigilance at this moment. You can't be without a sense of defense, especially in this situation where the friend is strong and I am weak. She didn't dare to gamble on human nature, and warned all her companions when Rog brought out the soup. In order to avoid arousing Rog's suspicion, a quarter of the military academy students took the initiative to drink the soup, so that the people of the Navy Academy believed that they were completely defenseless. It's normal for the Navy Academy to want to take a gamble. In the previous few sessions, the Navy Academy was in the middle position in every game. If they take a chance, the bicycle will become a motorcycle, and maybe they can get the first place this time. This test of friendship failed to pass successfully, and the Alliance's boat capsized. Before dawn, gunshots rang out, and all the sober people in the room went out. Ji Jiuxiu and Darula squatted in front of the window, killed the 2 naval students in the dark, and then broke the lights, and the whole area fell into darkness. The 3 girls who drank the mutton soup and fell asleep were taken into the mecha by the mechanics. Fuso opened the door with a shot. The moment the door exploded, countless bullets rushed in like a downpour. The bullets missed, and there was no one behind the door. Ji Jiuxia and his group climbed over the window and went out. There was also an ambush at the window. Aishima rushed to the front to cover for others. Everyone left, and the floor in the room was flowing with blue liquid, which was the substance in the energy. Ji Jiuxiu was the last one to jump out of the window, and fired a shot into the house. Boom! With a sound, a huge flame illuminated a dark corner. The house was burning, and explosions sounded one after another. Ji Jiuxiu spread fuel as she walked, and the flame spread along with her. The naval cadets in the dark jumped out, cursing and shooting at them. The crowd dispersed, and the flames spread, and the naval cadets were completely dumbfounded. Such scenes often appear in movies, with explosions and fires as the background. The protagonists walked forward coldly without looking back, accompanied by an impassioned BGM, and the camera used a panoramic view, highlighting the word cool. Ji Jioshu had been itching for a long time, but unfortunately the real world could not realize her ideas. This time she could do whatever she wanted in the virtual space, and it was really cool to burn the camp herself. Jiang Ju saw what Ji Jioshu and others did, and started to burn everywhere. It's a pity that the fire would endanger the safety of the lazy soldiers. Now they are not lazy anymore, and they all get up to put out the fire. Fortunately, they were just putting out the fire, and did not stop the actions of Theseus cadets. The only thing to be aware of was that they might turn into zombies. Ji Jioshu took advantage of the chaos and repeated her old tricks. She stripped off the lazy soldiers' clothes and put them on. She walked all the way to the most glorious building in the city to find the leader of the lazy camp. The shouts of killing became the background sound tonight. She walked and shot at the light source. No light was spared wherever she passed. The darkness enveloped her footsteps. The other cadets did the same and turned off all the lights manually. They didn't know where the cadets were hiding. It was very passive when the enemy was in the dark. It was better for everyone not to see them. 5 bullets flew from different directions. Ji Jioshu made a quick judgment in his mind and concluded that she couldn't dodge them all at once. At least 2 bullets would hit her body, and her ability to move would be greatly reduced. She turned her mental power. Her eyes were filled with ink. The bullets slowed down as they approached her. She raised her foot and walked forward to avoid all the bullets. Darkness was her best protective color. No one knew how she dodged. The camera that followed her all the time was affected by her mental power. The screen went black at the critical moment. The camera, that was far away, could not take a clear picture of this scene. 5 more bullets came at the same time. She used her mental power again, and then quickly rushed to the building next to her. This was her first time trying to release her mental power to resist the attack, which was much more difficult than controlling the mecha, and she began to sweat after only 2 times. It was quiet outside, and nothing could be seen in the darkness. As long as she made a move, the other party could lock her position and shoot. These people's mental power was not weak, and their combat literacy was not low. In Ji Jioshu's private live broadcast room, the audience experienced the entire stadium from her perspective, and at this moment, they were extremely nervous and worried for her. In the organizer's live broadcast room, the audience could see the entire stadium from a global perspective. The trick of wearing clothes from other camps is finally useless. Ha ha ha, as long as you are familiar enough, you can identify a person through mental power. How did she dodge it? Impossible? That was Yusun's bullet. By the way, why did the Imperial Star Military Academy cooperate with the Navy Academy again? Watching the replay, after the jealousy camp became the home of zombies, Rog secretly sent people to find Yufuzi. The Navy Academy is too cunning, cooperating with people everywhere. The whole process of this game is to make enemies first, then form alliances, then make enemies, then form alliances, and then repeat endlessly. It made my mind confused. I can't remember who backstabbed who. Anyway, they are all bad guys. It's all the bad atmosphere brought by Ji Jioshu. Military academies never formed alliances before. Ji Jioshu, who brought bad atmosphere, was running to the upper floor of the building. Since she was not allowed to take the main road, she would climb over the wall. The buildings were close together. She avoided the pursuers, jumped from one building to another, and ran all the way. The pursuers noticed that the prey was lost, and started chasing again, locking Ji Jioshu again, like a dogskin plaster, unable to get rid of it. Ji Jioshu ran all the way, and the pursuers chased her all the way. She shuttled through the hail of bullets, and her body was gradually injured. There were several times when she was almost hit in the vital parts, but she finally avoided it narrowly. She asked about the situation of others. Everyone was relatively safe. They were all looking for the location of the lazy leader. I don't know where the people from the naval school hid it. It seems that the main force came to surround and kill her on purpose. It's really flattering. She dodged to the left and got into a house. The pursuers accelerated their speed and caught up with Ji Jioshu's face at the corner. She didn't have any expression, and her finger pulled the trigger. The two fired almost at the same time and were shot together. Ji Jioshu held the wall next to him and forced himself to stand. The pursuer fell down, revealing the face of the person behind him. It's you, no wonder. She smiled. There aren't many people who can push her to this point, and the Navy Academy doesn't have any particularly outstanding individual soldiers. It's expected that Yu Suin will lead the team. Ji Jiuxiu can still laugh. Why don't you chase Jiangju, but chase me instead? Yu Suin didn't answer, and raised her gun to shoot. Ji Jiuxiu rolled on the ground and miraculously dodged the bullet again. This time, they were close enough, and Yu Suin noticed something unusual, frowned and looked at Ji Jiuxiu, and chose one of many guesses. You are not Ji Jiuxiu? Ji Jiuxiu was ready to choose between elimination and exposure, but Yu Suin's words really surprised her. But it's also true that according to the common sense of interstellar people, the ability to operate mechas and control bullets can only be achieved by attack-oriented psychics, and healing and attack-oriented psychics cannot coexist in the same person. Ji Jiuxiu nodded. Yes, I am Jiangju. Yu Suin fired another shot without hesitation. Who else could have such a tone and strange words except Ji Jiuxiu? Ji Jiuxiu was sweating profusely after using mental power to dodge bullets continuously. He needed to take a deep breath to rest before speaking. She looked behind Yu Suin and said in surprise, Jiangju. Yu Suin turned around and saw no one behind him. There was no Jiangju. When he turned around again, Ji Jiuxiu had disappeared. There was only a bloody handprint on the wall. Yu Suin, looking for him. She couldn't run far because she was injured. Ji Jiuxiu hid in the debris pile of the building. I don't know if it was specially set for military cadets. Every time a battle was launched, the NPC residents automatically disappeared. This made it convenient for her to hide, so that she didn't have to worry about being discovered and attracted pursuers every time she passed by. She sat down with her back against the wall. Yu Suin and 5 others beat her alone. How shameless. The body was resting, but the mind could not stop. She reflected on herself and realized that the main reason for her fall to this point was that she did not consider it carefully enough. She did not expect Yu Suin to put down her dignity so thoroughly and actually join forces with Rog. She defended Rog, but not Yu Suin. She sent a message to her companions, asking those who had not encountered the enemy to go outside and find a zombie first, and turn all the lazy soldiers into zombies, to cause some trouble for Rog and Yu Suin. Now some people from the Imperial Star Military Academy and the Huihai Military Academy are still hiding in the dark. They will be shot by bullets when walking on the road. Zombies are sensitive to human smells, and they can use them to force people in the dark out. Jiangju sent a communication, but she did not answer it. Jiangju sent a text message instead, asking her how she was doing. Ji Jiuxiu replied, Not so good. If I am eliminated, remember to kill Yu Suin first and then kill Rog Jiangju. Send the location. I will find you. Ji Jiuxiu sent the location to Jiangju, leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, thinking about how to escape. She couldn't put all her hopes on Jiangju. Footsteps sounded in the distance, her ears moved, and she opened her eyes. Yu Suin, I know you are here, don't hide. You will be eliminated by me sooner or later. Ji Jiuxiu didn't speak. She was not stupid. She would not rashly expose her location. Yu Suin continued, You have a strong smell of blood. It will point me in the direction. I will find you soon. Ji Jiuxiu sat still and gave up breathing. Yu Suin's words were to force her to move. Once she made a move, her position would be locked. The footsteps were outside, separated by the wall and the door, and it was not very real. It felt big and small, far and near, and every step stepped on her heartbeat. She took a deep breath, not letting the other party take her emotions away. Outside the door, the sound gradually approached. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and then sounded again after a while, going back and forth around. Yu Suin was putting psychological pressure on her, forcing her to move. She lowered her eyes, and carefully identified the direction of the sound. The building was dark, and the footsteps were like the horn of death. Ji Jiuxiu relaxed his tense muscles, twisted his wrist joints, and the butt of the gun hit the wall with a clear sound. The footsteps outside stopped, and then became hurried. Ji Jiuxiu sat on the window, and identified the distance between Yu Suin and her based on the sound. It was very close, right in front of her, and she fired in the direction of the door. There was only a crisp sound of a bullet hitting the ground in the darkness. It neither hit the wall nor the human body, but was stopped by Yu Suin's mental power. Ji Jiuxiu turned over and jumped out of the window, holding a rope in his hand and swinging to the third room next door, playing a chasing game with Yu Suin. If she had a mecha now, she would not have escaped so embarrassingly, but unfortunately there was no if. She usually borrowed Rong Tianjiang's mecha and did not carry it with her. She began to calculate when she could reveal her strength. Now she is also well known on the Star Network and has a group of good friends. After the fact that she can control the mecha is exposed, she should not disappear quietly, right? Should she take some risks and snatch the mecha of Yusuin's teammates? She moved in the building and distinguished their footsteps. One of the 5 people was eliminated by her before. Now there are 4 pursuers, and she wants to disperse them. The light button opened and became the only light in the darkness. This beam of light led Yusuin and the other 4 to chase continuously. Soon, the beam of light became 2 beams, and then 3 beams, which lit up in different directions. It was unknown which beam of light was where Joshio was. Yusuin, separate and Chase. A wounded healer, any one of them could eliminate her. The 4 people separated as they wished. Joshio didn't know who was stronger, so he chose between the 3 people who were not Yusuin, and chose the tallest one. The other party chased to the place where the beam of light lit up, and saw the light button that was constantly swinging tied with a thin line, and the thin line was connected to the other end in the distance, so he followed it. A foot suddenly stretched out from the narrow gap on the side, where the firefighting equipment was installed. He was tripped and stumbled, and quickly turned around in midair to fight back. Gunshots rang out, and the bullets brushed past Joshio's ears. She said, "TSK, you exposed my position?" She grabbed his wrist and twisted it, pointing the gun at his head. Another gunshot rang out, and the other 3 hurried over. The first one to arrive was a girl, whose footsteps were as light as a cat, almost inaudible if you didn't listen carefully, and she moved forward cautiously. At the same place, a black shadow pounced down from the firefighting facilities. She was more alert than the previous person, and she kept walking sideways, and fired immediately the next second after the movement occurred. The black shadow was a wooden board with several holes on it, and there was nothing behind the board. Joshio fell from the sky, kicked the girl on the back, and knocked her down directly. He twisted her head with both hands neatly, and the white light flashed again. The remaining 2 arrived at the same time. Yusuin's face was extremely ugly, and she said, "You follow me?" He underestimated Joshio. She could actually eliminate 2 people, but that was it. He walked forward and encountered the same wooden trap and the attack from the sky, but the latter was still wooden. He continued to walk forward, and suddenly a rapid howl came from behind. Imperial Star Military Academy student, ah! He quickly turned around and asked the only remaining companion, "What's going on?" The boy, "I just felt someone touching my neck, coldly, and when I turned around, there was no one." Yusuin clenched the gun and said patiently, "Follow me closely." The boy nodded repeatedly, followed and walked forward 2 steps, and suddenly Yusuin raised the gun and turned around, and there was still only the boy in the place. Before he spoke, the boy said first, "Someone really touched me, this time it was my feet." "Yusuin, you said Joshio approached you twice, and he could have eliminated you, but he just touched your neck and feet?" The boy hesitated and answered, "Maybe it wasn't Joshio, but there were other weird things in the building. Wouldn't the stadium design team make a lot of weird settings?" This reason made sense, and Yusuin began to think about this possibility. The boy suddenly shouted again, and Yusuin's eyelids twitched, "I hope you calm down, there's nothing behind you." "There's something behind you." The boy swallowed his saliva. Yusuin looked back and saw nothing. "What did you see?" The boy's voice became obviously tense, a face. Irritability filled every pore of Yusuin, and he didn't know where to vent. Why were others eliminated instead of the idiot in front of him? He said coldly. "You should be happy to see the face. We are looking for Joshio, and you just missed her." The boy said nervously, "It's not Joshio, I can guarantee that the face floated over." Yusuin continued to move forward. "Turn up the brightness of your light button and open your eyes wide. You can choose to go out and wait for me, or stand still and don't move." They turned on the light button, and the brightness was not turned up too high inside the building, which could illuminate the area 10 meters ahead. "I go with you." The boy followed Yusuin and said, "Joshio is too cunning. I can keep an eye on where she runs." "Yusuin, do you need some tape to seal your mouth?" The boy covered his mouth with his hand. "I promise I won't make any noise." The 2 continued to walk forward. The building was dark, and the edge of the light was a blurry shadow. The whole space was terribly quiet, and the footsteps they made were set off incomparably clear, so when there was one more footstep, both of them stopped. When they stopped, the footsteps that mixed and also stopped. The boy said nervously, "Did you hear it?" "Boring trick." Yusuin snorted coldly, and continued to move forward. The boy quickened his pace to catch up with him, not daring to get too close for fear of being scolded, nor too far away. This time there was no extra footsteps, as if it was just their illusion before. He held the light button and shone left and right to see if Joshio would hide in a corner. Another face appeared where the beam swept, and his heart suddenly contracted, and his exclamation was blocked by his hand covering his mouth before it came out. He prepared himself mentally, and carefully turned the light button back to that position again, but the face had disappeared. He had scanned it too quickly just now, and didn't see the face clearly. Anyway, it wasn't Ji Joshio. During this pause, Yusuin had already distanced herself from him. He wanted to chase her and explain the situation, but he was afraid of being questioned by Yusuin, so he had to swallow his words and follow her closely. On the floor above the two of them, Ji Jioshu controlled the camera to fly back, and Jiangju also climbed upstairs quietly. Ji Jioshu typed on the optical computer, and the brightness of the optical computer was adjusted to the lowest. Only a tiny bit of faint light could be seen in the dark. She displayed the text she had typed in front of the camera. Chong Shengyun Company carefully created the movie Dream, a Chinese horror in the old human era, about the truth of death and revenge. The atmosphere of the film is just as you have just seen. Welcome to watch it. The audience in the live broadcast room. ? Look! I must go and see it, okay? At such a tense and exciting moment, you just show me this? By the way, what is Chinese horror? Is it the face that was shown from time to time just now? That was obviously Jiangju's face, but I still think it's so scary. I've never seen a more amazing promotion than this. I must go and see what this movie is like. When Jiangju arrived, Ji Jioshu relaxed and didn't have to be as tense as before. It was her idea to move the movie style of Blue Star to the Star Realm, but it had never been realized. The last time she went back to Blue Star, the director happened to be there. She told him about the idea, and the two of them hit it off. She didn't have time to shoot the movie tailored for her, so she shot something else first to make money for the company. There is no shortage of science fiction works in the Star Realm, but love themes are too ordinary and not easy to stand out. In the end, she chose the background of horror stories, which happened to be a type that had never existed in the Star Realm. As her fame grew, she could take advantage of the opportunity now to show part of the content of Blue Star to the public. Who knows how it will develop in the future? Do it as soon as you can. The film was produced by the company, all of whom are its own people. The male and female protagonists are also artists of the company. Now that the film has started shooting, the company asked her to promote the company's film while doing other advertising. The publicity effect is very good. This strange atmosphere trailer quickly became a hot search on the interstellar search, confusing the company's publicity team. KPI has been completed? Then what do they need to do? Ji Jioshu turned on the automatic follow mode, put the camera aside, and let it fly by itself, and said to Jiangju, who made a guest appearance, "It's almost done, hurry up and kill them." Passively becoming a promotional film, Yusuin and the other person were unaware. There was no sound when the camera was flying. Ji Jioshu's camera was similar to the organizers, so they did not suspect anything. The boy was still scanning the surroundings with the light button and turned on the video recording of the light brain, intending to record the process of photographing the face for Yusuin. But this time, he couldn't take a picture no matter how hard he tried. He almost suspected that it was an illusion caused by his nervousness. A bullet flew towards Yusuin, then deviated from the track and fell to the side. Most attacks can affect the trajectory of the bullet with mental power, but the amount and time of control vary depending on the level of ability. Yusuin looked up and said, "You are finally willing to show up." The person who showed up was Jiangju, not Ji Jioshu. Yusuin sneered, "You two are really inseparable. You, a person without friends, certainly don't understand this kind of feeling." Ji Jioshu's voice came from an unknown corner. "If you are in trouble, there may not be someone who will sacrifice himself to save you." How pitiful. Yusuin, only the weak will stick together. Ji Jioshu, is this why you five beat me up before? Yusuin couldn't scold him, so she took the lead to attack Jiangju. It was not pleasant to fight with bare hands. The two of them ran outside the building and fought with mechas. The boy from the Imperial Star Military Academy chased him out, and felt a coolness on the back of his neck, as if someone was caressing him. He covered his neck with horror, and turned back to Ji Jioshu, who was controlling the thin wire upstairs. Ji Jioshu kindly explained, "Don't be afraid, this is a small machine. I usually use it to sprinkle dust, and then detonate it. Unfortunately, the dust is used up." The boy realized that Ji Jioshu was teasing him before, and he was so angry that he grabbed the fence and climbed up to the second floor, and then was knocked down by Ji Jioshu with a punch. Ji Jioshu punched him in the stomach. "Calm down, don't be so impulsive." The boy arched his body. Ji Jioshu punched him in the chin. "Were you the one who shot me before?" The boy shook his head frantically. "You're lying, it's obviously you. You're the most accurate shooter, I saw it all. Ji Jiuxiu punched, hit nothing. The boy couldn't stand being abused before being eliminated, so he usually chose to leave the stage to escape. Chapter 94. Two mechas were still fighting outside the building. Yu Suin tore through the air with a punch and hit Jiangju's chest armor hard. Jiangju dodged sideways, and Yu Suin's fist brushed past his shoulder blade. Under the collision of mental power, the mecha sparked. The street was not spacious for mechas. The two fought in a narrow alley, shaking the ground slightly. Yu Suin was knocked back a few steps by an elbow, and his back hit the wall heavily. The surface of the reinforced concrete building fell with gravel. The neck of the mecha was damaged, and the alarm sounded sharply in the cockpit. Jiangju's situation was not much better than his. The limitation of mental power made it difficult for him to exert his full strength. The more he used it, the heavier the restraint. Yu Suin manipulated the mecha to raise his knee to Jiangju's abdomen. At the moment when Jiangju's strength was relaxed, he grabbed Jiangju's arm and wanted to pull him up and throw him to the ground. But he didn't pull it. Jiangju's other hand clenched his fist and hit his head sensor. He reacted quickly, tilted his head to the side, and his fist landed on his shoulder, sparking again. Yu Suin's hand still tightly grasped Jiangju's left arm. Jiangju's eyes were silver, and he continued to punch. His foot was between Yu Suin's legs to trip her. Both of them were almost at their limit. Sweat blurred Jiangju's vision, and he exhaled. Yu Suin lay on the ground, Jiangju's knee pressed on his abdomen. As long as he exerted force with his feet, he could destroy the energy cabin on his left side. His 5 fingers pinched his neck. The mecha gave a real touch, and Yu Suin's throat was in Jiangju's hands. Yu Suin clenched his teeth tightly, and his facial muscles were tense. He wanted to struggle again, but was suppressed. He was defeated again. Everything he was proud of would be shattered every time he met Jiangju. Jiangju's existence reminded him again and again that he was not as good as Jiangju, like a nightmare that completely entangled him, and he would never be able to escape. Yu Suin stared at Jiangju. Next time, I won't lose to you. Jiangju, I wait. A white light flashed, and Yu Suin was eliminated. Jiangju put away his mecha and lay flat on the ground like he was exhausted. His heart was beating like a drum, and his breathing was not smooth. Ji Jiuxiu hurried over to check on him, holding his palm with one hand and pinching his face with the other hand to look into his eyes and observe the state of his pupils. His mental power entered his mental picture and calmed his chaotic mental world. Ji Jiuxiu, how is it? Jiangju, not bad. Next time, I will beat him up hard with my own hands to vent my anger. Ji Jiuxiu said with a vengeance. Jiangju, okay, I let you hit me. Ji Jiuxiu saw him looking at the sky, so he came up to him and waved his hand, stretching out his index and middle fingers to gesture. What is this? The sky in his eyes turned into Ji Jiuxiu's face, and the large expanse of white faded away, forming the background of the world. The colors in front of him suddenly became brighter, white face, black eyes, and red lips. Jiangju, this is Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, question mark. Very good, maybe his brain was damaged. But it's a pity that there are no restrictions on fighting on the battlefield, otherwise he would have blackmailed Yu Suin. She stared at Jiangju's face, glanced at her hand out of the corner of her eye, and suddenly stretched out her hand to wipe his face. Seeing that his face was getting darker and darker, she put it down with a guilty conscience and wiped it on her clothes twice. Jiangju, what's wrong? Ji Jiuxiu held his expression, nothing. It's just that his hands are a little dirty. He grabbed Jiangju's face without paying attention just now. Now his face is white and black, slightly mottled. Feeling that Jiangju's mental picture was almost stable, she pulled him up. It's not over yet. Get to work. The sky gradually turned white, and the chaos would end. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju went to find the lazy leader. Her previous strategy of sending people to catch zombies was successful. When walking on the road, they occasionally saw zombies rushing to corners, and there were no more bullets in the dark. They went to the palace and almost turned the palace upside down, but they didn't see the lazy leader. The companions were scattered everywhere, and the whole city was searched once. When the sky was bright, there was no harvest. Darla, there are fewer students in the Naval Academy. Rong Tianjiang, maybe they have been eliminated. Fusong, if we can't find the lazy leader, do we now count as plundering more than 2/3 of the area? All of us are in the city, and the area we occupy is very small. Ji Jiuxiu answered. The occupied area is calculated based on the number of people. When there is only one person in one camp in an area, the land is considered to be successfully plundered. There are no Theseus cadets outside the city, which means that they only occupy the territory of the city. Jiangju, if you can't find anyone, you can win by occupying the territory. A group of cadets left the city to clean up the zombies in the surrounding territories, and the Beifu cadets followed the Theseus cadets. Ji Jiuxiu received Yufuzi's communication request. She raised her eyebrows and clicked to connect. Ji Jiuxiu, at this time, you are not still thinking about asking me to let you go, right? Yufuzi, I am here to provide you with information. The people from the Navy Academy have already gone to your camp. He cursed angrily. It turned out that, after Rog failed to sneak attack Ji Jiuxiu last night, he immediately chose to throw the mess to the Imperial Star Academy and run away with his own people. Why are you in such a hurry? Ji Jiuxiu said calmly. Shouldn't you be happy that we eliminated you? Now they are cleaning up the lazy camp. Before Rog kills the jealous zombies and finds the jealous leader, Theseus Military Academy should be able to meet the land requirements for eliminating the Naval Academy. Yufuzi, there is one thing you may not know. The camp leaders can also fight. So you mean that the lazy leader is killing people in the jealous camp? Ji Jiuxiu asked. She quickly analyzed the meaning of his words with divergent thinking. She felt that what she said was a bit absurd. Shouldn't the lazy leader be too lazy to live? Yufuzi did not answer, but sent a video. In the video, the lazy leader, who was too hungry to eat, and was slashing the jealous zombies. Yufuzi, the leaders can locate each other. I just learned about this. If you don't come to your military academy, it will be over. Why are you telling me this? Ji Jiuxiu was puzzled and suspected that there was a trap. Yufuzi, just consider it as an apology for backstabbing you before. Please don't transfer your prejudice against Yusuin to me. I am a very honest person. Let's continue to cooperate next time. After the communication was hung up, Ji Jiuxiu made a decision to send half of the people back to the jealousy camp to check the situation. She didn't completely believe what Yufuzi said, but the other party would not lie all the time. It was probably true that Rog went to the jealousy camp. There were still some scattered naval cadets wandering around in the lazy territory, interfering with their cleaning progress from time to time, and they did not come out to confront them head-on. Ji Jiuxiu led people back to the camp first, and the Beifu cadets went with her. Ji Jiuxiu looked at Nana. You should go back to the angry camp first. You are willing to let us go? Nana was surprised. Don't you need anyone here? Ji Jiuxiu, I thought about what Yufuzi said. If he has other purposes, he should be targeting you. She and Rog competed in the ring. No matter who won in the end, the next target must be the Imperial Star Military Academy. In this way, the Imperial Star Military Academy would be the third place. When she and Rog decided the winner, if Yufuzi killed Beifu Military Academy in time, he could still get the second place. Nana and Ji Jiuxiu went separately and went in different directions. When Ji Jiuxiu arrived at the jealous camp, the scene he saw was consistent with Yufuzi's video. He didn't know what kind of chicken blood Rog gave to the lazy leader to make it stand up. She didn't confront the naval cadets at the first time, but contacted the Theseus cadets who stayed in the city. They opened a secret passage without zombies, and Ji Jiuxiu entered the city from there. The palace was well defended, and it was empty except for the jealous leader and 10 cadets. A girl complained to Ji Jiuxiu. The jealous leader keeps shouting that he wants to go out, and we can't stop him. Another boy added, he is too jealous, and he is jealous of our good relationship. He has to sow discord among us and watch us quarrel. We can only act for him every day. In short, when it comes to the jealous leader, everyone is full of complaints. Ji Jiuxiu, it seems that your acting skills are not bad. Isn't this the point? The boy said. This is the point, and it is a very important point. After so much hard work, now is the critical time for you to perform. Ji Jiuxiu patted the other person's shoulder. The opportunity for revenge has come. Each of you go and kick the jealous leader. Everyone, ? In the gorgeous room, the jealous leader was sleeping on the bed and was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. It opened its eyes and saw its subordinate walking in. She was a stupid and ugly person, not as good as it at all. The only thing that was acceptable was that she was loyal to it. It was always patient with its subordinates, so it asked, "What's the matter?" Its lovely subordinate came forward and waved and slapped it. It was stunned. The subordinate cursed, "You are a waste, and you are not worthy of being my leader. I want to rebel. I want to follow the great lazy leader. The lazy camp is heaven, and that is where I can realize my dream." It was furious. "What did you say?" Another male subordinate walked in. It remembered that this person was a little timid, always spoke in a timid manner, and often quarreled with female subordinates, but couldn't win the quarrel. The male subordinate looked at it arrogantly at this moment, and said, "I am here to inform you that I am going to the lazy camp. I have had enough of you, the stupid leader." More and more people came in one after another, all of whom were reliable subordinates, who accompanied it in times of crisis and protected its safety. They opened and closed their mouths, cursing. They scolded it for being stupid, ugly, and empty-headed. They praised the lazy leader for being selfless, smart, and capable. It was very angry, and wanted to kill them. When it strangled the female subordinate's neck, she was still shouting, "Even if you kill me, what's the use? You can't change my heart. I will always fight for the lazy leader." They said, "I am willing to die for the great lazy leader." They were once extremely loyal to it, and these words were said to it, but at some point, they actually followed the lazy leader quietly, and it didn't know anything. Jealousy grew wildly in their hearts, and anger spread into unspeakable dark thoughts. As long as there is no laziness in the world, they will finally find that the bravest person is still it, and its subordinates will return. Lazy, lazy, it wants to kill lazy. The jealous leader rushed out angrily, and the girl also pointed out the direction for it considerately, saying that the lazy leader was at the entrance of the city. The two camp leaders faced each other, and the jealous leader was furious and rushed up to kick. The strength of the camp leaders is twice that of ordinary soldiers. The stadium design team very creatively made them swell in battle, and become the same size as mechas. The two giants above fought each other, and the narrow street was crashed and covered with gravel. Jiangju entered the mecha and pounded all the way, intending to trip up the lazy leader. The Navy Academy had no outstanding individual soldiers, and could not stop him. The artillery fire fell on the lazy leader, and its skin became almost like a mecha, without even a scratch. Jiangju gave up the hot weapon and concentrated his mental power on his fists. The scene of beating the lazy leader did not happen, and his fist embedded in the lazy leader's jaw. The lazy leader's face sank, as if there were no bones, and his already skinny face was completely deformed. Jiangju retracted his hand and looked at the clear fist din on the other's face, with a question mark on his head. Except for the face, the rest of the lazy leader was fine. His feet stood on the ground as steady as a mountain. A little blood flowed from his cheeks, and the dark red blood splashed on the glass window of the convenience store next to him, mixing with the sparks of the neon tube exploding. The jealous leader shouted angrily, "Get out of here. It's my prey." It pushed Jiangju away and rushed over to wrestle with the lazy leader. The two rolled on the ground, and the surrounding buildings were hit and collapsed more seriously. Jiangju did not continue to move forward. The strength of the camp leader was adjusted very high, almost to the S-level beast. It was a bit difficult to fight with his current ability. It would be better to let the jealous leader go first. If it can't beat it, he will wait until the lazy leader is seriously injured before he takes action. He turned to deal with the naval cadets, and white light flashed continuously wherever he passed. Ji Jiuxiu stopped Rog, who was about to run away, and pointed the gun at his heart. "Do you have any last words?" Rog smiled bitterly, one move away, nothing to say. He could have chosen to cooperate safely until the Emperor Star Military Academy was eliminated first, but he chose to take a risk and gambled, but failed. He took a gamble, and the bicycle became a motorcycle, and became a bicycle. Ji Jiuxiu fired, and Rog dodged quickly. "Hey, don't be impatient, I haven't finished my last words yet." "Isn't there no last words?" Ji Jiuxiu continued to shoot. Rog hit in an obstacle beside him. "I want to know why you didn't drink the soup. I was sincere in cooperating with you in the early stage. I am very sad that you are so defensive against me. Can't you feel my sincerity?" "I can't feel it." Ji Jiuxiu leaned forward and threw a bomb. The explosion caused a large amount of dust, and Rog coughed repeatedly. "Tell me the truth. I will ask you for advice, so that I can check for deficiencies next time. So that you can trick me more specifically next time?" Ji Jiuxiu threw 2 more bombs. She didn't notice Rog's abnormality during the cooperation, but she didn't really trust him from the beginning. One must be on guard against others. They had only known each other for a short time, and she didn't know Rog's character, so how could she completely trust him? "Oh my, why do you have so many bombs?" Rog coughed wildly, and his very deceptive and well-behaved baby face appeared and disappeared in the dust, his face covered with dust. "I promise I won't cheat you next time, I will only cheat others." Ji Jiuxiu raised his eyebrows. Rog was still alive, and he was still very tough. She walked over with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, and said casually, "I check you, you are not a good person." After the last game, she learned from experience and learned about every military school student information she could find. Among them, Rog was the most special. Others had what they wrote on their resumes, and they could tell whether they were excellent or mediocre at a glance. But Rog had mediocre grades since he was a child, and he could always get into the best school by stepping on the edge. In the brief confrontation with Rog, she didn't see anything unusual, but she felt something was wrong intuitively. He gave her the feeling of being no more harmless than Xinghe. Is this considered a personal attack? Rog's voice sounded on her left. Why am I not a good guy? The mist formed by the flying dust continued to linger, and a little cold light flashed from her left hand. She bent back to avoid the bullet and pulled the trigger at the same time. Ji Jiuxiao, are you waiting for a chance to make a splash? There are so many talented people in the Joint Military Academy exercise, but you are not outstanding. Do you feel frustrated? One hand pressed her gun, and she immediately used the knife in her left hand. The knife light split the dust. Rog held the gun and twisted her wrist, and her elbow was against the falling knife. Rog's mouth corners were raised, but his eyes were flat. He looked like he was smiling, but with a chill. Rog, using a fruit knife? So primitive, I thought it would be a laser knife. The knife is not about the material, but the person using it. The dagger turned in Ji Jiuxia's hand, cut a beautiful flower knife, and the tip of the knife stabbed Rog's palm. Ji Jiuxiao, but you got what you wanted. In the Naval Academy, your brilliance has overshadowed others, but you wanted to win too much, so you made the wrong choice on the field. The blade cut Rog's palm. It was too sharp, and it didn't feel painful when it slid across the palm. Blood dripped, and the sting spread belatedly. The gunshot sounded again, and the bullet deviated from the track when it was about to hit Rog, and flew away at almost a 90-degree bend. Ji Jiuxiao, don't you pretend? Didn't you see through it? Rog had dimples on both sides of his cheeks, and smiled brightly. Now I know why that crazy little Nada would help you. You're right. I did make a wrong choice. Ji Jiuxiao's mental power was concentrated on the blade. He approached, and the dagger left an afterimage at his fingertips. Are you familiar with Nada? We are from the same battlefield planet. Rog added, it was invaded only 15 years ago. The battlefield planet is a planet occupied by alien plants or alien beasts. The war is burning all day long, and civilians cannot survive. In the early days when the battlefield planet did not receive assistance from the Federal Army, it could be said to be a purgatory on Earth. Alien plants and alien beasts would ruthlessly harvest human lives and revel in death. The time was 15 years ago, which means that Rog had experienced purgatory. His resume says that he grew up in an interstellar rescue station, which means that his family has died, and there is a high probability that he died at the hands of alien plants or alien beasts. Ji Jiuxia nodded. You are a male classmate with a story. The tip of the knife attacked without hesitation, staring at Rog's neck, and the surrounding dust was swept away by her movements. Rog retreated to avoid, blocked with his arm forward, and kicked Ji Jiuxia's knee, and the two separated at the touch. He sighed. Don't you feel pity for me at all? Ji Jiuxia felt puzzled. Why should I pity you? Rog, He was speechless, and had to remain silent. Ji Jiuxia continued to attack, with only winning in her eyes. She was full of fighting spirit, and was not affected by Rog at all. Who is not a person with a story? If being miserable can gain sympathy and victory, then simply don't call the competition a joint exercise of military academies, but change it to a competition of misery. The pain affected the flexibility of his palm. Rog shook his hand and sighed. Aren't you too versatile as a therapist? He can command and fight, and has his own professional skills. He can beat 3 people at once. He took out the mecha. I won't play with you anymore. The mecha pointed its gun at Ji Jiuxiao, and 10 bullet holes sprayed bullets out at the same time. Ji Jiuxiao did not retreat but advanced, hugged the mecha's thigh and climbed up. Rog couldn't help but curse. Ji Jiuxiao was even crazier than Nada's madness was to destroy everyone together. Ji Jiuxiao's madness was that I must destroy you. Ji Jiuxia's speed was like a flea, and in the blink of an eye he climbed from the thigh to the cockpit. She couldn't open the cockpit, and couldn't keep her balance outside the mecha for too long. Rong Tianjiang, who was desperately urging her, finally arrived late. Rong Tianjiang controlled the mecha to pounce on Rog, and he didn't fight back. He tied Rog tightly with his arms, to make him unable to move. A mechanical arm extended from the bottom of the mecha's arm, with 5 fingers on the top. The 2 mechanical arms clenched their fists, and smashed the cockpit of Rog's mecha frantically. Boom boom boom, the glass cracked, and Rog was about to crack as well. Ji Jiuxia was standing guard outside, and it was not right for him to go out or not to go out. In the end, he chose to turn over and face Ji Jiuxia. In order to prevent Rong Tianjiang from taking the opportunity to fire, he and Ji Jioshu fought together. Half of what he said before about not being good at fighting was true. He could not compare with Jiangju, Yusuin, Nana, who were born single soldiers, but he was more than enough to fight ordinary military academy students. Unfortunately, Ji Jioshu was not an ordinary person. After Rog grabbed her arm, she was not angry but happy. Rog felt uneasy and cold on his back, and subconsciously alerted, "What are you laughing at? Ji Jioshu, how long have you not done spiritual counseling? I will help you clear your mental picture." "You're welcome." "Rog?" Ji Jioshu grabbed Rog's arm, smiled slightly, and invaded the other party's mental picture with mental power, wantonly clearing the gray mist in it. It is a comfortable and pleasant thing to endure mental counseling, provided that the person doing the mental counseling is not Ji Jioshu. Rog's facial features were distorted, his hands and feet were weak, and he was countered by Ji Jioshu. "Ji Jioshu, I have wanted to use this skill for a long time, but I have never had the chance. I really want to thank you for fulfilling my wish." She must maintain stable contact with the opponent for more than 3 seconds to conduct mental counseling. Everyone who fought with her before had strong fighting qualities. If you catch the opponent's hand for 3 seconds, you may be disabled. People who can be controlled by her for more than 3 seconds have average fighting power, and she can take them down without using this skill. Rog is the first person whose fighting power is not too bad, and who actively sticks to him. Rog was so painful that he could only squeeze out a breath. He wanted to ask what kind of sneak attack technique this was, but his brain was working rapidly under the stimulation of pain. He remembered that he had seen rumors about Ji Jioshu's painful version of mental counseling before. At that time, he just thought it was hype. Now that he has experienced it himself, he knows that the rumors are not exaggerated at all. Rog lay on the ground, like a fish out of water, breathing heavily, and cold sweat oozing from his forehead. "Very good," he said. "I know one more thing about you. I will avoid this next time." Ji Jioshu praised, "You are very good at reflecting and learning lessons, which will help you grow. What's wrong with your instructor-like tone?" Rog lay down and accepted his fate. Ji Jioshu squatted down and gestured with a knife in front of Rog. "Every time I review the game, Tianji would say this. Can you not threaten me with a fruit knife? It makes me feel like a fruit." Rog closed his eyes. "Can you do it faster?" "Ji Jioshu, I have another question for you. How did you convince the lazy leader to fight us?" To prevent Rog from counterattacking, she input mental power again. Rog's facial features wrinkled together, his face turned into a bitter gourd, and he was almost out of breath when he spoke. "Just talk, can you not do it?" "Okay." Ji Jioshu retracted his hand. "You can say it." Rog looked at Ji Jioshu. His amber eyes were clear. He lowered his voice. "This is a secret. Come closer, I tell you quietly." Ji Jioshu leaned over and put his ear close to his mouth. "Rog, it's a secret. How can I tell you?" As soon as the voice fell, a white light flashed, and Rog took the initiative to leave. Ji Jioshu, The fist hardened. Chapter 95. The leaders of the two camps fought hard, and it was a bit difficult to eliminate the Marine Corps by killing the lazy leader. Ayashamu and his men stayed in the Marine Corps camp, and the task of occupying the territory continued to advance. Ji Jioshu was also speeding up the cleanup of the remaining Marine Corps students. As time went by, the lazy leader's state gradually became decadent, his movements became slower and slower, and he was not as energetic as before, from being evenly matched to being caught and beaten. The jealous leader grabbed the lazy leader's clothes and punched him in the face. His facial features were completely sunken, like plasticine stuck inside his head. It roared from its mouth, and at first it waved its arms and struggled barely, but then gave up directly. "Can you kill me in one go? I'm too lazy to be beaten slowly by you." The lazy leader opened his mouth, but his mouth was completely invisible, and his voice was a little muffled when it came out. Seeing that it could communicate, Ji Jioshu hurriedly asked, "What did Rog tell you? Why did you come to fight us?" "Lazy, usually too lazy to even eat. What can make it rise and struggle?" The lazy leader did not speak, quietly pretending to be dead. "If you don't speak, don't even think about dying. We will torture you until you can't stand it," Ji Jioshu threatened. Between speaking and being beaten for a long time, the lazy leader chose the less troublesome former, he said. "He called me, so I came." Ji Jioshu questioned, "Why do you listen to him so much?" The lazy leader, "I don't know. I feel that I don't consume energy when I act, and I am very happy." "Happy?" Ji Jioshu couldn't figure out the connection, and circled around the lazy leader. "Are you still happy now?" "Not happy now." The lazy leader urged the jealous leader, "So can you hurry up?" This simple urging was considered a provocation by the jealous leader. Thinking of Ji Jiushu, who kept talking to him and ignoring him, he became even more jealous. He punched hard, and Ji Jiushu couldn't stop him. After the last punch, the lazy leader turned into white light and disappeared. At the same time, all the cadets were eliminated. The battle ended, half of the street was empty, and the zombie soldiers were still running around. They were accidentally stepped on by the giant version of the jealous leader. Ji Jiushu sent a communication to Nana, but the other side showed that it could not be connected. The same situation occurred when he contacted other people in Beifu Military Academy. Aishamu sent a message in time, saying that Beifu Military Academy had been eliminated. She was confused. Since Nana went to the angry camp, they had not been in contact. How did Beifu Military Academy get eliminated, and when was it eliminated? Let's put aside the things that I don't understand. Now there are only 2 military academies left on the field. I didn't expect that Dixing Military Academy was so tough and survived to the end. Everyone was preparing to evacuate the city and go to the next door arrogant camp to fight the last battle. Aishamu also led people to rush over at the same time. Don't go! The jealous leader blocked the door and blocked everyone's way. The city opened the protective shield, and the tool that was supposed to resist foreign enemies became a torture device to trap its own people. Wait, where did the protective shield come from? After Ji Jiushu became the personal eunuch of the jealous leader, she mastered all the equipment in the city, but she didn't know that the city had a protective shield. I wanted to build one before, but I was short of this material or that material, and I didn't see it in other camps. She thought the stadium design team deliberately didn't allow it to be built, but I didn't expect that the camp leader was hiding it. So is this the evil Easter egg that will appear after the leader is extremely angry? She looked at the blue protective shield above her head, and was very annoyed. If you had taken out the protective shield earlier, we wouldn't have to work so hard in the front. Jealous leader, this is what I use to prevent you from having second thoughts. You are the one I value most among so many people, but even you want to betray me. We are going to capture the territory of the arrogant camp now. Ji Jiushu endured and tried to communicate. This is our eternal home. We will not leave. Jealous leader, I don't believe it. I stand here today, and none of you can leave. It still maintains the size of a mecha, and its eyes swept over everyone again and again. The zombie soldiers, who lost their self-awareness, were no longer regarded as the same kind by it. It picked up the zombie soldiers and threw them out. Some people tried to bombard the protective shield, but it was ineffective. The protective shield was as solid as a rock, tightly wrapping the entire city, and not even a fly could fly out. The jealous leader sat cross-legged in front of the door, throwing out zombie soldiers one by one, muttering, "You must be my people forever, and you must be loyal to me." Ji Jiushu tried to throw out a piece of building metal debris, and the debris made a thump when it touched the protective shield and bounced back. Looking at the jealous leader, who was picking up zombies, the zombie soldiers thrown out of his hand could pass through the protective shield. She wiped some dust from the ground on her face, took off her clothes, and stained them with blood on the ground, then put them on again, lowered her head, and walked forward in a twisted posture, and walked in front of the jealous leader. The jealous leader picked her up, but did not throw her out. He grabbed her body, and put it in front of him, staring at her with red eyes bigger than lanterns. She continued to pretend to be a zombie, making a clicking sound in her mouth, and biting the air everywhere with her mouth open. Jealous leader, do you think I'm a fool? Ji Jiushu glanced at it and wondered, is my acting bad? After intermittent practice, her acting should have improved. Is her imitation fake? Jealous leader, you are hot. Ji Jiushu, I just became a zombie, and my body temperature is normal. Jealous leader, you can talk. Ji Jiushu, I just became a zombie, and it's normal to talk. Jealous leader, you have eyeballs. Ji Jiushu, I just became a zombie, and it's normal to have eyeballs. In short, she is normal. She quietly released her mental power, and the jealous leader was indifferent. Well, it seems that mental power is useless for data codes. The jealous leader found a rope to tie Ji Jiushu from top to bottom, turning her into a small insect that could only crawl and bounce. The jealous leader tied her to a half-collapsed pillar next to him, and continued to pick up zombies with his head down. Soft tactics didn't work, so he had to use hard tactics. She shouted, "Jiangju, come on!" Jiangju confronted the jealous leader, who was extremely angry. "How dare you disobey my order?" The giant and the mecha wrestled with each other, and the building next to them began to drop broken metal. Ji Jiushu rolled hard to avoid a piece of building debris as big as her head. She cursed, "Don't hit me here if you tie me here. Do you want to kill me?" So Jiangju and the jealous leader avoided her at the same time and fought in another place. Fu Song and Rong Tianjiang ran to Ji Jiuxiu and tried to untie the rope on her body. The rope was a metal rope, tied very tightly and tied in a knot. It had to be cut with tools, and they had to be very careful. If they were not careful, they might cut off a piece of her flesh. The two were busy cutting the rope, and Diarwheela shot and broke the legs of the zombie soldiers to prevent them from getting close, buying time for her companions. The soldiers stepped forward to assist Yang Ju, and the remaining military academy students tried to break the protective shield. Everyone was working hard to get out. Ji Jiuxiu wanted to contact Aishamu to ask about the situation outside, but the result prompted that the communication failed. She tried repeatedly and suspected that the protective shield would block the signal. She lost contact with Aishamu, and could only hope that Aishamu would notice the abnormality earlier, and not go to fight the arrogant camp first, and find a way to watch her own territory. She was afraid that Yufuzi would come to attack. Outside the screen, some viewers jumped back and forth between different live broadcast rooms. The jealous leader is crazy. The arrogant leader is also crazy. What kind of crazy plot is this? The arrogant leader is killing his own people. Comparatively speaking, the jealous leader is better. The jealous leader knows to avoid Ji Jiuxiu in a fight. It's true, I'm crying. The people from the Imperial Star Military Academy went to the jealous camp, probably to lure the arrogant leader over. The camp leaders are too strong. If they don't fight each other, they can't win. Ji Jiuxiu, who had nothing to do waiting for unlocking, first saw the arrogant leader running over. Yufuzi took the lead and ran in front. Her eyes lit up and gradually extinguished after she saw the other party was blocked outside the protective shield. What? You can't even break the protective shield. What a loser. Yufuzi was surprised. What is this? Ji Jiuxiu, who was only one street away from him, answered enthusiastically, this is a protective shield. You can't get in. Don't even think about winning, ha ha ha. The arrogant leader behind him had caught up. He couldn't see the Theseus cadet and the jealous leader. He only had eyes for the Imperial Star cadet, very focused. Ji Jiuxiu watched Yufuzi being chased and killed by the arrogant leader. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she felt very relieved. She said leisurely, what's the situation with the arrogant leader? She had never encountered such a crazy scene when killing leaders before, as if she had eaten uncooked mushrooms. Yufuzi didn't answer, and was busy running for his life. Ji Jiuxiu asked his companions not to beat the jealous leader, but to come and rest and watch the show. Maybe before they could escape, the Imperial Star Academy students would be killed by the arrogant leader. The fighting in the city stopped, and everyone sat together waiting to see when all the Imperial Star Academy students would die. When the jealous leader saw them stop, he stopped beating them. They must have seen the scene outside and finally realized how good it was to them, and they would be more loyal to it in the future. As for the fact that they attacked it, it was nothing. None of them had ever beaten it. It was still the strongest. They would eventually surrender to it. The jealous leader looked at everyone's black faces and smiled with satisfaction. Dear jealous leader, we are here to surrender. I really want to be your people. Only you can lead us to the light. Yufuzi shouted. Ji Jiuxiu, it's broken. I forgot that this kid is slippery, and his mouth can be as good as 108 Yusuin. The jealous leader was delighted and nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a gap appeared in the protective shield in front of Yufuzi, and he immediately led people to slip in. What greeted them was dense bullets. The Theseus cadets stopped them at the gap. The mecha attacked them without martial ethics. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 7 Imperial Star cadets were left. Yufuzi was as slippery as a loach. He avoided all attacks at a tricky angle and got into the building. 5 Theseus cadets rushed over to chase him, and the rest continued to deal with the Imperial Star cadets coming in from all directions. The Imperial Star cadets did not attack after entering, but hid in the building. Most of the Imperial Star cadets who entered the protective shield were eliminated, and there were a few left hiding, and they could not be found for a while. In order to hunt down the Imperial Star cadets, the arrogant leader finally confronted the jealous leader, and the solid protective shield cracked under the arrogant leader's fist. The jealous leader did not let the other party get closer, and took the initiative to walk out of the city area, and the two fought outside the protective shield. The cracks did not affect the solidity of the protective shield, and the Theseus cadets could not break it for a while. Aishima rushed to the arrogant camp according to the original plan. According to Yufuzi's mind, he should have a backhand. It takes some time to win by seizing territory. Now it depends on who can hold on. The game is coming to an end. Why not let the 2 leaders decide the winner themselves? How about leaving the winner to fate? Yufuzi's voice echoed in the building, and it was impossible to tell where he was. The rope on Ji Jiuxiu was untied. She loosened her wrists, and let Rong Tianjiang take out the mecha. She never believed in fate. Ji Jiuxiu pulled the toolman Rong Tianjiang and Jiang Ju to fight against the arrogant leader. Instead of hoping that the jealous leader would win the battle, it would be more reassuring to do it yourself. Others continued to round up the Imperial Star Academy students. The city was small, and the buildings were dense. It was not easy to find people in the zombie pile. The gun could not break the arrogant leader's skin. The mental power attached to the light blade in the mecha's hand cut a long line in the gradually darkening sky. The air was dark like ink, the light became mottled, and the remaining buildings lit up with neon lights. Some of the lights were broken, one end was hanging on the wall, and the other end was hanging down, flickering half-lit. The light blade cut through the neck of the arrogant leader, leaving a light blue afterimage in the trembling of the mechanical joints, and the fluctuations of mental power spread out, emitting a chill. The arrogant leader avoided the knife, roared and punched down, grazing Ji Jiuxiu's arm, and falling to the ground, and the metal-covered ground began to crack. A piece of skin on the back of the mecha slid, revealing the black muzzle of the gun. The bullet attacked the arrogant leader's eyes. The jealous leader hugged it to restrain it, and it turned its head to avoid it, and the bullet hit its ear. Jiang Ju kicked the arrogant leader heavily, and the light blade crossed and cut through its wrist, and blood dripped. 3-1, the balance of victory tilted towards the jealous camp. Jealous leader, this is mine. I know this is your prey, and I firmly believe that you will not lose, but if you don't kill it quickly, your people will die quickly. Look, there are only a few people left now. Ji Jiuxiu interrupted it, and quickly output. Most of the Theseus cadets entered the building to catch people. There were only a few people on the surface. In addition, the zombies were cleared by the jealous leader before, and the streets were empty. The remaining words of the jealous leader were choked in his throat. He was punched by the arrogant leader for a moment of negligence, and his face suddenly twisted a little. It was furious. You actually hit me in the face. Its face is no longer the most beautiful in the world. Now everyone is more beautiful than it. The jealous leader reached out and grabbed the injured arm of the arrogant leader and pulled him hard. The arrogant leader's feet left the ground, and he was lifted up and fell to the ground hard. The jealous leader grabbed its collar and slammed it in the face. He looked ferocious and resentful as if it was a worker, and the arrogant leader was its PUA leader who exploited and owed wages. This time, the arrogant leader had a sunken face, and his face was covered with fist marks, and his facial features could not be seen. The Imperial Star Military Academy students could not sit still, and came out to help the arrogant leader. If they didn't take action, it would really die. But it was useless for them to come out. In this situation, even Ji Jiuxiu and Jiang Ju could not intervene in the battle. The jealous leader pressed the man and beat him hard. The arrogant leader fought back hard. The two rolled together and crushed a piece of light. They fought too hard, biting each other like primitive beasts. Ji Jiuxiu watched from the side and stabbed him when he got the chance. The damage was not obvious after 1 or 2 times, but a big wound would be caused by stabbing him 20 times. The Imperial Star cadets, who rushed out, were stopped by Jiang Ju. They could only watch Ji Jiuxiu stab the arrogant leader again and again. Under Ji Jiuxiu's unremitting efforts, the arrogant leader went from being able to resist to being completely beaten. The jealous leader looked at the Theseus cadets who emerged one after another. Do you think I am better than it, better looking than it, and more courageous than it? Everyone nodded in unison. Cadet A, you are the strongest. Cadet B, you are the best. Cadet C, you are the best. The jealous leader was very satisfied and continued to punch the arrogant leader. Finally, the arrogant leader turned into a white light and disappeared in the arena. The picture froze, and a line of words condensed in the air. Game over. The picture froze, and there was no time left to stay in the arena. Once the game was over, all the cadets were exited from the virtual space. Ji Jiuxiu opened her eyes in the game cabin, too tired to move. She lay quietly inside, enjoying the long-lost peace, and Wei Hingji's face suddenly appeared in front of her. Wei Hingji, her eyes are open, she's not dead yet. Ji Jiuxiu, are you polite? She climbed out of the game cabin, sat by the cabin door, rested her chin on Wei Hingji's shoulder, and pressed her body weight on him. Instructor, I'm so tired. I want to eat braised pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, crayfish, crab roe noodles, soup dumplings. Okay, whatever you want to eat. Wei Hingji supported her. Ji Jiuxiu felt dizzy and saw double images. She asked, I feel a little dizzy. Is this normal? Wei Hingji, after staying in the virtual space for too long, There will be a little rejection reaction when you just exit. Oh! Ji Jiushi responded. In the final battle, she had spent too much mental energy, and her head had gone from throbbing to numbness. It didn't hurt anymore, but she felt dizzy. She stood up and walked out of the game cabin. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt dizzy. She could not stand up, and her feet softened and she fell down. The last thing she was aware of was Wei Hingji's exclamation, and the way her companions ran over. What happened? Was she the only one who was dizzy? The thought flashed through her mind, and her soul seemed to be separated from her body and became light. Her consciousness did not float up to the sky and see her body as described in the novel, but went deeper inside. She floated in her body, and everything in front of her was dark. She didn't know how long she had walked, and a small white dot appeared in front of her. She tried to control herself to float over. The white dot gradually enlarged and turned into a ball. The ball slowly expanded and turned blue. Other balls appeared around it, and they kept enlarging and enlarging. She stood there and watching herself getting smaller and smaller, from the only thing in the universe to a speck of dust. Sometimes she was standing on the blue star, with the Milky Way above her head, and sometimes she was in the universe, staring at time. It was difficult for her to concentrate. She didn't know what she was doing, and she forgot what she should think, just watching the changes around her in silence. This place made her feel very comfortable, as if she was swinging on a swing in the summer evening of her childhood. Tianji was sitting beside her knitting a sweater, and there was the aroma of cooked rice in the air, making her want to yawn and stretch. A slight itch interrupted her wonderful experience. She raised her hand to touch her neck. There was nothing on her neck, but the feeling of being touched by a foreign body continued. She was harassed by this uncomfortable feeling and itched. Ji Jiuxiu suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at the person in front of him. Jiangju held a rope in his hand, very close to her, so close that his breath could sweep across her chin, and he had a small piece of rope in his hand. Judging from the feeling of her neck, the other end of the rope should have been around her neck. It should be night now. The room was dark. There was light coming in from the window, sometimes red and sometimes green, which made Jiangju's face change. His head was lower than hers. At first, he tilted his head to look at the left side of her neck. After noticing that she woke up, his head returned to the right position. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke first. The silence made the heartbeat obvious. His combat uniform should have just been changed to a new one. There was a faint smell of detergent. Ji Jiuxiu saw his trembling eyelashes, and his eyes swept down to catch a glimpse of his rolling Adam's apple. She raised her head slightly, and leaned close to his ear. Her voice was low and hoarse, and it was cold without any ambiguous atmosphere. She asked, "Do you want to take this opportunity to murder me?" Her throat was dry and a little itchy because she hadn't spoken for a long time. She lay back and stared into Jiangju's eyes. Jiangju finally looked away, his voice tightened slightly. "No." Ji Jiuxiu moved his body and chose a more comfortable position. "Then you just want to kill me with thirst." Jiangju stood up and sat up straight. This movement pulled the rope in his hand, tightening the part around Ji Jiuxiu's neck. "You still say you don't want to murder me." Ji Jiuxiu punched him. "Jiangju, I'm sorry." He bent down again to untie the rope. His slightly cool fingertips scraped across the warm neck, and his knuckles felt the beating pulse, so vibrant. It was hard to see clearly in the dark, and the more he untied the rope, the tighter it was. Ji Jiuxiu was annoyed, stretched out his hand to pull him down, turned over and pressed him up, pinching his neck with his fingers. "Ji Jiuxiu, there are always villains who want to harm me." The lights came on, the door opened, and several people at the door were stunned. The patient in the room had a hideous face at this time, and stretched out his hand to pinch Jiangju's neck. Jiangju was lying on the bed, his hair was messy and scattered, and he looked more miserable than Ji Jiuxiu. "Everyone, Wei Hingji, what are you doing?" Ji Jiuxiu complained. "He took advantage of my coma and tried to strangle me with a rope." The rope slid down from the neck during the action just now. It was clearer with the light. The rope was a tape measure. She picked it up and held it in her hand as evidence in front of Wei Hingji. Wei Hingji didn't quite believe her. "You are fooling around, and you want Jiangju to take the blame?" "I'm serious." Ji Jiuxiu looked at Jiangju. "Is that right?" Jiangju nodded yes. Wei Hingji was speechless. "Only you can bully him. I see you can fight and shout. You're already well, right?" Speaking of this, Ji Jiuxiu realized that she was in the hospital. Her memory before the coma was awakened. She touched her head. "What's wrong with me?" Everyone was silent. She glanced at their faces, and saw that they looked strange. She was a little nervous. "Tell me, I can accept it." She took a deep breath, and quickly calculated her property. Do I have a terminal illness? Wei Hingji's face was subtle and asked, what are you going to do? I don't have much money on hand, only a planet. The planet is given to Fusong. I also have Tianji. Tianji will help her arrange the future development of the planet. If I die, please bury my ashes in Blue Star. Ji Jiuxiu thought. Nancy has already moved into Blue Star. She and Fusong are both homeless. Blue Star will be left to them in the future. Tianji will slowly reveal the information in Blue Star to the public at the right time. After careful calculation, she actually didn't have too many material things, so she simply distributed them. Other friends had families and property, so she didn't need to worry about them. They could live well without her. Only Jiangju was a little miserable, and had to resume the days of being tortured by his mental power. She glanced at Jiangju, and Jiangju understood what she meant. She muttered, don't quarrel with the four of you in the future. Tianjiang is just a paper tiger, and is easy to be bullied. You should help him more. Don't let Fusong chew tree bark every day, when she has no money to eat. Take Dairula to play with you more often. She doesn't have many friends. As for Jiangju, take care of yourself more. She didn't even leave Wei Hingji behind. Instructor Wei, don't worry about the battlefield. Teaching new recruits is not easier than fighting. You can go to my planet more often to play and relax by farming. As she spoke, there was more emotion in everyone's eyes. By the way, I still have some debts. She said, leave the debts to Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang? Question mark. Rong Tianjiang was no longer sad. Are you still human? Oh. Ji Jiushi blinked at him. Didn't we open a company together? It can bring you some profits. After I die, you can use me to hype and make money. I don't mind. Wei Hingji rubbed her head. You are so open-minded, aren't you afraid of death? I am afraid, but there is nothing I can do. Ji Jiushi smiled. Wei Hingji felt sour in her heart. Don't worry, you are as strong as a bull. Even malnutrition is almost cured. I just lied to you. Ji Jiushi nodded. I know, I will have regular physical examinations every 6 months. I know my physical condition very well. I was just teasing you just now, touched. Everyone, question mark. Dairula stepped forward, snatched the tape measure from Ji Jiushi's hand, turned around and handed it to Jiangju. I support you, strangle her to death. Chapter 96. There was a lot of noise in the ward. Wei Hingji called a halt and brought the topic back on track. Your mental power level is close to S level. She casually dropped a heavy bomb. Ji Jiushi was stunned. Ah? The doctor guessed that the reason you fainted was that your mental power broke through the threshold, and your body could not withstand the instantaneous impact, so you needed sleep to help digestion. Wei Hingji conveyed the doctor's words. Ji Jiuxiao, since my mental power can go from B level to A level, it is not surprising that it will increase further, right? Wei Hingji shook her head. It's different. Ji Jiushi was able to rise to A level before because her mental power was close to A level, and now her mental power is equivalent to an increase of a whole level, which is unprecedented. Dairula added, you are even more popular. This situation is too rare, and Ji Jiushi fainted in the game cabin again. Everyone saw this scene, and the news about her could not be concealed at all. Ji Jiushi hugged the pillow and sat cross-legged on the bed. It's destined to be famous. There's no way to avoid it. She didn't have too many thoughts. Although the level upgrade was good, she wouldn't be ecstatic. Her ability wouldn't improve by leaps and bounds, and she wouldn't be able to beat everyone without learning. Mental power is a tool. If it's almost usable, it will be more useful if it's better. Compared to the various people who were shocked by her, Ji Jiuxiao, as the protagonist, was very calm. He quickly digested the news, and talked about other more important things. Ji Jiuxiao, what are you doing here so late at night? Wei Hingji, they came to see you. I came to take Jiangju for a physical examination. As a result, when they found that Ji Jiuxiu was awake, they were so noisy that they forgot about the business. Is the doctor who did the examination still working? Ji Jiuxiu glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Wei Hingji, his family came and took him back to Emperor Star. Oh! Ji Jiuxiu looked at Jiangju. You go first and have a good rest. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes, he didn't know how long he hadn't slept. He looked haggard, just like a giant panda. She waved her hand to drive everyone away. Okay, I'm fine. If you don't have anything to do, just go away. Don't disturb my peace. If you have something, come back to see me tomorrow. After everyone left, the room finally quieted down. She turned on the light brain to search for the live broadcast replay of the game. She wanted to see the situation of other military academies on the field. She watched until dawn. She was energetic and not sleepy at all. She watched the dull parts at double speed and watched the key points repeatedly. She watched all the live broadcasts in one night. As for why the lazy leader listened to Rog's arrangements, she still didn't find the answer. In the video, the lazy leader was very normal in the early stage. Because he was too lazy to chew, he only drank nutrient solution every day to maintain his vital signs. Rog repeatedly brainwashed him to make him work hard, but it didn't work. In the later stage, he stood up inexplicably. When Rog's language stimulated him, he was willing to move. It felt like he couldn't stand the nagging, so he cooperated reluctantly, but it was still a bit strange that he finally got so angry that he ran to attack her camp. She looked through the comments of netizens. Someone noticed the same problem as her and asked the game company if there was a bug. The game company replied that everything was normal, the development was reasonable, and the game characters were highly consistent with real people. It was a very official answer, which blew up a lot of complaints, questioning what was normal about those leaders and soldiers with extremely weird tempers, and the original topic was diverted. As for how Vase Military Academy was eliminated, the video playback shows very clearly that after she and Nada separated, Ufuzi on the other side took the arrogant leader to the angry camp. The arrogant leader was in a state of stress, and Ufuzi's means were PUA, and it was a large-scale multiplayer PUA. First, all the arrogant soldiers were locked up, so that the arrogant leader could only contact the Imperial Star Military Academy students, and then he was constantly stimulated and suppressed through language, belittled his existence, ridiculed his ability, ignored his words, and stepped on the border of the arrogant leader's anger and killing repeatedly. If one person's words are not enough, then 2 people, 3 people. Then at the right time, care, encouragement, and comfort turned into a sharp blade that kills without blood, and a scene of how collective language violence drives the game boss crazy was played out. At the beginning, Ufuzi could still divert the trouble and control the arrogant leader to kill the angry leader. The angry leader was in a normal state, and could not beat the crazy arrogant leader. Vase Military Academy was unable to rescue him in time and eliminated him. The arrogant leader went completely crazy and started to chase the Imperial Star Military Academy to kill them. At least half of the Imperial Star Military Academy students died in its hands. Joshua reviewed the entire game process, compiled it into a document, and sent it to the 5-person group. The door of the ward rang, and Rong Tianjiang and Fusong walked in with food boxes. He clicked on the large review document, which contained not only text but also pictures. He was shocked and said, "You didn't stay up all night to tinker with this, did you?" Smelling the food, the stomach that had been ignored began to protest. Joshua couldn't wait to reach out his hand. "I can't sleep without thinking about it. What delicious food did you bring me?" The lunch box contained lean meat porridge, chopped green vegetables, fried eggs and meatballs, and small shrimps, which were fresh, fragrant and soft, and she sighed happily. "Where's Darula?" she asked. Rong Tianjiang sat on the chair, crossed his legs, and swung his toes. "I have something to go back. Jiangju and Darula are both busy people. Joshua, I will be discharged from the hospital later. I will go back to Deco Star today to attend a meeting on a new movie. I will shoot an advertisement tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and then go to the clinic on Theseus Star. What are your plans?" Rong Tianjiang. "I was wrong. You are the busiest person. Others at least have time to rest, but Joshua's schedule is directly filled," he said. "I want to go home and sleep." Seeing Joshua so busy, he felt exhausted for her, so he had to rest well to make up for it. "Fusong, the second part of Alien Planets will be filmed. I will go to other planets with the program team." Joshua, "Okay, contact me if there is anything." She finished her porridge, got out of bed, went through the discharge procedures, packed up and left. She left without any delay. She bought a spaceship ticket when she took the aircraft to the port. As soon as she landed, she boarded the spaceship and left Mengsheng Star. Before leaving, she did not forget to send a message to Wei Hingji. When Wei Hingji, Shan Shu, Ren Yanfeng, reporters, and the organizers came to the hospital, they saw an empty ward. Wei Hingji saw Joshua's message at this time. At this time, Joshua was already in the universe. The representative of the organizer looked at Wei Hingji. "Didn't you say that she was very tired of the competition, and was lying in bed very weak?" Wei Hingji smiled. Maybe she took the wrong medicine, and her body and brain became crazy together. Everyone, Wei Hingji was also helpless. Joshua was very familiar with the trick of killing first and reporting later. She was not stupid. She guessed that many people would come to see her, so she just ran away early. On the 5th day after the second game, Ji Jiuxiao held a meeting at the company to discuss the preparations for the movie Dream. She didn't understand filming, so she was responsible for the script and the final review of the film. Ji Jiuxiao cooperated with the game company, and the game company simultaneously designed a game with Chinese horror as the background. When the movie was released, and the new game map was launched, the two sides would take advantage of each other's popularity and achieve a win-win situation. The game company that provided the virtual arena launched the game background online, and the majority of players and live broadcast room viewers rushed into the game, almost crashing the server. The popularity of the game continued to rise, and many players wanted to prove that they were no worse than military school students, but they were slapped in the face. Why did I praise the jealous leader? But he said I was flattering, and then demoted me to a cook. The jealous camp is really hard to play. I just made a bun and was praised for being delicious, but the bun shop was smashed the next day. The people in the arrogant camp are like blind people, they don't care what I say. Ha ha ha, I'm crazy. Why is this crappy game so hard to play? I said exactly the same thing as Ji Jiuxiao. Why did he hit me? The players in the game were very lively. Outside the game, Ji Jiuxiao discussed the film matters, and the crew started work. There was nothing for her to do later, so she went to Theseus. She bought a ticket and waited at the port. When she was about to leave, the time brain received a message that the flight she was going to take had a malfunction, and it would take at least 6 hours to repair it. She didn't want to wait here, and when she was about to go back, she met a private spaceship that was greeting guests. This kind of privately operated small spaceship is very common in the interstellar space, and is a legal operation. Compared with the official spaceship with a fixed stopover point, this kind of private spaceship goes directly to the destination and leaves when enough people are gathered. It is more flexible and convenient, but the disadvantage is that it is more expensive. Ji Jiuxiao paused and bought a ticket to get on the spaceship. She didn't like the feeling of having her plan interrupted. As long as she could go to Theseus, it didn't matter what spaceship she took. The delay was enough for her to earn back the extra price of the ticket in the clinic. The environment of the small spaceship is clean and tidy, the space is spacious, and it is more comfortable than the official spaceship. All the seats are full. At a glance, there are about 20 people. She found a seat and sat down. The spaceship started slowly and sailed into the sky. The light became scarcer and scarcer until it was completely dark. The spaceship entered space, and the planets became tiny particles. The attendant asked, "Do you want to take the official road or the shortcut?" The official road is the route opened by the government. There are personnel guarding the checkpoints all the way. While protecting the safety of the people, they will charge passengers a certain price for handling fees. At the same time, the road section is also more roundabout. A shortcut is a shorter route. Some sections do not pass through the official road and may be dangerous. Everyone discussed it. Of course, we should take the official road. The official road is safe. The official road is too far, and I am in a hurry. Taking the shortcut can save some money. Okay, it won't save much. What if we encounter space pirates on the shortcut? The flight attendant, we have taken this shortcut for 3 years and have never encountered space pirates. You don't have to worry about it, and it can save at least half the time compared to the official road. Arriving faster can save time and energy. The flight attendant naturally wants to take the shortcut, and his words are guiding everyone to take the shortcut. Finally, the minority obeyed the majority, and the car deviated from the official road and drove in another direction. The spaceship moved forward steadily. Ji Jiuxiao leaned against the back of the chair, and heard noisy voices in her ears. She fell asleep unknowingly. She was awakened by a burst of collision force. When she opened her eyes, she saw the confused faces of everyone, and everyone was asking what happened. The flight attendant was also confused. After a few words of comfort, he ran to the front of the spaceship to ask the pilot. Before he came back to answer everyone's questions, the broadcast in the spaceship sizzled a few times, and a strange male voice sounded. "Hello everyone, it's our first meeting. Here's a reminder. If you want to survive, take out the valuables on you. My patience is limited, so be quick." There was an uproar in the spaceship. Someone pointed out the window and shouted tremblingly, "It's pirates! We're done. Didn't they say there are no pirates on this road? I want to go home. I want to go home. Help, someone save me. Where's the signal? Why is there no signal? Hurry up and ask for help." Among them was the panicked voice of the flight attendant. "I don't know. There were no pirates before. They just want money. Just give them the valuables." Amid the noise, everyone moved away from the position where they could see the pirate spaceship. Ji Jiuxiao squeezed over and looked out the window. There was a combat spaceship parked outside, with a pattern on the side, a coiled snake. The combination of snake and pirate made Joshua think of a familiar face, the Tingsha organization. Cyrus, stop making so much noise, it's really annoying. Don't waste time asking for help. I have blocked the signal from the spacecraft. The pirate outside said impatiently. Do you choose to open the door yourself, or let me do it yourself? The voice was unfamiliar. Joshua thought, hoping that it was not an acquaintance. She was not wearing a mask. If she was recognized, she would not be able to leave today because of the new and old hatreds. The entrance and exit of the spacecraft in the universe is not a normal door, but from the pressure chamber at the tail. There was a knock on the door at the pressure chamber. It was normal knocking at first, but because no one opened the door, the movement gradually became rapid and intense, and later it became a pounding. Everyone trembled and squeezed to the farthest place from the door, and squeezed into the cockpit. The driver and the crew were as frightened as the passengers. The knocking stopped and turned into gunshots and machine-cutting sounds. The buzzing sound filled the entire spacecraft. Everyone squeezed even harder. No one wanted to be the person standing on the outermost layer. The door of the pressure chamber was opened, and 3 men and 2 women walked in, wearing breathing equipment. Joshua's breath was choked. What he feared came true. The man walking in front was Cyrus. He didn't even disguise himself this time, showing his real face. There was still a door between the Star Pirates and the passenger cabin. Cyrus raised his hand and knocked on the door again. A teasing voice mixed with electricity sounded above everyone's head. Are you sure you don't want to open the door? Then I can only go in by myself. The door opened, and Joshua rushed over and squatted beside the door of the transformer cabin, holding tools in his hand to quickly repair it. She took the initiative to open the door for Cyrus because she didn't want them to destroy the door between the passenger cabin and the transformer cabin again. If this door was destroyed and the air in the passenger cabin was lost, then no one on this spaceship would survive. This hole also needs to be repaired. After the door between the 2 cabins is opened, the air will flow. If this door is not repaired, she will die. She didn't care to think whether Cyrus would attack her. If she just sat there and waited for death, she would definitely die. Fortunately, the 5 people just looked at her and didn't stop her. She opened and closed the door between the 2 cabins, and she and the Star Pirates were locked in the transformer cabin together. She had a breathing device on her head that she had just flipped out from under the seat. Fortunately, the operator of the spacecraft still had a conscience and had all the emergency supplies and tools that should be prepared, and they could be used normally. The breathing device provided her with oxygen and blocked her face at the same time. Her hands moved quickly and steadily, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. The difficulty of controlling machinery with mental power is different from driving a mecha. Driving a mecha requires stability, and repairing machinery requires meticulousness. While she was working hard, Cyrus on the other end started knocking on the door again. The door was not locked at all, but he was unwilling to open it. He insisted that the people inside open the door for him, like a cat teasing a mouse, full of evil taste. The passengers were trembling and dared not move. The cruelty of the Star Pirates was well known. Just the word Star Pirates could stop a child from crying. Some people have never seen a Star Pirate in their life, but once they see one, it's a lifetime. Joshua didn't look back. Hearing the unhurried knocking on the door from behind, he said, "Open the door for him." Her voice was suppressed by the breathing device, and it was a little muffled when it came out. The sound insulation between the 2 cabins was very good. She spoke directly to the people in the passenger cabin, so she used the earphones that the driver connected to the passenger cabin broadcast. She took it off the driver's ear when she just came out. However, the knocking on the door continued. They heard what she said, but they still didn't dare to move. Joshua frowned and prepared to get up and open the door for the Star Pirate, lest he lose interest and smash a hole in the door. Just as she was about to get up, she heard the sound of the hatch opening. She turned around and saw a young and familiar face. "Haas, why is he here?" Haas opened the door, his face tense, and he was still a little nervous. "This is for your jewelry." Cyrus threw out a bag and took out a light brain and shook it. "Open the bank account. I leave 200 for each of you. If you cooperate, maybe we will have a chance to meet again next time." One of the Star Pirates walked towards the crowd with a bag and a light brain. Everyone was trembling with fear and dared not disobey. All the valuable things on their bodies were taken off. At this time, life was more important than money. The items were put into the bag, and the star coins were transferred out through the light brain. Everyone was like lambs to be slaughtered, queuing up to offer money. Cyrus rested his elbows on the back of the seat, his eyes casually swept across the spaceship, and finally fixed on Haas. He said slowly, "I seem to have seen you somewhere." Haas remained silent. Cyrus made an exaggerated expression of sudden enlightenment. "So you are Colonel Hod's son? No, now you should be called Colonel. I am so lucky to meet you in such a broken and small spaceship. Did you come here just for me?" Haas saw that he was recognized and stopped pretending to be dumb. "They are innocent people, and have no grudges against you. Just let them go after you pay them." Cyrus was surprised, stared at Haas and looked at him carefully, and said with interest, "That's not right. I remember you were not like this before. What stimulated you recently? Are you in a bad mood?" "Everyone has to grow up." Haas walked out of the crowd. Ji Jiuxiao, who had finished repairing the hatch and was quietly squatting in the corner, couldn't help but look up at Haas. Was this still the Haas she knew? The small spaceship only had more than 20 passengers, and the star pirate could quickly complete a circle, not even missing her, and walked up to her to collect the money. Ji Jiuxiao showed the other party his empty neck, wrists, fingers, ankles, and the long string of negative numbers after opening the account balance. "Star pirate? Question mark." His eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you speculating in stocks or starting a business? You owe so much debt. You are so poor that your pockets are shining, and you still take a private spaceship?" Ji Jiuxiao, Are you polite? She just put all the money in the TNG account and let it buy things to build the planet. Can investment be called starting a business? The movement here attracted Cyrus's attention. He walked over here, staring at Ji Jiuxiao. Cyrus stood in front of her. The breathing device on his face had been taken off. Ji Jiuxiao was thinking whether to blow up his equipment and fight the pirates, or to be honest and pretend to be obedient and fool them. There are too many people here, and the first priority is to ensure their safety. The spaceship is small, and it is easy to cause accidental injuries if a fight breaks out. If Cyrus gets crazy, he may also be angry with others. She finally chose not to move, and showed her account balance to Cyrus. Cyrus raised his eyebrows, and swept his eyes across her face. She lowered her eyebrows, and looked at the floor with her fingers tangled together. "Cyrus, let's go!" The passengers heard this, and immediately felt relieved. They just breathed a sigh of relief when he said, "But I want to take 2 people as trophies." Everyone tensed up instantly, praying that they would not be chosen. "Haas, I go with you." Cyrus nodded. "Very good. Are there any other people who have volunteered?" There was a dead silence in the spaceship. Everyone looked up and down, not daring to look at Cyrus. Some people rolled their eyes, and tried to push the people next to them forward. "Haas, I'm enough. Don't hurt others. Prisoners have no right to speak," Cyrus said coldly, looking back at Ji Jiuxiao. "Do you want to sign up?" In a flash, Ji Jiuxiao had a thought that Cyrus's appearance was not random, nor was it for Haas, but for her. She asked, "Can I refuse?" "Of course." Cyrus nodded. "Then help me choose another person to go with me." Ji Jiuxiao, "What if I don't choose?" "Then I randomly pick someone and throw him out." "What do you think of that old man?" "He's too old, and has no value to society." Cyrus pointed to a gentle old man. Ji Jiuxiao, "There is an old saying that goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure." "I haven't heard of this saying." Cyrus nodded. "But since you said it, I respect your opinion." "What about that child?" "I'm tired of his crying." Ji Jiuxiao, "Children are the flowers of the future." A wonderful metaphor. Cyrus continued to point out people. He pointed out everyone in the spaceship, with extraordinary patience. Every time Ji Jiuxiao had something to refute, in the end, Ji Jiuxiao was the only one left. "Cyrus, it seems that you have to come with me." Ji Jiuxiao was about to speak when Haas interrupted again. "My family will give you whatever you want. Don't make things difficult for innocent people." Cyrus smiled. "Why didn't you stand up when I called on others just now?" "Because I don't want good people to be let down." Haas gritted his teeth. The other party reminded him of Ji Jiuxiao. He was going to find her on this trip. If she was on this spaceship, she would definitely stand up to protect everyone. He wanted to be like her. He took off the optical computer and stuffed it into the hands of the passenger next to him. "I am the son of Colonel Hod of the 9th Military Region. Please hand over my optical computer to the Federal Department and let them take it to my father. There is a document about the planetary development plan in it. It is very important. Let my father ask me to help deliver it." He did not mention other related people, but only asked the other party to deliver the optical computer. Haas spoke faster. "Tell my father that the planet owner knows the optical computer code, and he only needs to give it to him, and don't worry about anything else." He took a deep breath and continued, "They hijacked the spaceship for me. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble." Ji Jiuxiao moved his fingers on the side, his head itched, and he felt like he needed to grow a brain. Haas wouldn't go to find her. I hope she is just being sentimental. Cyrus applauded. Yes, he is a brave and good man. Colonel Hod has a good son. He took out a gun and put it against Haas's forehead. It's a pity that I hate good people the most. Don't do it, he will be useful to you. Jijioshu spoke. Cyrus, really? What's the use? Jijioshu took off the breathing device and showed his face, for example, threatening me. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Cyrus smiled and frivolously pulled a bunch of hair in front of her forehead. He didn't look surprised at all. Jijioshu's mind raced. He knew she was here because of her. But why? Her threat wasn't big enough to make him go out on purpose, right? While she was thinking, Haas had already collapsed. Why are you here? Haas couldn't speak clearly. Jijioshu, I'm going back to Theseus. I'm sorry, I've implicated you again. Haas looked frustrated and yelled at Cyrus. Just arrest me. Don't involve other people. Jijioshu, don't keep this idiot. Cyrus, oh no. Chapter 97. Cyrus destroyed all the communication facilities of the spacecraft and abandoned it in the vast universe to fend for itself. If they were lucky enough to have someone pass by, they might be saved. If no one passed by, the entire spacecraft would become space junk and drift away. Jijioshu and Haas were taken away, all the communication tools were looted, tied up and thrown in a corner. Cyrus received a call and answered it directly in front of the two without any hesitation. How do I know he is here too? Since we have met, we can't let him go, right? Thank you for caring about my life. I won't die for the time being. If you don't want him, I will deal with it myself. After the call, he turned his head and looked at the two people, with a bit of distress on his face. It's really boring. He held a toy in his hand, with a wooden handle as long as his forearm connected to a cotton hand, shaped like a thumbs up with 4 fingers together. He held it upside down, and the toy's thumb poked at Haas's head again and again. Haas was angry but dared not say anything. Cyrus, do you think I should just throw you out? He can be exchanged for money. It's better than throwing him out directly. Jijioshu gave him a suggestion. You contact Colonel Hod and ask him to prepare a sum of money and put it somewhere. You first spend money to hire an ordinary person to go and get the money. If there is an ambush, he will not be caught. Then cut off Haas's finger and send it over, and then threaten Colonel Hod to pay. After repeating it several times, he should pay the money honestly. Haas, eh? No, it's just a suggestion of blackmail. Is it necessary to describe the process in such detail? It is feasible to a certain extent, and it can be considered. Cyrus thought, looked down at Jijioshu. What about you? What can you change? This involves a major problem. Jijioshu sat cross-legged and said calmly. Cyrus, what's the problem? Jijioshu, why did you tie me up? Cyrus sneered. You said so much, just to ask this question? So can you give me an answer? Jijioshu asked sincerely. Cyrus, give you a little advice. Jijioshu said, please say it. Cyrus, stay away from Jiangju. Jijioshu was confused. What do you mean? The other party did not answer her question again, walked past her, and went to the cockpit. There are 7 space pirates on this spaceship. Each of them is fully armed, doing their own things with a wooden face, and no one talks to Jijioshu. They are more disciplined than Cyrus's other accomplices she met before, and they are all like dumb people who didn't say a word from beginning to end. She pondered over the meaning of Cyrus' words, not understanding what this had to do with Jiangju. The spaceship sailed into the depths of the universe. Compared to the bustle of the previous passenger spaceship, the spaceship was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At present, there was too little information, and Jijioshu couldn't think of an answer. She looked at Haas beside her and asked, What are you doing on Theseus? I'm going to find you. After saying that, as if he was afraid of being scolded, he explained hurriedly. I didn't sneak away. I asked my dad for permission. I made a planetary plan and wanted to give it to you. Jijioshu, why don't you just send it to me? Haas lowered his head and said disappointedly, I want to give you a surprise. Jijioshu, in this situation, there is only shock but no surprise. But was can't be blamed for Cyrus's matter. Instead, she caused him bad luck. Now think about it, maybe it was a trap set against her since the damage of the spacecraft. Was lowered his voice and continued, I have finished reading the book she sent me. I brought the transcript with me and wanted to show it to you. I studied hard and reflected on myself. Thank you for not blocking me. Jijioshu was awakened from his thoughts when he heard his crying voice. I'm not dead yet. Isn't it too early to cry now? I just regret that I haven't shown you my plan yet. I spent a lot of time looking up a lot of information and asked my mother to review it. Hwaz became more and more sad as he spoke. You didn't block me. You replied to my message when you were free. You were so good to me, but I can't help you with anything. Ji Jioshu recalled that he was picky about the messages he sent to him. Wasn't this too low a standard for being good to him? Hwaz cried and talked about family matters, her own affairs, and Ji Jioshu's affairs without logic. The word order was chaotic, but Ji Jioshu understood one thing, that this young master trusted her very much. Recalling everything she had done to Hwaz, she reasonably suspected that Hwaz deserved a beating. He was disobedient before because no one beat him. He became obedient after being beaten. I wanted to find you before, but I didn't dare. I was afraid that you would hate me, so I didn't dare to send you more messages. Hwaz couldn't stop crying. They don't like me. Those who come into contact with me hate me. If I die, everyone will be happy. At the age when the rebellious period is the most serious, the family's double doting can't fill the gap of lack of companionship. Try every means to attract everyone's attention, but the result is that everyone is rejected. He cried hard, his head resting on Ji Jioshu's shoulder. The four pirates looked at him like they were watching a show, then turned their heads away after a while. Hwaz's hands tied behind his back quietly approached Ji Jioshu. The two leaned against the wall with their backs, and no one noticed the small movements of his hands. Ji Jioshu noticed the abnormality at his wrist, and glanced at Hwaz from the corner of his eye. Hwaz seemed tired of crying, sobbing on her shoulder, and his voice covered the slight movement. It was the sound of the metal rope being cut. Tell me, am I very annoying? Hwaz's eyes were red and swollen, and his voice was hoarse. The metal rope broke. Ji Jioshu did not move. It was before, but it's hard to say in the future. Hwaz, I really made a plan, a serious one, the kind that can be used for bidding. Ji Jioshu, yeah, I know. Hwaz's head rested on Ji Jioshu's shoulder. I'm so lucky to see you before I die. When did you become so disgusting? Ji Jioshu sighed. Hwaz, I really want to live like you. Ji Jioshu, it's hard to imagine that someone would envy my life of being in debt of tens of millions. Hwaz grinned. Ji Jioshu is great. Ji Jioshu is so great. He always says interesting things. A seed that doesn't know what it is swaying in the wind suddenly sees a big tree standing against the wind. So the seed also wants to become a tree, falls to the ground and starts to take root. Destiny is so magical that you will suddenly meet a person or an event, and your life trajectory will turn from then on. The spacecraft drove towards a planet, and slowly landed on the land. This is a dead planet. In history, it was overexploited by humans, and then occupied by alien beasts, and finally quieted and died. Its ground is all yellow sand, with no signs of life. The old machines on the surface of the planet are still struggling to survive, giving it the last bit of oxygen. When the machines can no longer turn, no one will set foot on this planet again. Cyrus took Ji Jioshu and Haas off the spaceship. Ji Jioshu saw the very primitive two-story small building in front and complained, "No way, your base is so simple?" Cyrus, Colonel Hod will catch up soon, wouldn't it be a loss to go to a good place? He approached Haas, holding a dagger in his hand, grabbed Haas's collar, and stabbed the dagger into the back of his neck. A minute later, a chip appeared on the bloody tip of the knife. Ji Jioshu, what is this? Cyrus smiled, locator, rich people who are afraid of being kidnapped will embed this thing into themselves. The blade shook, and the chip fell into the yellow sand, and was crushed by his foot. The two were brought to the small building and placed directly in the living room for guarding. Cyrus sat on a chair, crossed his legs and brushed his light brain. The other six stood, their eyes occasionally scanning the two. Ji Jioshu turned her back to Cyrus, and looked at the yellow sand outside the door. After a blink of an eye, she found that she could not see. She blinked in confusion, but it was still pitch black in front of her. She turned her head to see where Cyrus was. His light brain emitted a dim white light, illuminating his face. Cyrus, it's dark. The machines on this planet really need to be repaired. The light button lit up and hung on the wall, illuminating the entire room. The Star Pirates began to distribute nutrient solution, and naturally there was no food for the captives. Time passed bit by bit. Ji Jioshu yawned tiredly, chose a barely comfortable posture to lean against the wall, and close his eyes to rest. Shortly after closing her eyes, she felt something hitting her head. She opened her eyes, and said angrily, "I just closed my eyes. Not only did they not let me eat, but they also did not let me sleep. Prisoners also have human rights." Cyrus took his thumbs-up hammer, and hit Ji Jioshu on the head. "How can you sleep at this time?" "Because I'm sleepy." Ji Jioshu glared at him. Cyrus sat down beside her and leaned against the wall in the same way as her. His movements were exactly the same, and he even simulated the way he was tied up. Cyrus, it's not very comfortable. Ji Jiuxiao, then can you please move a bed over for me to sleep on? Cyrus shook his head. Your hands are tied at the back, so you can't lie down. Then tie them to the front. Ji Jiuxiu suggested. Cyrus, no, you can run. Ji Jiuxiu rolled his eyes. People who can run can still run if they are tied in front, and people who can't run if they are tied in the back. That makes sense. Cyrus nodded, but I don't want to do that. Ji Jiuxiu was tired. What do you want? If you want to kill me quickly. If you don't want to kill me, let me rest for a while. Cyrus, I can't sleep. Ji Jiuxiu, is it because I have done too many bad things that I have nightmares at night? I don't have nightmares, but I just can't sleep. Cyrus stared into Ji Jiuxiu's eyes. Tell me a story. Ji Jiuxiu, you better kill me. If you don't tell me, I kill him. Cyrus pointed at who was next to him. Haas, who was secretly paying attention to the conversation between the two, stood up. She won't give in. Even if you kill my body, you can't completely defeat my spirit. Ji Jiuxiu, There was one thing that didn't lie about. He did read the information book she sent. Ji Jiuxiu had no desire to live. After searching in his mind, he said, the story I'm going to tell today is called Snow White. There is a beautiful princess in the fairy tale kingdom. She yawned. She escaped into the forest and met 7 dwarfs. Unexpectedly, the dwarfs were vicious star pirates, who wanted to rob Snow White, but she killed them in the end. She got the dwarfs' treasure, raised an army to overthrow the rule of the vicious queen, and became the queen. The story ends. Cyrus, dwarfs can be star pirates, but star pirates cannot be dwarfs. Apart from this bad point, everything else is fine. Continue. Ji Jiuxiu, in the sea of the fairy tale kingdom, there is a mermaid. She made a deal with the vicious star pirates, exchanging her beautiful singing voice for legs. Wait. Cyrus stopped. Why is there a vicious star pirate in every story? Ji Jiuxiu, I don't know, go ask the storyteller. Cyrus stood up and snapped his fingers. Wait a minute. He asked someone to bring a mattress from the 2nd floor and spread it on the ground, and lay on it with his hands behind his head. Okay, you can continue now. Ji Jiuxiu continued with a wooden face. In the end, the mermaid stabbed the prince to death with a dagger, and after getting her fishtail back, she returned to the sea to chase the vicious star pirate and successfully killed him. The damn vicious star pirate will be finished sooner or later. Cyrus breathed evenly, and Ji Jiuxiu's voice gradually lowered. In the end, everything was quiet, and there was no movement on the entire planet. The other 6 star pirates stared at the 2 of them dutifully. Ji Jiuxiu tried to talk to them, but they ignored her the whole time, as if she didn't exist. Where did Cyrus get this group of people? They are so cold and elite, and they are more than 1 level higher than the previous makeshift team. As the night deepened, sleepiness came over Ji Jiuxiu. She opened her eyes, and the number of people staring at them changed from 6 to 3. The 3 of them had wandering eyes, and yawned from time to time. Ji Jiuxiu had slept on the spaceship, and was not sleepy. She gently turned her head to look at Haas next to her. He closed his eyes, and nodded his head one after another. Her hair was scattered on her forehead. She lowered her head, and rubbed it on Haas's shoulder, as if she was using his shoulder to tickle him. Haas woke up, and the 3 star pirates, who were guarding him also looked over. One of them gently scolded, Don't move. My forehead is a little itchy. Can't I scratch it? Ji Jiuxiu muttered. She adjusted her position, and sat down, with her arms pressed tightly against Haas's. As soon as her fingers touched the back of Haas's hand, one of the star pirates came over to separate them. Well, it seems that Cyrus and his new companions have learned from experience, and know that the captives should be separated. Ji Jiuxiu continued to take a nap against the wall. Time passed silently. The metal rope on her feet had been quietly cut off. It was cut right under Cyrus's nose when she was telling a story. I don't know where was got the blade. I don't know how long it has been. She opened her eyes again, and the metal rope tied to her hands loosened. She quickly rushed to the direction of Cyrus, and snatched the hammer he placed next to her. Remove the soft cotton in the shape of a thumbs up on the head, and a black hole is revealed inside. It is indeed a gun, just like the cheering stick he used when attacking Jiangju last time. The first reaction of the 3 star pirates was to block the door. When they saw her running in the opposite direction, they were stunned for a moment. Who has always paid attention to Ji Jiuxiu's movements. When he saw her move, he immediately moved with her and retreated to the window next to him. The window was tightly closed, without even a gap. It was embedded directly into the wall, and could not be opened at all. The material was also a high-grade bulletproof material. Cyrus on the mattress opened his eyes, raised his hand to rub his eyes, and said with a hint of surprise, "I actually fell asleep." Jigyoshi pointed the gun at Cyrus. "Yes, the world changed as soon as I opened my eyes." Cyrus hissed, "You robbed my things?" Jigyoshi pulled the trigger. "Those who rob others will be robbed." The bullet missed. Cyrus rolled to the side, took out a pocket gun and fought back. The other star pirates blocked the door, opened a bulletproof shield, reacted calmly like a human machine, and watched the two fight indifferently. The other 3-star pirates came down from the second floor. One of them blocked the stairs, and the other 2 went to the doors of other rooms on the first floor, blocking all the exits. "Don't struggle. Isn't it good to have a good sleep?" Cyrus asked. Jigyoshi overturned the table, and used it as a cover to hide. Hearing this, he said angrily, "You sleep well. Do you think I can sleep?" Cyrus: "Yes, of course I can sleep. You can sleep anyway." He shifted his gun to Haas, who was thinking about how to pry the window. Haas rolled on the ground to avoid it, and shouted to Jigyoshi, "Jump out of the window." Jigyoshi: "My head should not be as hard as a bullet." Haas had no time to respond to her cold joke. He gritted his teeth and stood up. He clenched his left fist, and smashed it hard on the window. Cracks appeared on the window, that even bullets could not penetrate. Another fierce punch, the window could not withstand his force, and it quickly expanded outwards with his fist as the center, densely packed like spider silk, and in the blink of an eye, bang! With a sound, it fell to the ground. The skin of his fist cracked, revealing not red flesh but silver metal. Jigyoshi rushed over, and was stood in place, catching a flying bullet with his metal palm. After all, the human body cannot compare to the hardness of the mecha. This action was too strenuous for him, and his face turned pale in an instant. Jigyoshi paused in jumping out of the window, and was pushed her back. "Go quickly." She flipped out of the window, turned around and pointed her gun at the pirates, who were chasing after her, buying time for Was able to break the window, which was beyond everyone's expectation. The window was not the focus of the pirates' protection from the beginning to the end, and they escaped just like that. The two ran wildly on the yellow sand. The pirate spaceship needed to verify their identity, and they could not rob it. Escape was the only way out. In order to prevent Cyrus from chasing him in a spaceship, Jigyoshi squatted on the ground and dug a hole frantically while he had enough energy. The surface of the yellow sand was soft and easy to dig, but the more she dug, the harder it got. Her only tools were her hands, and the sand kept getting into the cracks between her nails, with a faint bloody look. Haas knelt down and dug with her, his face as pale as if he was going to die in the next second. The broken hair on his face was wet with sweat, and his hands were shaking as he dug the pit. Jigyoshi didn't say anything. Now was not the time to be hypocritical. The more effort she put in, the more chances she had to survive. She wouldn't think that Cyrus treated her differently just because he didn't do anything to her. The Star Pirates were ruthless, and Cyrus was even more ruthless. From the team with mixed qualities, when they first met, to the subordinates, who were all cautious in their words and deeds now, it was obvious that his status had changed greatly. Climbing up at such a fast speed among the Star Pirates without moral order, what good thing could he be? Jigyoshi dug a big pit and buried her and Haas in it, leaving only 2 small breathing holes outside. The mental power was released outward, expanding continuously, affecting the detection machine. Cyrus and others really drove the spaceship to catch up. The dazzling light was emitted from the bottom of the spaceship, sweeping over the yellow sand again and again. As the spaceship passed by, Jigyoshi did not dare to relax, and still lay calmly. She noticed that the sand next to her was shaking a little, and she carefully reached out to touch Haas's cold metal palm. Going up, his wrist was warm human skin, he was sweating coldly, and the sand stuck to the surface of his arm, and it felt a little damp. Jigyoshi listened carefully, and vaguely heard the sound of teeth knocking against each other, which was very subtle, and required full concentration to detect. She injected mental power into Haas's arm, and invaded his mental picture. In the vast and barren weeds, scarecrows stood one by one, their bodies made of straw running and twisting back and forth, their mouths opening and closing but making no sound. They revel around a larger scarecrow, and there are straws flying in the sky, which materialize the wind. The picture is absurd and almost crazy. The spiritual power wrapped in the cold knife of winter pierces into it, erasing the haze, and the scarecrow gradually calms down and freezes. In the wilderness, occasionally the wind blows, and the edge of the straw sways left and right. The school's medical courses will involve some psychology, and the character's personality can be analyzed from the mental images of different objects. Haas lacks an anchor point for him to stand in the world. The scarecrow is fierce, and the straw on the edge has spikes. Because the material is flammable, a spark is enough to destroy it. She withdrew her mental power, and was trembled even more violently, almost twitching. She was powerless to deal with such a reaction caused by mental counseling. She grabbed a handful of sand, and prepared to stuff it into his mouth if he shouted. Fortunately, Hwaz endured it, and didn't say a word. The night was very long, so long that Joshua couldn't help but take a nap, and then the sky was bright when he opened his eyes. There was no transition of light between day and night on this planet. It was like a light bulb. It was completely dark when you pressed it once, and it was completely bright when you pressed it again. Joshua looked up, and saw that there was no shadow of the spacecraft in her sight. She patted the sand in her hair. At this time, the benefits of short hair were reflected. It was much easier to clean up than long hair. She kicked Hwaz next to her, and Hwaz didn't move. She frowned and squatted down to dig him out. Hwaz! Wake up! She patted Hwaz's cheek, and found that the sand under him turned red. She dug the man out of the sand, and found that he had been shot in the thigh. Fortunately, the bones or arteries were not injured. The wound was wrapped in sand, and had stopped bleeding. When jumping out of the window, Horst deliberately let her go first. Perhaps he was shot by Cyrus when he came out later. Trouble, she didn't have any tools, and couldn't take the bullet out. Or opened his eyes. His eyes were blank at first, and then he realized where he was. The pain in his body also revived, and he began to sweat again. His throat hurt a little, and he could only speak normally after swallowing his saliva. They know we can't run far. They will definitely search the surroundings carefully. You go first. His face was abnormally flushed. Joshua touched his forehead with the back of his hand, and felt the abnormal heat of his hands. Joshua's expression was serious. You have a fever. Hwaz coughed twice, and cleared his throat. My locator will send the last position to my father before losing the signal. He will come soon. You run away and hide. When he comes, you go with him. Joshua, can you still walk? Hwaz, you are so powerful, you must know how to escape. Don't worry about me, I may die. He was in pain all over his body, and he couldn't tell where it hurt more. His head was dizzy, and he saw double vision when he saw people. Joshua, you can still talk, which means you have strength. Stand up and follow me. Hwaz, you must take a good look at the plan, even if you don't adopt it. This may be the most worthwhile thing to talk about in his life of more than 10 years. He really tried his best to do it, and he wanted to get a word of affirmation. The two talked about their own things and ignored each other. Joshua forcibly pulled Hwaz up. Hwaz just stood up, and took a step forward and fell down again. Hwaz, it doesn't matter if I die, no one will care, but you are different. There are so many people waiting for you, you can't die. Don't talk about death all the time, it's unlucky. Joshua carried the man on his back. Hwaz was shorter than her and thinner, so it wasn't too hard to carry him. Joshua, don't fall asleep. An unconscious person is very heavy. Don't add to my burden. Hwaz swallowed his saliva and tried to suppress the itch in his throat. I try my best. His hand fell in front of Joshua, and she saw a small piece of serrated blade on his metal little finger, and the blade had signs of being broken. The small blade he handed to her before should have been broken from his finger. Well, tell me what happened to your hand. Are you a bionic robot that simulates a human? She started the conversation. Haas, you have a rich imagination. He lost his hand when he was 10 years old. At first, it was just a small wound cut by something unknown. Everyone in the family was busy with their own affairs, and the robot that took care of him happened to malfunction, so no one noticed this insignificant injury. Later, the wound never healed, the palm gradually festered, and his whole hand became bruised and swollen. Only then did his family realize the seriousness of the problem, and took him to the hospital for examination. However, it was too late. His hand was infected with a virus, and the entire palm had to be amputated, otherwise the virus would spread to his arm. He lost his human palm, and his mother installed a metal palm for him. The fusion technology of mechanical and human flesh and blood was not developed enough, and there would be rejection reactions. There was no problem with daily activities, but once the mental power was injected into the mechanical palm, it would be unbearable. This pain was more unbearable than Joshua's mental counseling, and would last for a long time. Haas said self-deprecatingly, They dote on me because they feel they owe me something, but no matter how much they love me, my hand is gone. The more they tolerated, the more he hated it. No one knows what the 10-year-old child was thinking when he hid under the quilt, listening to his parents quarrel on the night he knew he was going to lose his hand. Chapter 98. Joshio half carried Vase and walked slowly forward, leaving 2 lines of footprints on the yellow sand. When the wind blew, new sand buried the traces. Vase's voice was very low, and he had to cough after saying 2 words. He intermittently expressed his resentment towards his family and his dissatisfaction with the world. When he said these things, he was very calm. Compared with the previous time on the desert planet, he was almost a different person. Joshio, can you face these things calmly now? Vase said him and said, thank you. Sometimes he would wonder if his life would be different if Joshio was his biological sister. It doesn't matter, it's not too late now. Joshio walked a long way and stopped to rest. The temperature of the planet was okay, and the constant temperature control system was still running, which did not add any burden to her escape. They were now short of food and water. There was nothing on this planet, so they could only endure. The 2 sat on the yellow sand. In order to prevent Cyrus from appearing suddenly, they dug a hole to bury themselves and chatted while lying down. Joshio, do you have a plan for your life? Vase, enter a good comprehensive university, study finance and economics, open a small company and do some investment in the future, and become an ordinary small boss. Completely different from your previous idea. Joshio joked. Before, Vase wanted to enter the military academy and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Now this peaceful idea is like being possessed by someone. All the spikes are softened, those sharp struggles and destructive tendencies disappear, and there is a bit of depression that is inconsistent with age. Vase, it is impossible for me to enter the military academy. My physical condition does not allow it. I said that before to deliberately provoke my father. His hand destined him to have no chance to attend the military academy. His mental power could be controlled to stay in his arm and not touch the metal palm, but his flexibility would be greatly reduced. He had no place to tell his depression, and he didn't know who to hate, so he could only vent his anger like when he was 10 years old. But it's different now. Joshio has a planet that needs to be developed urgently. He might become an urban planner in the future. Joshio, it's a good plan. You can go to my planet to help me in the future. I welcome you at any time. Vase grinned, I will work hard. Joshio patted Vase's head. To her, the matter of the desert planet was just an insignificant drop of water in the long river of her life. But this drop of water seemed to fall on a dry seed, and from then on the seed took root and sprouted, rewriting the fate of a lifetime. Everything she did was as she pleased, good or bad. The things she had done splashed ripples on the water, spreading in circles, affecting many people she knew and didn't know. The sky darkened again in the blink of an eye, and Joshio continued to set off with Vase. There was no reference on the planet. After walking for so long, it was still full of yellow sand. The similar scene made people feel that they had not moved at all. Joshio took a breath and put Vase down. In fact, she didn't know where to go, and she had no purpose at all. I don't know when Colonel Huda will come. If he doesn't come, his son will die here. She didn't drink a drop of water for a day, and even she couldn't hold on. Vase, find a way to hide yourself, don't worry about me. Save some saliva, aren't you thirsty? Joshio was annoyed. I'm still waiting for you to help me manage the planet in the future. It's very expensive to hire such a technical talent, don't you know? Vase pursed his chapped lips, I will study hard. Joshio, I'd be thankful if you don't get the last place in the exam. Vase whispered back, I'm not that bad. The 2 stopped talking, saved their energy to rest, dug a hole to bury themselves, and prayed that someone would come to save their lives tomorrow. It was dark and bright again. This was the 3rd day since they were taken away. Joshio checked Vase's condition. He had a more serious fever and was a little unconscious. She thought for a moment and patted Vase's head, wait for me here, don't run around. Vase closed his eyes and murmured something vaguely. Joshio walked back. She was alone when she returned. She traveled much faster than when she came. The training in the military academy greatly improved her physical fitness. She adjusted her breathing and moved forward at a constant speed. She saw Cyrus's spaceship parked in the open space in front of her from a distance. Cyrus seemed to have given up searching for her. 7 people appeared neatly around the spaceship. She saw the medical box next to her at a glance. The white medical box lay there quietly, with the lid open, revealing the fully packed medical equipment inside. A glaring trap. Joshio had a gun in her hand, but she was not sure she could kill 7 people at once, not to mention that they had mechas and were fully equipped. She squatted quietly behind a sand slope, constantly proposing plans and then rejecting them. Her lips, which had been dehydrated for a long time, were dry and cracked, and they would crack if she moved. The wind blew, rolling up a gust of yellow sand. Such winds would come every once in a while. The surface of the two-story building was all sand, indicating that there would be strong winds here. She did not expect God to be on her side. The only person she prayed to was herself. She felt the change in the wind and felt it gradually increase. There was more and more yellow sand in the sky, gradually blurring the vision. The spaceship was also covered with a layer of fine sand. She was still waiting. Cyrus stood up from the chair and seemed to curse something. One of the space pirates turned and went into the spaceship to take out an umbrella and opened it, but the umbrella was useless in the strong wind. The space pirates struggled with the umbrella and tried to put it away. The others stood with their backs to the wind to prevent the sand from blowing into their eyes or noses. This is the time. Jijioshu was flying like the wind. The physical strength she had saved along the way was all used up at this moment. The space pirates reacted quickly and pointed their guns at the direction of the medical box, but her target was not it. Tianji said that the king should be captured first. Jijioshu pounced on Cyrus, and the huge force pulled Cyrus down. The two rolled on the ground, and their faces were covered with yellow sand. She reached out and grabbed Cyrus' neck. The protruding blue veins on the back of her hand rubbed against the other's beating pulse. Before her fingers were completely grasped, Cyrus bent his knees and pressed against her ribs. She paused, and Cyrus turned over and suppressed her at this moment. When Jijioshu's elbow was holding his neck, preparing to give him a mental counseling package, he grabbed her arm and rolled again. The two rolled down the sand dune, and her strength was temporarily relaxed. When she fell to the bottom of the sand dune, she bent her right leg and kicked Cyrus' waist hard. When he bent over, she hit him in the face with her fist full of sand and hit his throat with her elbow. Cyrus made a muffled sound, and the sound was choked by the sand and turned into a broken cough, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was stained with yellow sand. They kept changing positions and wrestling together. The other 6 star pirates couldn't aim and couldn't pull the trigger of the gun in their hands. Jijioshu successfully choked his throat and pressed him on the soft sand pile. The mental power was injected into his mental picture. 1, 2, 3. Cyrus was completely limp and couldn't move. Jijioshu's eyelashes covered with sand drooped, and her pupils were like 2 cold obsidians in the light, reflecting an unusual brilliance. She pulled Cyrus up, and the blade given by Haas was stuck in the gap between her hands, pressing on his carotid artery. "I want a medical kit." The 6 people did not move, and Cyrus smiled. "They won't listen to me. If you kill me, they might be happy to see it happen." The blade pressed down, drawing a line of blood on his neck. "Medical kit. Hold the knife steadily. You don't really want to kill me, do you?" Cyrus said in a relaxed tone. The blade continued to move downward, and blood beads continued to emerge, gathering into a long line and falling down, falling into Cyrus's collar, and the smell of blood spread. The 6 people still did not react, and Jijioshu's hand holding the knife was very steady. In order to prevent Cyrus from making small moves, she gave him a mental counseling every 10 seconds, 3 seconds each time, intermittently, to save mental energy. The blood flowing out of the wound continued to increase, but Cyrus remained calm. "It's okay for you to cut me with a knife, but can you put away your mental power? It really hurts." The pain of the mental picture made him sweat on his forehead, and his voice was slightly trembling. This was a natural physiological reaction of the body, and no matter how much disguise it was, it could not be completely covered up. "Jijioshu, I say it for the last time, I want a medical kit. If they don't care about your life, I can only say that you are unlucky and destined to be buried with me. I can't bear to see you die." Cyrus' chest was already stained with blood, and he smiled at the other pirates. "Since we are all colleagues, please help me and give the medical kit to this beautiful lady." Jijioshu looked at the 6 people and took a step forward while Cyrus was pressed. "Stand back." The 6 space pirates retreated, and Jijioshu continued to advance, walked to the medical box, first gave Cyrus a mental counseling, and then quickly squatted down to put away the medical box. "Cyrus, your goal has been achieved. Even if you can't let me go, can you reduce the frequency of mental counseling?" Jijioshu, "No." She asked the space pirates to stay still, asked them for 2 bottles of water and a box of nutrient solution, and left with Cyrus. Until she looked back and couldn't see the other space pirates, she took out the metal rope that had tied her from her pocket. She had stuffed it into her pocket when she escaped before. Tools always come in handy. She carefully checked all the electronic products and decorations on Cyrus. The military academy has this course, and her grades are not bad. She can find even the most hidden tracker. Throw away all the things found, tie up the man, shoot Cyrus in both hands, then use the tools in the medical kit to remove the bullets and bandage them. Make sure Cyrus is injured and can't move for a while, but he won't die from excessive blood loss or infection, and make sure the tools in the medical kit can be used normally. Cyrus' hands were tied behind his back, and Joshua pulled him forward with a rope at one end. He had a smile on his face, and his eyes never left Joshua. He sighed, "You're much more ruthless than me. At least, he wouldn't just shoot someone twice after catching them. You don't know how to treat, and you don't know where to shoot to accurately make people lose their ability to move without killing them." Joshua drank a sip of water, looked back at him, and looked down at him. His eyes were so clear that he seemed to be able to see through people. Cyrus looked at her and smiled. "I've learned my lesson. I bring a therapist with me next time." "Why did you arrest me?" Joshua asked. This was the thing she couldn't understand the most. Cyrus smiled and said, "Because I like you very much." "If I like you, doesn't it mean I want to snatch you and keep you by my side?" Joshua thought for a second, and then gave him some mental counseling. Rong Tianjiang once complained that her mental power could be used as a tool for forcing confessions. She didn't care at the time, but now she deeply believes that Rong Tianjiang is still farsighted. Cyrus's face turned pale for a moment, and his steps staggered. He paused for a long time before he could speak normally. "What kind of monster are you?" "I am a human," Joshua replied, "the only one in the world." "Cyrus, eh?" "Cyrus, I really like you more and more." "Me too." Joshua nodded and released his mental power. "I like to do mental counseling for you more and more." Cyrus stopped where he was, his body hunched, and he was sweating in the weather of more than 20 degrees. He raised his head, and the sweat beads on his eyes and nose were as bright as sparkling. "You are really interesting." "Yeah, I think so too." Joshua input mental power. "Cyrus, tell me a story." Joshua input mental power. "Cyrus, I don't." Joshua input mental power. Cyrus half knelt on the ground, unable to stand up and walk independently. Joshua pulled the rope and pulled him forward all the way. After returning to where Haas was, Joshua first checked the condition of the metal rope, dug a hole to bury Cyrus with only his head exposed, and then he felt relieved to take out the medical kit to clean Haas's wound. The bullet was taken out, the wound was disinfected and bandaged. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. There was no painkiller in the medical kit, only basic tools. Haas was awakened by the pain. He opened his eyes, still a little confused. Joshua fed him water. He looked much more stable, and his body temperature slowly dropped. After generations of genetic screening and strengthening, interstellar people have very good physical fitness. A non-lethal bullet is not that difficult to endure. Haas rubbed his eyes. "Am I not dead?" "Cyrus, yes, you are lucky." "Haas, question mark." He looked at Cyrus, who was only talking with his head, and suspected that he was too sick and had hallucinations. Joshua threw a nutrient solution to Haas. "Drink it." Haas drank it honestly, and the food filled the empty stomach and weak limbs. He couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with him?" "As you can see, he is my prisoner," Joshua said casually, thinking about the next plan. Haas was silent. He seemed to have been unconscious for a long time. How come the sky had changed when he woke up? Joshua, waiting for rescue is too slow. We have to find a way to leave by ourselves. Rescue is a matter full of uncertainty. Until now, no one has come to find us. The initiative must be in our own hands. Haas, what do you want to do? Joshua, seize the spaceship. The 6 people who stayed behind are quite capable. You attacked me once. They will not be unprepared. It is not easy to seize the spaceship. Anyway, you have obtained the nutrient solution. It is better to wait for rescue. The captive Cyrus gave them advice. Joshua, it doesn't matter. You are still here. I can threaten them with your head. Cyrus, they won't care about me. Joshua, how do you know if you don't try? After confirming that Haas's condition was stable, Joshua took a short break and took Cyrus back to the small building, threatening the pirates to stay away from the spaceship. Cyrus said, please listen to her, or I will be in trouble. This time the pirates did not obey orders. Cyrus' collar, which was covered with yellow sand and blood scabs, fell off, and was soon soaked with new warm blood. Cyrus' face turned pale due to excessive blood loss. The pirates still looked at the two indifferently without any action. Our mission is to kill you. If the mission is not completed, they will not care about my life or death. If they die, I will not care. Cyrus spread his hands. His hands, which were repeatedly receiving mental counseling, trembled uncontrollably. The loss of blood made him weak. He held Jijioshia's hand with all his strength and pushed it forward slightly. The blade was pulled out of the flesh and blood. Jijioshi was considering whether to kill Cyrus directly. He could threaten other pirates, but the effect was limited. But if he died, they would no longer be afraid. She finally gave up the idea and took Cyrus away first to see if she could think of other ways. It would not work to rob him. She could not fight 6 people at once. As long as one of them took out the mecha, she would fail. At night, the two sat on the sand with a head buried next to them. Jijioshi asked again why the pirates targeted her. Jijioshi, you said your mission was to kill me. Why didn't you do it at the beginning? Cyrus had countless opportunities to kill her, but he had always tied her up. If he really wanted to kill her, she would not have survived until now. Cyrus was tormented for a day, his voice was hoarse, and he smiled and said, "Because I can't bear to let you die." Like the hammer hit Cyrus' head heavily. Jijioshi's habit is not to litter, and everything is in his pocket. This thin gun has become a toy again. She knocked Cyrus' head several times and analyzed. My performance in the joint exercises of the military academy is obvious to all. In addition, I have filmed and opened a company. Too many people know me. I am a small public figure anyway, so you dare not kill me. Are you bragging? Cyrus neither admitted nor denied. Jijioshi continued, You brought Haas with you to tell the Federation my location and let them come to rescue. You dare not make a big fuss, so this kidnapping should be regarded as a warning. You think too much, a bit of conspiracy theory. Cyrus still smiled. Jijioshi ignored him and immersed himself in his own thoughts. You mentioned Jiangju, which means that the action is not specifically aimed at me, but that I am the most suitable candidate. What is the relationship between Jiangju and me? What is special about me? It makes sense, what else? Cyrus's smile became even brighter. Haas listened carefully. Seeing Cyrus interrupting Jijioshi's words, he was so angry that he grabbed the hammer and hit him hard on the head. Shut up. Don't talk. Cyrus narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he was about to speak, he saw that it was clenched a handful of yellow sand in his hand, and he immediately shut up obediently. Jijioshi thought, because I have no power, no influence, and no background, there is Fusong who is the same as me, but she stays in the city, so it's not easy for you to do it. She spoke faster. You can kill me to deter Jiangju, but it's just a warning, which means you are afraid of the family behind him. How can a simple star pirate who kills for fun think about so many problems? So it is more likely to be a political struggle. The night of the planet is not pitch black. Perhaps there is a problem with the dimming machine. There is some vague light at night, which is darker than the moonlight of the blue star, and people become a group of black shadows. All the things that happened in the past are connected together. Starting from the assassination of the eldest Prince Karen, she came to a terrible truth. She looked up at Cyrus, and a cold light flashed in her eyes, so sharp that it almost split the night, which was breathtaking and difficult to look at. She asked, Who do you work for? The smile on Cyrus's face faded, and he lost his previous cynical look. His calm face was slightly unfamiliar. This look without a smile was only for a moment, and his mouth corner soon rose again. Cyrus, little detective, it's not good for you to know too much. Jijioshi, do I live well when I don't know anything? Being kidnapped by star pirates for no reason, innocently suffering but not knowing why, can only blame yourself for being unlucky. It's better to have less of this kind of unknown life. Cyrus, your questions are difficult for me to answer. Can't you ask something simpler? Is your boss some powerful noble, or the royal family? Jijioshi looked into his eyes. Cyrus looked at her directly without hesitation, still without giving an answer. I am a space pirate. How can I work for the Federation? You have a rich imagination. So the space pirate organization is related to certain people in the Federation. Jijioshi nodded. Cyrus chuckled. You are getting more and more outrageous. Jijioshi continued to guess. It is also possible that you are a member of the federal government, lurking in the Tingsha organization as an undercover. Not bad, not bad. Do you have any other ideas? Cyrus tilted his head to look at her. Jijioshi, I haven't thought about it yet. I have to sort it out slowly. She rarely touches the political struggle of the Federation, and the information in this regard is incomplete, so she can't list all the possibilities. But since things have begun to emerge, there will always be a day when the truth comes out. The 1st and 10th military districts of the Federation specialize in combating star pirates. Both military districts are under the management of the second princess, Melxi, and the effect of eliminating star pirates is remarkable, and they will produce results basically every year. 10 years ago, the Star Pirates were more rampant than they are now, and they dared to rob directly on the orbit of the spacecraft maintained by the Federation. It was Melxi who led the army to defeat the two most rampant Star Pirate organizations. Since then, the Star Pirates have collapsed and scattered, and they have become insignificant. Until recent years, Star Pirates are like weeds, and they grow again in the spring breeze, and batches of Star Pirates continue to emerge. The Tingsha organization began to appear. Because they were afraid of Melxi, they only dared to rob merchant ships in places where the Federation army could not control, and even the frequency of killing was much lower than before. Late at night, Haas fell asleep beside him, and Ji Joshio took the thumbs-up hammer and hit Cyrus on the head intermittently. The planet was too quiet, so quiet that even the breathing became obvious. Cyrus stared at Ji Joshio's profile and suddenly asked, "Is it fun to go to military school?" Ji Joshio perfunctorily said, "It's good. Yes, when you graduate and join the army, the future will be bright and shining." Cyrus nodded. "Let me tell you a story." Ji Joshio heard this, changed from sitting to lying, with his left hand behind his head, the same posture as when Cyrus was in the small building before. Cyrus smiled. "You really hold a grudge. You talk too much nonsense." Ji Joshio first gave him a mental counseling, then closed his eyes. "Hurry up and tell me. If you don't tell me well, I give you a hammer." Cyrus, He put the tip of his tongue against his back teeth and slowly said, "I am an orphan. If I had not been chosen by the pirates to be trained, but grew up at a relief station, maybe we would have become friends." After the story, Ji Joshio was indifferent. The wind blew, the sand rolled, and there was silence. Cyrus, "Hey Ji Joshio, Ji Joshio." He moved his shoulders, and the sand flowed beside him. "I'm asleep." Ji Joshio spoke with his eyes closed, stretched out his hand, and casually placed it on his head, washing his mental picture again. "Cyrus, are you listening to me?" Ji Joshio commented, "An old story routine, no surprises in the plot twists, dry and stiff words and sentences. 9 out of 10 scripts have the same growth path for the villains, and it is destined to be a bad movie." Cyrus, Cyrus, you listen to my story so seriously and give careful comments. You love me so much. Ji Joshio, ? Her clean ears can't stand such dirty words. She grabbed a handful of sand and stuffed it into Cyrus' mouth. Her eyes were still closed, her body didn't move, the lying position was not easy to operate, and she didn't know where Cyrus' mouth was. Anyway, she stuffed it first. Cyrus, who was covered with sand on his face, couldn't struggle, and didn't dare to speak, so he could only yell in protest. Chapter 99. The night was long, and in the silence, there was only the whirring sound of the wind. Ji Joshio sat up from the ground and turned his head to look. Was not sleeping well, and was awakened by Ji Joshio's movement. Cyrus also opened his eyes, and the three of them looked into the distance together. A figure gradually approached, wearing combat uniform, long green hair, and long legs. The light button in his hand swept over, and his deep green eyes fell on the faces of the two people with dementia. "Fuso, did your brains go to hell with this planet?" "Well, it's still the same." Ji Joshio was stunned. "Why are you here?" "Jiangju said your location. It's very close to me, so I came here." Fuso stretched out his hand and pointed to the left. "I'm recording a program on another planet in this galaxy." Hus couldn't help asking, "The whole program team is here? What are they doing here?" Fuso said in a light tone, "They can't even outrun the alien plants, and they are still recovering from their injuries. Are they here to drag us down?" Hus also couldn't outrun the alien plants, and C remained silent. Ji Joshio stood up. "Why don't you drive the spaceship over here?" "Fuso, I was attacked just after entering the planet. I felt they were too annoying, so I left the spaceship to them, and came to find you first." "Haas, how can we leave without the spaceship?" "Just take it back." Fuso looked at him, as if he were a fool. "Haas, He began to doubt himself. "Is it really that easy to take a spaceship?" Ji Joshio asked Fuso some questions carefully, and after confirming that the other party was the real person, and not some strange creature pretending to be him, he dug the half-dead Cyrus out of the sand. Fusong squatted down curiously, and pulled Cyrus' hair, then sniffed his scent, pinched the wound on his neck with her fingertips, and the wound that had begun to scar began to bleed again, and the blood rubbed her fingers. "This is a human," she concluded. "Why do you want to plant a human?" "Ji Joshio, I buried him so that he wouldn't run away." Cyrus, whose attributes were suspected, smiled and said, "Plant one person, and you can produce many people next year. Human reproduction is the same as animals. It is fertilized, and bred through the mating behavior of males and females. Planting people will only get a fertile land. Fusang shook her head and corrected Cyrus's statement, looking at him as if he was a mentally retarded person. It seems that you have not received education. Are all space pirates so ignorant of common sense? Cyrus was speechless and didn't know how to answer for a while. Jigyoshi replied, so you have to study hard and be a serious person. If you don't study well, you can only be a space pirate and become fertilizer. You are right. Fusang agreed deeply. Cyrus, Jigyoshi stared at Cyrus and thought for a moment, which made Cyrus' hair stand on end. Cyrus, what do you want to do? Jigyoshi removed the head of the hammer and pointed the gun at Cyrus. Now she has Fusang to help her, and no longer needs Cyrus to contain other pirates. It is better to kill him to eliminate future troubles. You are so heartless. I can't bear to kill you. Cyrus looked pitiful. His expression is always exaggerated, laughing and scolding, like a robot who deliberately learns from humans, with a sense of pseudo-humanity. Jigyoshi, you don't kill me because you can't. Once she died, public opinion would definitely explode, and the large-scale strangulation of the Star Pirates would be restarted. She believed that her friends would find a way to avenge her. When things got out of hand, the life of the Star Pirates would not be as easy as it is now. In short, if she died, the future development of events would definitely be beyond the control of the people behind Cyrus, which was the basis for her to make all the corresponding counterattacks. The gunshots rang out, and Cyrus rolled on the ground. There happened to be a small sand slope next to him. He rolled all the way to the bottom, and his mental power blocked several bullets. His face and neck were sweating, and the sand was all stuck to them. He lay in the depression, and was in a good mood and smiled. Thank you for your mental counseling for me. I feel great now. Jigyoshi was a little surprised. You are quite tolerant. Although her mental counseling would be painful, it was a serious treatment anyway. After the pain, the mental state of the person would get better. But she had just counseled Cyrus, and he should still be in a state of pain, but he moved his mental power to dodge the bullets. This desire to survive was touching, so Jigyoshi continued to shoot without hesitation. Mental power is always limited. A bullet passed through his collarbone, and blood spread instantly. Before the second bullet was fired, Jigyoshi and Fusang next to him made a move at the same time, falling and rolling in two directions. Haas was hit by Jigyoshi unexpectedly, and his feet slipped and rolled down, hitting Cyrus directly. Cyrus groaned and was hit hard. Haas kicked him away, and got up and crawled to the side to avoid the bullet. Bullets hit them from behind, and the pirate's spaceship was approaching. Jigyoshi reached out to Fusang mecha. Fusang asked back what mecha. Jigyoshi was confused. Why did you come here without a mecha? There is no spaceship and no weapons. How can we fight? I have this. Fusang took out a fist-sized black shell object. A closer look revealed that it was a melon seed? Thank you, I won't crack it. Jigyoshi politely refused. Fusang, the right choice, it will break your teeth. She opened the bottle, threw the melon seeds on the ground, and poured a bottle of green liquid on it. The melon seeds quickly took root and sprouted, and began to grow taller. 10-meter-high buds. With a swish, leaves grew, and then with a swish, flowers bloomed. The 2-meter diameter flower shook its face, and the stem below grew 4 smaller flowers in 4 directions. This was a huge multi-headed sunflower with no dead ends. Fusang climbed up the sunflower stem first and called out, "Come up quickly." Jigyoshi looked back at Haas, and saw him running over, so he quickly opened fire to cover him. The 3 of them climbed up the sunflower, and sat on its branches. Fusang took out a small speaker the size of a palm, turned on the switch, and put it back in his pocket. Fusang, hold tight. Jigyoshi immediately executed it, hugging the root of a leaf with both hands, not even caring about the bullets fired by the Star Pirates. The music sounded. It was a heavy metal rock style with a very strong sense of rhythm, suitable for listening when driving a flying motorcycle. The sunflower's disc lit up, as bright as the sun, almost blinding Jigyoshi's eyes, and then it began to twist its waist and spit out sunflower seeds at the same time. It moved so hard that Jigyoshi felt like he was about to be thrown away. Does a sunflower have to be so good at jumping? All the flower discs were swinging, and the fist-sized melon seeds were as powerful as bullets, falling on the spaceship with a thud, leaving countless dents on the surface. The pirates went to pick up Cyrus first, but the spaceship couldn't get through, and it was useless to attach mental power to the spaceship. The melon seeds themselves also had a little mental power, and hitting them would make a pit, which was very barbaric and unreasonable. The pirates tried to bombard the sunflowers, but the sunflowers twisted. If the shells came from the left, they twisted to the right, and if they came from the right, they twisted to the left. After being angered by the pirates' attacks, the 3 flower discs below chased the spaceship and spit out melon seeds. The pirates had to abandon the spaceship and enter the mecha to get close to Cyrus, and finally reunited with Cyrus, who was only half alive. They didn't seem to know how to take bullets. They bandaged him casually and fed him a bottle of unknown medicine before taking him into the mecha. Jijioshio was very regretful. She was just a little bit away from killing Cyrus. She should have made a decision earlier. It can only be said that he was still very lucky. After the pirates received the person, they stopped pestering him and drove the spaceship to leave first. Fuso took out the speaker to change a song, and Sunflower vibrated and pulled herself out of the sand. She walked out to the left. The direction was wrong, opposite to the pirates' position, so Fuso adjusted the music and changed it to a more ethereal song. Sunflower's movement slowed down, and after spinning in place, she took small steps towards the pirates, and her speed was not slow. Jijioshio said with reverence, "The diversity of interstellar plants always exceeds my imagination." She thought she knew a lot about plants, but it was still just the tip of the iceberg. The pirates saw Sunflower catching up, and the spaceship accelerated. Fuso adjusted the music to twice the speed, and Sunflower followed suit. They ran away, and they chased. Sunflower followed the pirates not far away, but did not chase them to fight. She just played with them, and spit out 2 melon seeds from time to make the spaceship shake. Jijioshio felt dizzy with Sunflower, and shouted to Fuson above, "Don't chase, let's find our spaceship first." The music stopped, and Sunflower stopped with it. Jijioshio stepped on the ground, and her feet softened, and she knelt down to vomit. Haas next to her synchronized her movements. The two had not eaten anything in the past few days, and they could not vomit, so they could only retch. The light of Sunflower gradually dimmed. After tossing all night, it was still dark. Fusong turned on the light button and took 2 bottles of water from her backpack and handed them to the two. Jijioshio sat on the ground and panted. The shaking of Sunflower almost made her brain dizzy. Now her hands and feet were weak, and she had to rest for a while. In the dark night, any light was very obvious. She saw a light approaching in the sky ahead. Fusong looked up. Maybe the rescuers are here. Open the Sunflower and climb up quickly. Jijioshio climbed up with a bitter face. Is there any soothing music that won't make it run around and shake? Haas followed Jijioshio, speechless, and nodded repeatedly to agree. Yes. Fusong thought for a while, and gave a positive answer. The music started. This time it was a melodious country tune. The Sunflower did not run or twist, but began to slowly circle in place, circles. The flower disc glowed again, and the Sunflower used its strength to prove what it meant to create a stage for itself when there was no stage. I don't know how many circles it has turned. Jijioshio has lost count. His mind became sluggish. The 2 rescue ships finally landed, the music turned off, and the Sunflower returned to a static state. She tried to control her limbs to climb down. When she stepped on the ground, she felt dizzy. The dozens of people in front of her looked like hundreds of people. She had the illusion of seeing her grandmother. She took a few steps forward with a weak step. The uneven sand was annoying. Wait, why was the person uneven? Jijioshio fell headfirst and quickly closed her mouth to avoid eating a mouthful of yellow sand. A pair of hands supported her in time and prevented her from falling to the ground. A few grains of sand fell from her hair. Jijioshio tried her best to distinguish the person in the double image. Jiangju, I will never eat melon seeds again. From then on, she had a shadow on Sunflowers. Wasi on the side was not so lucky. He fell to the ground with his face, raised his head, and spit out sand. The rescue team arrived late to save Jijioshio, and Wasi who had been rescued. They were not entirely to blame for coming late. This planet was remote, and the signal was intermittent. After Haas's locator failed, they spent all their time searching for planets in this galaxy. There are many planets in this galaxy, but few are inhabited. They can only search one by one. They were not able to accurately locate here until Fusong sent a message. Jijioshio glanced at Fusong and said nothing. Colonel Hod did not lead the troops himself. He was still busy with official business on other planets. The people who came were Jiangju who volunteered, and the patrol troops responsible for interstellar navigation. Jiangju supported Jijioshio, and let go when her condition improved and she could stand alone. I'm going to clean up the pirates. You wait here. Jijioshio waved his hand, indicating that he should go early and come back early. Fusong, I'm going to find the spaceship. It's the company's property. The program team has to drive it back. Go, be careful on the road. Jiyoshu said casually, I don't know when you took the spaceship driver's license test. Fuso, I didn't take it. Everyone looked at her. Fuso, I've seen you driving a spaceship. Can't you do it with your hands? Everyone, The patrol soldiers, who were also responsible for checking the driver's license, felt complicated. They didn't know whether to arrest her. If they arrested her, the location was provided by her, which was not right. If they didn't arrest her, it was not right. Finally, considering Fuso's merit in providing clues, they gave her a verbal warning. You are not allowed to drive a spaceship before you get a driver's license. Why? I drive very well. Some people with driver's licenses drive worse than me. Don't you see that there are frequent traffic accidents? Fuso was puzzled. Patrolman, The rebuttal was quite logical, but no means no. The other party patiently said, these are the rules, and you will be punished if you don't follow the rules. Fuso perfunctorily said, okay, I remember, you have so many rules. Spaceships are different from aircraft. They are complex to operate and have many functions. It is easy to drive forward on a smooth road, but there are many meteorite belts around this planet, and the spaceship itself is fast, so it requires a lot of delicate operations to drive. The spaceship driver's license itself is not easy to pass. It requires physical fitness to meet the standards, and you must be familiar with various emergency operations, and your mental strength needs to be connected to the cockpit. Some people cannot adapt, and will have dizziness and vomiting reactions. Only about 20 people out of 100 can pass the test. Fuso, a person who has never tried to drive a spaceship, actually safely passed the meteorite belt and came to this planet. Fuso, I remember the spaceship is in another direction. I went over and drove it back. Some patrol soldiers wanted to go with her, but she refused. She asked them to stay away and crawl back under the flower disc of the sunflower. Everyone watched her riding the sunflower with music on. Was recovered and lay on the ground, sighing, your friend is so special. Jiyoshu nodded. She crossed the meteorite belt for the first time in a spaceship and didn't feel dizzy when riding the sunflower. She is not an ordinary person. Her brain must be very stable. There was a therapist among the rescuers. He brought medicine to treat Wase's wound again. This time there was anesthetic, so Wase didn't have to endure the pain. There were many people coming, and a large force was floating in the sky, blocking the exit to prevent the pirates from escaping. Jiyoshu drank a nutrient solution, and his tense nerves relaxed. He began to doze off, and was awakened by the sound of artillery. It was already daybreak, and it was hard to see what was happening ahead. There were only flashes of light, and bursts of sound. The pirates' combat spaceship rushed into the sky in a coquettish manner. The surface of the spaceship was full of pits and dents. In addition to the dents caused by the melon seeds, there were also some burnt marks. Jiangju controlled the mecha to chase after it, and the floating spaceships in the sky also gathered together. There were so many of them that Jiyoshu didn't need to worry about them. She took a look and lay down again. They should be able to stop the pirates. Her optical brain was still in the pirates' spaceship. Fusang drove the spaceship over. Her skills were surprisingly good. She waved to Jiyoshu. I'm leaving first. The program team is urging me. If you have anything, contact me with the optical brain. The program team is urging people to go back now. It's unreasonable to be so anxious. Jiyoshu asked, did you tell them why you came here? Fusang, I said I came to see you, and they asked me to say hello to you on their behalf. Jiyoshu, I really just came to see her. Fusang was right. She nodded. Go back, drive the spaceship carefully, don't drive it on the official road before you get a driver's license. The spaceship will be detained, and you will have to pay a fine. We are still here. Some patrol soldiers couldn't stand it anymore. You are not allowed to drive the spaceship before you get a driver's license. Got it. Fusang shouted, I won't drive it after I go back. She retracted the cockpit. The spaceship suddenly took off, then soared into the sky with a whoosh, and disappeared into the sky with a turn. Suddenly appeared, and then left quickly, coming and going freely like the wind. The battle above the sky came to an end. 3 spaceships extended their mechanical arms to entangle the spaceship of the Star Pirates, and the Star Pirates had no way to retreat. Suddenly, a ball fell from the bottom of the spaceship. The ball moved flexibly, bypassing all mechanical arms and artillery attacks, and rushed straight out of the sky. Jiangju entered one of the spaceships, and chased out with another spaceship. The remaining spaceship landed with the space pirates. The patrol soldiers surrounded them, and caught the 4 space pirates inside. The sphere was an escape pod. Cyrus and one of the space pirates ran away. These 4 were abandoned. They were shot in the chest, and it was too late to rescue them. They just lost their breath in front of everyone. The space pirates treated their companions mercilessly. In order to prevent the 4 people from being caught and interrogated by the Federation, they would rather shoot and kill them directly. The Tingsha organization's reputation for cruelty is not groundless. Jioshia found her own light computer in the spaceship. Looking at the light computers handed in by other passengers in the bag, she asked, "Can the money that was taken away be taken back?" One of the patrol soldiers replied, "It has been too long. The space pirates probably have blocked the account and can't get it back." Jioshia said nothing, squatted down and took off the optical computer on the wrist of one of the star pirates. While the star pirate was still cold, she opened his eyelids and scanned his iris. She opened the other party's bank account without any obstacles. There was a 7-digit amount of money in it. She transferred the money to her own account. The property of the other 3 star pirates was also transferred. Everyone watched her operation quietly. Some people frowned, but no one said anything. She was a victim, and it was reasonable to take the star pirates' money. After a long time, when the Tingsha organization reacted, the money would only be transferred away. Jioshia stood up and looked at the person closest to her in the patrol army, who should be the captain. "There are more than 3.7 million here. Please distribute the money to the passengers." The captain was stunned. "What?" "Jioshia, there is a woman with black hair, about 50 years old, with a sick daughter. Give her 3 shares. "Give her 3 shares? The captain was still a little confused. Jioshia nodded. "Her daughter is sick and needs a lot of money. My share and Hua's share will be given to her." Although she and Hua's were not charged, they still had to pay some mental damages. She didn't know how much everyone paid. Now the total amount was just this much, and there was no more. After the money was returned, the passengers would have to consider themselves unlucky whether they made a profit or a loss. Jioshia added, "It may not be convenient to transfer the money to your account. You can sort out everyone's account numbers for me, and I will transfer the money to them. The spaceship is a legal operation. The patrol army can contact the driver. There are only about 20 spaceship staff and passengers. It is not too troublesome to collect the money." The team leader looked complicated. "Okay. There is a signal in this galaxy, but it is not very stable and intermittent." Jioshia saw a lot of message prompts on the optical computer. After clicking it, it was blank and the screen could not be loaded. The captain's military communication tool rang. After she talked to her companions for a few words, she called others to board the spaceship. The spaceship started, sailed into the universe, and reunited with other spaceships. Jiangju came to the spaceship where Jioshia was and explained the situation to her. The man ran away. Jioshia was not surprised. He must have been prepared long ago. It's normal that he can't be caught. It's a pity that she missed the best opportunity to kill him. It will be difficult to do it next time. Just as Cyrus said every time they parted, she thought they would meet again. The hostages were rescued, and the patrol army still needed to make records and archive them. The spaceship landed on Theseus star. Jioshia and Haas went through the process and explained in detail what happened since they met the star pirates. Haas's metal hand was covered with a layer of skin again, but occasionally his eyes still swept over his hand. This look was not malicious, but the curiosity or pity it brought was equally uncomfortable, but he could not lose his temper like when he was ridiculed. Haas's reaction changed Jioshia's view again. He was quiet and polite throughout the whole process, and ignored the gaze on his hand. His family never came over, and they all had their own things to do, and could not get away. Jioshia stayed in the government department for 2 days. During this time, the team leader gave her a list of everyone on the spaceship that day, a total of 24 people. She went to the bank and sent out all the money. She also had to reply to messages. Various calls and messages caused her light brain to freeze when she turned on it. When everything was over, and she was able to leave, it was already the 6th day since she set out from Daco Star. There was no discussion about this incident on the internet. She and Huas had special identities, and it would easily cause panic if the news was spread. People in the know should have been specially warned by the army not to talk nonsense. Jioshia wanted to go back to the clinic, but Huas, who was following her, gave her a headache. Huas found his light brain and excitedly opened the Blue Star future plan for her to see. The dense text and pictures made her dizzy, so she sent him to find Tianji. How to place Huas was a problem. After struggling again and again, she still took Huas back to the clinic. A lie requires countless lies to make it whole. It is better to be sincere. It is definitely not that she is too lazy to make excuses. She put a mask on Huas, and warned him not to walk around and look around. was knotted like a chicken pecking at rice, put on the mask, and entered the clinic. Tianji happened to be in the clinic and bought grapefruit leaves in advance to soak her hands, saying that it was to get rid of bad luck. Ji Jiuxiu slept very peacefully in the clinic. The curtains in the room were closed. When she woke up, she opened her eyes and saw darkness. It was not today but a certain year. The curtains opened automatically when she woke up with voice, and light shone in. She lay on the bed and browsed the light computer. As soon as she opened it, countless messages rushed in, making her confused. She shouted, "Tianji, what happened?" Tianji opened the door and excitedly put the light computer in front of her. "Someone posted your money distribution on the internet." "Money?" Ji Jiuxiu suddenly became alert. "What money?" "Tianji, it's the money from the Star Pirates that you returned to the passengers." "Oh." Ji Jiuxiu lay back down. "It's not my money." Before the ripples formed on the water surface, the stone that fell down was a post from a woman. She said that she encountered Star Pirates on the way to Theseus, and the life-saving money for her daughter's treatment was robbed. When she was desperate, she received a sum of money from Star Pirates. This amount of money exceeded her original amount and brought her daughter back from the brink of death. She asked the government staff, and they explained to her that this money was obtained by a lady for everyone, and the reason why she had so much money was because there were 3 copies. She didn't know how to thank the lady she met by chance, and the government did not provide personal information, so she had to post a message for help. She said that the lady's name was Ji Jiuxiu, and she wanted to say thank you. Ji Jiuxiu, Star Pirate, Kidnap, and a series of other terms topped the hot search list, and more people came forward to share their own experiences, showing the transfers they received, with notes on them. This is the money of the Star Pirates, no refund for more and no compensation for less. Don't fall into fear or resentment. After suffering, there will be great luck. Now the Federation can't hide it anymore, and the people's mouths can't be covered up. Since Ji Jiuxiu's name has moved from entertainment news to daily news, it has now begun to invade military news. Fans are all exploded. There is no need to promote data everywhere. Their walls will be on the hot search list by themselves. Star Pirate? This is a Star Pirate. Do you still remember that you are a Vase? Mom no longer has to worry about me chasing stars and delaying my studies. I am full of energy now, and will go to do 3 sets of math papers right away. This is the first time I heard of someone getting money back after being robbed. How lucky. Our Xiao Xiao is the best. The company took the opportunity to take advantage of the boss's popularity and released advertisements for Dream and the story of alien plants, and asked Ji Jiuxiu to forward them in the group. Ji Jiuxiu logged into his account and forwarded the company post while posting the school motto, completing the 2 KPIs of company promotion and school promotion at one time. Perfect. Jiangju stood at the door and knocked, wearing an apron and holding a spatula in his hand. Get up and eat. Ji Jiuxiu sniffed the aroma of rice in the air, rolled on the bed, and stretched out his hand to Tianji. I don't want to move, carry me out. Tianji bit his fingers and knocked on Ji Jiuxiu's head. Ms. Ji Jiuxiu, you are already a 21-year-old adult. I'm just a 252-month-old baby. Ji Jiuxiu covered his head. Jiangju walked in, took off the spatula and apron, picked up Ji Jiuxiu from the bed, and smelled of fried eggs. Tianji was very dissatisfied. Just spoil her. Sooner or later, you will spoil your child to lawlessness. Spoiling is not advisable, do you know? Jiangju turned a deaf ear to him, and Ji Jiuxiu made a face at Tianji. Chapter 100. The bloody storm on the internet does not affect real life, and Ji Jiuxiu's life returns to peace. After Tianji's initial review, it is believed that Hua's plan is feasible. The two of them are busy thinking about how to improve the plan and make preliminary arrangements all day long. Yanpei has been the only one in the clinic for a long time. Now there are no customers coming for treatment. All kinds of mechanical mechas are spread all over the mechanical room on the first floor. Fair prices, excellent technology, and good attitude make Yanpei famous. Serious mechanics will not open shops in the black market. Mechanics in the black market are either wanted by the federal government or their technology is so bad that they can't open shops outside. Yanpei is one of the clear streams. The guests already know the rules of the clinic. The door is only open at night every day. For safety, Yanpei also locks the door during the day on weekends and repairs it quietly inside. When it was found that Yanpei was an honest man, he was shocked. Ji Jiuxiu, who was as black as ink, actually had such a white friend around him. He raised questions and was beaten by Ji Jiuxiu. Shuang Yunfei came to the clinic and invited Ji Jiuxiu to dinner. The two siblings of the Storm organization seemed determined to build a good relationship with her. Whenever she returned to the clinic, they would quietly appear, and at other times they would be considerate and not disturb her. The people of the Storm organization became frequent customers of the clinic. Yanpei was a little too busy just to take their orders. With the protection of Shuang Yuebai and his brother, no one dared to come and harass her at will. Both parties tacitly maintained this way of socializing. It would be better if they could not invite her to dinner all the time. Every time they had a meal, it meant that the other party had something to say, or it was not convenient to transmit it through the optical brain. Ji Jioxia took Jiang Ju with him, and set off as invited. Shuang Yunfei waited outside the clinic, his eyes passing over Jiang Ju, who was following behind. The place to eat was in the south of Theseus Star. There were no good restaurants in the black market. The spaceship drove out of the black market and headed south. It was very quiet in the aircraft. Shuang Yunfei broke the silence. The hottest news these days is that Ji Jioxiao, a student at Theseus Military Academy, was kidnapped by space pirates. Do you know about this? Ji Jioxi nodded. I know, the space pirates are getting more and more rampant. Shuang Yunfei sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the rearview mirror. How are you doing recently? Pretty good. Ji Jioxiu's eyes collided with Shuang Yunfei in the rearview mirror. As she gradually emerged in the joint exercises of the military academy, she was determined to reduce the number of treatments in the clinic. The side effects of mental counseling were too special. If someone followed the clues to investigate, it would be easy to find out her identity. It's a good idea to deny it. After all, no one can be sure whether this strange spiritual power is unique. Do you remember Jiang Xian? Shuang Yunfei changed the subject. He has a younger brother, Jiang Ju, who is gifted and has lived in the love of his family since he was a child, but Jiang Ju has no friends. Do you know why? Jiang Ju raised his eyes and met Shuang Yunfei's gaze in the rearview mirror. The latter casually looked away and turned his body to look at Ji Jioxiu. Ji Jioxiu yawned. I'm not curious. Because everyone who makes friends with him will be in bad luck. Shuang Yunfei smiled and handed Ji Jioxiu a bottle of warm milk. Ji Jioxiu said she was not curious, but her heart felt like a cat's claws were scratching. She wanted to grab Shuang Yunfei's shoulders and shake him to make him tell her everything he knew, but considering Jiang Ju next to her, she could only put on an indifferent expression and took the milk. Ji Jioxiu, maybe he doesn't have enough friends, so this kind of probabilistic event will happen. If he has 1,800 friends, the statistics will be much more accurate. Shuang Yunfei nodded and said nothing more maybe. Shuang Yuebai was waiting in the restaurant. She didn't object to Jiang Ju, the bodyguard, sitting down. She was more talkative than Shuang Yunfei. At least the atmosphere of this meal was harmonious on the surface, and there was no dull moment. After the meal, Ji Jioxiu didn't understand what they wanted to say by inviting her to dinner. The only special thing was the specious words that Shuang Yunfei said on the aircraft. It was a little late when she returned to the clinic. She washed up and lay on the bed. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She simply got up from the bed and knocked on Jiang Ju's door. Tianji said that the night is long and dreams are many, and important things cannot be left overnight. Jiang Ju opened the door, wearing a white cotton pajamas with a cartoon pink pig pattern. Tianji bought 20 sets of the same style of pajamas, all sizes available, and the one she was wearing was a yellow giraffe. His eyes were clear. He probably hadn't fallen asleep yet. His hair was messy and scattered on his shoulders and chest. She carefully observed his expression and concluded that he was in a bad mood. The two sat in the living room. Ji Jioxiu poured 2 glasses of milk and pushed one of them in front of Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju didn't drink it, staring at the steaming milk. When I first came to Xingji, I had a physical examination and the doctor told me to drink more milk to supplement it. Later I got used to it. Ji Jioxiu said casually, thinking he didn't like it. There are no other drinks in the clinic. Do you want to drink plain water? When Tianji was there, the only drink in the refrigerator of the clinic was milk. It didn't care what other people liked to drink, and bought milk when shopping. Jiang Ju shook his head and picked up the milk. No. The warm milk, with a faint sweetness, flows smoothly from the tip of the tongue into the throat, with a rich fragrance, lightly flows into the stomach, bringing a hint of warmth. Ji Jioxiu's words that were about to come out of his mouth changed. Don't like milk? If you can't accept this taste, don't force it. There was only a small light in the living room, and the warm yellow light sprinkled down, like the long swaying dusk of the blue star, which could soften all the edges. Jiang Ju held the glass. When I was a child, I had a friend whose family business was dairy products. I can't remember whether he was 7 or 8 years old at the time. His body gradually stabilized, and he began to slowly contact the outside world. He made friends on the first day of school, and visited the other party's cattle farm. It was a cattle farm on the entire planet, with green grass, black and white cows, and workers coming and going greeted him enthusiastically. There was endless land for him to run freely. Later, his friend transferred to another school. Very suddenly, he didn't even receive any message, and he was gone when he went to school the next day. He was very sad, but there was nothing he could do. Time brought him new friends, but they would always stay away from him one day. Sometimes they would suddenly stop communicating, and sometimes they would gradually become indifferent. It might be because they went out to play together, and the intense exercise made his mental strength unstable. Whenever he felt a little uncomfortable, his friends would be punished by their parents, and over time, they would give up playing with him. Some friends would occasionally encounter unexpected misfortunes, more or less unlucky, but they would return to normal after breaking up with him. They said he was cursed, and if you make friends with him, the curse will be contagious. Since he was 15, he has no friends. Ji Jiuxiao's fingers hooked the black crystal necklace on Jiangju's chest. Wasn't the necklace able to suppress your mental power before? Jiangju lowered his head. This was given to me by His Highness Melxi on my 17th birthday. Ji Jiuxia let go, leaned on the sofa, hugged the pillow and crossed his legs. You are not always thinking about Shuang Yunfei's words, are you? At the age of 22, you still believe in curses. You are not a prince in a fairy tale. The curse is real. Jiangju looked at her. Your Majesty is seriously ill, and the royal family dispute is gradually heating up. Carol and Melxi both want to win over the Jiang family. Every time the curse takes effect, it is a warning. Warn the Jiang family to behave themselves, but the means cannot fall directly on the Jiang family, which will destroy the relationship, so it is roundabout to hurt people related to the Jiang family to form a deterrent effect, and at the same time cut off the Jiang family's external contacts, becoming an island that is easier to control. As for why it was him, who made him a ready-made target, and the weak point of the whole family because he could not control his mental power before. Ji Jiuxiao, so you were depressed all night because you were considering whether to break up with me? Jiangju's fingers moved slightly, but he didn't answer. Then why don't you make friends with people like Darula and Rong Tianjiang? Ji Jiuxia seized the loophole. A princess, the son of the richest man, the people behind the scenes can't move even if they want to. Just like her now, Cyrus can't kill her even if he wants to. Jiangju was silent for a moment, and said tactfully, friends also need to look at their character. If it weren't for the fact that everyone in Theseus Military Academy concealed their identities, and communicated in the first semester, they would never have the current relationship. Stereotypes have far-reaching influences. The elegant and noble princess, and the unruly and willful young master can make people stay away from them at first sight. Ji Jiuxiao's doubts have been almost answered. It is still more comfortable to communicate with Jiangju. Riddlers like Shuang Yunfei should be put in a sack and beaten. Okay, let's talk now. I don't care about any messy curses. Cyrus still failed to catch me. Ji Jiuxia raised the milk and clinked glasses with Jiangju. Good night. After drinking milk, you will sleep better. It would be even better if you were not chased by hundreds of cows in your dreams. The kidnapping incident made Ji Jiuxiao more determined to open a clinic in the black market until the world is destroyed. If she opened a clinic in the south of Theseus, who knows if someone will come one day and say that she is not qualified here and there, and find a way to close her clinic. Shuang Yunfei came to the clinic several times later. He wanted to talk alone, but Ji Jiuxiu didn't give him the chance. He took Jiangju with him wherever he went. After a few times, he understood Ji Jiuxiao's intention and stopped bothering him. Ji Jiuxiao thought of the unstable federation, and also implicitly expressed his willingness to continue to maintain friendly relations with the Storm organization. In case there was any movement one day, he could still hide in the black market. With both sides wanting to make friends, the relationship between Ji Jiuxiu and Shuang Yuebai became closer. Ji Jiuxia's daily routine returned to 2 points and 1 line. In the morning, he went to the Colosseum to exercise, came back in the afternoon to practice repairing machinery, and read books in the evening. Others relaxed on vacation, but her schedule became busier after the vacation. Shuang Yunfei entered the clinic holding a bouquet of flowers. Tianji walked towards him enthusiastically, and took the robot maintenance fluid from his hand. Jiangju said coldly, "Don't you think you come too often? Why do you go to the clinic if you are not sick?" Shuang Yunfei squinted at him. "I am here to see someone. What does it have to do with you as a bodyguard?" Jiangju, "If you are not here to see a doctor, you are just looking for trouble. Please get out." Huasi poked his head out of the kitchen while peeling potatoes, and whispered to Yan Pei beside him, "What are they doing?" Yan Pei, who was cutting carrots, "Maybe spring has arrived." Huasi, What kind of ancient word is this? Where does spring come from in the interstellar space? Outside the clinic, the delivery robot rang the doorbell. Milk, your milk has arrived. Tianji ran out to pick up the delivery, and the three milks opposite were puzzled. I remember I only bought one? Jiangju, I bought one. Shuang Yunfei, I bought one. That night, Ji Jiuxia fell into deep thought in front of the super large cup of doubled milk. Tianji, when did we become rich? Why don't I know? Tianji said nothing and just poured milk. With 3 times the amount of milk per day, Ji Jiuxia successfully gained 5 pounds. Being fat was not a problem, but she almost vomited when she saw milk. Tianji ordered milk according to the population of the clinic. Once the amount doubled, everyone had to drink it. Yanpei said he wanted to study at school, and didn't come to the clinic for several days. Vase said his family was looking for him, so he took a spaceship and ran away overnight. Ji Jiuxia and Jiangju were left with no escape. When she was ready to revolt, she received an invitation from Dairila to go to the palace to play. Ji Jiuxia happily said goodbye to Tianji and took Jiangju to Emperor Star. Before leaving, he had a tug-of-war with Tianji, and was forced to leave with half a bucket of milk. Tianji stood at the door and watched her leave reluctantly, then turned around to make an appointment for maintenance, turned on the optical computer to pack the selected items, and prepare to return to Blue Star. The spaceship drove on the official road and arrived safely at the Imperial Star. The royal palace retains the architectural style of many years ago. Unlike modern urban high-rise buildings, it is relatively short overall, and the artistry is greater than the practicality. Dairila came to pick people up specially. Ji Jiuxia and Jiangju arrived first, and handed her half a bucket of milk. Dairila was confused. What is this? Ji Jiuxia, this is Tianji's heavy love. Dairila, ? Fusong's Alien Plant Variety Show has just finished filming the latest episode, and can take a 2-day break temporarily, and also came to the Imperial Star. As for Rong Tianjiang, he stays at home every day, and can reach Dairila's palace in half an hour. The team gathered, and Dairila led everyone inside. The architectural style is gorgeous, the colors are strong, every line is very straight, the interior space is wide, and the neat and slender columns have a solemn feeling. There were few servants coming and going. There were gardeners pruning flowers in the garden. The whole palace was large and empty, and seemed a little deserted. Dairila, I'm the only one here usually, and it's very boring. It's good to have you here. Where's your life housekeeper? Rong Tianjiang looked left and right, and was impressed by the life housekeeper with a serious face and a strict mouth. Dairila smiled brightly. She has a minor illness, and needs to take 2 days off. I sent her assistant to do other things. Don't worry, no one will disturb us. The 5 of them walked around in the palace, bypassing countless corridors with precious decorations. Ji Jiuxia couldn't help but say, is the layout of your house a bit unreasonable? There are several places where it is obvious that a passage can save half the journey, but they are blocked and people have to take a detour. There are decorations like obstacles everywhere, which is simply an assassin's happy road. There is no way, the palace is built in this style. Dairila spread her hands. Dairila led people to the restaurant and asked the kitchen to serve the dishes. I will go change my clothes first. This morning, the life housekeeper insisted on video chatting with me. I wore this dress for 10 minutes. She was wearing a complicated skirt with layers of lace, like a precious flower that was carefully maintained. When she returned to the restaurant, her clothes became the simplest short-sleeved, and her meticulously cared red hair was casually tied behind her head. The food was very delicious and rich in variety. Dairila waved away the people in the kitchen and enthusiastically introduced each food to everyone. The meal was interrupted by guests. The servant in the front hall ran over and reported in a low voice, "It's His Highness Melchi and His Highness Karen. Why are you here now?" Dairila's smile disappeared. She complained in a low voice, turned back to comfort her companions. "Wait for me a moment." She changed into an exquisite dress again, her red hair spread out, and she was as exquisite as a doll in the window without a trace of popularity. The door opened, and the eldest Prince Karen and the second Princess Melchi walked in, with a distance between the 2 siblings. It stands to reason that the 2 are siblings, and they are only 3 years apart in age, so they should have a good relationship. But the fact is that the 2 have been competing with each other since childhood, competing for favor, and comparing grades. They are more like enemies than relatives, which is why there is a dispute over the heir. Karen was the first to greet. "Dairila, long time no see, I brought some royal jelly to you. I didn't expect you to have guests here. I'm sorry to disturb you and your friends." Dairila smiled, walked over and gently hugged Carol. "Thank you, brother." She let go of Carol and reached out to Melchi's sister. Melchi had sharp features, showed a gentle smile, hugged Darula and patted her back gently. I've been too busy recently and haven't had time to see you. As a result, I ran into so many people when I came. Fortunately, I brought enough fruits and bought a lot of skirts. See if you like them? Darula's expression did not change, and she nodded obediently. I like everything my sister bought. After the family finished greeting, the two guests' eyes swept over Ji Joshua and the other four. Carol's eyes were fixed, and he greeted Jiangju. Jiangju nodded and greeted, Your Highness Carol, Your Highness Melchi. The two sides greeted each other politely. The two heirs were very thoughtful. Rong Tianjiang, Ji Joshua, and Fu Song did not fall behind. After a few friendly exchanges, they left attentively. They came suddenly and left quickly, which made people feel puzzled. Darula, they are always like this. As long as one person comes, the other person will follow immediately. Sometimes it is normal to meet each other. They just come to see you. Rong Tianjiang was puzzled. Darula pursed her lips and smiled. Come and win me over. Even if you can't win me over, you can't let the other person succeed. She changed the subject. They came at a really bad time. Let's continue eating. After dinner, Darula took 4 friends to visit the things in the house. All the rooms are large, but they are not empty. There are rooms full of books, rooms full of musical instruments, rooms full of flowers. Every room is full, and the cloakroom occupies an entire floor. Her daily life is to spend time in such rooms, day after day. Today, tomorrow and yesterday are no different. Fuso, what a lonely life. Darula frowned. No, I'm doing fine. Yes, you can also play with the optical computer. No one knows your identity on the internet. You can do whatever you want. Fuso added. It's much better than before. At least there is a way to communicate with the outside world. Darula became even more depressed. The life manager checks my browsing history on the optical computer and the content I send out every day. The information I see is screened. Oh, the flowers carefully cared for in the greenhouse. Fuso made an analogy. Darula was annoyed. It's really boring to talk to you. Little Peanut is also soft when angry. Fuso shook his head. You are not fierce enough, you don't have fangs to bite the enemy, and you can't survive in the jungle. Darula, I don't need to live in the jungle. Fuso looked at her steadily. Isn't the world people live in a forest of steel and concrete? Darula was speechless for a moment. The atmosphere was dull, and Rong Tianjiang broke it in time. Aren't you an orphan from the old human world? There should be a lot of old things in your home, right? Darula's face became even uglier, and she reluctantly said, Yes, but there's nothing good to see. Rong Tianjiang, take me to see it. I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet. At Rong Tianjiang's strong request, Darula had no choice but to take them downstairs. The things were placed in the underground warehouse, not many in number, and were placed side by side in glass covers. In order to avoid damage to the antiques, the temperature of the underground warehouse was set very low. Rong Tianjiang approached one of the glass covers, pointed to a metal book inside and asked, What's written on it? The book was worn very thin, the writing was blurred, with large stains and some fingerprints, and the edges were oily, as if someone had often touched and read it. Ji Joshua stopped in front of the metal book. At this moment, she seemed to smell the smell on it. It was the ark carrying the hope of mankind away at the end of the world. People didn't know what the future would be like, so they kept looking through things in their hometown to fill their strength. It was bitter and confused. The long river of time passed by her eyes, and she seemed to see a corner of history that she and Tianji didn't know. What kind of mood did the humans who left Blue Star to find hope feel at that time? Darula glanced at it and said casually, The history of the origin of the universe is probably a book about how the old humans discovered the universe. The voice pulled Ji Joshua out of her thoughts. She looked at the 7 big words postpartum care for sows on the cover and fell silent. She turned back to look at Darula with scrutiny in her eyes. Darula looked at her and asked, What's wrong? Ji Joshua shook his head, Nothing. Rong Tianjiang asked Darula more questions with great interest. Darula seemed a little absent-minded, but she could answer Rong Tianjiang's questions fluently, but her correctness was worrying. The day finally passed. Rong Tianjiang and Jiangju returned to their home, and Ji Joshua and Fu Song stayed at Darula's place. At night, a small green light was lit in the garden, and Ji Joshua knocked on Darula's door. Darula opened the door and said excitedly, Are you here to sleep with me? Ji Joshua, ? Darula took her arm and pulled her into the room. The lights were on in the room. The whole room was blue, and everything in sight was blue. The bed was wide, and there was no problem for 3 people to lie down. She said excitedly, "When I was in school, I heard that everyone would sleep with close friends so that they could chat until midnight. I haven't tried it yet." She opened her hands and jumped onto the bed, rolled on it, and then sat up and patted the seat next to her. "Come on." Jiyoshu walked over slowly. Darula thought she was too slow, so she stood up and pulled her onto the bed, hugging her like an octopus. "What did you come to talk to me about?" Darula took out her light brain and sent a message. "I call Fuso too." "Jiyoshu, are you really an old human?" Darula's smile froze and disappeared from her face little by little. Her beautiful blue eyes were like a bottomless sea. She slowly let go of Jiyoshu. "Is this question important?" "Not very important, but more suitable as an opening remark." Jiyoshu thought about her question seriously. "Maybe I've been in class too much, so I subconsciously used this kind of oppressive interrogation technique, but I really don't have any other more appropriate sentences." Darula lay on the bed, looking straight at the ceiling. "You shouldn't ruin the good atmosphere tonight." "I'm sorry." Jiyoshu apologized sincerely. Darula wanted to change the subject to calm her mind, and asked casually, "You live on such a remote planet, and have an abnormal robot. Are you related to the old human era?" Jiyoshu: "Yes, normally I am considered an old human. After all, when the world was destroyed, she had already formed an embryo and belonged to life, but she had not developed for so many years." Darula widened her eyes, and turned her head to look at her. "Didn't you guess it?" Jiyoshu was puzzled. "Darula, I was just saying it casually." Jiyoshu: "Oh." Darula endured and asked, "What was written on the cover of the first book that Rong Tianjiang saw in the underground warehouse today?" Jiyoshu: "Postpartum care for sows." Darula was silent for a long time, and then snorted coldly, "Sure enough, it's 7 words. I said those idiots have bad eyesight, and they insisted on memorizing the origin of the universe." Then she pulled the quilt over and buried her head, and stopped talking. Time passed, and the lights in the room remained the same for a long time. When Jiyoshu wondered whether she was suffocated or asleep, Darula's voice sounded softly under the quilt. Chapter 101. Darula is not an old human, nor is she an adopted daughter of the royal family. She is the biological daughter of His Majesty, but not the daughter of the princess. In her earliest memory, she did not live in the royal palace, but in a warmer place. But one day, she was taken away by her father, and became an adopted daughter, and an old human. She was disciplined before her 3 views were formed, about her identity, about how she should speak and do things, and about how to be a good mascot. In many late nights, she also thought about why it was herself. The answer may be that she is the blood of His Majesty, or that her age and appearance are suitable. Maybe there are other answers she doesn't know. She did what the people around her said, and grew up to be an excellent princess, gentle, beautiful, and smart. Hearing this, Jiyoshu asked, "But I feel that you seem to have grown crooked, and you are not gentle and elegant in private. Maybe it's the genes on my mother's side that prevented me from completely surrendering." Darula couldn't figure it out either. "In short, I didn't completely turn into a doll, and I retained some self-awareness." Under the airtight and deliberate teaching, she still tore a small hole to breathe freely. Jiyoshu: "I have another question." Darula: "Why do you have so many questions?" Jiyoshu ignored her complaints and asked, "Do illegitimate daughters have inheritance rights?" Darula: She suddenly opened the quilt, supported the bed with both hands, and stared at Jiyoshu facing the ceiling in a crawling posture. Jiyoshu looked at her with a very clean and pure look, as if he asked a question about what to eat today, and even a little confused, not understanding why she reacted so strongly. Darula: "What do you want to do?" Jiyoshu: "I don't want to do anything." Darula: "I don't believe you don't want to do anything." Jiyoshu: "Then tell me what I want." The two looked at each other. Darula's blonde hair was messy, like a cat with its fur standing up. The two stared at each other, and finally Darula's eyes were dry, and she couldn't hold it first, and fell down and lay side by side with Jiyoshu. She said, "It doesn't matter whether there is or not, because Karen and Melxi are not the princess's biological children." Jiyoshu digested the news, and she was full of the big melon of the royal family today. Jiyoshu: "Your circle is really messy. The queen has a physical defect and cannot produce healthy eggs." Darula explained. Jiyoshu: "So are the sperm and eggs of the 3 of you cultivated in vitro, or in the human uterus?" Darula: "I don't know. She was not born yet, so she naturally didn't know about the past, and others would not mention it to her specifically. Knowing that Carol and Melchi were not the princess's biological children, was the truth she gradually uncovered after she noticed the long-term conflict between the three parties. Ji Jiuxiao thought of another question. Apart from you, are there other children? Maybe there are countless children scattered in unknown places, and the thought of this picture makes people's scalp tingle. Darula hesitated and said, it should be gone. The children will be taken back, and will not be left outside. Besides, he is very busy. Later, his health was not good, so it was even worse. The discussion about the children ended temporarily, and Ji Jiuxiu brought the topic back on track. Whether it is Carol or Mel Qi, after either of them takes the throne, the other will not end well. What about you? Darula frowned. Actually, they are very nice to me. Yeah, a non-threatening little mascot. I would also like to raise one if I were him. Ji Jiuxiu put his hands behind his head. Darula punched Ji Jiuxiao. You are humiliating me. So you also think this is a humiliation? Ji Jiuxiu tilted his head to look at her, his eyes darker than the night. Darula stopped talking immediately. There was a knock on the door. Ji Jiuxiu got up to open the door. Fusang was standing barefoot outside the door, with a pillow in his arms. Darula looked up. Why are you here? Ji Jiuxiu called Fusang in. Didn't you say you wanted Fusang to sleep with you? I specially called her up, and paid the price of cooking tomato and egg noodles tomorrow morning. I have a chef at home, so you don't have to cook, and dogs won't eat what you cook. Darula moved to the side. Ji Jiuxiu. Yeah, I don't have to cook, so just say something casually she won't know. Fusang. I feel like you are saying bad things about me. Ji Jiuxiu. How could that be? I'm not the kind of person like Darila. Darila? ? Darila and Ji Jiuxiu said at the same time. You sleep in the middle. Then, they changed their words at the same time. I don't sleep in the middle. In the end, Fusang slept in the middle. She didn't care where she slept. She just laid down and slept. Before Darila started talking about the girl she had been thinking about late at night, Fusang had already fallen asleep. The next morning, Darila opened her eyes to see green all around. She met Fusang's gaze, and found that she was holding Fusang's hair, and holding him in her arms. She moved to the side a little and stretched. I haven't slept so well in a long time. Ji Jiuxiu came in from outside. You hugged Fusang all night last night. Darila, She reached out, and touched her nose, and said in defense, I usually sleep well. Fusang sat up and exposed Ji Jiuxiu. You hugged me when you woke up. Darila immediately looked at Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu was not ashamed. He approached Fusang and hugged her to smell her. You smell like wood, like a calming incense. Really? Darila also leaned over to smell. Really? When did you start using perfume? This is a faint smell of trees. Like an ancient tree, the fragrance is light and steady, which makes people calm. You look like two perverts now. Fusang pushed the two away with one hand and one face. The three got up and played. Today's schedule is to go shopping in the Imperial Star, mainly to accompany Darula to buy, accompany Fusang to eat, and accompany Rong Tianjiang to play. That night, Ji Jiuxiu and Darula's conversation seemed to have never happened, like a stone falling into the lake, which caused a brief ripple before sinking to the bottom of the lake. There was still a week before the third game, and it was too late to go back and forth to Blue Star. Ji Jiuxiu simply stayed at Darula's house, and waited for the game to start. After 2 days of relaxation, she started to roll again, dragging Darula, Rong Tianjiang and Jiangju to roll together. Fusang escaped because he rushed to the next planet to shoot alien plants. She would video chat with Nancy to pay attention to the situation on Blue Star. Song Xuedong had blocked her because of her frequent interruptions. The career in the film and television industry could not be left behind. The company was already screening advertisements for the next game. So far, the company has achieved positive profits and is thriving. As the third match approached, four people drove a spaceship to Jinsha Star. The competition planet was far away, so all the military academy students first went to Jinsha Star for transfer, and then moved to the competition site. Fuso rushed from another planet, and the 5 members of the team met on Jinsha Star. Jinsha Star's economy was very underdeveloped, and the surface of the planet was covered with large areas of yellow sand. Since the weather control machine broke down, the people of Jinsha Star had been applying for maintenance funds from their superiors, but they didn't get it. As a result, the weather on the planet was very arbitrary, with a high temperature of 50 degrees during the day and a low of -50 degrees at night. The temperature was rubbing against the limit of what the human body could bear, and those who couldn't stand it moved away, leaving behind a group of elderly people who were unwilling to leave their homeland and left behind children whose parents went out to work. Ji Jiuxiu and others arrived at noon, which was the hottest time of the day. Clothes would be soaked with sweat after walking 2 steps. Darula fanned herself with her hands, frowning. This environment is really uncomfortable. It's too dry. Every breath she took could feel the heat flowing into her lungs through her nose, drying her from the inside out. The heat radiated from the inside of the planet, and if she stepped on the ground barefoot, it would burn her skin. Ji Jioshio glanced at the light brain. The instructor said that we should find a place to stay for 1 night. The organizer's spaceship had a malfunction and was being investigated. We can't leave today. This place is like a primitive wasteland. Rong Tianjian was so hot that he took off his coat. It's hard to imagine that there are still stone houses in this era. It's so far away that it seems like there is no relevant historical record at all, and people rely on their imagination to make up what happened in the past. The organizer does not allow military school students to drive their own spaceships. Jinsha Star has only one route to the neighboring star, which is 1 trip a day. The organizer specially mobilized other spaceships to transport students. The spaceship flew away as soon as it landed, leaving the cadets alone to face the unfamiliar environment. The environment here is extremely primitive, just a small town, or more appropriately a village. There are no tall buildings. The tallest building is only 3 stories high, and there are few people. It is really difficult for the organizer to find such a strange place to torture everyone. There are people living in the town. Ji Jioshia asked a big sister sitting in the corner, "Hello, is there a place to stay here?" The big sister spoke with a heavy accent in the Federal Common Language, and Ji Jioshio had a hard time listening. He guessed that there was no hotel here, but the big sister said that her family had an empty house, and they could stay at her house. The big sister's home is a yard surrounded by stones. There are many houses. At a glance, there are 7 or 8 buildings, each with 3 floors. I didn't expect that the big sister is still a rich person. The building is very simple, all made of stone, without any cutting corners, and the environment inside is also very simple, with walls on all 4 sides and a bed in the middle, which actually illustrates what it means to be penniless. After entering the military academy, they had lived in all kinds of harsh environments. The 5 people accepted it well. The eldest sister was kind, and only charged 30 star coins per person. They arrived relatively early, and other military academy students arrived in the afternoon. The frequency of spacecrafts gradually decreased until the evening. Ishimo called all the Theseus Military Academy students to gather, and counted the number of people. All 100 people were present. The first thing was to find accommodation. Ji Jioshi recommended the eldest sister's yard to them. The eldest sister was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling because it was the first time she received such a large order. 700 people suddenly poured into the town, alarming all the residents. Everyone came out to watch the excitement. There were not many people in the town, less than 200 in total, and all the empty rooms were not enough for the military academy students. Those who couldn't book a room could only squeeze in with their companions. At least there was a place to block the wind. If they slept outside, they would be buried in the sand the next day. Tonight was destined to be an uneasy night. The town was poor in supplies and lacked water. There was no way to take a shower. The walls were not soundproof. If you spoke loudly, the whole building could hear it. The noisy noise did not stop until late at night. It was not easy to sleep at night. The main problem was the cold. The only function of the walls was to block the sand, and they could not block the cold wind. Many people were woken up by the cold in the middle of the night, and shivered until dawn. Ji Jioshi sneezed. She was covered with a quilt provided by her elder sister, but she still couldn't resist the cold wind. She opened the light brain, and saw that there were many messages in the group, and they were all spinning because of the poor signal. It was barely loaded. At a glance, the messages in the group were very unified, all scolding the weather for being too cold, and the organizers for being inhuman. She got up and got into Darila's bed, and sent a message to others to come and squeeze into her bed. The game was about to start, and it would be terrible if she got sick from the cold. At dawn, the temperature began to rise slowly. The cadets, who had not slept all night, were catching up on their sleep in the early morning. When Ji Jioshi got up, there were only a few people walking around in the town. She ran into Rog, who had stabbed her in the back in the last game. When they met, he didn't look embarrassed at all, and greeted her with a bright smile. "Good morning." Ji Jioshi said calmly, "Morning." Backstabbing and being backstabbed are common in the game. The grudges in the game are usually brought outside the game, but she would avenge her on the spot, so she was in a peaceful mood. The one who was in a bad mood was another person. Chi Yunziu, who was passing by, didn't look very happy. The 3 met briefly, and then separated. Ji Jioshi ran around the town. After 2 laps, Jiangju appeared. In the 3rd lap, Dairuila and Ai Xiaomu followed. The number of people in the team increased, attracting the attention of others. Slowly, the running team continued to expand. Young people are such inexplicable herdsmen. Ji Jioshio looked at Yusu Pu, who quickly surpassed him and gave him a provocative look, and he was really confused. Of course, not everyone is keen on exercise. Fusong and Rong Tianjiang, as always, pulled a small wooden bench and sat aside to watch. Ji Jioshio slowed down, a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and approached the two. Did the instructor say when we will arrive? Rong Tianjiang. The damage to the spacecraft is beyond expectations, and we still can't come today. Then don't we have to stay for another day? Dairuila calmed her breath. Can we go back and get the quilt first? It's too cold at night. The planet next to Jinsha Star is a transportation transfer station. The environment is much better than Jinsha Star, and the supplies are more abundant. If you want to wait for someone, you might as well go to the next planet to wait. Rong Tianjiang spread his hands. Someone in the group has already suggested this, but the instructor said that the spaceship rented by the organizer has expired, and a new one needs to be transferred from other places temporarily, so we still have to wait. Darla complained in a low voice. She really didn't like such a dry environment. Her face has been bad since she came to Jinsha Star. There is no other way now. All the military academy students can only wait here slowly. A new day begins, and new problems arise. The most urgent problem in front of us is eating. 700 military academy students can eat up all the food stored in the whole town. The eldest sister that Ji Jioshio met yesterday is the manager of the town. Everyone in the town calls her sister in. She opened the only small shop in the town. The food in it has been snapped up, and even the warehouse has been emptied. If Sisterin hadn't stopped them, they would have even grabbed raw rice, as if they were free. Unable to buy food, the cadet asked Sisterin, "Do you have a cargo ship?" Sisterin shook her head. "I don't have such expensive things. The goods are delivered by large ships from outside. I received news that the ship will not come in the next 2 days. I will leave some rice and flour for the people in the town and not sell them." The scene of the cadets buying was seen by the residents. Every household in the town locked their doors and windows. When they saw the cadets, they turned around and left, as fast as if they saw robbers. There was only one restaurant in the town, but the door was closed. The owner was not feeling well, and would not open the door. People are iron and food is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you will be hungry. The cadets who didn't have breakfast and lunch were so hungry that their eyes turned green in the afternoon. Sisterin gave everyone some advice. Go north of the town, there is a large cactus forest. If you are not afraid of strange beasts, you can go there to pick fruits to eat. Military school students, strange beasts? Who wants to eat fruits? They want to eat meat. The competition venue provides weapons and mechas uniformly. Before the military school students board the spacecraft to enter Jinsha Star, all their belongings are taken away, and they only bring some replacement clothes and common tools. In order to take advantage of loopholes, the mechanics will disassemble the weapons into parts and bring them over, and everyone has a big bag. Some of the Theseus military school students also went out hunting. It is hard to say whether they are hungry or not. They have to find something to do. The stuck network makes the optical computer boring, and there is no place to vent the abundant energy. Ji Jioshia's team did not go out, eating the snacks brought by Fuso. She brought a backpack full of planetary specialties, which is enough for 2 days. After eating, there was nothing to do, so Ji Jioshia took a walk in the town. Although Jinshaxing is covered with yellow sand, there are still plants that survive tenaciously. If you pinch the yellow weeds on the roadside, some juice can seep out from the broken ends, and various yellow-skinned small animals are running back and forth. This is a barren, but vibrant planet. As long as it is alive, life will find a way out. The teammates strolled with Ji Jioshio. As dusk approached, the temperature dropped, and the 5 of them walked around like idle street thugs. The town is very wide, and has many houses, but most of them are empty. Young people basically go out, leaving only the elderly and children. There is only one school in the town, which teaches some basic knowledge, and all the children together cannot fill a classroom. Ji Jioshio walked and suddenly looked back. There was only a house standing silently behind him. The wind blew past, and 2 weeds rolled. Jiangju, what? Ji Jioshia, I feel someone is watching us. Really? Rong Tianjiang turned around. Why don't I feel anything? The 5 of them turned around and walked back, searching every corner, even trying to push open the closed door, and carefully searching every place they could find. After searching for nothing, Ji Jioshi wondered, forget it, It might be my illusion. Fuso, is it because you have attracted too much hatred that someone wants to put you in a sack? I can't rule out this possibility. Darla nodded. Rong Tianjiang, putting Ji Jiuxiu in a sack? Who doesn't want to live? Jiangju, try not to act alone in the future. Ji Jiuxiu was speechless. Maybe the other party is not targeting me, but one of the 5 of us, but I just noticed it? Why did everyone think that she was the one who was going to be put in a sack? Was she that hateful? The crowd continued to move forward, and the feeling of being watched reappeared. Ji Jiuxiu kept walking, and his ears perked up. A slight noise sounded behind them, and the 5 people immediately turned around. A little girl, half a person's height, was struggling with her shoes stuck to the ground. The shoes were pulled up, and a long glue was pulled between the bottom and the ground. Realizing that she was discovered, she looked at the 5 people in horror. The little girl looked about 10 years old. She was wearing the same gray clothes as the residents of the town, with 2 sky-high braids. Her little face was red, and her big eyes were sparkling. At this time, her expression was anxious and panicked. Rong Tianjiang walked over and pulled the girl's braids. Is this little thing following us? Ji Jiuxiu, where did she come from? Just now they confirmed that there was no one hiding between the houses behind them. The little girl was really flexible. If she hadn't sprinkled the upgraded colorless glue, she wouldn't have been able to catch anyone. Weapons are not allowed in the competition field, but tools such as glue are allowed, so she specially prepared 2 large bags. Rong Tianjiang, I don't know, maybe hiding in the house. The little girl hit his hand that was pulling his braids, and he let go of his hand and poked the little girl's head with a smile. Why are you following us? The girl hugged her head and looked at Fusong through the gap. Fusong looked at her, and after a moment, he took out a half-eaten chocolate from his pocket. The girl's eyes lit up, rushed over and snatched the chocolate, and ran away without even taking the shoes. A small shoe was left on the ground, and Rong Tianjiang shouted, Hey, don't you want your shoes? The girl ran faster after hearing his voice, ran back, and pushed open the door of one of the houses, then locked the door, and there was a clanging sound inside. 2 heads popped out from the window. They looked about the same age, and immediately retracted their heads after meeting the 5 people's eyes. Everyone looked at the shoes on the ground. Ji Jiuxiu melted the glue first. If a child went home and lost a shoe, the parents would be furious and would probably come back to look for it. Darula, why do you still have half a piece of chocolate? It was incredible that there was still food left in Fusong's hand. Fusong looked unhappy. This is the last piece. This sweet food is delicious. Thinking that she would not be able to eat it for some time in the future, she decided to taste it slowly. She wanted to share some with the little girl, but who knew that all of it was taken away? In order to prevent this from happening again, it is safer to put the food in the stomach. She took out half a biscuit, half a bag of potato chips, half a bottle of soda, half a sausage from her pocket. Her pocket was like a treasure bag, filled with all kinds of things. Everyone, The feeling of being spied on did not appear again, and the 5 people strolled until dark and returned to their accommodation. There is good news tonight. The owner of the restaurant heard that a large number of hungry guests had arrived, and immediately jumped out of the bed and opened the door, which meant that they would have hot meals to eat. The restaurant is not large, about 20 square meters in total, and can only fit 2 tables. The cadets crowded at the door of the restaurant, fearing that they would not be able to eat if they were late. The restaurant owner was extremely excited, and waved his hand to tell everyone not to worry, and he guaranteed that everyone would have food tonight. Everyone doubted this statement. After several cadets, who almost fought because of cutting in line, were taught a lesson by their respective cadet commanders, everyone lined up honestly. The restaurant owner was not lying. 10 big pots were set aside, the stove was lit, and the fire brought the temperature back up. The kitchen couldn't hold too many pots, so he put everything out in the open air, and put up tarpaulins to prevent sand from flying into the pots. The kitchen was his battlefield, and the spatula was his weapon. He cooked enthusiastically, frying, boiling, and stewing, showing off his skills. That night, all the military academy students had their first hot meal in 2 days. The restaurant owner expressed his feelings. When I was young and ignorant, I believed the prophecy of the coming of the end of the world and stockpiled 500 kilograms of various vegetables and meats. Now that the end of the world has not come, the food is about to expire. He sighed first, and then his tone became high-spirited. But you are here, fate is so sudden, the food will not be wasted. Look, you are so strong, you can eat like pigs. Everyone, He encouraged, eat more, and I will cook any other dishes you want. I have studied in the Hotel of Emperor Star before, and my cooking skills are very good. Darila swallowed a carrot, Did he just call us pigs? Nonsense, it is only Fusong who is a pig. Rong Tianjiang picked up the chicken leg. Fusong hijacked the chicken leg halfway, stuffed it into his mouth, bit it, and stared at Rong Tianjiang, and Rong Tianjiang picked up a piece of braised pork into her bowl, and she shifted her gaze. It was a happy night. Everyone had a full meal. What was even happier was that the restaurant owner had prepared a lot of quilts to resist the doomsday cold wave, so they finally didn't have to wake up in the middle of the night. The well-fed cadets had nothing to do, so they started looking for fun. They set up a ring match and played enthusiastically, with boos and cheers coming one after another. Ji Jiuxiu sat next to her and looked through the laptop. She had downloaded some books before, and now she had nothing to do, so she could read them. Chapter 102. When they woke up the next day, the cadets still received bad news. This time it was not that the spaceship was not repaired, but that the orbit between Jinsha Star and the neighboring star was destroyed. It would take at least a week to repair it, and the competition was forced to be postponed. The orbit was destroyed by the migrating alien beasts, which moved from another planet. The army is now busy blocking them. What's worse is that since the battlefield is very close to Jinsha Star, the already unstable signal of Jinsha Star is completely cut off. Now the only way to contact the outside world is a satellite intercom in the town. The instructors comforted the students and asked them to wait with peace of mind. Since the restaurant owner has enough food reserves, the cadets will not worry about food and drink, so they will stay in Jinsha Star for a while, and the organizer will send a spaceship to pick them up after the alien beasts are cleared. The cadets can't leave, and they have no other choice but to stay here. The bad news made everyone feel bad. Some people cursed to vent their anger, and some people kicked the sand on the ground. In short, staying here has become an unchangeable fact. Ji Jiuxiu didn't care. He would make the best of it. It didn't matter where he was. At least he could eat in Jinsha Star. The environment of the stadium might not be as good as here. Darla rubbed her hands. Her arms were dry and cracked. After sweating during the day, she could rub out some mud. She couldn't stand it. Jinsha Star was short of water. The water source for the whole town came from an ancient well that was unknown how many years old. It was usually used for cooking and washing. It was a bit tight for simple washing, not to mention taking a bath. Ji Jiuxiu saw her discomfort. From the first day, Darila's face began to turn red. Today, her whole body was red and her eyes became dull. She went to Njia to talk about the water, but Njia directly refused her request to take water for bathing. Njia, we only take baths once a week. The water we drink is not enough. We can't use more. When the spacecraft is transporting cargo normally, the bath water will be sent over. After failing to apply for well water, Ji Jiuxiu could only think of another way. After thinking about it, he decided to rub a condenser by hand. Jinsha Star has a large temperature difference between day and night, and the humidity is relatively high. It is feasible to take water from the air, and dew can be collected with waterproof cloth at night. She went to Njia's shop first to buy some equipment, but found that the shop didn't have anything. The residents of the town are used to transporting bath water from outside, and they have enough drinking water. They have never thought about tossing new water, so naturally they don't have the corresponding tools. She returned to Rong Tianjiang, took out all the mechanical equipment in his package, and asked the mechanic of Theseus Military Academy again, but it was still not enough. She simply went to other military academies to take a look. There were a total of 140 mechanics in 7 military academies. She didn't believe that they couldn't get a condenser together. The difficulty in borrowing things was that the relationship between military academies was not very good. Ji Jiuxiu took a handful of candy from Fuso's bag and stuffed it to everyone he met. After chatting for a while, when he came back, his hands were full of various parts. Rong Tianjiang was surprised. You actually borrowed it. Ji Jiuxiu, why can't I borrow it? Everyone wants water to take a bath. You are not embarrassed, right? Darula asked. Not everyone has a friendly heart. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are always a few sour and mean people. There are a few people who are unwilling to lend. If they don't want to give, then don't give. It's okay if we can get it together in the end. Ji Jiuxiu didn't care, and patted Rong Tianjiang on the shoulder. Gather at the town square at 6 o'clock to study how to make a condenser together. Rong Tianjiang nodded, okay. At 6 o'clock, Rong Tianjiang appeared in the square, staring at the heads of no less than 100 people in the square in amazement. Rong Tianjiang, why are there so many people? Are there many? Ji Jiuxiu asked back, aren't all the mechanical majors just these? Rong Tianjiang, how did you manage to call them to help? Not to mention that students from different military academies don't like each other. Making condensers is different from repairing machinery or mechas. Mechanics are a large category with a contempt chain. Mecha repairers look down on weapons repairers, and weapons repairers look down on daily life utensils repairers. Mechanics from the 7 major military academies generally disdain to repair those low-grade items. He thought Ji Jioshu had organized mechanics from Theseus Military Academy, but he didn't expect her to pull everyone over. Ji Jioshu, they don't help, most of them just come to join in the fun. She told them that she would make a condenser in the square in the evening and invited everyone to come and see. Now that everyone has nothing to do, they will naturally want to come and take a look. Not only mechanics, but people from other professions also come to join in the fun. As the sky gradually darkens, more and more people gather. The people who do it are mechanics from Theseus Military Academy. They gather together and analyze. They know the principle of the condenser, but no one has done it. It is a bit difficult to make it all at once. The restaurant owner moved the pot to the side of the square. On the left, he was busy cooking, on the right, he was drawing and modeling, and in the middle, a group of spectators looked left and right. The dish was put into the pot, the mechanic picked up the parts, stir-fried the dish, and began to assemble. Wrong! Someone suddenly shouted. The restaurant owner was startled and then furious. I have been cooking for 10 years, and you dare to question my cooking skills. The mechanic of the Mengsai Military Academy ignored the restaurant owner and rushed into the square to grab the parts in one of the people's hands. It can't be assembled in this way, otherwise the energy consumption will double. The town doesn't have so much electricity. Can you consider the actual situation? The boy who was robbed of the parts was stunned and said angrily, "This is to improve efficiency. Do you understand?" The mechanic of the Mengsai Military Academy rolled up his sleeves. I don't understand. I know much more than you. The two people quarreled, and the others pulled them apart in a hurry. The scene was more lively than the restaurant owner's pot. No one was convinced by anyone, and finally everyone evaluated together, and decided to adopt the proposal of the mechanic of the Mengsai Military Academy based on the principle of minority obeying majority. After all, if the energy consumption is too high, the voltage of the town cannot be brought up, and no matter how good the condenser is, it will be useless. After this battle, the mechanics of the Mengsai Military Academy joined the condenser manufacturing team. When they encountered problems, they did not discuss them with the Theseus Military Academy students, but consulted with the mechanics of their own school. Gradually more mechanics who were dissatisfied with the Theseus Military Academy students joined in, disdaining the poor skills of the Theseus Military Academy students. Everyone competed with each other, and the condenser gradually took shape amid cursing. It's time to eat. The restaurant owner knocked the basin with a shovel. There were no chairs in the square, and everyone sat on the ground. The young masters and young ladies, who looked elegant and noble on weekdays, were now gray-browed and dirty. Each person had a bowl and a pair of chopsticks, and they could go directly to the crew to play refugees. The condenser was completed late at night, and everyone put it in a lower place behind the town. Some military academy students took out compressed tarpaulins and spread them on the other side to condense dew. There were quite a few people who brought similar large-area waterproof items. There might be all kinds of strange things in the mechanics' bags. It was another morning. The cold air receded. All the mechanics ran to see the water in the condenser with great interest. The water filled several large buckets. It was not enough for everyone to share equally, but it did not affect everyone's good mood. It was obviously just an ordinary condenser. They had repaired all kinds of mecha weapons, but this condenser gave people a very different feeling. There was not enough water to share, so they first distributed it to all the mechanics, who contributed tools or labor. Each person had a basin of water. If there were not so many basins, they would use various waterproof cloths or plastic bags. In short, these were not difficult in front of the military academy students. Rong Tianjian looked at the water in the basin. I feel the same satisfaction as when I first made money. The basin was provided by Sisterin, and they acted quickly enough to grab one of the few basins. Rong Tianjian put the water in front of Darula and said, "Take it." Darula was stunned. "This is your water. You can use it." Rong Tianjian waved his hand. "I originally gave you the water. It doesn't matter if I don't use it." Darula looked complicated. "Thank you." Rong Tianjian, "You're welcome. One basin is 100,000 star coins." Darula, Darula picked up the basin on the ground. "I will return you 100,000 basins of water when we leave Jinsha Star." What is the sentence that Ji Jioshu often said? A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Rong Tianjian gave her a basin of water, and she returned him a river. She looked at Ji Jioshu and Fusong. Let's share the water. No, my body has a lot of water, I won't die. Fusan spoke. Darila, is this a matter of death? This always sounded like a mockery to her, but Fusan's expression was too serious, and she looked very serious. Ji Jiuxiao looked at Darila's dry and red face, and touched the little princess's hair, which was not as bright as before, with pity. You go wash first, there will be more and more water in the future. Since coming to Jinsha Star, Darila has looked listless, and she is afraid that this little seedling of Darila will die. After confirming that they didn't want it, Darila carried the basin into the house. After being taken care of, Darila looked better. At least she didn't look like a refugee, and the redness of her skin was alleviated. The condenser continued to run, and with various other tools, they would have more water in the future. At least everyone could take a bath. This was the third day since they arrived at Jinsha Star. The basic survival problem was solved. They had food, water, and a bath. Apart from boredom, they had no other problems. At dawn on the fourth day, the cadets gathered for exercise. Aishama counted the number of people as usual, but the result was 99. After counting several times, it was still 99. They were missing one person. Everyone checked each other's acquaintances, and found that the missing student was Miki, a freshman in the command major. Someone stood up and said, I saw him this morning. After his morning run, he said he was going to the cactus forest to pick fruit. Ji Jiuxia frowned. Did he go alone? The other party nodded. Yes, he asked me to go with him, but I was not interested in cactus fruit, so he went alone. Everyone set out to look for Mickey. In such an unfamiliar environment, the disappearance of a companion is not a trivial matter. According to the person who provided the information, Mickey went to the cactus forest at around 7 in the morning. It took an hour to go back and forth. Now it was 10 o'clock, and he should have returned. He was notified about the gathering today last night, but he was still missing when he gathered. This was obviously not a good sign. Aishamo had a gloomy face. Even though he repeatedly emphasized not to act alone, there were always people who did not listen. If Mickey was obsessed with picking fruits and forgot to come back, it would be fine. If he had other accidents, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Theseus Military School students turned the cactus forest and the town upside down, but they could not find Mickey. He just disappeared. Their movements could not be hidden from the students of other military schools. The other 6 military schools also began to count the number of people, and the results were disturbing. 2 people disappeared from the Imperial Star Military School, 1 person disappeared from the Beifu Military School, and the students of the remaining 4 military schools survived without any accidents. Sister Anne knew about the disappearance of the military school student. She was surprised at first, and after nervously checking several times, she calmed down and slapped her thigh. It must be a strange beast. The restaurant owner was annoyed. There are a lot of strange beasts in the cactus forest. There have been no accidents in recent years, and everyone has relaxed their vigilance. The weather has been good these 2 days, and there are many strange beasts coming out to look for food. Don't leave the town casually in the future. Sister Anne advised. There is a spray to drive away strange beasts outside the town. Sister Anne, as the person in charge of the town, has defensive weapons in her hands. The strange beasts that have come to harass residents in recent years have become a meal on the plate. It has been a long time since the strange beasts approached the town. Unexpectedly, they are back now. What's worse is that they suddenly found that the only satellite phone that can communicate with the outside world can't be used because of the signal. They have completely lost contact with the outside world. The cadets have no other choice but to stay in the town and wait for the instructors to come. Because of the disappearance of their companions, the atmosphere is not as relaxed as at the beginning. The residents of the town usually eat the meals cooked by the restaurant owner with the cadets. After knowing that the cadets disappeared, they put their hands together and muttered in a mumbling voice. It's hard to hear what they said. Anyway, it was supernatural. Sister Anne said that they were seeking blessings. The residents believed in God. When faced with the threat of the beast, their reaction was to seek God's protection, which was of no help. Ji Jiuxiu has not given up looking for Mickey. He is not a child who can't resist. Even if he was captured by the beast, there should be some traces left, but there was no result. The long-term isolation has caused everyone's mood to be not very good. Friction and fighting often occur. It seems that there is invisible gas floating in the air, which can be detonated by a spark. The commanders of each school tried their best to control the team members, but they still couldn't stop the frequent conflicts. After taking a shower, Darila's face was still a little wet. Now the water was barely enough. She washed her body every day. She couldn't eat because it was too dry. She looked much thinner than before. Rong Tianjiang was inexplicably angry. Can you not waste water like this? You won't die if you take a shower every other day. You said no, so I used it. Darula felt puzzled. Why are you angry? You are angry today. Did you take medicine? Rong Tianjiang kicked a wall. Is it annoying? How long do we have to wait in this broken place? Darula, I don't know. Rong Tianjiang went out angrily. Fusong stood outside the door and shook his head. Your brain is easily controlled by emotions. Ji Jioshu drank some water and rubbed his temples. It's so noisy. The humidity in the air gradually increased, allowing them to collect more water. The hot and wet sticky feeling made people feel particularly uncomfortable. The skin seemed to be wrapped, and the mood became irritable. She looked around. Why did Jiangju take so long to get food? He had to go out alone. What if something happened? Who? She stood up suddenly and rushed out the door. The little girl with 2 pigtails was frightened by her and looked at her blankly. The other party was the girl who had snatched chocolate from Fusong. She said timidly, Mom said that chocolate is a gift, soup, and glutinous rice balls are exchanged. The girl held a transparent lunch box in her hand. The white and plump glutinous rice balls rolled in the brown sugar water, and a faint fragrance came out, which was particularly tempting. Keep it for yourself. Ji Jioshu said unhappily. Given the current water shortage in the town, the water for this bowl of glutinous rice balls had to be saved. Perhaps the girl's mother found that the half piece of chocolate did not belong to the girl, so she cooked the glutinous rice balls to make amends. Half a piece of chocolate is nothing, but a bowl of edible water is precious. The girl's eyes were dark, and she rushed into the room with the lunch box. After putting the glutinous rice balls on the table, she turned around and ran away. Her movements were as light and flexible as a monkey. Ji Jioshu said, You disobedient little brat. You don't want the lunch box, right? Are you going to sneak in to get the lunch box later? Darula and Fuso fixed their eyes on her, and their eyes were surprisingly consistent. Ji Jioshu, why are you looking at me? The dumplings are on the table. Just drink them. We give her something when we leave. This kind of personal connection is troublesome. She kept mumbling, turning around the room, looking at this and that, and then she was inexplicably annoyed with the quilt, so she lifted it up and shook it to make it flat. Fusong, isn't your mouth dry? Ji Jioshu, it's okay. I just drank some water. She meant that you don't think you talk too much? Darula translated. Ji Jioshu, a lot? It's been like this for so many years. If you have nothing to do, go and pour out the dumplings. Darula approached Ji Jioshu and stared at her carefully. She continued to mutter impatiently, What's wrong with you? Darula covered her mouth with her hand. Ji Jioshu's eyes widened, and he pulled away Darula's hand. What are you doing? She turned around and gulped down a big mouthful of water, cursing that the weather was really unbearable, and asked Darula what serious illness she had, turning around the room without stopping. She's not right. Darula frowned, and said to Fusong beside her, I always feel that Ji Jioshu is inexplicably anxious, and has to do something to vent. She doesn't talk so much normally, and she has no patience with the little girl, and her face is full of annoyance. Fusong, maybe he's suffocated. Isn't it said that people will feel like they can't breathe if they stay in the same place for a long time? That makes sense. Darula asked again, Why are we okay? Fusong thought, Why are you okay? While talking, her hands kept moving, and she had poured the dumplings into 5 bowls. The amount was not much, just 2 dumplings and 2 sips of brown sugar water for each person. She picked up the bowl and poured it directly into her mouth, finishing it all in one breath, smacking her lips and saying, It tastes weird. Really? Let me try it. Darula's attention shifted. She took a sip of brown sugar water and savored it carefully, no problem. Fusong shook her head and said disdainfully, It has a bitter taste, just like well water. It also comes with the rice we usually eat, but it's bearable. This taste is so strong. If I had known, I would not eat it. Darula, she said. She didn't want to eat it after it was all in her stomach. She suddenly realized, You said the rice we usually eat has a taste? Yes, so I didn't eat much. Fusong nodded. Darula fell silent again. So when eating, Fusong, who ate 2 large bowls of rice at every meal, was occupied by aliens, right? She shook her head, removed the irrelevant things from her mind, and reorganized her thoughts that were disrupted by Fusong. She pondered, Do you think there is a possibility that there is something wrong with the food we eat? But every time they eat, the restaurant owner will eat with them, and they have eaten for so many days, everyone eats well and sleeps soundly, and there is nothing wrong. It is normal for people to feel bad when trapped here, and it cannot be directly determined that the problem is caused by the food. Fusong, I don't know. Darila looked at Fusong and began to doubt her judgment again. Fusong eats twice as much as a normal person every day, but it seems that there is no change. She told Ji Jiuxiu about this guess, and Ji Jiuxiu barely suppressed the irritability that filled his brain and asked everyone to try not eating tonight. No food tonight. So annoying. Jiangju came back from the restaurant owner packing food, and as soon as he entered the door, he faced Ji Jiuxiu's expression of nose not nose and face not face. Ji Jiuxiu, you are not allowed to eat tonight. Rong Tianjiang, who came back from a stroll outside, was about to eat. Hearing this, he was anxious. Why don't you eat? If you don't eat, I will. Ji Jiuxiu, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Anyway, if you want to eat, go out and eat by yourself, don't be an eyesore here. Rong Tianjiang grabbed the bowl and chopsticks. I want to eat here. Ji Jiuxiu went over and pushed him, and the two began to quarrel. The conflict came quickly and inexplicably. Darila looked confused, and shifted her sight to Jiangju's face. His state looked normal, but he would be stabbed by the scattered mental power when he approached occasionally. The two quarreling people had rolled up their sleeves and were ready to fight. Rong Tianjiang was often beaten, but Darila didn't care. In order to avoid waste, she planned to take the food to students from other schools. Fusong blocked the food from her. I can finish it. It's not a matter of whether you finish it or not. What if there's something wrong with the food? Darila was speechless. Fusong pointed at the two people fighting on the side. I think their problems are more serious than mine. Darila looked back and saw that the two people who usually fought with restraint were fighting particularly fiercely this time. Two bloodstains flowed from Rong Tianjiang's nostrils and Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu was not injured at all. It was a pure one-sided beating. Seeing that the two were fighting harder and harder, she said anxiously, Jiangju, go stop them. Jiangju glanced coldly. He didn't listen. He deserved to be beaten. Darila's face was dark. It turned out that Jiangju's normality was completely pretended. He usually had an expressionless face and spoke as little as a mute, so that it was not obvious when he was hit. She was afraid that Ji Jiuxiu and Rong Tianjiang would fight, so she pulled out her gun and shot them both. The gun was a small pocket gun that she always carried with her. She would only hand it over before entering the actual competition venue. She never thought that one day the small gun used for self-defense would be aimed at her companions. The two were forced to separate. Rong Tianjiang was almost hit by a bullet and said angrily, calm down. Can you shoot a gun casually? Darila put away the gun. I am very calm. From now on, everyone will listen to my command. I will shoot anyone who disobeys. Ji Jiuxiu, are you crazy? Maybe. I can't guarantee that I am still rational. Darila nodded, and her red face, which was extremely dry by the wind, did not mean to joke at all. Ji Jiuxiu took 2 steps back. Okay, I won't fight anymore. He can't beat me. It's boring. What did you say? Rong Tianjiang, who had just calmed down a little, jumped up again. Enough. Darila shouted. No one is allowed to talk from now on. The two shut up and glared at each other, neither of them convinced, and their eyes were full of dirty curses. Darila breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to take the food away. When she turned around, she found that there was only an empty plate on the table. Fuso had already swept away all the food. 6 bowls of rice plus 4 dishes and 1 soup. Not even a grain of rice or a mouthful of soup was left. This is my meal, I've finished it. Fuso pointed to the 2 empty bowls closest to her, and then pointed to the 4 bowls stacked next to her. This is yours, you all don't eat, so I had to help you eat it. Darila, She suppressed her anger and said, what do you mean by having to help? You are very reluctant, right? Fuso, it tastes a bit bitter. I usually don't eat that much. Don't thank me. Darila took a deep breath and tried to stay rational. Now the team depends on her. Take a deep breath first. Calm down, calm down. I can't calm down at all. Chapter 103. The chaotic night finally passed, and Delilah left Rong Tianjiang and Jiangju to sleep on the floor in the room where they lived for observation. This was a single room with only 1 bed, and Delilah and the other 2 squeezed on the bed to sleep together. After being forbidden to talk, everyone was very quiet, and when night fell, everyone fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, Delilah opened her eyes and sat on the bed to observe Fusong and Ji Jiuxiu next to her. She got up and walked a few steps in the room, deliberately making her footsteps loud, but the 4 sleeping people did not move and were not woken up by her. She approached Rong Tianjiang and kicked his calf. Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang did not move, so she called Jiangju again, but she did not get any response. She returned to the bed and pinched Ji Jiuxia's face, and the other party was sleeping soundly. She looked to the side and met a pair of bright eyes. She was startled. Why didn't you make any noise if you weren't asleep? Fuso, I was afraid of disturbing you. What are you doing? Darla frowned. They didn't react at all. Something's wrong. This doubt had been in her heart for several days. The house was not soundproof. When she first came to Jinsha Star, she was often woken up at night. But recently, every night, there was no snoring, grinding of teeth, talking in sleep, or walking. Everyone was as quiet as death. Fuso, they're not dead. I know they're not dead. Darla had a heart attack. Fuso is sometimes smart and quick to understand, but sometimes he is stubborn and can make people angry when communicating. Ji Jiuxiu usually doesn't sleep too deeply, and Jiangju is the same. But now, he can't be woken up even if he is called. Obviously there is something wrong. Darula pondered. Fuso, is it food? But you didn't eat it tonight. Darula, we ate it for several days. This special medicine may not take effect immediately, but slowly. Fuso, why are you okay? Darula, because I eat very little. But the bitterness comes from the well water. You can't not drink water. Fuso's eyes locked on Darula in the dim light. By the way, you rarely drink water. There are lights outside the corridor. Because of the need to save electricity, the lights are very old and not bright enough, and the light projected into the room is even less. Everything is a blurry block, and only the eyes that reflect the light are particularly eye-catching. Darula said nonchalantly, I drink water condensed from the air. I drink it before taking a bath. You help me get water, and I will leave the allocated well water for you to drink. The water condensed from the air is not clean and contains many impurities. Although it is not undrinkable, the taste and cleanliness are definitely not as good as well water. Darula asked, what about you? Why did you eat so much but have no reaction at all? Fusong said calmly, my stomach can digest even foreign plant toxins, so the slight toxicity of well water is insignificant. The two people's eyes intertwined in the air, and they tacitly skipped this topic. There was a slight noise outside the corridor. Darula caught the unusual sound and immediately drew her gun and opened the door to look outside. She saw a black shadow dragging something. The light was too dim to see what was moving, but the object being dragged was clearer. From the two obvious legs, she could probably tell that the other person was a person. The sound of the door opening startled the shadow, and it moved a little, then it grabbed the cadet mopping the floor and carried him on its shoulders and rushed downstairs. Fusong! Keep an eye on everyone! Darula shouted, and then chased after him without hesitation, shouting as she ran, trying to wake up the others. But the building was dead silent, and there was no sound except her. The shadow moved quickly. It was not tall, but strong, and disappeared around the corner carrying the person. When Darula chased to the corner, there was an empty road in front of her, and the monster was nowhere to be seen. She stood there and turned her head to observe, and there was only a silent house in front of her. A new day began, and the town became lively early. The old people got up to work and took care of the not fertile land. There was a nutritious vegetable planted in the land, and selling vegetables was the only source of income for the residents. Ji Jiuxiu opened his eyes on time, and was startled by the enlarged face in front of him, and almost punched out subconsciously. All the sleepiness disappeared. She blinked her eyes, and pushed Darula's face away. Is it fun to scare people so early in the morning? Darula, how did you sleep last night? Ji Jiuxiu stretched. Very well. Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you sleep well last night? I watched you all night. Darula was now calm, and the initial suspicion was only left with fatigue after staying up all night. Ji Jiuxiu, why? Yesterday, a student from the Mingxi River Military Academy, who lived opposite us, was captured by a monster. Darula yawned. Ji Jiuxiu sat up suddenly. What? Darula lay flat on the bed with her eyes closed. You slept too deeply last night, and I couldn't wake you up even if I shouted. The monster ran away with people, and I didn't catch up. After returning last night, the door of the dormitory of the captured students was still open. She went in to take a look. There were 3 people inside, also sleeping like pigs. She identified the school of the captured students by their clothes. Ji Jiuxiu knocked his forehead with a fist. I wonder why I haven't slept so soundly for a long time. Jiangju, who was sleeping on the floor, woke up and pushed away Rong Tianjiang, who was hugging him like an octopus. After hearing the conversation between the two, he rubbed his eyebrows. The food is indeed problematic. I didn't eat last night, and the anger that was blocked in my heart was relieved a lot. Fusong. The residents are all using well water, why are they okay? The residents of the town all draw water from the well to drink, and the restaurant owner also eats the food cooked with well water. They have seen sister and drink well water directly, but they are not abnormal. Ji Jiuxiu glanced at Rong Tianjiang. His face was bruised and swollen last night. It was still blue today. She looked away silently. Tell everyone this news first. The news of the disappearance of the military academy student in Mingxi River spread quickly. Dai Wila came forward to explain that the other party did not disappear by himself, but was taken away by a monster. Everyone gathered around the well water. Xing Ran turned on the switch, and the water flow was pumped into the bucket. The well water was clear, and no foreign objects could be seen with the naked eye. She scooped up a little with her hand, and tasted it in her palm. There is no taste. Others tried it one after another, and got the same result. Fusong scooped up a pool of water with both hands, lowered her head and drank it all, and gave a different answer, bitter. She described it as, very light bitter, like the bitter vegetables you often eat, a little cold. Ji Jiuxiu took a sip of water, and did not feel the bitterness that Fusong said, but she believed in Fusong's taste buds. Yu Suing, the water can no longer be drunk. The student, who was kidnapped last night was the 6th, and the 5 who disappeared before might have been taken away by the monster. What are you students doing here? Sisterin came over and saw the water in front of them. Her face suddenly became stern. It has been said that each person has a fixed amount of water to drink every day. In order to give water to you, our residents have less water to use. You still think it is not enough and want to steal water here? Yusupu said angrily, there is something wrong with this water. Someone disappeared again last night. Sisterin put her hands on her hips, and her momentum was stronger than him. What nonsense are you talking about, little kid? Our ancestors have been drinking well water for generations. What's the problem? Didn't I say there are strange beasts outside? You must have been disobedient and sneaked out again. I saw a monster catching people last night. Darla said. Sisterin didn't believe it. I've lived here for so many years, and I've never seen any monsters that come into the town to catch people. You kids shouldn't make a fuss just because you had a nightmare. It's true. One of our companions disappeared last night. The Minxi Military School student shouted. Sisterin waved her arms. Maybe he ran away by himself in his sleepwalking. If you are looking for someone, just run away. Why are you surrounding the well? Don't disturb the residents' normal water use. Go away quickly. Others argued with reason. Sisterin argued with the crowd, and finally the military school students were defeated. This theory of I didn't see it with my own eyes, so it doesn't exist, was too powerful, and they couldn't convince themselves. Nada, first ask the old people in the town to see if you can get any information related to the monster. They currently know nothing about the monster, and they are in a passive position with the enemy in the dark and us in the light. Rog, residents have been drinking well water for a long time. They are probably immune to the toxicity in the well water, but we can't. People can't not drink water. We have to find a way to purify the collected condensed water. Qi Yunziu, we need to check the area around the town again. Since the monster has appeared, it is impossible that there is no trace at all. This is not a competition. Facing unknown monsters, the military academy students consciously divide the work. After not drinking well water for a day, the conflicts between military academy students are obviously less. The weird well water not only makes people sleep soundly at night, but also makes people irritable. The restaurant owner, who was cooking, was very confused. He randomly grabbed a group of passing military cadets and asked, "Why don't you come to eat?" Military cadets, there is something wrong with the well water. We don't drink it. The restaurant owner's reaction was the same as Sister Anne's. How could the well water have any problem? At most, it's not filtered and it's a little unpalatable. You city kids are just spoiled. In order to consume the expired ingredients he had hoarded, the restaurant owner gave up using well water and used the purified water distilled by the military cadets to cook, but his face was uglier than before. The military cadets, who had been busy all day, gathered in the square to eat and discuss today's harvest. Today's progress was 0. There was no trace of the monster, as if it had never appeared. If someone hadn't been kidnapped, everyone would have suspected whether Darula had just had a nightmare. Many people couldn't sleep tonight, staring outside the door to see if the monster would appear. They kept their eyes open until dawn. The whole night was peaceful, and there was no trace of the monster. The restaurant owner brought everyone bad news early in the morning. The ingredients were gone. Rong Tianxiang's eyes widened. You mean that all the ingredients you put in, which total almost a ton, are gone? The restaurant owner was so angry that his mouth was bubbling. Yes, I got up early in the morning and went to the warehouse to get the vegetables, but there were only some rotten leaves left in the warehouse. Everyone followed the restaurant owner to see his warehouse. The warehouse was built underground and had a very large space. The shelves that should have neatly arranged the ingredients were scattered all over the place, and the ground was covered with broken vegetables and meat. Jijoshia observed the steel frame. There was a dent on the edge of the shelf, as if it had been hit by a heavy object, and there were claw marks on it. Jiangju noticed that the door was intact. Don't you usually lock the warehouse door? Isn't this because the planet is closed recently? The people in the town have nothing to eat, so I left the door open and let them come and get it if they need it. Who would have thought that this would happen? It was fine when I cooked last night. The restaurant owner was heartbroken. Rong Tianjiang, maybe it was the monster that captured people, but you still don't believe me. The restaurant owner regretted and slapped his thigh. Who could have thought that this would happen? I have never heard of any monsters. Oh, I should have listened to you if I had known. It's too late to regret now. The leftover ingredients are probably enough for all the cadets to have another meal. Food has become the most urgent problem at present. The food problem needs to be solved by ourselves. Fortunately, there are edible animals and plants outside the town. As long as you have enough ability, you will not starve to death. Most of the residents still have food in their homes, but they will not share it with the cadets. Because of the appearance of the monster, they began to pray to God again. There is a temple in the small town. The cadets have not visited it, but they have seen residents often go to the temple to pray. Jijoshia led the team of 4 to the cactus forest that everyone often talked about. It was not far from the town, and was relatively safe. Residents would usually come here to pick fruits. The cactus forest was bare, and the fruits had been picked. There were birds on the branches pecking at the half-remaining fruits, and they were startled by the approaching humans. Jiangju, keep going forward, go further. The residents did not dare to go too far away from the town for fear of being attacked by wild beasts. The food in places farther away should not have been picked up yet. Fusong squatted in front of a half-yellow and half-green plant, stretched out her hand to pull its leaves, took a small hoe and dug down, and dug out a round, white and fat plant like a radish, half the size of a palm. She opened her mouth and was about to bite down, but a hand reached out from the side and snatched the love, took the plant rhizome, and peeled off the skin in a few strokes. Fusong, you can eat the skin too. Jijoshio, there are cracks on the surface where dust is stuck. Fusong looked at the skin on the ground with pity, and asked Jijoshia to cut the white root into 5 pieces for everyone to taste. She picked up a piece and stuffed it into her mouth, with a natural expression, chewing it twice and swallowing it. Jijoshio tried it for the second time. He paused when he took the first bite, and continued chewing without changing his expression, and calmly gave his evaluation, it's average. I try. Darila picked up the smallest piece. Then her eyes swept across the faces of the first 2 people, and she smiled, it's juicy. Rong Tianjiang picked up a piece, and couldn't wait to stuff it into his mouth. I haven't eaten this kind of food yet. The teeth bit the delicate white pieces, and the rich juice gushed out. His face twitched unconsciously, and he looked at Jiangju and urged, I think it's delicious, you try it quickly. Jiangju glanced at him, do you think I will be fooled? Rong Tianjiang's expression was distorted, his facial features could no longer hold back, wrinkled like a bitter gourd, and he opened his mouth to spit out the food. Fusong predicted his behavior, and covered his mouth. He was forced to swallow the food, his eyes were watery, and tears were about to flow out. Fusong, don't waste food. You call this food food? Rong Tianjiang's tongue was numb, it's more bitter than my life. The bitter taste spread from the taste buds to the entire mouth, so bitter that the tongue could not be felt, and the whole brain was numb. Jijoshio and Dairula couldn't stand it anymore, and they all started to rinse their mouths with water. Rong Tianjiang glared at them fiercely. These 3 people were really hateful. They pretended to be real and deceived his trust. Among the 4 people who ate the white root, only Fusong was really calm, and even asked in confusion, is it so hard to swallow? Rong Tianjiang, you can tell that there is something wrong with the well water, but you are not sensitive to the bitterness of this thing? It is bitter, but it's okay. It's edible. Fusong savored it. Rong Tianjiang had nothing to say. He paid the same respect to Fusong's taste buds as her stomach. He looked at Jiangju, the only one who didn't eat it, and the others also looked at Jiangju. Jiangju, Jiangju silently picked up the last piece, opened his mouth and stuffed it in. Under the attention of everyone, he chewed and swallowed it. His expression was very well managed, and he was indifferent as if he was just eating an ordinary radish. Sharing happiness and difficulties together, the team spirit was sublimated at this moment. Fusong wanted to continue looking for this food, but was unanimously rejected by everyone. They would rather starve to death than eat a bite of this stuff. Okay. Fusong compromised. In fact, she didn't really like this bitter thing. She ate it mainly because it was everywhere. As for why it grew so much, the reason could be seen from the reactions of Ji Jiuxiu and others. Everyone continued to move forward. Ji Jiuxiu plucked leaves from the roadside and made a hat to put on his head. Although there was no sun shining down from above on Jinsha Star, he subconsciously wanted to wear a hat to block the sun when his head was hot. Not 2 seconds after he put it on, the hat was picked up by Rong Tianjiang and fell on his head. Ji Jiuxiu rolled her eyes at Rong Tianjiang and continued to pull grass and weave hats. The second hat was snatched away by Fusong, and the third hat finally stayed on her head. Darula and Jiangju looked at her eagerly, so she had to continue pulling grass. 5 straw hats of the same style came out. Ji Jiuxiu no longer had the playfulness at the beginning, and she was forced to weave the feeling of being forced to work. Fortunately, there were only 5 of them on this trip. If there were more people, it would be too much. She pulled all the grass on the roadside clean. Fusong walked and stopped, with the only small hoe in her hand. She stopped digging from time to time, and always found all kinds of strange things. Sometimes it was a slender tree root with mud, sometimes it was a small black fruit on the tree, and there were also some edible tender leaves and fruits disguised as branches. It was edible, but the taste was hard to evaluate. Some were sour, some were bitter, and some were spicy. She tasted all the flavors of life in this short hour. Rong Tianjiang, why is your taste getting worse and worse? In the past, I always picked delicious food to eat, but now I eat everything from top to bottom, and my life is getting worse and worse. Fusong, you don't want to go to Dixing Military Academy, don't you? Jinsha Star is completely different from the training base. With the conditions on Jinsha Star, it's good enough to have something to eat, but you still want to be picky. I really don't want to. Rong Tianjiang nodded. If I want to go, I can go right away. Is there any problem? Fuso, Fuso, there is a pathetic thick barrier between us. I don't want to talk to you now. Don't read those messy books with Ji Jiuxiu. I can't understand what you are saying now. Rong Tianjiang complained. Ji Jiuxiu, who was shot innocently, ? Ji Jiuxiu, it's not a messy book. These are all the essence. Jiangju, there is a cactus forest ahead. The cacti in the cactus forest ahead are taller than the ones they saw before. The average height of each tree is about 5 meters, and the branches are full of red and purple fruits. The hard and slender thorns on the body warn the enemy. Rong Tianjiang took out the rope gun with great interest. The metal rope popped out from the muzzle and wrapped around a large piece of cactus leaves. He exerted force, and the cactus leaves fell to the ground, and the fruits on the top fell to the ground. The cactus fruit was as big as a fist, with a reddish-purple skin and ripe inside. Juice would flow out with a slight squeeze. The taste was sweet and delicious. Eating two would make you full. Each cactus leaf on the top had more or less ripe fruits, which were squeezed together heavily, and were full of fruits. Darula, there are so many cactus fruits, and there is no danger along the way. Why didn't anyone come to pick them? Maybe it's because it's far away. Rong Tianjiang said casually, sitting on the ground, taking off his shoes and pouring sand. It took us 3 hours to walk here, and it would probably be even slower for the residents. Ji Jiuxiu, see if there are any other things around, try to collect as many as possible. Rong Tianjiang spread his hands and lay on the ground. You see, I can't walk anymore. The place near the cactus will be cooler, and it will be very comfortable to relax your feet after lying down. He was thirsty and tired after walking all day today, and he really didn't want to move. Ji Jiuxiu didn't force them, and asked them to wait there, and she went around. Jiangju followed her, and the other 3 stayed under a cactus to rest. A kilometer outside the cactus forest is full of scattered small cacti, which occupy this place domineeringly, and no other plants grow nearby. A drop of water fell without warning. Ji Jiuxiu looked up, and dense raindrops fell from the sky. The sky was still so hot and bright, and a rain came without any warning. There was no place to hide in the desert, and the two were soaked like drowned rats while walking in the rain. The temperature system of Jinsha Star was sometimes good and sometimes bad, resulting in abnormal weather. The heavy rain made people unable to open their eyes. Ji Jiuxiu gave up the search and went back to find his companions. They returned to the place where they had separated not long after they walked, but the 3 people who stayed there disappeared. The traces on the ground were washed away by the rain, and nothing could be seen. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she and Jiangju went back and forth around the cactus several times to make sure they were in the right place. But the people were gone. She shouted loudly, but her voice could not penetrate the rain curtain, and there was only a dull echo. Jiangju frowned, not daring to let Ji Jiuxiu leave his sight. Occasionally he looked up, and the large cactus occupied half of his sight. The cacti here grew very densely, with a distance of about 1 to 2 meters between each other. The too close space made the light dim, especially when the rain fell, distorting people's vision, and the cactus seemed to be moving and distorted. Ji Jiuxiu returned to the original place, calmed down, and analyzed. We didn't go far just now. If they were attacked, they should make a sound. Jiangju, yes, there are 3 of them, and it is impossible to subdue them all at once. Ji Jiuxiu, we checked the environment and confirmed that this is the place where they separated. Will they find a place to hide because of the rain? No, if they leave on their own initiative, they will at least leave us a message. Jiangju analyzed calmly. Ji Jiuxiu, then where can they go? Jiangju couldn't answer this question either. It was obvious that they were separated for less than half an hour, and their companions disappeared inexplicably. Ji Jiuxiu took a deep breath. At least Jiangju was still there, and she could save as many as she could. She pulled Jiangju to sit where Rong Tianjiang had been lying. If the 3 of them were abducted by monsters or attacked by something, then she and Jiangju would stay in the same place, and the other party would probably attack again. The heavy rain continued, and the heat from the ground plus the water vapor made people feel like they were in a steamer. She leaned on Jiangju's shoulder and cried loudly. Jiangju lowered his head and raised his hand to wipe his face from time to time. Until it was dark, the rain gradually subsided and the coolness came. The 2 people who were soaked by the rain leaned against each other. Ji Jiuxiu was tired of crying and fell asleep leaning on Jiangju. The temperature dropped rapidly. Jiangju cut off some dry cacti and took out tools from Ji Jiuxiu's bag to make a fire. The fire lit up and stretched the shadows of the 2 people. Late at night, the 2 people snuggled up to each other and dozed off. A black shadow approached quietly, and the 2 did not notice it. The black shadow was very close, standing behind the 2 people and stretching out its claws, aiming at Ji Jiuxiu. A cold light slashed down with the firelight. No matter how fast the black shadow reacted, it was still cut by a knife, and blood dripped on the ground. Ji Jiuxiu's eyes were brighter than the knife, and his lips were tightly pursed as he rushed over to grab the black shadow's fur. Under the light of the fire, she could barely see the shape of the shadow. It looked like a bear, with sharp claws and a strong body, but its fur was longer and smoother, and she couldn't hold its hair firmly. It had sharp fangs like a wild boar, and it stood like a human when attacking, and fell on all 4s when running away. She had never seen such a beast, and after observing them in secret for so long, it should have a certain amount of wisdom, and it could be considered a strange beast. The long-haired strange beast was frightened by her, and turned around and ran away, but Jiangju blocked its way in advance. Chapter 104. The 2 blocked the way of the hairy monster. Jiangju fired. After the bullet sank into the thick fur, the hairy monster did not react at all. Ji Jiuxiu was sensitive to the fluctuation of mental power. The hairy monster could actually use mental power to resist bullets. She approached forward. Seeing the bad situation, the hairy monster ran to the left. She fired the rope gun. The metal rope with a sharp hook pierced the air, and went straight to the hind legs of the hairy monster. The hairy monster was agile, and suddenly jumped forward. The sharp hook rubbed its fur, and hooked off 2 long black hairs. Jiangju arrived behind it, and pulled the trigger of the gun in his hand again. This time, the distance was close enough, and the bullet pierced the body of the hairy monster. It rolled forward on the spot, and escaped from Jiangju's control. A blood mark was drawn on the ground. The cold yellow sand froze the blood as soon as it flowed. Ji Jiuxiu flew out like an arrow, stabbing the long-haired monster in the back. A silver light flashed, and the long-haired monster was injured again. Jiangju attacked at the same time, and fired several shots in succession. The long-haired monster with low health rolled on the ground and rushed into a low and dense cactus forest. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju chased after it. 2 new long-haired monsters appeared, blocked their way, and pounced on the 2. Their fur was slippery, and their movements were agile. It was not easy to deal with them alone. The injured long-haired monster took advantage of the gap when the 2 were restrained to sneak into the cactus forest and slip away. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the long-haired monster in front of him, and threw out a handful of cactus thorns. The thorns wrapped with mental power were not as powerful as bullets, but they were more numerous and flew towards the front of the long-haired monster. Its face was covered with fluff, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. Its round red eyes showed a trace of panic. It quickly turned its body, and the thorns pierced its buttocks, and it made a strange cry. Jijioshu kicked it hard, directly kicking it towards the cactus. Unfortunately, the cactus was relatively tender, and the thorns pierced it, but it didn't penetrate it. The hairy monster kept making strange noises, and dared not to entangle with her anymore, and ran into the cactus forest quickly with thorns on its body. The situation on Jiangju's side was similar. The hairy monster screamed and ran deep into the forest. The two chased them, bypassing one complicated trail after another, and finally stopped in front of a dead end. The hairy monsters disappeared. Jijioshu clenched his fists. If he didn't catch them this time, it would be difficult to do it next time. Things have already happened, and it is not advisable to indulge in the regrets of the past. She was angry for 5 minutes, calmed down, and thought about the next plan. She reflected, maybe I shouldn't act too quickly, it might take us back to the nest. Jiangju, it's also possible that the neck will be bitten directly. No one knows the habits of the hairy monsters, and everything they do is to cross the river by feeling the stones. They wanted to catch one to study it, but who knew that they would appear in groups, and the monster that was almost caught just ran away. They didn't bring mechas. The instructor said that they would use new mechas uniformly after going to the competition venue, and private mechas were not allowed. In order to prevent someone from replacing them, someone specially checked whether they were carrying mechas before boarding the spacecraft to Jinsha Star. If there were mechas, it would be easy to take down the hairy monsters. Jijioshu, I feel that they have some IQ, I don't know how much. Jiangju, try to play dead to lure them out again. The two of them started acting on the spot, acting out a scene of a quarrel and accidental killing, and Jiangju lay on the ground motionless. I don't know if the hairy monster can understand the first part, but the part where he fell unconscious should be clear to anyone with eyes. This time Jijioshu learned to be smart. He didn't lie down with Jiangju. He retreated a little further, and hid behind a cactus to observe Jiangju, and cut off some cactus thorns. It was cold at night, and his fingers were frozen and numb. As time passed, his eyelashes were cold, and a layer of white frost formed, but the hairy monster never appeared again. Jiangju acted so well that Jijioshu almost doubted whether he was really frozen. Another hour passed, and there was nothing but the cold wind. She couldn't help but walk over and call Jiangju. Just after taking 2 steps, the tall cactus in front of her had a double image. She rubbed her eyes, looked left and right, and adjusted the light button in her hand to the brightest. I didn't notice anything unusual just now. Could it be that I was hit again for no reason? The yellow sand on the ground did not change, and the slight depression behind her was still there. It was the cactus that was shaking. She turned her head to look at Jiangju, who stood up from the ground and was running towards her. The cactus was shaking violently, and the tall cactus in front of her became shorter in the blink of an eye. Jiangju ran to her side and reached out to grab her. The ground shook slightly, and the two stood there alert. About 2 minutes later, the shaking stopped, and the scenery in front of them was completely different. The cactus still existed, but it changed from dark green to a more tender light green. The height was reduced, and the surrounding layout was completely changed. Apart from that, nothing happened. There was no sudden attack or trap. Jijioshu was confused. It wasn't my illusion just now, right? Jiangju observed this new cactus. I have a very familiar feeling. Jijioshu nodded. We seem to have passed by such a place before? There was a place on the left where there were more fresh cacti. She carefully stretched her feet forward, approached the tender cacti, circled around and locked onto one of them. She affirmed, "This is the cactus we have seen before." The cactus in front of her had a tender leaf cut in half. This was a mark she left casually, and the cut was exactly the same. The cactus forest changed right before their eyes, as strange as a paranormal event. She bent down and used a dagger to dig the roots of the cactus. After digging about half a meter, there was soil under the yellow sand, and the roots were deep underground and could not be seen in their entirety. Cacti really grow in the soil, and their changes are so magical that there is no reason for them. She tried to find the boundary line of the change in the position of the cactus, but it was too dark, and she had not observed it deliberately just now. She didn't know where the change started, or whether the whole forest had such a shift. This is good news, which means that perhaps Dorilla and the other two were not attacked. They are still in the original position, but the cactus that serves as a landmark has moved, so she can't find them. Jiangju, we returned to the place where the others were before, and it took us much less time than when we left. Jijioshu, let's walk around and try our luck. It was late at night, and the dew was heavy. If you stay in one place for a long time, your hands and feet will be numb with cold. You can't sleep, so you might as well get up and walk around. Maybe you'd be lucky enough to find Dorilla and the others. The two walked side by side. Fearing that they would accidentally get separated, Ji Jioshio took out a metal rope and asked Jiangju to lead them. This cactus forest is very large. When you get close to this forest, you can't see the end at a glance. The vast cactus forest makes it particularly difficult to find people. No wonder the townspeople dare not come here to look for food, saying it is dangerous and people will die, but they cannot tell the specific reason. Those who know the situation may have become fertilizer for the forest. Ji Jioshio analyzed. The moving area should be limited. We did not find that the cactus forest moved when we returned. Jiangju added, we can try to find its pattern. The time when the change just happened was 12 o'clock in the morning, the temperature was -10 degrees, and the wind direction was southeast. The two of them proposed many possibilities to each other and kept overturning them. Accompanied by the occasional insect calls, the two gradually went deeper into the cactus forest. There was a faint light in front. Ji Jioshio stopped and turned off the light button. The white light disappeared, and the yellowish warm light like rice grains in front became more obvious, and the light was very stable. The two walked over lightly. When they were close, a bullet flew over. Jiangju pulled Ji Jioshio away, activated his mental power, and the bullet deviated from the track and pierced into the root of the cactus on the side. The bullet meant that the other party was a person. Ji Jioshio turned on the light button again, and the light illuminated the person in front of him. The girl who appeared in front of her was a young girl, wearing thick clothes that had been washed many times and faded. Her hair was long to her neck, and her amber eyes looked at her vigilantly. The girl had obvious characteristics of the residents of Jinsha Star. Her exposed skin was a beautiful wheat color, her facial features were deep, there were freckles on her cheeks, and her lips were slightly chapped. The things on the ground were more eye-catching. A square stove emitted light, and the fuel inside burned quietly, slightly distorting the cold air above. Seeing Ji Jioshio and Jiangju, the girl relaxed and put away the gun in her hand. A group of military cadets came to the town, making a lot of noise. She had seen them before. Ji Jioshio and the girl said at the same time, "Why are you here / why did you come here?" The two paused, and the girl answered first, "I'm here to pick cactus fruit." Ji Jioshio, "You come alone?" Girl, "Is it not possible?" Ji Jioshio praised, "You are so brave, you dare to walk so far alone. The forest is very dangerous, you can travel safely. It's amazing." The girl's face improved after being praised, and she didn't reject it at the beginning. She said proudly, "Of course, I dare say that no one in the whole town can compare to me." Ji Jioshio continued to talk to the other party, and found out that the girl's name was Charlotte, who lived in the easternmost part of the town. Her parents went out to work and rarely came back. She had a seriously ill sister at home. She often came out to pick fruits for money, to reduce the burden on the family. Charlotte was completely defenseless, and answered whatever was asked. Ji Jioshio asked the key point, "Do you know that the cactus forest can move?" "I know." Charlotte nodded, "It changes its position every 4 hours. I was so scared when I first came here that I almost couldn't find my way home." Ji Jioshio, "We are separated from our companions, and now we have to find them. Do you know the pattern of movement?" Charlotte scratched her head, "I don't know what the pattern is, but I can find the corresponding position." Ji Jioshio immediately said, "Please help us find it. The original position could not be found after the transfer just now." Ji Jioshio could only open the light brain to draw and try to reproduce the scene. Charlotte looked at Ji Jioshio's painting and fell into silence. She said with difficulty, "Is there any difference in the cactus you drew?" It was all a bunch of chaotic lines, like tree branches, with large lines mixed with small lines, which made people dazzled. Ji Jioshio tried to describe it to her. The cactus in the middle is very tall, about 5 meters, and the ones next to it are shorter, about 3 meters, and very dense. From the bottom to the top of the one in the middle, there is a woody rhizome, 3 large leaves, 2 small leaves on the left leaf, and 1 small leaf on the middle leaf. Jiangju added. The two were stunned and turned to look at him at the same time. Ji Jioshio, "What's wrong?" Ji Jioshio, "You explained it so carefully, but she doesn't know." Charlotte nodded repeatedly, "Yes, how can I remember how many leaves a cactus has?" Jiangju, With the efforts of Ji Jioshio and Jiangju to describe, Charlotte barely locked on several similar locations, and after checking 2 wrong locations along the way, she finally found the correct location. After they separated, the cactus forest moved twice. Charlotte roughly deduced the location after the transfer, and took Ji Jioshio and Jiangju to shuttle through the dense cactus bushes, going back and forth. She was not very sure, so she could only look and calculate while walking in front, mumbling to herself. A black shadow flashed by, and Jijiushi reacted very quickly, pulling Charlotte away, and poking forward with the long cactus thorns he broke off. The thorns came from the root of the cactus, were 1 meter long, hard and sharp. The thorns pierced into the hair of the hairy monster, and she could feel the thorns against something soft and elastic. She injected her mental power, and pushed forward fiercely, piercing into the flesh of the hairy monster. 3 more hairy monsters appeared. As if they knew that Jijiushi was not easy to mess with, they went straight to Charlotte, and put their claws on her shoulders. Charlotte screamed, and the square stove filled with fuel was thrown on one of the hairy monsters. Sparks flew out, and fell on the monster's thick hair, and the fire lit up and burned quickly. It rolled on the ground to put out the flames, and the other hairy monsters knocked down the stove in Charlotte's hand, and rushed towards her again. Jiangju blocked the hairy monster, and imitated Jijiushi, holding a spike in each hand and stabbing fiercely, slowly retreating, gradually approaching Jijiushi. Jijiushi attached his mental power to the dagger, and cut off a new spike for Charlotte. Facing the hairy monster whose mental power can block bullets, the spike is more useful than the gun. The 3 stood back to back, and 5 hairy monsters surrounded them. Jiangju, one just appeared. It's quite vengeful. Jijiushi clenched the spikes. I count to 3, run together, and find a way to get rid of them. Charlotte, okay, run to the second fork on the left. Jijiushi, 1, 2. Roar, run. She let out a huge weird cry. The sound was exactly the same as the hairy monster, and Charlotte subconsciously turned her head to look at her. The hairy monsters were stunned. When the last word run came out, Jijiushi and Jiangju moved at the same time. Charlotte was a little slow because of the momentary daze, and was pulled by the 2 people on the left and right to run. Charlotte was dragged by the 2 people, almost leaving her feet. The wind in front of her whistled in her face, and the wind poured into her mouth as soon as she opened her mouth. She said with difficulty, "Go right." The 2 turned, and the road on the right was narrow, and could not accommodate 3 people walking side by side. Jijiushi walked over first, and Jiangju pushed Charlotte to let her follow Jijiushi, and he walked at the end to cover the rear. The hairy monster was larger, almost the size of 2 normal adults, and some narrow paths could not fit in, so it was left behind by the 3 people. Jijiushi stopped when the hairy monster was completely out of sight. Charlotte covered her chest and panted violently. Her lungs felt like they were on fire, and it hurt to breathe. I can't run anymore. Jijiushi, take a break. Jiangju looked behind him vigilantly. His eyes swept over the surrounding environment, holding the spikes in his hand, and not daring to relax. How did you deal with the hairy monster before? Jijiushi asked. Charlotte looked confused. There was no such monster before. It was very safe. Jijiushi, if it's not dangerous, why don't other residents come to pick fruits? I don't know. They all say that there are monsters here that will take people away. I suspect they mean that the forest will move, and they can't get out. Charlotte scratched her face. I told them that the cactus forest is safe, but they didn't believe it. They scolded me, and didn't let me come again. Later, I didn't say anything and came here secretly. Jijiushi was a little worried. Could it be that some of the strange beasts outside the orbit of Jinsha Star have sneaked in? I don't know what the situation is outside, and I can't contact the outside world. Now I am in the dark about everything I do. Charlotte sat on the ground, breathing calmly. Her thick clothes were torn by the hairy monster, and yellow fluff poured out from the holes, falling almost all the way. When the wind blew, the sky was full of hair. The stove was lost during the escape, and she was shivering with cold. Jijiushi took off his coat and put it on her. The military school clothes were made of special materials, which were cold-proof, warm and heat-dissipating, better than her leaky clothes. Jiangju gave his coat to Jijiushi. Seeing that she put the clothes on Charlotte again, he tried to hold back, but couldn't help saying, "It's for you." Charlotte looked at the 2 layers of clothes on her body, took off Jiangju's, and handed it to Jijiushi. I have enough for one. Okay. Jijiushi was too lazy to refuse repeatedly. The sky gradually brightened, and the cactus forest shifted again. The 3 of them set out on the road of search again. Charlotte was still walking in front to find the way. After passing a small path less than half a meter long, she had difficulty avoiding the thorns. Suddenly, the front was open, revealing a wide road. At the end of the road, the 3 figures who had been searching hard appeared. Rong Tianjiang sat on the ground, with the bag next to him opened, and parts scattered all over the ground. He was assembling the machine in his hand. Darla and Fuso stood on both sides with guns in their hands. After hearing the movement, they turned their heads and looked in the direction of Ji Jioshu. Ji Jioshu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally I found you. Rong Tianjiang stood up hurriedly and said in surprise, You are finally here. This ghost place is very strange. There are moving cacti. I know, fortunately you didn't walk around. Ji Jioshu introduced Charlotte to his companions. This is Charlotte, a local resident. She led us to find you. Darla complained, You haven't come back. Fusong wanted to find you, but the location has changed. I didn't dare to let her walk around. Ji Jioshu praised, You did a great job. If you walked around, you might really lose it. Fusong glanced over and continued to eat cactus fruit in silence. Both sides checked the information with each other. Although both were in danger, fortunately no one was injured. Rong Tianjiang put the things away and stuffed them into his bag. Should we go back first or continue to look for something to eat? Eating cactus fruit every day makes me want to vomit when I see it. If you don't want to eat cactus fruit, maybe you can go hunting, Charlotte suggested. I've seen my grandfather hunt a yellow fox dog before. Its fur can be sold for money, and its meat is delicious, but it runs very fast and few people in the town can catch it. Ji Jioshu, try to catch one. It's no use going back to the town now. We starve anyway. The signal hasn't been restored, which means that things outside the orbit of Jinsha Star have not been dealt with yet. The place where the yellow fox dog appeared is on the left side of the cactus forest, about 2 kilometers away. The group continued to walk through the forest. A cactus with a unique green color suddenly appeared in front of them. Other cacti are normal light green or dark green, but it is fluorescent green, dazzling and eye-catching. The fluorescent cactus can move and close the distance with everyone in the blink of an eye. Darla, don't get close to it. She pulled Ji Jioshu, who was walking in front, away, and the leaves of the cactus passed in front of Ji Jioshu, bringing a gust of wind. Ji Jioshu, ? How can a cactus slap people? The cactus, which is as tall as a person, not only slaps people, but also chases people. It waves its thorny leaves, and the leaves on both sides spread out, as if to hug people and continue to approach them. Rong Tianjiang, run, run, run. Ji Jioshu's mind hasn't figured it out yet, but his legs have already started running, asking as he runs, What's going on? What is that thing? Didn't you say you know that cacti can move? Rong Tianjiang shouted. Ji Jioshu was speechless. When I say cacti can move, I mean the whole forest will move, not that it will pull out of the mud. Come out and chase people. Darla, it should be a unique plant on Jinsha Star. Only this color can move. As long as it hides, it won't chase you. Fusong added, It's edible, and it tastes good. Now it's not me eating it, it's eating me. Ji Jioshu looked back. Why are we running? Can't we fight? The bullet flew out of Jiangju's gun, piercing through the body of the cactus and leaving a hole on it, but it didn't have any effect on the cactus, and it still followed them. Hit the leaves on the top, the leaves on the body, the woody roots. Almost every leaf of the cactus was hit, and it became a whole cactus, still following everyone relentlessly. Its roots are as thick as a person's thigh, and it's not realistic to break them completely, and only 1 or 2 shots can't stop its actions. Its attack method is the thorns on its body, and the leaves are not straight, but can be rolled up. If you are hugged, blood holes will appear all over your body. Darla, don't run over there, follow me. Ji Jioshu braked urgently and changed direction to catch up with Darula. There was an area covered with withered cacti in front of her. Darula stepped over it and bent down to crawl under it. The second one was Ji Jioshu. She lifted a small piece of withered cactus and saw the pit below. She waited for Charlotte, Fusong, and Rong Tianjiang to hide in it before jumping down. Jiangju was still outside. In order to leave enough time for everyone to hide, he slowed down to lure away the cactus. Darula, take off your clothes and throw them out to attract the attention of the cactus. It doesn't have much brains, and can't tell the difference between clothes and people. Ji Jioshu took off Jiangju's clothes, wrapped them in a little sand and threw them out. The clothes hit the cactus's forehead, and the leaves on both sides of the cactus immediately rolled up and made a hugging gesture. The sand wrapped in the middle of the clothes was pierced by the thorns, and the sand fell down. Taking this opportunity, Jiangju ran to the bottom of the sand pit and hid with everyone. Ji Jioshu reached out and pulled the withered cactus on top a little closer. From the gap, the situation of the cactus can be observed. After the clothes were pierced, it realized something was wrong, but there was no one around. It lost its target and stood quietly in place. The cactus has no head and face, and it is impossible to tell what it is thinking. It stands there quietly, like a real cactus. The pit is a little small, and there are a lot of people, so everyone is crowded together. Rong Tianjiang protested quietly. Can you please stop squeezing my face? Jiang Ju, who was forced to push against Rong Tianjiang because his elbows were not easy to place, said, I can't help it. Ji Jiuxiao, can't you dig this hole bigger? I've tried very hard. Rong Tianjiang's face was squeezed crooked. You don't have any tools. Do you think it's easy to dig such a big hole? It's all because of Darula's lack of strength, leaving me to dig alone. Darula shouted, You slandered me. I was obviously digging very hard. Who told you not to bring a shovel when you go out? Rong Tianjiang blamed. If Fusong had restrained the alien plants for a longer time, maybe the hole could have been dug bigger. You said it was okay, so I stopped. Fusong objected. That's because you kept asking if it was done. Rong Tianjiang retorted, and Darula too, digging a hole and making a lot of noise, which made me very nervous. Darula, I'm nervous too. What's wrong with saying something? The three of them shirked responsibility and chattered, getting louder and louder. Ji Jiuxiao shouted, Enough. Stop talking, shouting so loudly, the alien plant can hear it. The alien plant, that was previously silent, moved its leaves and moved closer to where the 6 people were. Rong Tianjiang, it didn't hear you just now you called it over. Ji Jiuxiao, Chapter 105. The 6 people at the bottom of the pit kept quiet. The cactus plant lost its target and stopped in place again. Its way of moving is to slide on the sand with its roots. After a long time, it moved again. Since there is no front and back, its departure is still facing the crowd and moving back. The wind blew, and the rolling sand covered the traces left by the cactus plant. It was quiet outside, and there was no trace of the plant. Ji Jiuxiao pushed away the withered cactus covering the sand pit and climbed out. He kneaded and relaxed his stiff muscles, and asked Charlotte casually, Have you seen this kind of plant? No. Charlotte shook her head. I come here very rarely, maybe once or twice a month, and I have never encountered this strange cactus. Ji Jiuxiao patted the sand on his hands, recalling his experience of encountering more plants and beasts than others during the entrance examination. He didn't want to admit that he was unlucky. The journey was much smoother afterwards. The surrounding cacti gradually became sparse and finally turned into sparse weeds. They went to the area where the yellow fox dog appeared. A shadow passed by, flashing like lightning, and even the specific appearance could not be seen clearly. Rong Tianjiang was stunned. This can't be the yellow fox dog you mentioned? This is not a fox dog, it is obviously light, Charlotte said sincerely. I said it runs very fast. Another yellow fox dog ran over, and the sound of bullets was heard from the surroundings. The bullets were empty, and the fox dog was intact. Everyone looked to the side, and saw several teams appearing, from all schools. Ji Jiuxiao, everyone comes here to find food. It's normal to meet teams from other schools. With so many mouths to feed, you have to find a way to find food. She was surprised that she didn't see anyone in the cactus forest before. Ji Jiuxiao approached Nada from Beifu Military Academy and asked, Have you encountered a long-haired beast? Yes, I wanted to catch one to try, but I didn't catch it. Nada replied. The two exchanged information, and Ji Jiuxiao learned that Nada came from the west, where there was no moving cactus forest, but there was a moving stone forest and stone monsters. After comparing, Ji Jiuxiao felt more balanced. It seemed that she was not the most unlucky person. At least the cactus forest she went to had fruits to eat, while Nada could only look at an empty stone. The fox dog was too fast. Nada's team arrived here in the morning, but didn't catch it until noon. Other teams that couldn't catch it gradually left to find other food. Nada, we are weaving a net and decided to use the net to trap it. The material for weaving the net is a brown vine from the stone forest. Ji Jiuxiao pulled it, and found that the vine was tough and not easy to be torn off. Ji Jiuxiao, let's work together. More people means more power, and the chance of catching them is higher. It's easier to catch this kind of animal that can dig holes quickly with more people. You can block the holes, and leave it nowhere to escape. Nada nodded, and Ji Jiuxiao went to lobby other teams. The hungry military academy students gave a unified answer, and everyone gathered together to make a net. There were not enough vines, so a team volunteered to collect them. Ji Jiuxiao led the team back to the cactus forest to collect dry cacti, preparing to smoke the foxes and dogs out of the holes. The planet can communicate normally, and Ji Jiuxiao informed Aishimu of the situation here. So far, no other students have disappeared in Theseus Military Academy. Ji Jiuxiao's team is one of the pioneers of the exploration. If it is confirmed that this route is safe, Aishima will arrange more people to take this route to find food in the later stage. After the nets were made, some of the more distant caves were blocked, and 2 people were guarding each cave. Jioshia found a cave with a lower terrain, and set it on fire. Smoke rose, and the fox dogs could not bear it, and drilled out of the cave, and were caught in the nets at the cave entrance. Some of the nets were not woven solidly, and the fox dogs broke free from the vine nets, and ran all over the ground, and the yellow hair that was rubbed off flew all over the sky. There are a lot of fox dogs here, and several can run out of a hole, several times the number of people, and they can't catch them all. Some people were busy chasing, some people held down the fox dogs in the net, and some people were lucky enough to catch a larger fox dog, but they couldn't hold it, and were dragged away. It was difficult to shoot in the chaotic scene, for fear of accidentally hurting their own people, so they could only rely on manpower to compete with the fox dogs. The size of the fox dogs varied, and the largest could be half a person's height, with muscular knots. After a burst of chickens flying and dogs jumping, many fox dogs ran away. Everyone sorted out the harvest, and caught a total of 32 adult fox dogs, and each team could get 3.2. Joshu suggested, together? Everyone nodded. Catching is one thing, killing and eating is another, and after taking it back, the restaurant owner will also help to deal with it. After a long time of tossing and turning, the temperature slowly dropped again, and the embarrassed military cadets walked back. Many people were hit hard by foxes and dogs, their faces were bruised and purple, and some had their clothes torn and their hair scratched. They looked like wandering beggars. Rush back to the town before dark, drag all the foxes and dogs to the square, and ask the restaurant owner to help deal with it. The restaurant owner was too busy, so others helped him. Now the square has become a fixed gathering place for military cadets, and the venue is wide enough to accommodate everyone. When the residents of the town heard that the military cadets had hunted foxes and dogs, they came out to watch the excitement. Darula left the crowd, and went to find water to take a bath. Joshu accompanied her back to the room. The houses on the roadside were brightly lit. Because everyone ran to the square, the road was very quiet, and seemed a bit eerie. The houses watched them silently. The feeling of being spied on appeared again. Joshu took out a small mirror from his pocket, and held it in front of his face. The mirror reflected the scene behind him. The path was still empty, and there was no one. They arrived at the room safely. The water allocated to them in the past 2 days was in the bucket, and the bucket was full. Joshu and Darula went to get the water scoop at the same time. Their hands collided, and the backs of their hands rubbed against each other. Darula's skin felt very dry, so dry that it seemed to have a thick layer of calluses, a little hard, and scraped Joshu's hand. Joshu paused and locked his eyes on Darula. Darula subconsciously rubbed the back of her hand and forced a smile. I haven't taken care of my hands lately, so they become rough. Will soaking in water, and then blowing in the wind make your skin drier? Joshu looked away. Darula took out a bottle of skin care products from her bag, and shook it twice, squeezing the palm-sized bottle very flat. When I knew I was going to pass by Jinsha Star, I made preparations in advance, but I didn't expect to stay here for so long. I can only wipe it after taking a shower, otherwise I always feel dust sticking to my body. Joshu nodded and scooped water into the basin. Go wash it. The bathroom is public, located on the far left of the first floor, and is also a simple stone room with a square window about half a meter long. Joshu was worried that Darula was alone in there, and he didn't know if some strange beast would get through the window. She sat outside the door, leaning against the door panel, and kept talking to Darula to confirm her safety. While listening to Darula's reply, she sent a message to Jiangju, asking about his situation. Jiangju was not in the square, and was arranged by Joshu to lurk in the dark. The town gave her a bad feeling, but she couldn't say where the problem was, so she could only be more vigilant. Ayashama sent a message, which made Joshu's heart sink. Another military academy student disappeared, but it was not from Theseus Military Academy, but from Dixing Military Academy and Winchester Military Academy. Since being trapped in Jinsha Star, Yusuin and his team have been elusive, often missing, and when they appear, it is big news that Dixing Military Academy has lost 10 people. There are 100 people in a military academy, and 10 people is 1/10, which is not a small proportion, and it is a very serious accident. Darula just finished washing, and the two hurried back to the square. In the middle of the crowd, Yusuin had a cut on her forehead, her face was covered in blood. She sat on the ground with a gloomy face, her brows tightly pursed. Yufuzi told everyone what happened. We encountered 5 long-haired beasts, and the team was dispersed. When we were about to kill the long-haired beasts, 10 more suddenly appeared. The new beasts did not attack us, but took away the original 5. But when we counted the number of people, we found that 10 people were missing. The Imperial Star Military Academy was divided into 4 teams, and each team acted separately. The accident was not caused by the team led by Yusuin. He encountered a group of beasts with bodies, like stones, when he went to rescue, and his head was smashed. The situation of Winchester Military Academy was similar. They all found that their teammates were reduced after being attacked. The joy of finding food dissipated, and a heavy haze shrouded everyone's head. Only the oil in the pot was still sizzling. The person couldn't be found. They had been looking for him all day. When the restaurant owner heard what the cadets said, he looked panicked and called the other people in the town. He had to let everyone know that there was a monster. Sisterin couldn't believe it. How could this happen? When the monster took away some cadets before, everyone was still lucky, but more and more people disappeared, which meant that it would also pose a threat to the residents of the town. Yes, the town was obviously safe before. I have lived for decades and have never seen any monsters. It's terrible. Can't we even go to the cactus forest in the future? Will they come to the town? Who knows? Strange things started to happen after this group of students came. The trivial voices gathered together, and the residents of the town looked at the cadets with strange eyes. Rong Tianjiang couldn't sit still, so he stood up and shouted, "What does this have to do with us?" One of the old men, leaning on his cane, said tremblingly, "Before you came, nothing happened in the town. This is an accident. Didn't you say there were monsters outside before?" Rong Tianjiang argued. "Old man, before, as long as we didn't go too far, the monsters wouldn't attack us, but now there are so many of you, and you take the initiative to provoke them. What if you lead them to the town?" Rong Tianjiang choked up and wanted to refute, but didn't know how to say it. No one wants these things to happen, but things have already happened. The most important thing now is to protect everyone's safety. In addition, when food is scarce, we will go out to find food later. Ji Jioshu stood up. Similarly, we will guard the town. If strange beasts come, we will drive them away. These foxes and dogs on the ground should be able to prove our ability. The old man lowered his voice and muttered, but in the end, he did not refute Ji Jioshu's words. Because of this incident, everyone hastily finished dinner and began to discuss the matter of guarding the town. Each military school is responsible for different positions, and the specific personnel are arranged by the military school itself. After the discussion, everyone was ready to disperse. The sound of gunfire broke the already dull atmosphere, and bullets flew from the sky. A feather floated down and landed right in front of Ji Jioshu. She bent down to pick it up. Jiangju jumped off the roof, walked in front of her, and others gathered around. The feather in Ji Jioshu's hand was black. She pinched it twice and handed the feather to others. "Luo Linya, this is just an ordinary feather. Why did you shoot the bird? It has been standing in one place without moving. It's abnormal." Jiangju, who fired the gun, answered. Fusong picked up another object from the ground. It was very small, not even half the size of an ant. "Rog, what is this? It looks like paint rubbed off something." Rong Tianjiang opened the light button and observed carefully. "The town is very strange." Yusuin, who had always been away from the crowd, interrupted. Darula said solemnly, "It seems that the trouble is not just outside." The unknown threat made everyone temporarily put aside their opposition. They had already lost some of their companions, and they had to unite to overcome the difficulties. Ji Jioshu put away the bird feathers. "Everyone be alert, and inform each other in time if there is any news." The military academy made their own arrangements and deployments. Ji Jioshu found that Charlotte did not come to the square, and asked Sisterin about Charlotte's situation. What Sisterin said was similar to what Charlotte said. There was a seriously ill sister at home, and Charlotte had always taken care of her sister alone. Sisterin emphasized that Charlotte was usually not seen, lonely and weird, so Ji Jioshu stayed away from her. Ji Jioshu turned around and took a piece of cut fox dog meat to find Charlotte. This piece was originally for her. If it weren't for her, Ji Jioshu would not be able to successfully reunite with his teammates and go to the fox dog's nest. When they returned to the town, Charlotte said she wanted to go home first, and said that she would go to the square to eat with everyone after returning home, but she did not show up. Ji Jioshu went to find Charlotte alone. Charlotte's house was the last one on the east side. There was no doorbell at the gate. She stood outside and shouted a few times. After a long while, Charlotte hurried over to open the door. "What's wrong?" Ji Jioshu handed over the fox and dog meat. "This is for you." Charlotte, thank you. Through the open door, you can see the scene of the living room. It is empty inside. A large shelf occupies half of the space, which is full of cactus fruits. It is very appropriate to describe it as a bare house. Charlotte rubbed her hands and said stiffly, "Come in and sit down." "Ji Jiuxiao, can I?" Charlotte took a step back. "Of course, as long as you don't mind. My house is a bit messy." Ji Jiuxiu walked in. The room was empty. Even though the overall area was not large, it gave people a sense of emptiness. The ground was paved with large stones, which was not very flat and had a bumpy feeling when walking. There were 3 rooms inside. One of them was the kitchen close to the door. There was no door to block it, and you could directly see the stove inside. Ji Jiuxiu walked in, and there was no warmth in the kitchen. She asked, "You haven't had dinner yet. Why don't you go to the square and join us?" "I went to the pharmacy to buy medicine for my sister first, and I didn't have time." Charlotte picked up a few cactus fruits and squeezed juice. She handed the juice to Ji Jiuxiu. The flesh of the cactus fruit was red, dotted with black sesame seeds, and the sweet smell was more intense after squeezing the juice. Ji Jiuxiu took the juice. "I have a friend who likes to drink juice very much. Can I take this cup back to her?" "Of course." Charlotte smiled brightly. "I squeeze another cup for you to take back." Ji Jiuxiu refused. "No, you keep the fruit. It's more important to you. Is your sister okay?" Charlotte shook her head. "Not very well. I will take her to other planets after the spacecraft passes. I am a therapist. Although I don't have a medical license yet, I may be able to help you first," Ji Jiuxiu suggested. Charlotte looked at one of the half-open doors, as if she didn't hear what she said clearly. After a moment's reaction, she said happily, "That's really great." The door of the room was pushed open. Ji Jiuxiu walked over, the lights came on, and a figure suddenly appeared in the room. The little girl who had snatched Fuso chocolate and sent them glutinous rice balls stood by the bed, pinching her fingers and looking up timidly. Her palms were a little dirty, as if they had touched paint, with red and green patches. "Charlotte, this is Malin from next door. She is a friend of my sister and often comes to see her." Malin ran out of the open door, and Ji Jiuxiu looked back at her. "Charlotte, don't pay attention to her. The children in the town lack parental discipline and have strange personalities." There were not many things in the room either, and there was a faint bitter smell floating in the air. A girl was lying on the bed, her face slightly blue, and she turned her head to look over after hearing the noise. Ji Jiuxiu approached Sister Charlotte. He did not bring any professional scanning equipment on this trip, so he could only rely on the old Chinese medicine practitioner's observation, smell, questioning and palpation techniques to see if he could find out the cause of the disease. Charlotte said that her sister had been ill since birth, and described some of the symptoms in detail. Ji Jiuxiu frowned. These symptoms were messy and completely irregular. Whenever she thought it was a certain disease, she would hear 2 repulsive reactions, just like a person cannot have both yin deficiency and yang deficiency at the same time. She wanted to touch her sister's hand, but as soon as she reached out, she moved to the side and pulled the quilt over her head. Charlotte came over to help and turned her sister out of the quilt. Her sister began to cry, crying, shouting, and kicking the quilt. The sound of her crying was also very small, like a kitten's cry. Charlotte quickly let go, patted her hand to comfort her sister, and looked at Ji Jiuxiu. "No, she rarely sees strangers. She is afraid. Can you go out first?" The examination could not be continued. Ji Jiuxiu did not want to force it, nodded and walked out of the room. From time to time, 2 sobs came from the room. Ji Jiuxiu touched his nose. He wanted to do a good thing, but he felt that he did a bad thing. Charlotte coaxed her sister out. Her face was stained with fatigue. "Thank you, but she can't accept strangers for the time being. Let's go to a big hospital later." Ji Jiuxiu nodded, tactfully stopped disturbing her, and took the initiative to say goodbye. Back to Sister Anne's hotel, she handed the juice to Fuso. "I brought it specially for you, drink it." Rong Tianjiang, who was visiting, protested. "Why only bring it for her? Where is my share? After we get out, you can drink as much as you want. You won't starve to death if you don't drink now," Ji Jiuxiu said perfunctorily. Fusong drank it all in one gulp and commented, "It tastes good." Ji Jiuxiu, "Right, it's made from fresh fruit." She looked at the time, and it was almost her turn to guard the town. She punched Rong Tianjiang, who was screaming, and walked out with Fusong. Her partner on duty tonight was Fusong. On the way to the guard post, she held Fusong's hand intimately, as if she was afraid of the cold, and leaned her head on Fusong's shoulder. Fusong was 188 centimeters tall, 12 centimeters taller than her, and her nose just reached Fusong's shoulder. Fusong said calmly, "You are now like a plant that grows around a tree and absorbs the tree's energy." "Daughter, right?" "I know." Ji Jiuxiu smiled and replied. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned, and said the next sentence in a low voice, "Is there anything special about the juice?" "Nod, no, don't talk." She couldn't ask is there anything wrong with the juice? From Fusong's perspective, anything that could be swallowed by her was fine. Fusong shook her head. Ji Jiuxiu took the opportunity to continue, "You are not cold, you are really cold resistant." She let go of Fusong's hand, stamped her feet a few times, rubbed her hands, and exhaled a breath of white steam. The two went to the guard post. Theseus Military Academy was responsible for the southeast direction. It only took 1 hour to guard, and someone else would take over. A night passed, and nothing happened. A new day, a new food problem was in front of them. All the military academy students were divided into two groups. One group stayed in the town to protect the residents, and the other group went out to find food. Ji Jiuxiu led the team to hunt. Before leaving, Charlotte found her and asked to go with her. She agreed. It was more convenient to have a guide who was familiar with the environment than to grope around blindly. After hunting foxes and dogs yesterday, they would not return to their old nests for the time being. They would go to a new place today. When they returned with a full load of prey, it was another evening. They returned to the town square and unexpectedly found that it had been occupied by the town residents. The people standing in the front were Sisterin and the restaurant owner. Their eyes were not as friendly as before, but full of rejection and fear. "Ji Jiuxiu, what happened?" A military school student answered. "Two residents disappeared today." The military school student next to him had a tense face. "We have been guarding the town all day and have never relaxed, but we have not seen any traces of strange beasts. They now think it is all our fault and want to drive us out of the town." Another military school student added angrily. Someone cursed. "They are unreasonable. We didn't bring the strange beasts." For the military academy students, this was an unprovoked disaster. It was fine if they were trapped here for no reason, but now they were blamed by the villagers. What did the appearance of strange beasts have to do with them? They were already working hard to protect the safety of the town. One of the missing residents was an old man who had quarreled with Rong Tianjiang yesterday, and the other was a 12-year-old child. Today, the neighbors found that the old man did not go out for a walk on time. When they knocked on the door, they found that he was not in the house. They urgently told Sisterin about this. Sisterin organized the residents to search together. They searched the town inside and outside but couldn't find anyone. As for the child, the grandmother at home didn't see her granddaughter come back after school. She went to the school to look for her, but couldn't find her. She was scared and went to Sisterin for help, but she couldn't find her either. The cadets and residents were arguing. "You are all disaster stars, bringing disaster to our town. Are you mentally ill? What era do you still have such thoughts? Can you talk about science? Bah, if science is useful, why didn't the monsters come before but only now?" The cadets who talked about science couldn't scold the residents who talked about metaphysics. The aunts and uncles were very strong, spitting everywhere, scolding the cadets without any ability to fight back. Ji Jiuxiu walked forward. As one of the first people to come to Jinsha Star and live in Sister Anne's hotel, she thought she had a good relationship with Sister Anne. She walked up to Sister Anne and said, "Let's talk it out. Don't worry. We are also worried about the missing person. Arguing won't solve the problem." Sister Anne saw her and her expression softened, but she was still tense. "In short, we have one thing to say. You must send someone to offer sacrifices to appease the anger of the god of golden sands, or leave here." Ji Jiuxiu, ? She couldn't help but doubt her ears. What god of golden sands? Sister Anne clenched her fists devoutly against her chest. That is the god who protects us humans to survive. Ji Jiuxiu was silent for a while. For people with faith, past history told her that such people could not communicate. Forget it, at worst we can dig a hole in the desert to live in, and wait for a while until the instructors come. Ji Jiuxiu didn't want to get entangled with them. The restaurant owner pointed a spatula at her. "No. You have to leave Jinsha Star completely." Rong Tianjiang on the side interrupted. "We live in the desert outside. What can you do? You don't even dare to leave the town. Can you chase us out?" The restaurant owner had a ferocious expression. "If you don't follow the rules, I will drive you out even if I risk my life." The residents responded, "Get out. Get out." The residents who had been eating together with laughter before, all became different people today, each one more gloomy than the other. "Now we can't leave Jinsha Star. It's useless for you to drive us away." Ji Jiuxiu controlled his emotions and tried to communicate. If you drive us out of the town, we may suffer casualties. The kind God would not want to see you persecute innocent people, right? Sisterin, so I said, as long as you offer one person as a sacrifice, you can stay. Sacrifice? Joshua didn't understand. What is it for? Sisterin shouted, the sacrifice will serve the god with its soul. Other residents shouted together, serve the god. Joshua, Why do I feel like the residents of the town have gone crazy after being out for half a day? Chapter 106. If you disagree, just say I. As a member of the town, Charlotte mixed in with the military academy students, and was seen by the sharp-eyed Sisterin. Sisterin scolded, Charlotte, why don't you come over here quickly? What are you standing there for? Everyone looked at Charlotte. She was an outlier among the military academy students, and the residents looked at her with unfriendly eyes. She loosened her teeth that were biting her lower lip, and persuaded, monsters have nothing to do with them. They are good people, and help me pick fruits. God will not blame them. The restaurant owner was furious. I think you are really crazy. You are actually speaking for outsiders. I am just telling the truth. Charlotte's clenched fist trembled slightly. Sister Anne's unkind eyes swept over the military cadets. It was all the fault of these outsiders. They not only attracted monsters, but also lured the girls in the town. The townspeople temporarily bypassed Charlotte, the useless thing, and insisted on asking the military cadets to hand over the sacrifice. They didn't even need the military cadets to discuss it. They had already decided on the candidate. The restaurant owner looked at Xinghe, his eyes lingering on Xinghe's body. What a strong muscle, young and not dry, fresh and elastic, and with plenty of power to serve God. This description was too terrifying, not like praising people, but like describing food. The military cadets looked at them warily, thinking of the meal cooked by the restaurant owner before, even though they knew that they had eaten normal meat before. Seeing the restaurant owner's eyes almost sticking to Xinghe, their stomachs still felt a little uncomfortable. You want to eat my meat? Xinghe, who was simple and straightforward in thinking, couldn't think of anything too complicated, but he still understood the words to describe food. No, I won't eat you. How could I do such a terrible thing? The restaurant owner grinned. His expression and tone made it hard to trust what he said. He turned his head and looked at Fusong on the other side. Actually, you are not bad. You two eat the most. You look healthy and strong. I was actually very conflicted, but he won in the end because he is stronger than you. Fusong, thank you so much. Sister Anne looked at the military cadets coldly and asked, either leave Jinsha Star or provide sacrifices to appease the anger of the gods. You can choose. The residents chattered. As long as one person is chosen, the others can live. Do you want to be eaten by monsters? Think about your missing companions, and then think about your family. Are you really willing to die like this? You can't beat the monster. Maybe you will be the next one to be captured. Joshua was about to speak, but Xinghe had given up talking and started to fight. He shouted, take my air-breaking blasting punch, and rushed up and punched the restaurant owner in the face. He attacked suddenly, and with great force. 2 teeth of the restaurant owner were knocked out, and 2 bloody parabolas were drawn in the air. With the first person to take action, the subsequent melee was a natural result. The military academy students were all young and strong, and they had an advantage in numbers. They easily beat a group of old, weak and disabled people. However, everyone was very measured in their actions, and did not really hurt anyone. The first lesson of the military academy was fists are used to protect citizens, not to target citizens. The worst off person was the restaurant owner. After being knocked down by Xinghe's punch, he remained lying on the ground, avoiding the subsequent melee, but he was still the most seriously injured. Residents' flesh. Their bodies were subdued by force, but their spirits were still immortal. They shouted God will bring disaster for disrespect. Before the gods could punish them, Xinghe first punished them with a punch. The commanders of the military academy gathered together to discuss countermeasures. The current situation was unexpected and very tricky. Rog, they can't beat us anyway, so we can continue to live in the town. Isn't it immoral for us to forcibly occupy their homes? Luo Linya hesitated. Nada, it's also immoral for them to drive us out of the planet. Catch them first. If they don't behave, just beat them up. If they still don't behave, beat them up twice. Shi Yunziu, we can set up camp outside the town. Outside is the territory of the Federation, not their personal property. The 4 people held different opinions and split into 2 factions, looking at the other 3 who had not spoken. Yu Suin said indifferently, under special circumstances, the army can temporarily requisition citizens' houses. Xing Ran covered his mouth and coughed twice, The risk outside is too great. I suggest living in the town. There are enough empty rooms inside, which will not affect the normal life of residents. Why don't we drive the residents out? Ji Jioshu spoke. Everyone looked at her, and she raised her hand. Okay, just kidding. I think it's a good reason to threaten them. It's impossible to leave. The military cadets originally lived in scattered places, so they immediately packed up and moved out of the original empty houses and moved to the same place. As for the original owner of the house, he could only be wronged and squeezed with other residents first. Morality, military cadets don't have, but courtesy, military cadets have given. Ji Jioshu discussed with Sisterin in a good tone. As the person in charge of the town, as long as Sisterin has no objection, there is no problem. Sisterin was separated from other residents and taken aside for a talk. Ji Jioshu said in embarrassment, "If you don't agree, I can only drive you out of the town." Sisterin glared at her fiercely. "I didn't expect you to be such a person. I didn't expect you to believe in God. I thought the gods of the interstellar were all electronic machines." Ji Jioshu was amazed and brought the topic to her rhythm. "If you agree with my suggestion, say yes. If you don't agree, say I agree." Sisterin, Okay, it seems that you agree with our idea. Thank you for your cooperation. When Jinsha Star returns to normal, I will report your behavior to the manager of this galaxy. Ji Jioshu interrupted Sisterin. She stood up and shouted, "Sisterin agrees to let us continue to live in the town. Everyone can live in peace." Sisterin opened her mouth to curse. Fusong stuffed a handful of weeds into her mouth. Rong Tianjiang took out a rope and tied her up quickly, and Jiangju put on a long dress to cover the rope. Dairua said loudly, "You said you want to live with us and supervise us at all times. Of course you can. Come with us." Jiangju pulled Sisterin up with all his strength, and she took the initiative to go to the new residence surrounded by 4 people. The residents were temporarily controlled. They dared not speak out. All the weapons in the town were looted by Jiangju to prevent them from secretly hurting people. The guard work must continue, not only for the military cadets themselves, but also to ensure the safety of the residents. Although the residents are mentally retarded, this is not a reason to let the residents be killed by strange beasts. The other residents were not tied up and could move freely. They and the military cadets lived on both sides of the town. The 2 sides did not interfere with each other. When they met each other, they had to turn their eyes away and spit at each other. The next day, when they went out hunting, the residents started to make trouble again. This time they did not target the cadets, but their own people. When Ji Jioshu rushed back, the sacrifice had been burned by the flames to only charcoal. The Theseus cadet, who stayed behind, had to take a deep breath and force himself to calm down before he could tell what happened. When we found it, the fire had already started. They sprinkled fuel, and the sand could not put out the fire. People were burned to death directly. The deceased was an old lady. According to eyewitnesses, she was shouting for God when she was burned. The cadets who stayed behind did not fail to notice that the residents gathered in the square, but the old lady took the initiative to walk up to the so-called altar. At that time, they did not realize what the residents were going to do. Due to the unfriendly relationship between the 2 sides, they did not intervene or ask. When the fire started, it was too late to rescue. The location of the sacrifice was in the middle of the square. The residents built an altar with various dried plants. Now everything is turned into a pile of ashes. When the wind blows, the ashes fly up. Sand, bone ashes, and plant ashes are mixed together, which is disgusting. Ji Jioshu grabbed the collar of the restaurant owner angrily. "What are you doing?" The restaurant owner looked indifferent. She took the initiative to serve the gods. "We are proud of her. Monsters will not appear again. Have you not received basic education?" Ji Jioshu couldn't bear it and kicked him hard. "That's not a monster, it's a strange beast. People can kill them, or do you think it's easier to point a gun at your own people than at the enemy?" The restaurant owner cried out in pain and fell to the ground, curled up and rolled. Other residents stood by and watched. They were indifferent when they saw the old lady being burned and screaming and crying. However, Ji Jioshu, who was facing violence at this time, showed a look of fear. "I am saving everyone. We didn't let your people be sacrificed. Are you still not satisfied?" The restaurant owner lay on the ground, and he was in so much pain that he could only speak with a breath. "You didn't believe that sending sacrifices could save others before. Now you can see if the monster will appear again, and then you will know that what I said is right." Something strange happened. In the past 2 days, the military cadets were frequently harassed by strange plants and beasts when they went out. After the sacrifice, they never encountered strange beasts and plants outside the town. Some people didn't believe in evil, and went to further places. They still encountered ordinary animals, and no military cadets disappeared. This strange ritual with no reason made the atmosphere of the town even more depressing. The invisible enemy was more terrifying than the beast. It was another new day. There was still no news from the instructors. The irritable and depressing atmosphere was pervasive, wrapping everyone like dry air, making it difficult to breathe. In the early morning, the sky was just getting light. When everyone got up, a ethereal singing voice came. The song had no lyrics, only pure and ethereal chanting, one sentence after another, like a fine drizzle finally ushered in the hot weather. The rain gradually got heavier, and the voices of others were mixed into the individual singing, and they gathered together to form a heavy rain, washing everyone's soul and spiritual picture. The solo and chorus were repeated, making the individual singing clear and distant, and the chorus moving. When the singing stopped, everyone experienced a soul cleansing, and the restless spiritual picture was soothed and calmed. Darula took a sip of water, and asked the therapist to go and rest. Joshu brought a basin of water. Thank you for your hard work. Darula, so the hard work fee is a basin of water? If you think it's too much, I give you a cup. Joshu scooped up a cup, and handed it to her. Darula picked up some water droplets with her hand, and flicked them on Joshu's face. You are very good at guessing the boss's intentions. This is a reward for you. Joshu was not to be outdone, and immediately grabbed a handful, and threw it back. After the fight, Darula stayed in the town, and Joshu led the team as usual. Charlotte didn't come to see her today. She hesitated for a while, thinking about whether to go to see Charlotte, fearing that something happened to her or her sister's condition worsened. However, Charlotte had her contact information and didn't send her a message. Maybe she didn't want to go today. Because of Charlotte's last time speaking for the military cadets, the residents' attitude toward Charlotte was very subtle, and other military cadets didn't trust her very much. Charlotte still needed medicine from the town's pharmacy to help her sister recover. Before she could help Charlotte solve her current predicament, she should try to keep her distance to avoid being a nobody on both sides. She counted the number of people and set off. Halfway through, Darula's call came. Charlotte is in trouble, and the residents want to catch her as a new sacrifice. In the square, the residents and the military cadets confronted each other. Charlotte's hands were tied, and two strong women stood on her left and right, staring at her. If she moved, they would hold her down and prevent her from moving. Darula shouted, "You already sacrificed yesterday, what else do you want to do now? You are killing people, do you know?" Compared to Darula's excitement, Sisterin seemed indifferent and numb. Yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Charlotte is no longer loyal to God, and she needs to be sent to God for baptism. As long as you stay in Jinsha Star for one day, the sacrifice will not stop. Darula was furious. Charlotte was surrounded by the residents. They stood in front of Charlotte, and didn't let the cadets have any chance to grab her. The cadets stood in front of the altar to prevent the residents from approaching, but the residents pushed in desperately. A 5-year-old child in the arm suddenly burst into tears. Her arm was pressed during the pushing, and the arm was in an abnormal posture. It was directly broken. But the residents were still pushing in, not caring about the child's safety at all. The man holding the child had a fanatical look in his eyes, and his eyes were only a square with charred marks. The child was innocent, and the cadets were afraid of hurting the child again, so they subconsciously slowed down their movements. The residents broke through the encirclement and squeezed into the square. The scene was in chaos. Yesterday's ashes were collected by the residents and put into the temple. At this moment, everyone was stepping on the ground full of grass, ash, and charcoal-burned sand. Their footsteps brought up the yellow sand below, and the new sand and old sand were mixed together. The two women holding Charlotte were strong and rushed into the center of the square with the help of the elderly residents. The woman on the left held a bucket of fuel in her hand and raised it to pour it on Charlotte. Sacrifice is such a sacred thing. Why don't you build an altar? Can people who are burned to death see God? Joshu appeared. The bullet hit the woman's hand, and the fuel in her hand fell to the ground. Joshu aimed at Sisterin, pulled Sisterin out of the crowd, avoided the crowd and rushed to the center of the square, standing next to Charlotte and the two women. She said coldly, "You can run out even if you are tied up. You have good skills." She picked up the fuel on the ground and raised it to Sisterin's head. The bottle mouth tilted, and the fuel gushed out. Every drop fell on Sisterin, soaking her from head to toe. Joshu, since you are so pious, why don't you serve God instead of letting someone else do it? I am very willing to serve God. It's okay if you want to choose me, Sisterin said calmly, looking at the restaurant owner. Everyone in the town needs someone to take care of them. I will serve God, and you will take care of them. The restaurant owner's face twitched. It is most appropriate for you to take care of everyone, but if outsiders insist on choosing you, I can only respect their opinions. He lit the lighter and threw it at Sisterin. The flame drew an arc in the air and was caught by a hand before it landed. Jiangju turned off the lighter and handed it to Ji Jiuxiao. The restaurant owner's action was too quick and clear, beyond Ji Jiuxiao's expectation. She was almost angry and laughed. Sister Anne's fearless appearance was also a headache. They were crazy. Facing a madman, words cannot convince him, so he could only use weapons. Ji Jiuxiu didn't care whether he would hurt the residents or not. He beat them all up and tied them up. If there were not enough ropes, he would search the residents' homes. Charlotte was still frightened. She grabbed Ji Jiuxiu's sleeve and cried, "I wanted to find you this morning, but they caught me on the way. I almost died. Fortunately, you came back. Do other people hate me and don't really want to save me?" Her voice became smaller and smaller, and her eyes looked at Darula meaningfully. Darula happened to look over and explained, "I didn't expect them to be so crazy. I was afraid that they would hurt the children." "I know." Charlotte quickly interrupted Darula and forced a smile. "I know, I have never been likable, and it is right to save others first." Darula frowned and was about to speak, but Charlotte said first, "Sister Jiuxiao, can you take me home? I'm a little worried about my sister." Ji Jiuxiu nodded. "I take Charlotte home first, you stay here to keep an eye on these people. Others can take her home, there's no need for you to do it yourself. The current situation needs you more here." Darula was not very satisfied. Charlotte grabbed Ji Jiuxiu's sleeve and squeezed it tighter. The red marks on her wrists from the rope were particularly obvious. Tears rolled in her eyes, and her face was full of fear and panic. "Ji Jiuxiao, it's enough for you to be here. I take her home and come back soon." There were also Jiangju, Fusong and Rong Tianjiang in the square, and other people from the military academy were there, enough to handle the residents' affairs. On the way to take Charlotte back, Ji Jiuxiu asked about God. "Charlotte, not everyone in the town believes in God. My family doesn't believe in God." Later, those who don't believe in God left. The remaining people who don't want to leave are because of God. Ji Jiuxiu asked about the specific location of the temple, and then sent Charlotte to the door of her house, and decided to go to the temple to take a look. Charlotte stood in front of the door, looking at Ji Jiuxiu with trust in her eyes. "I have no friends, and my parents don't contact me often. I'm really happy that you are willing to chat with me and send me home, but I'm a little worried that your friends don't like me." "No, they all like you very much. If it weren't for you, our lives would be more difficult," Ji Jiuxiu encouraged. "There's no need to care about what others think of you. What you have to do is make yourself happy, not make others comfortable." Charlotte seemed to understand, standing at the door and watching Ji Jiuxiu wave at her, and then slowly walk away. Ji Jiuxiu went to the temple. She had walked through every place in the town. She had never noticed that this was the temple before. From the outside, it was not much different from other houses. It looked more refined. There were some patterns carved on the door. She thought it was a rich man's house. The door of the temple was locked. She stood at the door and fiddled with it but couldn't open it. Finally, she broke the door violently. Anyway, her relationship with the residents was like this, and it didn't matter if she had another charge of breaking into the temple. The existence of the temple was very primitive. She had been to so many planets in the interstellar space, but she had never seen or heard of a temple. Such ancient things generally only existed in the old human era. Pushing the door in, it was clean inside. In front of her was a figure made of white stone. The person's clothes were fluttering, but there were no facial features on the face. Jars were placed around the sculpture, presenting a structure of stars holding the moon. The temple is large but empty, showing the same simple style as the town. It is filled with a faint fragrance. The source of the smell is a small hole on the base of the statue. The hole sprays out water mist, which smells like perfume. Ji Jiuxiu stared at the sprayed perfume. At the moment when she should be serious and cautious, she wanted to laugh. Where did the residents of the town see the fragments of civilization in the old human era? They know about the temple, and know how to light incense, but they don't know that this incense is not that incense. She carefully checked the temple, and even opened the jars to take a look. The jar on the far left looked familiar. It was the one used by the residents to collect the ashes of the old grandmother yesterday. The two jars next to it also contained gray powder and white broken bones. Reaching her hand into the jar, she squatted down and was about to take out the bones when the communication rang. She stopped temporarily and clicked to answer it. Jiangju's voice echoed in the empty temple. "The residents are all rioting. saying that the temple was broken into. "Are you in the temple?" Ji Jiuxiu was about to answer, but the movement behind her made her turn back subconsciously. The black shadow attacked quickly. She didn't have time to respond to Jiang Ju, and her body rolled on the ground to avoid it. The thing that attacked her was a hairy monster. She took out a dagger to block the claws that rushed over. The sharp black claws and the dagger made a harsh sound when they rubbed against each other. Jiang Ju heard the movement. "What's going on?" The hairy monster appeared. "Didn't the guard notice it?" Ji Jiuxiu answered. She was close to the hairy monster, and with her other hand, she drew her gun and shot at its chest. The bullet sank into the thick black hair and then fell at her feet. This hairy monster was stronger than the previous one. The dagger passed through its claws, turned flexibly between her fingers, and stabbed the hairy monster's arm again. The expected scene of tearing flesh did not appear. The touch under the knife tip was hard, like stabbing stone or metal, not like normal elastic flesh. The hairy monster roared, and more hairy monsters appeared at the entrance of the temple. Ji Jiuxiu found that they were more likely to drive her out of the temple than to kill her. To confirm this guess, she rushed to the jar, gave up defense and ran straight to the target. The hairy monster chasing her gave up attacking and rushed to protect the jar first. Ji Jiuxiu stopped immediately, jumped on the back of the hairy monster in front of her to gain momentum, flipped in the air, and stood at the entrance of the temple when she landed. The hairy monsters rushed into the temple. They stood in a row and did not attack. Only the blood-red eyes on their facial features covered with black hair were particularly obvious, staring straight at Ji Jiuxiu. She couldn't beat so many hairy monsters, so she called for help. Jiang Ju arrived first, almost the second after she finished shouting, with a kitchen knife in his hand, slashing forward. "Jiang Ju, I have confirmed with the guards that they did not see the long-haired monsters enter the town, not only in our area, but also in other military academies. There are quite a few of these long-haired monsters, and it is impossible for them to come in from outside the town without leaving any traces, but no one saw them. They suddenly appeared in the town, coupled with the residents' mysterious gods, and heavy emotions once again weighed on the hearts of the military academy students who came to rescue. The number of long-haired monsters was far less than that of the military academy students, and they were soon chased and beaten. Ji Jiuxiu wanted to catch one for research, but the long-haired monsters were quite united. As long as one fell behind, the others would come to help. The long-haired monsters ran around in the town, and the military academy students chased them from behind. After a lot of trouble, they didn't catch any of them. Some ran out of the town, and some disappeared directly. Just like when Darula chased the long-haired monsters for the first time, they disappeared as soon as they turned a corner. Jiang Ju checked the cameras that had been placed in the town, but the images were all interfered with, and when he turned them on, there was only a blank. Ji Jiuxiu returned to the temple to check the ashes in the jar, but found it empty. She never took her eyes off the jar from beginning to end, confirming that the hairy monster had not taken anything out of the jar, but now the ashes were gone. She wanted to pick up the jar to study it, but the jar was stuck to the ground and couldn't be pulled out. She turned on the light button to study it carefully, and Darula sent a communication. The communication at this time is generally not good news. Sure enough, the residents made trouble again, and one by one, they wanted to commit suicide. Chapter 107. The cadets were divided into several groups. One group was still hunting outside to prepare food for tonight, and another group was patrolling the town to prevent monsters from invading. There was another group chasing the long-haired monster just now, which resulted in insufficient people to guard the residents, and they could not hold down the residents, who were going crazy and seeking death. The residents were tied up before, but they were not searched for anything. Who would have thought that someone would secretly hide a knife and start going crazy after cutting the rope? Darula took measures to knock them out, but the residents were as strong as if they were on drugs, and it was difficult to hold them down when they struggled. Two people had to work together. Once the grip on one of them was relaxed, the other party could cut his neck with a knife. After the knife was taken away, the other party went to hit the wall. The posture of bending over and hitting the wall fiercely made people imagine the scene of red and white brains splattering. A cadet rushed over to block him, but was pressed against the abdomen by the other party, and his face was distorted with pain. If the blockade is more forceful, the residents will break their hands and feet at any time. The limbs of the people are twisted into strange shapes in their hands. Coupled with the screams of the residents, few people can keep calm and not throw the residents' limbs in their hands. Ji Jiuxiu arrived and picked the most difficult restaurant owner first. She caught him and gave him a mental counseling. The restaurant owner's hideous face suddenly became more distorted. It seems that he is an attacking mental power. No wonder he can fight and jump, and loves to find trouble. Not all residents have awakened their mental power. After screening out some of the healing mental power, there are not many people who can be knocked down by Ji Jioshia's mental counseling, but it is more or less helpful. Other military school students also quickly came back to clean up the mess. They knocked out those who needed to be knocked out, tied up those who needed to be tied up, and left some elderly people with broken hands and feet like that, just to make them move less. Children who are too young are still ignorant. They should be treated and separated from adults to avoid being brainwashed and becoming the next generation of lunatics. Ji Jiuxia saw a familiar little girl. Malin was holding a woman's arm. The woman's hands and feet were tied up, and she was sitting on the ground, cursing outsiders and praying for God's salvation. She frowned and separated Malin from the woman. After a lot of trouble, another day was about to pass, and worse news came out. Another military school student disappeared. This time there were quite a few, a full 23 people, involving all military schools. Some people couldn't stand this weird environment and couldn't help cursing. What's going on? Can that broken god come out and fight me openly? Some people were sad. I remember she was with me. We were separated for a short while. How could she disappear? Some people were pessimistic. It can't be some mysterious power. Will we all die on Jinsha Star? Some people prayed. Why hasn't the instructor come yet? Come and save us. Some people were angry. We shouldn't care about these people. If they want to die, let them die. If they didn't always make trouble, how could our people disappear without knowing it? The singing voice with spiritual power sounded again. The overly tense environment was very dangerous. The cadets might lose control. The therapist shuttled through the crowd, busy giving their companions spiritual counseling. The frequency of Darula's singing increased significantly. This was not good news. It meant that the cadets were now like being in a closed space full of gas. A little spark could detonate it. The commanders of each school were trying their best to appease the team members. The reality is in front of them. There are still strange things that cannot be seen or touched. Even the physical hairy monster can suddenly appear and disappear. They don't even know what the real enemy is. At night, no one wants to sleep. The residents are tied up and put in the same place to be guarded. Some people follow Ji Jiuxiu to the temple again. Rong Tianjiang and Fusong are guarding the door of the temple. Rong Tianjiang reported, "We have been watching and found no abnormalities. We moved the jar, but no hairy monster appeared. The lights in the temple are not bright enough." Ji Jiuxiu turned on the light button and squatted in front of the jar to observe. He tried to push it with his hand, but it didn't work. He tried harder, and the jar was still as stable as Mount Tai. Xingren approached. "Do you want to take the jar away?" "Yes, but you can't pull it." Ji Jiuxiu explained. "All the ashes that were placed inside are gone. I suspect there is a mechanism inside." She stood up and tried again. Others came to help, but the edge of the jar was slippery, and it was difficult to exert force. It took a lot of effort to make the jar slightly lift a corner, but it soon fell back to the ground. Rong Tianjiang came to her side and knocked on the bottom of the jar. Unlike the crisp sound on the top of the jar, the bottom sounded duller. He squatted down and scratched the surface with his fingernails. The bottom material did not look like porcelain or common metal. He guessed, "I suspect that the bottom of the jar is made of special metal with strong magnetism, otherwise it would not be so heavy. It can be pulled, but only a little bit." The mechanics present gathered around to observe. Some people took a knife to scrape it, and some took out other tools to test. Everyone gathered around and muttered. In the end, it was not determined what the material of the bottom of the jar was. The upper part of the jar was ordinary porcelain, which was perfectly transitioned with the lower part. If you don't study it deliberately, you can basically see the difference. Xingren waved to Xinghe, "Tie up the jar and let him try." The metal ropes were woven into a simple net to wrap the jar, and the closed part was woven into a huge thick rope with several thin ropes. Xinghe tied the thick rope to his body, shouted and walked forward to pull the rope. The net tightened instantly, and the rope was straightened. The mechanics deliberately used metal ropes with better toughness to tie it. If it was an ordinary rope used by residents, it might break before it was pulled twice. The veins on Xinghe's neck bulged, his face flushed, and the rope in his hand deformed slightly. The bottom of the jar was off the ground, like a grinning mouth. Ji Jiuxiu walked to the back of the jar and pushed it, but it didn't move at all. Mental power had no effect on the jar. There are endless things in the interstellar, and there are always some things that cannot be moved by human power. The jar didn't move. The angle formed by the part off the ground was about 30 degrees. Xinghe pulled it forward again, but it didn't move at all. It even fell back a little. The strong suction pulled Xinghe back. Jiangju grabbed the rope and pulled together. With more strength, the jar went up a little bit more. Rong Tianjiang put something under the jar to see if it could be stuck. The higher the bottom of the jar went, the stronger the downward pulling force was, and the harder it was to pull it open. So far, the jar has not moved a step, only part of it is suspended in the air. Nana and Luo Linya joined the team to pull the jar. Mental power is ineffective against the jar, so they can only rely on the strength of their own bodies. The physical fitness of individual soldiers is generally stronger than that of other majors. The two individual soldiers with good strength joined, but they only pulled the jar up a little bit more. Ji Jiushu's eyes fell on Yusuin, who looked over and was indifferent. So Rong Tianjiang looked over, Fusang looked over. More and more eyes were focused on Yusuin. Ji Jiushu, forget it, don't look at him, he's too thin and has no muscles to pull. Rong Tianjiang, that's right, you say we're bullying the weak later. Fusang, hee. Fusang's ambiguous laugh was even more frustrating. The soldier who had been against Jiangju gradually lost his composure and said coldly, I hope your judgment is correct, not a waste of effort. Then he rolled up his sleeves to help. Yusuin moved, and Yusupu, who had been following him, also moved. Other military school students came to help. Pulling the jar was like tug-of-war. Size and strength were both important. The thinner ones took the initiative to stand aside, and the tall and strong ones stepped forward to pull. Ji Jiushu commanded from the side, it's hard to pull because the force is too dispersed. I count 1, 2, 3, and everyone pulled together. Accompanied by countless brainwashing 1, 2, 3, the soldiers pulling the rope gathered their strength and pulled the jar away from its original position in one go. The pulling force at the bottom of the jar disappeared, and all the soldiers fell back together, one on top of the other. Yusuin stood up quickly, with a very good expression management. She snorted coldly, and tidied up her clothes. Ji Jiushu encouraged habitually, our jar-pulling team completed the task very well, and everyone is the best military academy student. Everyone, Nada was speechless. Where did you learn this speaking style? Tianji often speaks like this. Ji Jiushu answered and ran to the jar to study it. The jar was of very good quality. It was fine to roll on the ground after being pulled down. The light button illuminated the space inside. The first thing she confirmed was whether there was a layer inside. The mechanics gathered around again, and Ji Jiushu simply threw the jar to them to tinker with, and went to see the original base of the jar. The ground that should have been a stone floor was a black hardboard, the same size as the bottom of the jar, and it fit perfectly after being put on, and there was no abnormality underneath from the outside. The black hardboard was completely embedded in the ground, parallel to the ground, and it could not be buckled up by hand, so she found tools and started digging. She dug deeper and deeper, and Jiangju came to help, digging down from another angle. The stone floor was not easy to dig, so he used his mental power to smash the big stones first to make it easier to get out. The two of them smashed and moved one by one, and soon dug down 1 meter. Ji Jiushu stuffed tools into the people watching nearby. These hoes, crowbars and chisels were all prepared by her mechanics in advance. No matter how bright and handsome the military academy students were, they became dusty miners holding tools. Because the digging speed was too fast, when the ground collapsed, no one had time to react. Jiangju grabbed Ji Jiushu and held her in his arms to prevent her from being hit by the rocks. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, they quickly fell to the bottom. The big hole dug above their heads was originally transparent, but after a black shadow flashed by, the underground space was completely plunged into darkness. Ji Jiushu turned on the light button, and the light swept across the uneven wall. The wall was ordinary mud, yellow and natural, and the yellow mud on the surface was sticky to the touch. The space they were in was not big, and they could see everything at a glance. This was a square space, excavated by humans, about 2 meters above the head. The pit they dug was covered by something, and they didn't know what the situation outside was. Listening carefully, she could hear gunshots and fighting. Ji Jiushu immediately thought of the long-haired monster that suddenly appeared before. She wanted to track down the truth, but she was caught in a trap. She put aside the things outside and counted the people in the cave. The people with more say in the military academy were here. Not only Yusuin was there from the Imperial Star Military Academy, but also Yusupu, and Xingran, who should not have appeared, was there. She and Jiangju were the only people from Theseus Military Academy. At that time, the others were far away, and did not fall into the pit. Very good, their group of people were wiped out. Ji Jioshu first turned on the optical brain to see if he could contact the people above, but the optical brain showed no signal. The cave was isolated into another world. She searched the wall inch by inch, trying to find the mechanism. She didn't believe that there was just a simple space below. The others turned on the light button to observe. Luo Linya illuminated the top and asked, "Can you climb up and try to push away the blocking things?" More light was concentrated on the top. The idea was a good idea, but how to climb up was a problem. The entire space is about 4 meters high. The easiest way is to step on each other like a pyramid, but no one wants to be the one being stepped on. Ji Jioshu picked up the shovel that fell on the ground and hit the wall twice. The earth wall was not too hard, and she knocked off some debris. She suggested, "You can dig some dents and try to climb up. The difficulty is that the hole is right above, and after climbing up from the side, you have to find a way to move to the middle." In the absence of other better suggestions, everyone picked up tools and started digging. Nada moved flexibly, holding the dug dent with her fingers and climbing up. She put the chisel on her waist. When she climbed to the top, she freed one hand to chisel on the ceiling, and then grabbed the new trace and moved forward. The whole process was as easy as a spider moving. She went to the hole and tried to push the covering on top. "I can't push it open. It's too heavy." It was too strenuous to hang on the ceiling. She let go and fell to the ground, shaking her head and saying, "The thing pressing down the hole is a stone. It's hard to push it from the bottom up." They couldn't step on the ground to gain leverage, so they couldn't use their strength, even if one person stepped on the shoulders of another person. This plan didn't work, so everyone thought of other ways. Ji Jioshu continued to look for the mechanism, and Jiangju also knocked on the wall to listen to the sound. If there was another space or channel connected below, the feedback would be different. There were many people, and the noise was mixed. Ji Jioshu asked everyone to be quiet and turn off all the light buttons. The space fell into complete darkness. Everyone was silent, with only the sound of tools hitting the wall. She knocked very carefully, from the highest point to the lowest point that could be knocked, not missing any corner. Everyone was listening carefully and paying attention to every movement. Before they found any abnormal sound on the wall, a slight whirring sound sounded first, like the sound of deflation. Everyone immediately turned on the light button and saw a small hole appear in the corner of the wall above. Something like white smoke floated out of the cave, and the strange fragrance filled the air, making people dizzy. Usopp cursed, "Who is behind these strange things? Why don't you dare to show up for the battle?" Rog still smiled. "You should have enough time to write your last words on the wall before you completely fainted. I don't know if anyone will see it. Nada, you can rest assured to write it. The instructor will come to help you collect your body." "You are crazy." Usopp was annoyed. "Luo Linya, don't be too pessimistic. As long as we stay awake, we still have a chance." "Usopp, what chances are there? Are you a one-track mind?" Usopp was the most restless, and he bombarded everyone who spoke. Xinghe sensed the tense atmosphere and protected Shinran, who was coughing. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, but they could not completely block the white smoke. As long as they breathed, they would inhale the gas. Chi Yunziu, who had the lowest presence from beginning to end, silently took out a protective mask and put it on his face. His gentle face was expressionless, and he continued to take out. This protective mask is very thin, connected to a very small concentrated oxygen bag, and the mask interlayer has a processing device. The more advanced ones can provide people with breathing for 10 hours. He took out the most advanced mask. Chi Yunzia took out 20 masks from his bag in a row, and calmly put them back when he found that there were too many. Since the town was found to be dangerous, everyone carried a backpack with them, but only Chi Yunzia brought a protective mask, and brought so many at one time. The Sardinian Military Academy did not perform well in this joint military academy exercise. The only widely circulated scene was the part where Chi Yunziu was locked up by the NPC in the previous competition. Ji Jioshu put on the mask and suddenly figured out why Chi Yunzia carried so many protective masks with him. The unknown Chi Yunzia suddenly became the center of attention. Ji Jioshu praised him. "Review the reasons for failure and make timely corrections. You will succeed in everything you do with this heart." Chi Yunzia's face turned black. "I haven't forgotten how I was eliminated in the last game. First, he was knocked unconscious by the NPC and locked up, and then he was used as a bleeding tool by Ji Jioshu. He finally got out of the clutches of the NPC, but was kicked out by Ji Jioshu. It was simply the most shameful moment in his life of more than 20 years. How can young people grow up without experiencing something? I'm helping you." Ji Jioshu easily mastered the PUA rhetoric. The words were full of fatherly flavor, and Shi Yunzia's face turned from black to blue. With the protective mask, the most urgent dilemma was solved, but how to get out was still a problem. Being trapped here all the time was not a solution, and the oxygen in the protective mask would always run out. The light button was turned off, and Ji Jioxia knocked on the wall again. When she knocked on the third wall, the sound at the knee position was no longer a dull thump, but a crisper thump. She used the chisel to mark a rough range with this as the center. The light button lit up, and others approached, smashing the wall with various tools. The wall became thinner little by little, and Xinghe's last smash with the hoe broke through the earth wall, and a dark hole appeared in front of everyone. Ji Jioxia continued to clean the surrounding soil along the hole, exposing it completely. This was a half-meter diameter hole. People could not enter upright, and had to kneel down and climb to pass through. Luo Linya, is this the lair of the strange beast? No one could answer this question. The only exit appeared, leading to an unknown direction. They had to make a choice: enter the cave or stay where they were and wait for rescue. Everyone's choice was surprisingly consistent. No matter what dangers were ahead, it was better than staying here and waiting for rescue, who knew whether it would come or not. Staying in such a closed and quiet place would sooner or later torture people and make them collapse. Jiang Ju was about to go in first, but Yu Suyin stood up and competed with him. Even at this time, he couldn't help but want to compete with Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju, okay, you go first. Yu Suyin frowned. You won't fight with me? Why should I fight with you? Jiang Ju asked back. He didn't have much idea about rushing to face danger. Generally, he was in the habit of protecting others when he walked in front. If someone jumped out, he would naturally satisfy the other party. Yu Suyin was unhappy. He was unhappy when Jiang Ju fought with him, and he was even more unhappy when Jiang Ju gave in to him. It was like a punch on cotton. The things he cared about were nothing in Jiang Ju's eyes. Now was not the time to quarrel. Several pairs of eyes were staring at him. He could only swallow his breath and crawl into the cave with a cold face. The second person was Yu Supu, who always followed Yu Suyin, and the third was Ji Jioxia. Jiang Ju was at the end to prevent attacks from behind. A group of people crawled forward, and Rog was in the middle, wondering, those long-haired monsters are not small in size. How can they get out of such a small hole? There won't be other strange beasts, right? As soon as the voice fell, Yu Suyin stopped at the front, and then there was a burst of gunfire. It was Yu Suyin who took action. The people behind couldn't see what was happening in front, and Yu Suyin wasn't someone who could explain, so everyone could only worry. The gunfire stopped for a while, and Rog said again, is it a strange beast or a strange plant? There won't be two kinds, right? Yu Supu cursed. You crow mouth, can you stop talking? He was in the second position, and he could still see the situation in front from the gap. The first wave of small strange beasts was shot back, and another wave of strange plants came, entwined and moving like tree roots. Ji Jioxiao, do we need to retreat? Yu Suyin, no, don't move. He crawled forward, holding a gun in each hand, suppressing the fire all the way, and took out a kitchen knife when he got closer. There was no other way. The only cold weapon in the town was a kitchen knife. If he hadn't brought the mecha this time, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. His anger turned into attack power, and he killed the tree roots and alien plants in a mad way, chopping them into pieces. Ji Jioxia was in the third position, barely able to see the situation in front of him through the gap of Yusup. His first reaction, after seeing the alien plants, was to observe the earth walls above his head and around him to see if there were any signs of alien invasion. The earth walls were bumpy, but overall they were smooth, with no abrupt small holes or tree roots. She breathed a sigh of relief. The battle in front was over, and everyone continued to climb forward. After climbing about 50 meters, the front suddenly opened up, the narrow passage widened, and people could finally walk upright. Everyone looked at the 5 forks in front of them, and fell into silence. Each hole was similar, covered with traces of alien plants and beasts. Nada, it depends on luck. Let's leave the future to fate. I choose the middle one. Which one do you choose? Others did not intend to leave their lives to the illusory luck. They went forward to study the cave entrance, and finally came to the nonsense conclusion that no matter which road they took, they might encounter enemies. Ji Jioxia did not participate in the random selection, because she could always choose the most unlucky road. Others did not care either. Finally, they followed Nada's idea and walked into the middle passage. After walking about 100 meters, a new fork appeared. Nada still chose the road. After walking through countless forks, they neither met the enemy nor walked out. The underground passage was like a maze, and they had no idea which direction to go. The earth wall was mixed with some substance, and Ji Jiuxiao's mental power could not be released normally. She looked at Jiangju, and Jiangju shook his head at her. The way of exploring the way with mental power failed. This time, they could only rely on luck. 5 hours had passed since they fell into the ground, and it was probably dawn outside. After walking for 2 hours, they appeared at the fork in the road again. Ji Jiuxiu touched the mark beside him, and said, "We are back again. I am so tired. I have been walking for so long, but it is useless." Nada sat on the ground to rest. She took out the alien plant that was killed by Yusuin before, and chewed it twice to replenish water. Her facial features wrinkled with bitterness. They tried countless ways, but they were still faced with endless forks in the road. The whole underground seemed to be hollowed out, with only forks in the road. "Ji Jiuxiao, I have a way, I don't know if it will work." Everyone looked at her. Ji Jiuxiu shrugged, took out a dagger and cut a knife on the palm of his hand, wiping the blood on his face. Most of the strange beasts don't have brains, and blood is very attractive to them. If we are lucky, we may be able to attract the strange beasts here. Before, I hoped that the strange beasts would not appear, but now I am eager for them to appear quickly. The strange beasts living underground are much better than humans in identifying directions. At least, they will not get lost in underground caves. She put away the dagger. "You guys spread out. It may not come if the human smell is too strong." She sat on the ground and leaned against the earth wall, quietly waiting for the strange beasts to arrive. Jiangju approached her and bandaged the wound on her hand first. Before Ji Jiuxiu raised any objections, he put the blood-stained bandage in his hand into her palm, and the wound that was still bleeding flashed past Ji Jiuxiu's eyes. Chapter 108. When the blood coagulated and dried, the beast still did not appear. Luo Linya cut a small wound on the back of her hand, and squeezed out a few drops of blood to sprinkle on the ground. The previous suppression of Yusuin's hot weapon may make the beast feel scared, and it takes some effort to lure them out. When the smell of people is stronger than the smell of blood, it will not appear. It's time for the familiar bloodletting again. Qi Yunzu is already very skilled. As long as he is with Ji Jiuxia, he will bleed. Maybe she will defeat him. Others also cut a wound on their bodies that will not affect their movements, using blood to cover up the smell of people. 10 minutes later, a half-meter-tall long-nosed beast appeared. It stood at the entrance of the cave, and sniffed east and west. It didn't come in directly. Everyone breathed lightly. Ji Jiuxiu moved the bandage in his hand slightly, to let the blood smell out. There was not much blood, and the smell was very light in people's perception, almost inaudible, but the sense of smell of the beast was more sensitive than that of humans. The beast crawled forward with its hooves close to the ground, gradually approaching Ji Jiuxiu. She looked at the beast in front of her with her eyes open, raised the bloody bandage, and waved it. The beast stared at her with its big black eyes, and its eyes moved to the side with the bandage. The man and the beast stared at each other, and the beast opened its mouth. When it was fully opened, it could occupy 2/3 of its face, and its teeth were sharp and big. Before it could bite Ji Jiuxiu, Jiangju reached out from behind it, grabbed its neck, and punched it hard. The beast's nose was crooked, and it made a sharp chirping sound, struggling wildly in Jiangju's hands. Jiangju's pinching position was very clever, and it couldn't bite his hand even if it turned its head. The beast kicked its 4 legs and roared helplessly and furiously. Jiangju punched it again, and this time it was completely quiet. He took out a rope and tied up the beast. The next second after he released it, it immediately rushed forward, the rope tightened instantly, and its 4 claws dug several dents on the ground. "Ji Jiuxiao, let's go!" She stood up from the ground, wrapped up the bloody bandage, and put it away. Maybe she could use it again someday. Jiangju loosened the rope, and the beast crawled forward. They entered a tunnel they had never walked through before, and everyone followed it. "Rog, what if it takes us back to its nest?" "Ji Jiuxiao, then we will have abundant food reserves, at least we don't have to worry about starving to death here." The beast's movement trajectory was irregular. It walked around in the passage. No one could tell whether it was going up or going deeper. After walking for about 2 hours, the ground became hotter and hotter. During the day, the golden sand star would emit heat from the inside, and the underground was much hotter than the ground. The beast began to stick out its tongue to dissipate heat and move faster. At first, it struggled with the ropes on its body from time to time, but now it ignored it and moved forward. People were also very hot, and everyone took off their coats and sweated profusely. Ji Jiuxiu said with a smile, "It seems that the probability of us getting out is very high. Nada, I hope we can get out before we are steamed." "Rog, the beast has thick skin and a lot of hair. It is more anxious than us. Everyone continued to move forward, passing through one confusing fork after another, and finally there was only a single passage in front of them, and there was a faint light. Near the exit, the passage turned into a slowly upward slope. Jiangju was the first to go out. Before he completely walked out of the cave, gunshots rang out. There is a hairy monster. He briefly explained the situation, supported the edge of the cave with one hand, and climbed up the earth wall with his feet. Ji Jiuxiu followed, and cut off a claw of a long-haired monster with a dagger. The long-haired monster roared and retreated. She grabbed a tuft of hair on its abdomen and climbed out of the tunnel with force. After coming out, she stabbed the long-haired monster in the stomach with a knife. The long-haired monster raised his hand and blocked with his elbow, blocking her attack with a very humanistic action. The long-haired monster roared and bit her neck with its sharp fangs. She turned sideways and strangled the long-haired monster's neck, pulling it down hard. The long-haired monster's body flew into the air and fell heavily to the ground, uttering a wail. Its claws grabbed her face. She dodged backwards, and the force was slightly relaxed. The long-haired monster took the opportunity to stand up and run away. The exit of the tunnel was a piece of yellow sand. According to the positioning of the optical brain, their current position was a little further forward from the area where they caught foxes and dogs before. It seemed that they had poked the long-haired monster's nest. More than a dozen long-haired monsters surrounded them, and shouted and jumped. Others came out of the tunnel one after another. Even if they were not single soldiers, students from other majors still had basic combat skills, and could fight the hairy monsters on equal terms. They were not too strong. If they were not for the insufficient firepower in mechas, they could be easily killed. The hairy monsters gradually lost, and fled to the depths of the desert. The hairy monsters fighting with Ji Jiuxiu also wanted to run, but they were entangled by Ji Jiuxiu, and could not run away at all. She climbed onto the back of the hairy monster, hooked her legs tightly around its abdomen, and rode directly on it. No matter how it shook, it could not get rid of it. The dagger injected with spiritual power quickly pierced into its neck. At first, it felt hard like metal. As she persisted in attacking the same position, the dagger finally touched a little soft and elastic flesh. When she was about to stab it again to know the opponent's life, the hairy monster fell to the ground and rolled wildly. Ji Jiuxiu was almost vomiting blood due to the pressure, but she still didn't relax in the chaos, and raised her dagger and stabbed it hard. A long-haired monster rushed out from the side, and grabbed her dagger with bare hands. Blood gushed out from its palm, and its eyes looked the same. Ji Jiuxiu saw some tension in its eyes. These long-haired monsters have high IQs. Not only are they united, but they can also show such subtle emotions. With the help of another long-haired monster, the long-haired monster that was almost stabbed to death was able to escape. The two beasts ran forward together, fearing that Ji Jiuxiu would catch up. Ji Jiuxiu turned her head and looked at the other long-haired monster. There were a total of 14 long-haired monsters here. They knew to pick on the weak ones. 3 of them went to besiege Xing Ran, and Xing, he was struggling to defend. She grabbed the dagger and rushed forward. The long-haired monster she was targeting immediately dodged, and the other long-haired monster next to her also subconsciously moved to the side. Xinghe took the opportunity to punch one of the long-haired monsters hard in the face, and 2 bright red bloods flowed from the other's nostrils. Ji Jiuxiu, let's catch one together. Brother, do as she says. Xingran stood aside, his eyes swept over the long-haired monsters that were dodging. 2 people against 3 long-haired monsters. Ji Jiuxiu gradually understood their attack methods, commanded Xinghe to attack, and the long-haired monsters gradually fell into a disadvantage. Xinghe pounced on a long-haired monster and hugged it tightly. The bear hug posture was not very good-looking, but it was very effective. The long-haired monster could not move. The other 2 long-haired monsters came to rescue, but were blocked by Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, take this one away first. The long-haired monster that was hugged fought desperately, entangled with Xinghe, and rolled on the ground. The other 2 long-haired monsters saw this and screamed, and the other long-haired monsters immediately surrounded to help, and even the 2 that had escaped before ran back again. The battle was more chaotic than before. Jiangju stepped forward and held down one of the long-haired monster's feet. It twisted wildly. Another long-haired monster attacked Jiangju, but Luo Linya stopped it again. The original fight with moves turned into a primitive power contest. More long-haired monsters appeared and surrounded everyone. Their goal was no longer to attack the military academy students, but to find a way to let their companions escape. After a melee, all the long-haired monsters retreated, and Ji Jiuxiu failed to catch the long-haired monster he was targeting. Everyone was more or less injured, but they did not dare to rest and rushed towards the town. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It had been 16 hours since they'd lost contact with others. Jijioshu sent a message to his teammates, but before he could carefully read Dairuila's reply, a new enemy appeared. Fluorescent cacti blocked the way. This time it was not one plant, but dozens of plants, running towards everyone with open arms. The cactus plants were difficult to deal with. You couldn't just punch them like you would a hairy monster. The brown spikes were dense, long, and hard, and could pierce through human bones. Without large weapons bombardment, they could only run. Xinghe carried Xingran on his back and ran away, and the others followed closely. The cactus plants were very fast, gradually closing the distance between them and the military academy students. Jijioshu took out a kitchen knife while running and tied the handle with a rope. When the cactus was close, he threw the rope out, and the kitchen knife drew an arc to cut off the cactus leaves. There were too many cactus plants to cut them all at once. After cutting them several times, the plants became smarter and knew how to dodge after the knife flew over. This trick could only be used in an emergency. Jijioshu put away the knife and ran. They rushed back to the town without stopping. When they were close to the town, they had to find a way to get rid of the cactus plants and not bring them into the town. Jijioshu remembered what Dairuila had said about avoiding the cactus plants and told her the plan. I, Jiangju, and Nada will each lead a group of plants away. Qi Yunzu, Rog, and Luolinia will find dead trees, dead grass, or anything else that can cover the area, and the others will find a place to dig a pit. Dig a bigger pit. She added, as long as you hide from the plants, they won't continue to chase you. The cactus was following them, and they couldn't get rid of it. Time was running out, and they didn't have time to discuss it properly, so they all went their separate ways to do their work. Jijioshu turned around and cut off a cactus leaf, and after pulling enough hatred, he ran to the east. Jiangju and Nada each shot through the bottom rhizome of the cactus, and went in 2 other directions. They led the plants away, and bought enough time for the others. Some cacti reacted slowly, and continued to chase the people in front of them. Jijioshu had to go back, and cut them with a knife to pull enough hatred. There were the most alien plants chasing her. In addition to her brutal act of killing a large number of cacti with one knife, there was another point that she took out the bandage, and the bloodied bandage swayed in the wind. She decided to learn from Qi Yunzu. Next time she went out, she had to carry a bag of chicken blood with her. She was reluctant to bleed herself every time. Everyone did their job. Half an hour later, the sand pit was dug. I don't know where the cover team found a pile of wheat balls taller than a person, and moved them over to cover the sand pit. The 3 people who led away the alien plants ran into the sand pit one by one. Everyone slowed down their breathing and poked their heads out to look out. The alien plants lost their target and stood still. Jijioshu's neck was itchy. She felt someone was touching her. She stretched out her hand to scratch it, and after a while, she was scratched again. She turned back impatiently and warned in a low voice, "Don't scratch me." Everyone turned to look at her, with the same bewilderment on their faces. Luolinia, who was squatting behind her, asked, "Who scratched you?" Jijioshu touched her neck and saw a dead branch behind her, which came from the weeds above her head. She looked up and saw the dead branch that kept wriggling. The branch twisted and wrapped around Jijioshu's neck in the blink of an eye. She clenched the dagger in her hand and cut off the branch. Jijioshu said coldly, "Who moved the alien plant here?" Rog and Luolinia raised their hands and pointed at Qi Yunzu at the same time. Qi Yunzu, He didn't know it was an alien plant when he moved it. Jijioshu grabbed the branch of the alien plant above his head, threw it out, and smashed it on the cactus alien plant. All the thorns of the cactus pierced into the weed's alien plant. The 2 alien plants fought each other. Jijioshu saw that there was an unexpected surprise, so he quickly kicked all the other weeds over. The dry branches were entangled in the cactus, which matched the cactus's attack method of wanting to embrace. The group took the opportunity to escape and ran wildly in the direction of the town. The alien plants behind them entangled with each other and did not catch up. Finally returned to the town, but there was no one on duty at the checkpoint. Jijioshu took a look at the voice message sent by Dairuila. The long paragraph made her decide to talk in person. She dialed the call and Dairuila picked up. She first confirmed the other party's location and rushed to the square to meet up. When they approached the square, there were military cadets on guard. Everyone's face was tense, and they were relieved when they saw them. Dairuila appeared in a dusty state, with her hair tied up in a mess, her hair flying, her face full of fatigue, her lips cracked and peeling. As soon as they met, she talked about what happened after Jijioshu and others disappeared. "After you fell into the cave, Many hairy monsters suddenly appeared in the temple. All the jars, including the one we pulled up before, were smashed by them, and they took many people away. Take them away? Jijoshi repeated. Darla nodded. Yes, they took them away. They didn't leave any bodies behind, but took all the people away. They ran out of the town, and we couldn't catch up. Jijoshi asked again, what are the specific casualties? There were no deaths in the town. 293 people were injured, and they were taken away. Darla took a deep breath and continued. 239 people were taken away. 239, plus the scattered missing people before, are close to 400 people, more than half of the total number. Even if they take all precautions, they still can't stop their companions from disappearing one by one. The group was silent. As important pillars of their respective military academies, they have responsibilities on their shoulders, but facing the tragic numbers and the unknown future, their immature shoulders can't bear such a heavy responsibility for a while. As a commander who had actually been on the battlefield, Jiangju accepted this fact better than others. He wanted to discuss the work deployment later, but after seeing the expressions of the crowd, he remained silent again. They still needed some time to adapt. It was not good to be silent for too long, which would dampen morale. He glanced at Jijoshi, and was about to speak when Jijoshi spoke first. Jijoshi, let's move out of the town and live outside. Luo Linya hesitated. There are also strange beasts and plants outside. We have too many wounded, and transfer and housing are both problems. If there is no place to shelter from the wind and rain, we can live in a cave. The hairy monsters come and go freely in the town. It is convenient for them to carry out precise attacks if we stay here. Jijoshi quickly calmed down and analyzed calmly. Yusuin, the wounded are not easy to move. First take a group of people outside to choose a good location to dig out a resting place, and then transfer everyone there. The appearance of Jijoshi and others greatly comforted the hearts of the military academy students. Treatment and digging holes were carried out simultaneously. The stone houses in the town are cool during the day and warm at night, and they can barely maintain a little temperature. After leaving the town, the huge temperature difference can only be resisted by people. Breaking down the house and moving the stones is a way, but it is too laborious. They must retain their overall physical strength to the greatest extent to prevent sudden enemies. Today's food is also a problem. They have taken turns to send a team from each school to hunt in the past few days. Due to emergencies, today's dinner has not been settled yet, and a group of people have to go out. All personnel are no longer divided by school, but all are managed in a unified manner, because the unlucky Minxai Military Academy currently has only more than 30 people left, which is not enough. Being a commander is not an easy thing. An unintentional arrangement may cause many people to lose their lives. Command is not a position, but a heavy responsibility. This is not a competition. Every life lost is a living person. When others are still immersed in entanglement and don't know how to continue the arrangement, Jijoshi has already cheered up and made decisions one by one. Hunting, digging pits, treatment, everything is carried out in an orderly manner. When people have something to do, they will not have wild thoughts. The depressed atmosphere has dissipated a little, and everyone has regained their strength. Rong Tianjiang asked, what should we do with these residents? After experiencing a series of things, it is difficult for military academy students to have a good impression of the residents. The mysterious sacrifices and weird temples make them feel that the residents are inseparable from the hairy monsters. Jijoshi, keep tying them up, and take them away together when the time comes. No one was injured or killed in the turmoil. They all had numb eyes, and kept their right fists against their chests, and kept muttering about miracles all day long. They were very neurotic. The only resident who could move freely was Charlotte. She had a normal mind and a seriously ill sister at home. Jijoshi allowed her to move around freely. During this attack, Charlotte and the military cadets fought against the hairy monster together, and others were no longer as repulsive to her as they were at the beginning. Jijoshi walked around the town, and Jiangju followed her. When passing a corner, Jiangju stopped and looked up. It's the black bird again. The black bird on the roof lowered its head and stared at them. Its eyeballs moved slightly, blinked, and flapped its wings to leave. As soon as it took off, a bullet hit its left wing, and it fell down for a distance. Jiangju fired again, but this time he missed. The black bird twisted in a strange posture to avoid it, and fluttered forward. The two chased after it, but the black bird disappeared directly after landing behind a small building, just like the hairy monster. A dozen meters ahead of the small building is the temple. They came here again unknowingly. Jijoshi walked forward decisively. Since he came back today, he has never had time to take a look. There are many traces of fighting outside the temple. The wall was scratched by the hairy monster's claws, leaving several scratches and dense bullet holes. The remaining bloodstains were not cleaned up and covered with light yellow dust. Walking inside, the sculpture was broken, the upper body was lying on one side, and only the lower body was connected to the base. The material was indeed stone, and nothing else was mixed in. There was a line of small words at the foot of the sculpture. Only by obeying the call can you gain long-term peace. The jar was completely broken into pieces. According to Rong Tianjiang, there was a mechanism at the bottom of the jar connected to the ground, and the contents could be taken out from the bottom by just turning it. These tricks prove that the so-called gods are all man-made. If they are really omnipotent gods, why do they need the assistance of machines? No one was injured or killed in the riot. They are the first to be suspected, but 2 people were missing before, and they also burned an old lady to death crazily. They are more like brainwashed fools than the people behind the scenes. The thing covering the hole where they fell is the same material as the bottom of the jar, and the surrounding area is all magnetic. After they fell, Darula organized people to move the thing away, but the area was too large and difficult to pull. At that time, Ji Jioshu didn't see who pressed the lid on the hole. She specifically asked Rong Tianjiang, and the answer she got was that the lid was moved by a hairy monster to cover it. The hairy monster was so spiritual that it was scary. There was nothing to see in the temple. On the way back, Ji Jioshu saw 2 pieces of meaty bones against the wall on the roadside, one raw and one cooked. The raw one was the small claws that were cut off when she brought back the prey, and the cooked one was thrown away after she finished chewing. The weather was too hot during the day, and the meat on the bones had deteriorated a little, emitting a faint stench. The 2 bones were the same as before, except for some dust and slight shrinkage. Ji Jioshu went to find Sister and to chat and see if he could get something out of her. Compared with other unconscious residents, Sister could barely communicate. She first told her about her discovery in the temple and asked, "You are the person in charge of the town. Do you know the little mechanism in the temple?" Sister, maybe it was specially set up by God to let people see and understand his existence. He is a God who cares about believers, and we should be grateful. You can even make up such a lie? Ji Jioshu was speechless and continued to ask, "I don't understand what you want to do. What good will it do to hurt outsiders?" Sister looked into her eyes quietly. God needs sacrifices. Ji Jioshu looked at her, frowned, and carefully scanned Sister's face, even touching it. "I feel you are a little familiar. You may have seen God in your dreams. So you made choices again and again according to God's will, and finally came here." Sister looked away, her voice gentle and pious. "You studied hard and got into the military academy. All your actions were because of God's guidance in the dark." Ji Jioshu nodded. "If I hadn't lost contact with Xingji for more than 10 years, I would have almost believed it." She still couldn't figure it out. "Since you used outsiders as sacrifices, why did the residents of the town disappear before?" "It's all because you didn't follow God's rules. So God was angry." Sister suddenly became emotional. "Ji Jioshu, didn't you say before that only 1 sacrifice is needed a day?" "Sister, can the price be the same if we offer it voluntarily, and if the gods demand it in anger?" The logic is self-consistent, and Ji Jioshu has no way to refute it for a while, but there are still some things that he can't figure out. The death of all the military cadets will inevitably attract the attention of the Federation. The residents did not really take action against the military cadets, but they are also guilty as accomplices. Are they so confident in God that they think the federal army can't solve the God they are talking about? This question is destined to be unanswered. In Sister An's mouth, God is omnipotent. Ji Jioshu walked out of the room where Sister An was imprisoned and saw the girl Malin standing on the side of the road. It was dark, and the cold wind was rising. Malin was wearing a shabby red dress, and her lips were frozen purple. The military cadets did not restrict the children's actions too much, as long as they did not run out of the town. Ji Jioshu walked over and saw Darula walking out of the house next to her, holding a piece of clothes in her hand and draping them on Malin. Malin approached Darula and put her chin on her shoulder. A cold light flashed in the dim sky, but she couldn't see what it was. Ji Jioshu quickened her pace and approached. She saw the bright red blood dripping on the lus. Her pupil shrank, and she ran forward to support Darula. Darula covered her abdomen and looked at Malin in disbelief. Blood gushed out from her hands. Ji Jioshu pulled Malin away fiercely, snatched the knife from her hand, and shouted, "What are you doing?" Malin seemed to be frightened by her. She trembled violently and looked at her timidly, with big tears in her eyes. Joshua was afraid that Malin would run away, so he kicked her to the ground first. At the moment when Malin fell to the ground, she felt a chill on her back, which was the perception of danger. She immediately turned around. Wherever she looked, it was calm. She didn't care too much. She quickly searched Malin to see if there were any other weapons, tied Malin up with clothes and tied a knot, and then took out the first aid tools from her bag to treat Darula's wound. Chapter 109. The knife didn't hit the vital part, and the blood slowly stopped. Joshua was afraid of touching Darula's wound, so he carefully carried her horizontally and walked into the house where the injured were placed. As for Malin, she had called Jiangju to take her for interrogation. After Fusang took over Darula, she went to the empty house that was temporarily converted into an interrogation room. Malin's hands were still tied, and she sat on the chair and looked at the two timidly. Joshua, why did you hurt Darula? Mom said you were bad people. She shrank her neck and showed a look of fear. Joshua took a deep breath and pinched her eyebrows. She still underestimated these children and made the wrong decision. She should have kept a close watch on all the children. Children are more likely to let people down their guard than adults. If it was an adult, Darula would not have been successfully attacked. She asked several questions in a row, but Malin's words were incoherent, and the core was you are bad people, and she couldn't ask anything else. Joshua gave up the interrogation. Facing an immature 10-year-old child, it was unrealistic to expect the other party to communicate clearly and logically. This incident reminded her that children must be locked up and watched closely in the future. Joshua approached Malin. Malin shook her legs and suddenly asked, "Will you kill me?" She tilted her head to look at people. Her face was flushed. Her eyes were big and bright. Her expression was pure and innocent, and her voice was crisp and tender like a child. Joshua paused. Malin asked again, "Your decision-making error caused your companion to be injured. What do you think in your heart? Do you feel guilty?" Joshua looked at Malin with his eyes downcast. Malin raised her head and looked at her, waiting for her answer. "You?" As soon as Malin said this, Jiangju grabbed her. "Jiangju, you talk too much nonsense." No matter how wrong Malin was, she was just a child, and could not defeat Jiangju. Jiangju untied the clothes that bound her, rolled up the sleeves and stuffed them into her mouth, carried her out to the temporary residence of all the children, moved a heavy chair over, and tied Malin to the back of the chair with a rope. The rope was tied using a special military knot to ensure that other children could not untie it. He warned the other children and asked people to come and guard before going out, not allowing these children to enter and leave at will. Malin was very calm and let herself be tied up, with the sleeves of her clothes still stuffed in her mouth. After Jiangju left, he pulled the cloth out of her mouth with one hand and untied the rope. Darula's injury was not serious and had been controlled. The medical conditions on Jinsha Star were too poor, and there was no treatment cabin, so she could only be cured slowly. Joshua patrolled the town. After so many things happened, the town lost its quaint and peaceful atmosphere and became dark and strange. All residents were locked up together. The empty buildings were dark and silent. Walking on the road, there was no occasional crying of children and scolding of parents, nor was there any adult chatter. Jiangju found Joshua and walked slowly through the alley with her. Joshua, who used to talk a lot, was rarely quiet. "This is the first time you have encountered such an emergency. You have done a good job," Jiangju said. "I have been on the battlefield many times and have sufficient experience. I think every decision you make is the best choice at the moment. People cannot predict the future development, and no one can guarantee that they will always be on the right path." Joshua couldn't help laughing. The words of comfort are so official and polite. "Did you draft them first and then memorize them?" Jiangju was silent for a moment, then admitted, "I showed it to Darula and Fusang, but now it seems that their comfort level is not that good. I am not blaming myself, I am reflecting." Joshua looked up at the sky, see if there are any loopholes that need to be filled, and if there are any forgotten places. Seeing Joshua's look, Jiangju swallowed the remaining 800 words of comfort manuscript. Joshua never complained about herself, was afraid of difficulties and retreated. Setbacks were her nutrients. She would clear all obstacles in front of her and move forward. She stopped and looked at a gecko on the wall next to her. The gecko seemed to have noticed her sight, and quickly slipped into the window with its tail swaying. There are many insects in the town. Occasionally, a few ants crawled on the ground. Their calls could be heard in the evening, and they would be quiet again after nightfall. In the middle of the night, all kinds of sounds disappeared, and only a few coughs were heard from time to time in the place where the wounded rested. Suddenly, the sky was bright, and it returned to darkness in an instant. Ji Jiushi was sitting on the roof on duty. He looked up at the sky and doubted his eyes. Ji Jiuxiao, didn't it get a little brighter just now? Jiangju, maybe the dimming system is broken. It can't be broken at any time, but it has to be broken now, and there is no way to fix it. Ji Jiushi complained in a low voice. The wind gradually grew stronger, the sky suddenly became brighter, and then immediately went out, and the wind blew sand into people's faces. The strong wind blew and blew people. Ji Jiuxia's hat was blown away, and her short hair fluttered on her face. She stood up to pick up the hat, and after she stood up, she saw a dark shadow approaching in the sky. Under the sky that flashed like lightning, it could be vaguely seen that what was coming was a large group of strange plants and beasts, including long-nosed beasts, long-haired monsters, and cacti that had been seen before, as well as a bunch of other strange things that had never been seen before. Ji Jiuxiu immediately sounded the alarm, and Jiangju jumped off the roof and ran to the location of the military cadets. The sleeping town woke up. The enemy had already attacked. The wind was even stronger, blowing up sand and hitting people's faces. The sky was not good, and the repeated flickering made it more difficult for people. Everyone hurriedly picked up weapons to fight the enemy, but there were too many enemies attacking this time. Ji Jiuxiu was entangled by two long-haired monsters, and watched a companion being dragged away, and disappeared in the group of strange beasts in the blink of an eye. In the chaos, a resident shouted God's punishment, which made Rong Tianjiang unbearable, and slapped him in the face. Ji Jiuxiao shouted, "Evacuate. The enemy is strong and we are weak. If we continue to fight, there will only be more damage. The single soldier will be the last, the healer will take the wounded away first, and the mechanic and the commander will be in the middle to act as a buffer." Someone shouted, "What should we do with the residents? They are running out like crazy. Should we take them with us?" "Don't take them. They are no longer normal people. Even Her Highness Darula was stabbed. Let them die," someone said angrily. The injury of Darula completely triggered the conflict between the residents and the military academy students. Before, the residents did not really hurt the military academy students, so they could barely get along. Now the military academy students exploded and began to hate the residents. According to personal desires, Ji Jiuxiu also wanted to give up the residents, but reason told her that she couldn't do so. There were too many unsolved mysteries, and the answers must be related to the residents. The order she issued was to take the residents with her. The commanders-in-chief of the other 6 military academies were more or less dissatisfied, but they were slow to stand up and shoulder the burden when facing the death and disappearance of a large number of military academy students before, so they were destined to be weaker than Ji Jiuxiu. Everyone moved in an orderly manner. Ji Jiuxiu stayed at the end to face the alien plants and beasts. She still wanted to catch a long-haired monster to study. She had always been upset about not being able to catch it. The hairy monster was very clever, and did not confront the military academy students head-on. It shuttled between various plants and animals to avoid Ji Jiuxiao's pursuit. In the midst of her busy schedule, her light brain rang. It was a call from Fusong, and she clicked to answer it. "An old man has hidden spices that attract plants and animals," Fusong added. "He probably hasn't taken a bath for a long time, and his body odor is even stronger. Mixed with the spices, it all turns into odor, so it was not discovered before." Ji Jiuxiao's hand holding the gun was slightly sweating. Now she needs to make a decision that concerns human life. She exhaled and said, "Don't let others know about this." If the military academy students knew about this, their hatred for the residents would definitely be deeper, and they might just abandon the residents. They evacuated the town, and went to the place where they dug a pit for temporary residents. There were people working in shifts there. If the progress was normal, it was expected to be completed tomorrow evening. But now the accident came too suddenly, and they had to move there in advance. The hurricane intensified, and the sand on the ground was blown up into the sky along with the clothes hung out to dry by the residents. The cadets now not only had to face the threat of alien plants and beasts, but also had to find ways to resist natural disasters. Under natural disasters, the lives of humans and alien plants and beasts were equal. The alien plants and beasts were blown up into the sky, biting the sleeve of a cadet in their mouths. Ji Jiuxiao grabbed the cadet's leg. The wind was so strong that she couldn't even stand steadily, and was dragged forward 2 steps. Jiangju reached out and pulled her arm, and the 3 of them connected in a string and barely stabilized their bodies. Jiangju shot the alien beast, and the alien beast's teeth broke, and was forced to let go of the cadet's sleeve. Its body was sucked into the sky by the wind. The three immediately retreated away from the tornado. The alien plants that entangle and attack are the most annoying at this moment. The branches will tightly wrap around people's bodies. When they are taken off the ground, they will also pull people away. A branch wrapped around Ji Jiuxiu's waist. The main trunk of the alien plant wanted to get close to Ji Jiuxiu, but the tornado behind it kept pulling it back. The alien plant flew up, and Ji Jiuxiu followed it to glide for a distance. The feet that touched the ground hooked down hard, and each toe was exerting force. The other branches of the alien plant all dug the ground and moved forward little by little, pulling Ji Jiuxiu. The force weakened a little, and she immediately laid down and crawled forward, approaching the alien plant to let it block some wind. The sky was still flickering, and the people and the alien plant who were fighting to the death before were now struggling to crawl forward. Ji Jiuxiu was a little ahead, so the alien plant grabbed her and used her force to crawl forward. Ji Jiuxiu fell behind a little, so she grabbed the branches of the alien plant and moved forward. The tornado went towards the town, the wind gradually weakened, and the exhausted Ji Jiuxiu collapsed to the ground, and the alien plant beside him also lay motionless. Ji Jiuxiu took advantage of the fact that the alien plants and animals had not recovered yet, and called on everyone to stand up and run. Everyone was so tired that they forced themselves to stand up and supported each other to move forward. Fusong cleaned up the spices that attracted the alien plants and animals, and with the tornado blowing, the smell in the air was completely dissipated. A few scattered alien beasts chased up, but they were all killed by Jiangju, and the group finally arrived at the new camp. Arriving at the new camp does not mean complete safety. Even if you are exhausted, you have to arrange for people to be on duty, and count the number of people. In the melee with the alien beasts and plants, and the attack of the tornado, they lost another 1/3 of their companions, and only more than 200 people are visible now. There was no time to remember their lost companions. They had to dig a cave, and prepare for defense as soon as possible, otherwise they would be reunited with their lost companions in a short time. Almost half of the residents were missing. It was unknown whether they were dragged away as food, blown away by the tornado, or ran away by themselves. None of this mattered. What mattered was that Sisterin was still there. At dawn, the first thing Ji Jiuxiu did after he had finished his repairs was to take the old man carrying spices out of the crowd, bring him to Sisterin, and point a dagger at his head. Ji Jiuxiu, I don't have the patience to continue playing charades with you now. I know you don't want to say it, so I will kill you until you say it. I will kill one person an hour, starting with this old man. She grinned. Her teeth were white, of course. If you insist on not saying it, I can't do anything about it. It depends on whether you care about the lives of these people. Ji Jiuxiu's expression was serious. His eyes were fascinating, as if he had completely exploded after being suppressed to the extreme, with a hint of madness. When she raised her knife and stabbed it down, Sister Anne's hand hanging by her side moved. She did not make any more movements. It was Charlotte who rushed over to stop her. Charlotte looked panicked, her eyes wide open, and she knelt down in front of Ji Jiuxiu, grabbing her wrist tightly. You calm down, don't kill people. Killing is against the law. There is no law in Jinsha Star now. I killed her, and put the blame on the beast. Who can know what I did? Ji Jiuxiu sneered, and his eyes swept over Charlotte. How do you know I'm here? She deliberately chose a place where no one was. How did Charlotte find this place accurately? Charlotte's lips trembled, and she said incoherently, They said someone was taken away. I ran around and looked for many places. Don't do stupid things. If you kill someone, can you still study in school with a clear conscience? Do you think I haven't killed anyone? Ji Jiuxiu raised his eyebrows and smiled arrogantly. And if you don't tell me, and I don't tell me, who will know? Or you don't want to hide this secret for me? Yes, the dead are the best at keeping secrets. Her eyes turned deep when she looked at Charlotte, like a beast looking at its prey. In this corner where no one had discovered her, she had completely changed into a different person, more like a star pirate than a star pirate. Charlotte was stunned. Her eyes wavered a little. She swallowed her saliva, clenched her fists and trembled, saying, I don't believe you are such a person. Everyone can pretend. Ji Jiuxiu smiled, and his smile was creepy. Charlotte trembled more violently. Her face lost color a little bit, and she stammered and tried to persuade. There must be other ways. Don't be impulsive. Ji Jiuxiu said impatiently, I'm too lazy to tell you. She called Jiangju to take Charlotte away, and was about to continue wiping the old man's neck, but the sudden turmoil in the distance made her stop her actions. The hairy monsters actually chased to this place. There were many of them. 5 of them rushed towards Ji Jiuxiu. Regardless of the danger, they hugged Ji Jiuxiu's waist and pushed her back. The other two took away the old man and sister-in. Jijoshio couldn't stand steadily. He raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it in the back. It felt hard like metal again. The hairy monster roared, then quickly let go and ran back. Just as Jijoshio was ready to fight, the opponent retreated, and the old man and sister-in were taken away. This group of hairy monsters came and went quickly. They didn't carry out any targeted attacks. They rushed into the camp and ran around and then retreated. Their behavior was completely unpredictable. Even though the military academy students tried their best to stop them, they still took a few people away. The military academy students chased them, but couldn't catch up. They watched them disappear in the distance. Jijoshio didn't believe in evil, and tried to capture the residents to kill them. Just when she was about to do it, a tornado hit, and the wind blew right beside her, sweeping the residents away. After many attempts, the residents were gone, but none of them died at Jijoshio's hands. It was as if God was protecting the residents, either natural disasters or strange plants and beasts. Every accident came and went suddenly, as if the power was insufficient and could only be accurately positioned. It didn't cause much damage, but it always interrupted her behavior, which was very strange. Every time it appeared, it took away a few military academy students. Jijoshio temporarily gave up. If it came a few more times, all the military academy students would be captured. She sat on the sand slope and looked into the distance. The oncoming wind blew her hair. There was a little noise in the distance. Jiangju had just returned from bringing people to fetch water. The brain that should have been thinking about the way to break the deadlock couldn't work. Once the long tight body relaxed, the mind began to empty and thought about nothing. It's cold at this time. Rog walked closer and sat next to her 1 meter away. Jijoshio, it's just right to let the brain cool down, so as not to make bad decisions in a hot head. Rog spread his hands and lay down. If you are thinking about how to make those people speak, maybe I have a way. Really? Then this task is handed over to you. Jijoshio nodded, still looking forward, without even turning his head. Rog was surprised, and his well-behaved baby face wrinkled. I have made a lot of psychological preparation before making this decision. Aren't you curious about what the method is? It's normal for people to have some unknown skills. If you want to say it, just say it. If you don't want to say it, I won't ask, so that you don't have to think of excuses to perfunctory me. Jijoshio doesn't care. Rog was choking in his heart. He was ready to be questioned, but Jijoshio didn't ask. Okay, since you are so frank, I will be sincere. Aren't you always curious about the lazy leader, who stopped being lazy in the last game? Hearing this, Jijoshio finally turned his head and looked at him, waiting for his next words. Show me your dagger. Rog sat up, stared into Jijoshio's eyes, showed a very sunny and cheerful smile, and his voice was clear and refreshing, making people reluctant to refuse. Jijoshio took out the dagger with a wooden face, but the tip of the knife was pointed at Rog. You can't even fulfill such a simple request. You are really difficult to deal with. Rog carefully pushed it away with the back of the knife. Jijoshio pushed the dagger back. Playing dumb is not fun, and it's a waste of time. Rog raised his hands to beg for mercy. Okay, let's get to the point. Did you feel anything when I was talking to you? No. Jijoshio shook his head. Rog grabbed a handful of sand, relaxed his hands, and the sand fell to the ground, and some of it was blown to the side by the wind. These sands are people's thoughts, which should fall vertically to the ground, but I can exert certain mental hints, like this gust of wind, to make the position of the sand slightly offset. Jijoshio, the behavior of the lazy leader is not a slight offset. It's simply earth-shaking, soul-stealing. That's because I added drugs to its food at the beginning. Rog threw all the sand in his hand out. My ability is limited. It's more useful for people with lower mental power levels than me and weak minds. For example, it has no effect on you. Jijoshio nodded. So you've used it on me many times. Rog, is that the point? Jijoshio stood up. Let's go and try it. If hard means don't work, she must pry open the resident's mouths. After losing sister-in, she still has the most active restaurant owner. She deliberately protected him from being taken away. Now it's time for him to repay her. Jijoshio and Rog took the restaurant owner back to the town. The environment here is better, not so cold, and it is more conducive to exerting psychological suggestion in a familiar place. The two of them repeated the same words to the restaurant owner over and over again, all meaningless nonsense. This process lasted all night. They could take turns to sleep for a while, but they didn't let the restaurant owner rest. Once he started to doze off, he would wake him up. When the other party was repelled, He could only take such a stupid way to destroy his will first. The restaurant owner went from angry to impatient, and finally his eyes gradually became dull, his eyes were red, and he yawned frequently. Rog lowered his voice and asked, "Who is the god you are talking about?" The restaurant owner murmured, "No. God." Rog continued to ask, "Where do those strange plants and beasts come from?" The restaurant owner, "Yes." The broken door interrupted the restaurant owner's words. It was the hairy monster that came again. The restaurant owner was frightened and immediately shut up. A bunch of hairy monsters rushed straight to the restaurant owner. Joshu and Rog couldn't stop them. They wanted to take the restaurant owner with them, but he was not happy and struggled madly in Joshu's hands. Joshu punched the restaurant owner in the abdomen. He curled up in pain and was carried on Joshu's shoulder and rushed out the door. The two ran forward, and the restaurant owner's stomach was pressed by Joshu's shoulder, and he felt pain and dizziness, and stars were in front of his eyes. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he started to negotiate. "Can you put me down and let me run by myself?" "Joshu, I don't believe you." The restaurant owner was so shaken that tears were about to flow down, and his limbs kept flapping. He was finally calmed down by the impatient Joshu's punch. The long-haired monster was not slow, and soon caught up with the three people. The closest long-haired monster stretched out its claws, and hooked the restaurant owner's left arm. Joshu was pulled by the force behind him, and the strength in his hands was loose, and the restaurant owner hit the ground with a slap. The long-haired monster dragged the restaurant owner back, and Joshu grabbed the restaurant owner's legs to prevent him from moving. The two pulled one after the other, and the restaurant owner, who became a tool for competition, screamed in pain. "Restaurant owner, can you give me a quick death? Don't torture me like this." The man and the beast ignored the restaurant owner's words and continued to compete. The restaurant owner's screams became increasingly fierce, and the hairy monster let go. Joshu fell backwards due to inertia, and someone held his shoulders. Jiangju, who received the news, rushed over. He was the only one there. He hurriedly explained, "The camp was attacked, and there is no manpower available at the moment." Facing the siege of more than a dozen hairy monsters, the addition of Jiangju did not make things any easier. The restaurant owner, who rolled on the ground twice, got up and ran to the town while the three were dealing with the hairy monsters. Just as Joshu was about to chase, two hairy monsters blocked her way. Seeing the restaurant owner's fat body disappear flexibly behind the house, she could only kick the hairy monster hard to vent her anger. The probability of catching up is not high, and getting away is the top priority. You may not be able to beat them in a fight, but you can still run away. A body that has been trained for a long time has no lack of endurance. The hairy monster gradually couldn't keep up, and was finally completely left behind by the three people. Joshu put his hands on his thighs, and bent over to breathe, another vain effort. "Why do those strange beasts always know where we are?" I checked the restaurant owner, and he didn't have a locator on him. Rog was also out of breath, and he had to say a sentence in two parts. The timing of the hairy monster's arrival was so coincidental. It didn't come earlier or later, but it appeared when the restaurant owner was about to tell the truth. Miracles are impossible. Joshu thought of the black bird that Jiangju had beaten twice, and always felt that the truth was at his lips, but he couldn't say it. The three returned to the camp, and the situation in the camp was also not optimistic. There were only 13 residents, including Charlotte, and Charlotte's sister was also taken away by the monsters. The number of military school students was reduced by half again. Joshu checked and found that all the children were taken away, except for Malin, who was really lucky. Slight sobbing sounded above the camp. The residents and the cadets were not crying. It was Charlotte, who was in between, who was crying. Sisterin and the restaurant owner had the most contact with the cadets. Now they were gone. The remaining residents were more wooden than each other, like zombies without thoughts, and they kept talking about God all the time. Joshu began to stare at the remaining residents, sitting directly in front of them, and staring at them carefully, not letting go of anyone's expression, staring from dawn to dusk. Some people's eyes wandered unconsciously. Joshu stood up and walked over. His outstretched hand was grabbed by Malin, and her eyes shifted. "Sister, why do you have to understand God?" Malin said with a smile. "As long as you abandon us, those monsters will not bother you anymore. After your people open Jinsha Star, you can go home." The crisp child's voice said words that were not suitable for his age. There was no haze or grayness in his clean eyes, which made him look more weird. Joshu asked, "What are you hiding?" "Malin, when you are supposed to know, you will know it naturally. Let us go, so that you can have peace." Chapter 110. It was impossible to let the residents leave. Joshua went to Charlotte to ask if she remembered anything more about God. Charlotte was different from other residents. She was happy to deal with the military cadets. In contrast, she didn't know many things in the town, and could only try to find clues through the few memories of her ancestors. After what happened to Sisterin, Charlotte looked at Joshua with more fear and answered honestly, "I only know that disrespecting God will be punished. Only Sisterin can receive God's will. I don't know what God is specifically." Facing Charlotte's frightened look, Joshua didn't explain much. She didn't really want to kill anyone, but was just betting that Sisterin wouldn't really let her do it. At that time, Sisterin moved a little, which meant that the other party was not completely unresponsive. Sisterin was also betting that she wouldn't really do it. The blood bag made of the blood of the alien beast was between her fingers, but it was a pity that the alien beast came before she could use it. The problem is that Sisterin doesn't know her, so how can she dare to bet with her? The investigation has reached a deadlock, and Joshua hesitated about whether the residents should stay or go. According to Malin, if the hairy monsters are located based on the residents, then leaving them behind is indeed a problem. There are only so many military school students left, and they can't continue to lose their companions. But there is no way to verify the truth of Malin's words. What if the situation becomes worse after letting the residents leave? She kept proposing ideas, and then overturning them. Since she connected the residents with the monsters, Joshua's brain was almost spinning. Malin interrupted her behavior of staring at the residents, and she went back to single out the residents with abnormal expressions for further interrogation. As soon as she looked for him, she found something wrong. The resident with a strange look was a woman older than Sisterin, but she couldn't find him. There was no attack from strange plants or beasts, and he didn't get up and run away. He disappeared directly under the eyes of the military cadets in the camp. Now there is a shortage of manpower, and the residents are placed in key locations in the camp. If they want to leave, they will inevitably pass by the places where there are military cadets, so no one is arranged to watch them specifically, and there is no clue when they disappeared. The sand pits in the camp have not been fully dug. The military cadets looted some steel pipes and tarpaulins from the town to build temporary shelters. The residents are located outside the sand pits. When Joshua was about to dig 3 feet underground to find someone, Xingran came over, took her under the newly covered tarpaulin, and spread his hands to her. There was a piece of white cloth in the palm of his hand, and an ant was lying on the white cloth. Joshua wondered, "Why are you showing me this?" "It's not an ant, it's a machine." Xingran lowered her voice, picked up an ant, and crushed it hard. After removing her fingers, the ant was still the same. While Joshua was busy, others were not idle either. Everyone was working hard to survive. Joshua picked up the small machine that was as realistic as a normal ant. Blackbirds, geckos, and bones that she deliberately left behind, but had no signs of being eaten flashed through her mind. "Camera," she affirmed. Xingran nodded. "This kind of camera that simulates animals is not uncommon, but we have never thought about it. Such small insects are very common in the town, and are a very normal natural phenomenon." She was confused by the hairy monster, and the residents themselves, and ignored such obvious things. She wanted to understand where the vague sense of being watched came from. It was the intuition generated by many cameras pointed at her. She had filmed many dramas, and was very sensitive to the existence of the camera. She divergently thought, if ants can be cameras, can sand also be? For a moment, she felt that there were countless pairs of eyes around her staring at them, and the god hidden behind the scenes of Jinsha Star was observing their every move through the machine. Xingran put away the ants. "I was very careful. They won't find out that we have noticed it. Xingha has been guarding this place after cleaning it up. Nothing is approaching, so you can talk without worry." "Who are they?" Joshua murmured. "Xingran. It is likely to be an anti-Federation terrorist organization. They like this kind of mysterious things the most. The military academy students, who enter Jinsha Star, are the future backbone of the Federation. Once they succeed, the Federation is doomed to be seriously injured." Perhaps because of his poor health, Xingran rarely has emotional fluctuations. When he said these words, he was still calm, and inexplicably had a desperate ruthlessness. Joshua looked at her. "We have lost too many companions. It is difficult to successfully resist. Then kill all the residents. There must be a connection between them. I don't believe that the residents who were taken away are dead. Even if they are sacrificed, we have to bite a piece of meat from them." After a long string of words, Xingran took a breath and coughed while holding her chest. Joshua patted her back to help her breathe. The back under his hand was so thin that it was almost just a pile of bones. She suddenly thought of something. Turn on the light, brain. I have some information to pass on to you. Xing Ran didn't understand why, but still did it. Ji Jiuxia passed the information over. This is the prescription I found based on your symptoms and pulse. I forgot to give it to you because I was too busy. She couldn't go back to Blue Star. These were all found by Tianji in the old human fortress. She replaced some of the ancient medicinal materials with interstellar medicines and tested the effects. The medicine is mild and nourishing, and Xing Ran can eat it. Xing Ran was stunned and pursed her lips. If we can go back alive. Of course we can. Ji Jiuxiu smiled at her and suddenly said in surprise, you actually have dimples. In fact, smiling more is good for the body. Xing Ran regained her indifferent face. That's it. How to communicate with others is up to you. I'm tired. Goodbye. 1 or 2 jokes can ease the tense atmosphere. Xing Ran's brows relax and are no longer frowned. Ji Jiuxiu did not hide the communication and directly explained the reason to everyone openly. The unknown god is terrifying. When the god becomes a human, there is only the anger of being fooled. She called Rong Tianjiang and asked him to organize all the mechanics to find a way to make a detector. All animals, and even plants around must be cleared, especially small things like ants and scorpions. Even the top layer of sand must be shoveled up and transported to a farther place. Everyone went out together to clear a circle with a radius of about 2 kilometers. This approach was to tell the people behind the scenes that they had found it. If they left invisible cameras, their actions would be restricted. It would be better to do a big one directly. She was sure that the mastermind behind the scenes did not have the ability to catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago, and would not have come to harass them repeatedly. Many of the smartest hairy monsters among the alien beasts were seriously injured by them, and fewer of them could move freely. They were not without opportunities to fight back. Ji Jiuxia's plan to dig 3 feet into the ground was restarted. The tarpaulin alone was not enough to live in, and the sand pit had to continue digging. While digging, he encountered the cave that Ji Jiuxia and others had dug. Nada looked confused. This place is at least 20 kilometers away from where we came out. Have they dug out all the desert? Jiangju, now we know how the residents disappeared. The location of the dug hole is less than 5 meters away from the original residence. If they had dug here earlier and discovered the hole earlier, they would not be so passive. When cleaning the hidden cameras, the alien beasts and plants appeared again. After many confrontations, they were not as strong as they were at the beginning. The energetic cadets fought with anger, and they played 12 points of their strength. In this battle, the hairy monsters also appeared and rushed towards the remaining residents. The cadets prevented them from getting close. The residents who had been squatting quietly suddenly exploded. The ropes on their bodies were untied at some point, and they ran towards the hairy monster. One of them was still shouting, "Serve the gods." He looked crazy. I don't know if it was because he acted too well, or because he really had a problem with his brain. The people behind the scenes seemed to be provoked. The battle was very fierce. The corpses of alien plants and beasts were everywhere, but the hairy monsters were all alive and jumping. The alien plants and beasts were out of control. After the hairy monsters evacuated, they still desperately attacked the military cadets. At the end of the battle, no military cadets were taken away, but almost everyone was injured. It was the busiest time for the healers again. The medical supplies they brought with them were almost used up, and they began to use the emergency supplies found in the town's medical room. There are only 7 residents left. If it weren't for Luo Linya and Xinghe's desperate protection, these 7 would have almost died. Rong Tianjiang was injured while studying the detector. The hairy monster rushed towards him as soon as it appeared. If Jiangju hadn't been there, the semi-finished detector would have been snatched away, and it was unknown whether the parts were damaged. He pieced it together, and other mechanics came around to provide parts and suggestions, and finally completed the detector. It has no shell, and the parts are exposed. Compared with the detectors on the market, it looks like a piece of garbage. Ji Jiuxia carefully picked up this piece of garbage and limped towards the remaining residents. The detector scanned their bodies bit by bit. It was checked with the naked eye before, and no abnormalities were found. Now a machine is used to search carefully, and a small round nail is found deep in the cochlea of the resident. The small round nail is similar to a mole. It can't be seen without careful observation. It circulates in the hands of a group of mechanics. At present, there is no more sophisticated instrument, and its specific function cannot be detected. Ji Jiuxia asked, "What is this?" The resident looked confused and did not answer. Ji Jiuxia, offer. God. The residents immediately answered. It seems that the resident's behavior and thoughts have nothing to do with the small round nails. Ji Jiuxiu held the detector in his hand, and shifted his gaze to Charlotte, who was busy bandaging the military cadet. Charlotte noticed her gaze, paused, and quickly bandaged the wound of the injured. She stood up and walked towards Ji Jiuxiu, rubbing the blood scab on her hands anxiously. She said, "What's wrong?" "Ji Jiuxiu, you need to undergo a routine test." Charlotte nodded, a little restrained. "What should I do?" "You don't have to do anything, just stand still." Ji Jiuxiu approached her, his eyes aimed at Charlotte's ears. Both cochleas were clean, and he scanned her body. Except for the metal on the optical brain, nothing else was detected. "Ji Jiuxiu, okay?" Charlotte asked. "Any questions?" "No, go do your thing." Ji Jiuxiu patted the dust off Charlotte's shoulders. Charlotte smiled, but was patted stiff, and shrank towards Rong Tianjiang. She went back to help the wounded, and Rong Tianjiang wondered, "Didn't she like you before? What did you do to her? She seems a little afraid of you?" Ji Jiuxiu played with a handful of small round nails in his hand. "Maybe it's because I kill people without blinking an eye." "Huh? You?" Rong Tianjiang burst into laughter. "You can't even kill a fish. Last time I cooked and killed a fish, I was slapped by the fish's tail, and I caught the escaped fish all over the floor." Ji Jiuxiu spread his hands. "It's all my fault for being such a good actor. Actually, I didn't mean to scare her. She came over on her own. I can't just stop acting halfway, can I?" She stopped chatting with Rong Tianjiang, threw the small round nail to him to study, and dragged her injured leg to help others. "There's no need to worry about food tonight. Fresh exotic beasts are all over the floor." Fusong picked and chose some plants that are edible and taste good when cleaning the exotic plants. Luo Linya worked the hardest and was the most seriously injured. She was wrapped like a mummy and was resting in a tent made of tarpaulin. There were many injured people next to her. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju came to see them. The tarpaulin curtain was lifted, and Charlotte came in with a transparent kettle. The brown-red liquid in the kettle was shaking, emitting a slightly sweet aroma. "This is the brown sugar water they made." Charlotte poured out the brown sugar water and distributed it to the wounded, and also poured a bowl for Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju. Brown sugar was the last bit of stock in the town's grocery store. The warm and sweet water soothed the stomach and the heart. The portion was not much, one small bowl per person. Ji Jiuxiu refused the brown sugar water. "Give it to others." "Charlotte, everyone has a portion, drink it together. It's just a cup of brown sugar water. Don't be so hard on yourself." Luo Linya tried to support her body and sit up. Ji Jiuxiu was helpless. "Okay, it's still a little hot. I wait for a while before drinking." She looked down at the message, clicked a few times on the light brain to reply, and looked up at Charlotte. "The kitchen needs help. You go over first. I collect the dishes here later." Charlotte said sincerely, "Your leg is not healed yet, and there are wounded here. I haven't been able to help much, so let me do these trivial things." The shed where the wounded were was made of tarpaulin to form a cube, forming an enlarged version of a simple tent. There was a part of the tarpaulin that was not tied well, and it was blown up by the wind. The cold wind blew in, and the temperature in the shed dropped instantly, and someone sneezed. Jiangju was about to go over to deal with it. Charlotte looked at his injured left arm, and hurriedly said, "I do it." Although she was a little afraid of Ji Jiuxiu, she never mentioned what happened that night to others, and kept silent about Ji Jiuxiu's secrets, and her enthusiastic attitude was as always. As a normal person among the residents, she was sandwiched between the residents and the cadets, trying to ease the relationship between the two sides. However, she ended up pleasing neither side. The cadets were more frank, and seeing her often busying around, they gradually took off their tinted glasses. The tarpaulin was not easy to handle. It needed to be firmly grasped and tied tightly in the strong wind. Charlotte took nearly 10 minutes to fix it. She could see the scene inside from the corner of her eye. The wounded were drinking brown sugar water and talking in low voices. The wind was even stronger, and the tarpaulin flew out of her hand. She jumped up and grabbed it in a hurry. When Charlotte came back after tidying up the tarpaulin, the brown sugar water had been almost drunk. She packed up the bowl and took the kettle and turned away. "You have a good rest. I will go to the logistics department to help first." Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju followed them out of the shed. Seeing this, Charlotte slowed down and waited for them. "Ji Jiuxiu, did you get scared last time?" "Actually, I deliberately scared Sisterin, and you ran over. I know you are not that kind of person," Charlotte said slowly. Seeing Ji Jiuxiu mention the previous incident, she forced a smile, not knowing whether she believed it or not. "That's good. Ji Joshua skipped this topic and talked about other things. You are caught between us, it's hard, right? Charlotte lowered her head. No, it's not hard. She said it was okay, but her voice was unconsciously choked, her cheeks puffed up and she exhaled, as if forcing back tears. She said, I'm sorry, someone suddenly cares about me so much, I'm a little out of control. What's there to apologize for? You didn't do anything wrong. Ji Joshua smiled at her, his voice gentle. If the crisis of Jinsha Star can be successfully resolved, I will take you to other planets to find a way out. This town is not suitable for you. Charlotte was stunned. The fierceness she felt from Ji Joshua before was real, and the sincerity and care at this moment were also real. When being a friend, Ji Joshua gives people a sense of security and is full of charm, like a light in the dark night, attracting people to come closer. She opened her mouth and uttered, thank you. Ji Joshua, you're welcome. I treat you well because you deserve it. When they reached the place where they separated, Ji Joshua and Charlotte waved goodbye. Even though their calves were injured, they continued to stand guard with determination. After this war, the people behind the scenes stayed quiet for a while, and no alien plants or beasts came to harass them for 2 consecutive days. Because there were many injured people, Charlotte, who had healthy limbs, became the main member of the logistics. It must be said that her skills were much better than most military school students. Ji Joshua did not attack the remaining residents again. He would go over to look at them from time to time, without asking questions, just looking at people with empty eyes, as if looking at people and in a daze. Occasionally, she would go to see Malin. The weird little girl was dirty, and she wiped the other person's face and hands with a wet cloth. Doing some simple repetitive work is conducive to relaxation and thinking. She couldn't find an adult to wipe her face for no reason, so the lucky little Malin became her tool. How long have you not taken a bath? Ji Joshua said disdainfully with a black cloth. The little black face faded and became much whiter after being wiped, and there was a little blue on the black rag that was rubbed from somewhere. Malin, I haven't taken a bath since my mother left. You talk as if your mother gave you a bath when she was here. Ji Joshua retorted, you have been dirty since I saw you. Ji Joshua rubbed Malin's face and neck hard, causing Malin to scream in pain. The skin under his hands became whiter and whiter, and Malin's eyes were filled with tears. Ji Joshua suddenly asked, what's behind God? Malin was stunned for a moment, then continued to howl. The pause is so obvious. Do you think I'm a fool and can't see it? Are you still pretending? Ji Joshua pinched Malin's ears. Malin's eyes rolled around, and when she was about to grin and show a standard horror smile, Ji Joshua exerted force, her ears were pulled and hurt, and she started to cry. Ji Joshua covered her mouth and began to think, you don't look as smart as before. Silly and stupid, like a normal child. So the small round nails in your ears are communicators. Ji Joshua guessed, showing Malin an adult version of a horror smile. Now you can't contact. No matter what I do to you, the people behind you don't know he. Malin panicked, and her sobbing turned into crying, and she was out of breath and was about to faint. Ji Joshua watched her cry and fell into deep thought. His empty eyes made him look more like a pervert. The situation fell into a strange peace and tranquility. The enemy that everyone was always on guard against never appeared. Everyone did not relax their vigilance, but became more tense. Charlotte, it's time to eat. As soon as the hot soup was served, everyone immediately gathered around with bowls, and Charlotte scooped soup for everyone 1 spoonful at a time. Before the soup was half drunk, the person on duty sounded the alarm, and the strange beasts came again. This time there were no other strange plants and beasts. All of them were long-haired monsters. I don't know if they planned to fight this final battle. There were a lot of long-haired monsters. At a glance, there were as many as 30 of them. This might be their total number. They rushed over, bypassing the traps set by the military cadets, and rushed all the way. Why don't the traps work? They are so lucky that they all evaded it. Cleaner! Where is the knife? Give me one. It's too late. You have to live. Why do I have no strength? What's wrong? My hands and feet are weak? Me too. All the defenses and traps set by the cadets failed. The hairy monsters accurately found the students hiding under the sand pit and dragged them away. They predicted all attacks and knocked down the cadets one by one. The hairy monsters didn't drag people away directly, but knocked them out and piled them together. The cadets were unable to resist, and even Xinghe, who had the strongest combat power, was knocked out. Xing ran coughed so hard that he ran past Ji Joshua, and was stopped by Ji Joshua. Ji Joshua, don't get excited. It's not good for your health. Why can you be so calm? Aren't you worried at all? The scene of his brother falling to the ground made Xing lose his mind, and his cheeks, which had been pale for years, turned red. Ji Jiuxiao, don't worry. Xing took a deep breath, slowly calmed down, stared into Ji Jiuxiu's eyes. Have you found the answer? Ji Jiuxiu nodded. Every military school student was weak in the hands and feet, and had no power to fight back against the long-haired monsters. Rong Tianjiang was dragged away by a long-haired monster, and hurriedly shouted to Jiangju, who was closest to him, Jiangju. Save me! Jiangju chased Rong Tianjiang away. The sheds in the camp collapsed, and the wounded used up their last bit of strength to fight the enemy. The purpose of the soldiers is to protect their comrades around them, and their homes behind them even if they shed their last drop of blood. The number of sober military school students is getting fewer and fewer, and they were knocked unconscious by the long-haired monsters and thrown aside. Ji Jiuxia's eyes fell on Charlotte, who was not far away. The other party was holding Malin and quietly watching the tragic scene in front of them. Noticing Ji Jiuxia's sight, Charlotte turned her head and looked over. When she met Ji Jiuxiao's eyes, her expression was a little complicated, and then she showed a common, slightly shy smile. Ji Jiuxiao walked over and asked, "When did you give the medicine? Even Fu Song didn't feel abnormal after taking it? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Charlotte pretended to be stupid. Ji Jiuxiu said calmly, "Is it necessary to hide it now? We have been annihilated. Are you happy?" Charlotte put Malin down. Malin went around behind her and hugged her thighs, revealing her head to look at Ji Jiuxiu. "Charlotte, I am very happy. It's really greasy to cook rice for so long." Her smile grew a little bit, her slightly arched back straightened, and her facial expression changed slightly. Her whole temperament changed dramatically, becoming confident and flamboyant. "Good acting." Ji Jiuxiu applauded. "So when will you give me the drug?" The surrounding gunshots and screams alternated, and the long-haired monsters pounced on people in a brutal manner, like hell on earth. But Ji Jiuxiu stood calmly in front. His expression did not fluctuate at all. Charlotte's smile faded, and she asked in confusion, "I clearly saw you eat, are you okay?" She watched Ji Jiuxiu eat very little, but he did eat. After observing for so long, she did not see the cadets prepare any backup. "Ji Jiuxiao, be fair, take turns to answer questions." Charlotte said, "The first day's brown sugar water contains drugs that destroy taste buds. This is specially made for Fuso, colorless and tasteless, and there will be a little medicine in every meal from now on. So that's how it is. You have studied us specifically." Ji Jiuxiu nodded in understanding. "As you can see, I did eat the food you added. Like everyone else, I am now weak. Otherwise, why do you think I didn't go up and fight them?" Of course, it was because she didn't want to be beaten too badly and ruin her beautiful image. Anyway, it was going to end, so why bother to get beaten in vain? Charlotte became more alert and took Malin back a little, away from Ji Jiuxiu. The calm Ji Jiuxiu was more dangerous than the crazy Ji Jiuxiu. "Not really, I said I am powerless to resist now. Do you distrust me so much?" Ji Jiuxiu spread his hands. Charlotte shouted to one of the hairy monsters, "Come and take her away." The hairy monster ran over, raised his fist, and prepared to hit Ji Jiuxiu in the face. Ji Jiuxiu took a few steps back. "Wait, can you not be so anxious? I still have 2 words to say." She took out the camera disguised as an ant from her pocket and threw it on the ground. The ant's head turned. Charlotte and the hairy monster mistakenly thought she was going to draw her weapon, so they immediately squatted down to dodge. After realizing that Ji Jiuxiu was not going to resist, the hairy monster pounced again. The hairy monster didn't give her time to say 2 words, so she could only say 1 sentence. Ji Jiuxiu stood there without dodging. Instructors, did you enjoy watching this game? Chapter 111. One sentence made the hairy monster pause, the pupils in his blood-red eyes shrank, and after a brief pause of 1 second, he didn't know whether to continue to drop his fist in the air. Ji Jiuxiu faced the ants. "It should still be live now. You guys did it so suddenly. I haven't read my advertising slogan yet. You have to pay for breach of contract." She began to recite the advertising slogan expressionlessly. "I especially like to eat Venus brand potato chips. It has many flavors. I like the classic cucumber flavor the most, but I think the new sea buckthorn flavor is also very good." The air seemed to condense, and the people around who heard Ji Jiuxiu talking all looked at her, but Ji Jiuxiu didn't care, and continued to talk with her mouth opening and closing. "What are you talking about?" Charlotte interrupted her. "Do you think we will let you go if you call us instructor?" Ji Jiuxiu paused in reciting the words and tilted his head to look at Charlotte. "Isn't it enough to just say this sentence? How can we end the game?" Jinsha Star has been a competition venue from beginning to end. The so-called instructor trapped outside the planet is an excuse. The residents are acting, and the so-called god is the organizer. Xing Ren next to him reacted from his astonishment, his mind spinning rapidly, trying to understand what happened, and cooperating with Ji Jiuxiu to give a more detailed account. Charlotte frowned. It's ridiculous. You are not hysterical because you are about to die, right? Ji Jiuxiu raised his head and made a pause gesture. Wait a few minutes. I will finish reading the advertisement first, and then discuss it with you. Charlotte wanted to say something else, but her mouth just opened and stopped, as if she was listening to someone talking, her hands hanging by her side clenched, her face full of unwillingness. The hairy monster couldn't put down his raised fist, and he didn't know whether to put it down or not. He was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the sand, pretending that nothing had happened, and put his hand down. In the live broadcast room, the audience who could only hear the sound through the headset on Charlotte, but couldn't see the screen regained light. From the previous conversation, they had realized what was happening. At this time, the only camera was aimed at Ji Jiuxiu, who was reading the advertisement, and the barrage could refresh 1,000 messages in 1 second. It's the last day, but she was still discovered. How can she be so sure? What if she guessed wrong? You see how confident she is, there must be evidence. It's terrible, can she not look at the camera? I feel like she is looking at me. This cross-dimensional eye contact is indeed a bit scary, but she is reading the advertisement. The competition system of the third game is really ingenious, it's amazing. The eliminated military cadets were also watching the game at this moment. Several military cadets, who were caught first, beat their chests and stamped their feet. They were caught so early, and didn't feel any sense of participation. When I was caught, I really thought I was going to die. Some people are still scared. The restaurant owner was wrapped in bandages and smiled helplessly. These little bastards are really cruel. You are not gentle at all. The military academy student with his head wrapped retorted. The background of the story is fake, but the confrontation is real. Both sides did not hold back, and the result was that they were sent to the hospital after leaving the stadium. Everyone was crowded in a large ward watching the same screen projection, chatting and complaining, and the old man who was caught and threatened by Ji Jiuxiu was among them. The old man touched his neck. I'm really afraid that Ji Jiuxiu will get too excited and cut my neck with a knife. At this point, Sister Anne felt the same way. It's too scary. You don't know her expression at that time. I felt like she really wanted to kill someone. The military school student didn't care. How could she really do it? You are just scared by her acting skills. She is an actor, and has acted in many plays. I think she acted very well in this threatening scene. I know she is an actor. I have watched many of her works. The live broadcast room is relatively flat, not as immersive as watching movies and TV works. You can't feel her aura. Oh, I can't say. Anyway, this acting is not a Vase at all. Sister Anne was furious and posted online to clarify the Vase rumor. Which Vase can act so well and give people a sense of fear without any falsehood? Those who say Ji Jiuxiu is a Vase are simply spreading rumors. The third field of the joint military school exercise has been on the hot search since the beginning, and now there is another related entry. If Ji Jiuxiu really stabbed at that time, he could not kill the opponent. Since the organizer sent people to the field, they naturally had to ensure everyone's safety. There are microparticle cannons waiting in the dark, which will be activated when the cadets are found to have excessive behavior. There are also protective shields on people, which will be activated when their lives are in danger. Of course, if the cadets take action against the residents, it means that they will be eliminated. Indiscriminate killing and lynching are not allowed in the Interstellar. Ji Jiuxiu threatened more and took action less. The beatings were painful, but not serious injuries or disabilities. He hovered on the edge of elimination and finally stabilized. In the camera, Ji Jiuxiu sped up his speech to finish the advertising words. When he finished a long string of words, his throat was almost smoking. The hairy monster in front of him looked at the cadets, who were still fighting hard behind him, and said to Ji Jiuxiu, "Congratulations, you are the first in this game, and the others' games will continue. Please pretend to be dead and follow us out of the arena." Guessing the truth means winning, but the competition for others is not over yet. Ji Jiuxiu asked, "If I am the only one who guesses the truth, how will the military academies decide the winner?" The hairy monster, "You will be scored based on your specific performance. Don't worry, all your actions are recorded by the camera, and there will be no unfairness." Ji Jiuxiu nodded and took out a small speaker with his backhand. This is the third competition venue. The hairy monsters are all from the organizer. She recorded this sentence, then turned up the volume, and played it in a loop until everyone could hear it. As the sound spread, the entire competition venue was dead silent. The struggling military academy students looked back blankly, and some students were so angry that they continued to rush forward regardless of anything. The person who played the hairy monster received the notice, stopped his actions, and no longer entangled with the military academy students. The hairy monster and Charlotte were stunned. Charlotte blurted out, "What are you doing?" Jijoshu said innocently, "Can't we do this?" Charlotte's heart ached. "Your game is over, and you are the champion. Why don't you just go out and do this?" "Because they are in pain," Jijoshu said seriously. "They don't know that this is a game. Every companion who passes away from their side will make people sad. I know how much hatred and despair they have in their hearts. I don't want them to wake up after being knocked unconscious and find that this is just a ridiculous game. Real anger and pain should not be fun in the eyes of the audience." The smiles on the faces of the audience outside the screen froze, and the bullet screen in the live broadcast room was blank for a while. As God who knows everything, we feel it's fun to watch the game, but it must be very uncomfortable for the people involved. After the organizers took a group of people away, many military academy students cried. They didn't cry out loud, but wiped their tears silently, which made me want to cry. Jijoshu's empathy and observation skills are really strong. It's not surprising that she can win. At this time, who else cares about others besides her? Hearing Jijoshu's answer, Charlotte was silent, and suddenly smiled. "You are really good." Jijoshu, "Thank you for the compliment, I think so too." Charlotte sighed again. "Today is the last day of the confrontation. If you don't tell the truth to others, we can win more money. Are you the organizers' people? And you still get paid?" Jijoshu was curious. "Charlotte, not all of us are the organizers' people, and we have to get some compensation for doing such dangerous work. The residents and the hairy monsters are actors summoned by the organizer. Their professions are varied, including actors, chefs, machine repairmen. There are more than a dozen hairy monsters, and even retired soldiers." The hairy monster in front of him took off his disguise, and the long hair faded away. Inside was a tall and strong man, with red eyes covered with beauty contact lenses. Jijoshu saw that the hairy equipment was covered with soft metal for defense. No wonder, she said, that the touch of the knife was wrong before. These summoned actors stayed in Jinsha Star for 2 months, and received training from the organizer. At the beginning, there were more people. After layers of screening, the military academy students who appeared were all selected from 100. There are many interstellar planets, and there are even more idle people. Some people have nothing to do, and think it's fun, so they participate. Some are paid by the organizers, and retired soldiers are specially recruited to enhance their overall strength. In addition to the basic salary, the organizers promise that the fewer military academy students who know the truth in the end, the higher the bonus they will get. So Jijoshu's shouting is equivalent to shouting away their countless money. The entire competition lasts for 15 days. For the actor camp, eliminating all military academy students in 15 days is the winner, and there is extra money for winning. Today happens to be the 15th day, so they chose to give it a try. In order to limit the strength of the military academy students, the organizers also deliberately did not allow the use of mechas. If the mechas were used, the actors would have no chance. In addition, the enemy was in the dark, and we were in the light. Logically, it should be easy to succeed, and this was the case. However, just when they were about to succeed, Jijoshu broke their hope of victory. Jijoshu sighed. "If you had said earlier that there was money to be made, I would not have shouted, and I could have shared some money." Charlotte, Charlotte, how could I have thought that you would suddenly do this? Shouldn't a normal person be happy to leave after hearing that the game was won? Jijoshu, "Oh, actually I didn't think too much, I just wanted to go against you, and the words I just said were all lies to you." They asked her to quietly pretend to be dead and leave, but she refused to leave, and loudly announced the truth of the game. Charlotte, question mark. "Just now you said it was to prevent other military academy students from indulging in pain." Xingran, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. "Why didn't you tell us about this at the beginning?" Jijoshu, "Because I'm not sure either." Everyone's eyes were on her again, and she spread her hands. "It's a 99% probability, and the remaining 1% is the anti-federation organization. I really can't think of any other way, so I have to take a gamble." Xingran, "Really?" "Of course." Jijoshu nodded sincerely. She definitely didn't want to reveal the truth by herself so that Theseus Military Academy would score higher and beat other military academies. Xingran turned her head away. Okay, she knew Jijoshu was lying again. The truth about Jinsha Star was revealed, and the competition was declared over. Wait, it's not over yet. There are two people who didn't hear the truth. One was Rong Tianjiang, who was carried away by the person who played the long-haired monster, and the other was Jiang Ju, who was chasing them. Long-haired monster. Hearing the words of others in the headset, he said with a bitter face, "It turns out that there are only 3 of us on the field now, so should I blow myself up and end this game quickly?" The person chasing him was Jiang Ju. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. He could have caught anyone else with his broken hands, but he had to catch Rong Tianjiang, and ended up being targeted by Jiang Ju. The partners on the other side of the headset gloated, "You are not allowed to expose yourself, you have to work hard." The long-haired monster looked back at Jiang Ju. He was really impressed that he ran so fast even though he was injured. Seeing that the other party was about to catch up, he threw Rong Tianjiang away. As long as he escaped today, he could win the prize money of Jiang Ju and Rong Tianjiang, 2 people who didn't know the truth. Rong Tianjiang fell to the ground and rolled twice, holding his waist and wailing for a long time, and was pulled up by Jiang Ju. The long-haired monster ran very fast and chased all the way. He was very far away from the camp, and even the gunshots could not be heard. "You are still reliable. We will be good brothers for life." Rong Tianjiang was very touched. Jiang Ju let go of him. "I don't really want to be brothers with you." Rong Tianjiang, "Oh, then I don't mind if you want to be sisters." Jiang Ju, Jiang Ju, "It's better for you to be a mute." The two rushed back. When they returned to the camp was empty, and no one was seen. Rong Tianjiang was confused. The fight was over in such a short time. Where are the people? They were all taken away. There was always a sense of unreality. He was not surprised that other people were taken away, but what was surprising was that even Ji Jiuxiu disappeared. In his impression, Ji Jiuxiu, who loves to stir up trouble and is as tough as a cockroach, always feels that he will cause trouble for thousands of years, and he should not be caught so easily. The wind blew up the sand and dust, and the camp was dead silent. There were some bloodstains and black hair on the ground, telling how fierce the previous battle was. Jiang Ju looked at the tarpaulin fluttering in the wind in front of him, and fell into a long silence, his body motionless, like a stone sculpture. Rong Tianjiang muttered beside him, No, how could Ji Jiuxiu get into trouble? She has always been the one who cheated others, how could others cheat her? One moving and one still, forming a sharp contrast, but at this moment, the confusion of the two was so similar. Jiang Ju moved, searching the ground for the secret code left by Ji Jiuxiu. Rong Tianjiang reacted and followed to find it, and the two turned the camp over and over again. Ji Jiuxiu was receiving treatment in the spaceship, looking at the scene of the two people plowing the land on the screen, and raised his hand to touch his nose. She really didn't leave any marks. It was so chaotic at the time that she didn't know that Rong Tianjiang and Jiang Ju ran after the hairy monster. She didn't hear what she said later, and as a result, they were the only two left in the entire arena. The person who played the hairy monster on the field was Suolong, a retired soldier. If Suolong hadn't been so physically fit, he would have grabbed Rong Tianjiang and ran so far, and the game would have been over. Dairula, who was sitting next to her, asked, "Didn't you tell Jiang Ju about the arena?" Ji Jiuxiu said confidently, "I was afraid that your acting skills were not good, so I didn't tell anyone." Dairula stared at her, her blue eyes clear and transparent. "Really? Well, it's not all because of this." Ji Jiuxiu pulled the bandage on his leg. "In fact, I'm not sure that the people behind it are the organizers, and I didn't expect them to suddenly take action." She thought about observing for a while, and looking for other evidence, but the other party disrupted her plan. She had to tell her guess in advance, and her tone had to be very firm, so that they would not find out that she was just a little suspicious. "When did you start to doubt us?" Charlotte asked on the other side. "From the first time, I felt the sense of being watched," Ji Jiuxiu answered. Thinking carefully, there are many suspicious points in the town. The bones thrown on the ground are not eaten by ants, the long-haired monster suddenly appears and disappears in the town, and the face of Charlotte's sister. "Charlotte, what's wrong with my sister?" Ji Jiuxiu. Her face turned blue because of paint. "I found a little blue in the nails of Malin. It was very sudden when I went to your house to find you, so you urgently created a sick sister. So you wiped Malin's face deliberately to observe closely?" Charlotte was surprised. Others took one step to win, but Ji Jiuxiu was not like that. He took one step to win 2 steps. Ji Jiuxiu. Half and half, I'm very curious about Malin. Such a weird child is rare. She is an excellent little actor, very smart, so she has more roles than others. Charlotte laughed. I saw the comments in the live broadcast room, and many viewers were scared by her. Ji Jiuxiu agreed. It's really very natural. Besides that, what else did you guess? Charlotte asked curiously. Ji Jiuxiu, it's impossible for people to be invisible or teleport. I guess there are tunnels connecting each other under the town. Charlotte laughed. You guessed everything, and I lost the fun of solving puzzles. Your acting skills are really good, and I can't see anything unusual at all. Ji Jiuxiu sighed. Otherwise, it is said that she is 1 in 100. Now she finally remembered why she felt that Sister N was a little familiar. She had seen Sister N's film and television works, but Sister N always appeared in the image of a stunt monster, and her face was completely unrecognizable. The organizer set up a big game. Everything was fake, and in order to ensure the story's watchability, various fantasy elements were added. The so-called sacrifice is also a magic. It is precisely because the bones of the deceased are fake that they will try their best to prevent Ji Jiuxiu from taking out the bones in the jar in the temple. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. On the field, the two searched back and forth, but they couldn't find the information left by Ji Jiuxiu. Rong Tianjiang pulled his hair frantically with both hands, and said dejectedly, It's over, they were really captured. Jiang Ju stood still, and turned into a statue. Rong Tianjiang was in no mood to speak. He collapsed on the ground without any image, looking blankly into the void. The two kept doing this, and no one spoke. The night was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The lights in the camp would never be turned on again. At 11:30 in the middle of the night, Suolong, who was hiding in the town, rubbed his hands excitedly and chatted with his partners. Suolong, it's only half an hour away. It's really not easy to fight these little brats. They are so ruthless. The voices on the other end were a little noisy. One of them had the loudest voice, drowning out the other voices, and said with a chuckle, Winning 2 is 2. You have contributed this time. Suolong shook his legs happily. Little students, you can do whatever you want. There were still 10 minutes left, and he couldn't wait to go out of the stadium to have a drink and appreciate the expressions of the two when they learned the truth. The ant camera that Ji Jiuxiu had taken before was left in the camp, broadcasting the images diligently. In the ruined camp that attracted everyone's attention, 2 people stood and 1 lay down. The standing person slowly said, You stay away. Rong Tianjiang blinked his dry eyes and asked, What are you going to do? Jiangju touched the black crystal necklace. I've thought a lot. The family is not close, and the parents are always busy with their careers, and they are rarely together. It is enough to have an excellent brother to accompany them at home. If they really can't bear to leave, they can have a new child through in vitro embryo culture. Maybe the new child will be better behaved than him. He spent the first half of his life working for the Federation, away from the life of normal people. Those joys, sorrows, anger and happiness are far away from him, and he has not experienced as much as in the past 2 years. After being selfless for so many years, this time, he wants to be selfish. The black crystal necklace was torn off his neck, and all his mental power was released, and the storm spread silently. He had to find the location of the hairy monster, and the location of other companions. No matter who he saw or the body, he had to give an explanation. His mental power spread inch by inch, expanding the search range. The surging power in his body could not be suppressed at all, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. There were still 5 minutes left, and Suolong's excitement could not be contained. He took off his heavy and thick long-haired skin and put it aside, happily counting down in his heart. A clear roar came from the earphones. Run! Run! Suolong was startled. Why are you crazy all of a sudden? Run quickly, or you will die. The roar increased. Suolong was confused, and vaguely felt that the house was shaking. He thought it was an earthquake, so he ran out of the house quickly. The lights in the town were affected and automatically lit up and flashed without being turned on. He stared at the man with flying silver hair in front of him with wide eyes, and the mental pressure came, forcing him to have difficulty breathing. Jiangju appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, grabbed his neck, and his silver eyes showed no emotion. Jiangju, stranger? There is the smell of a strange beast on your body. Where are my people? There are still 3 minutes left. The partner in the headset cheered him up and asked him to hold on for 3 minutes. He opened his mouth to speak and stuttered, I don't know. Jiangju, forget it. Jiangju increased the strength in his hand, and Suolang's breathing was cut off. He struggled and said, Wait, I have something to say. Jiangju, I don't want to hear it. Ji Jiuxiu is not dead. Everyone is not dead. Suolang squeezed out these words from his throat. What's going on? Why don't other people come to save him? Jiangju will really kill people. Jiangju slightly relaxed his strength, and Suo Lang took a deep breath, choking and retching and coughing. Half of it was real, and half was a show for Jiangju to see. If we delay a little longer, we will succeed soon. There is only 1 minute left. The rescuers hovering outside Jinsha Star are almost going crazy. The town's guns and cannons have all failed under the impact of their mental power. All cameras are out of service. They cannot see Suolong's situation. Jiangju's mental power interferes with the ground magnetic field, and they cannot land normally. Jiangju, 5 seconds have passed. It seems you don't want to talk about it. He grabbed Suolong's neck again, increasing his strength, his eyes as calm as dead water. Everything on Jinsha Star is the setting of the third arena. So many people have disappeared without a single body, which is proof that Ji Jioshio has left the arena after discovering the truth. Calm down and don't do anything stupid. Suolong spoke a long string of words quickly. There were only 10 seconds left. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Jiangju could kill him in 1 second. Afraid that Jiangju wouldn't believe him, he was still trying to explain. It's all true. Wait another 10 seconds and the game will be completely over. He couldn't breathe, his lungs felt like they were about to explode, and a revolving lantern began to appear in front of his eyes. Jiangju let go, Suolong was reborn, fell to the ground and breathed heavily. There was a spaceship hovering in the sky. Suolong breathed a sigh of relief, pointed at the spaceship and said, "See, I didn't lie to you. Quickly take back your mental power." Jiangju, "I can't take it back." Suolong, ? Seeing Jiangju walking back, Suolong endured the severe pain in his throat and quickly asked, "Where are you going?" "The spaceship can't land here." Jiangju walked forward. He had a splitting headache at the moment, barely maintaining his sanity, and everything he saw was a double image in front of him. He had experienced this feeling many times, and had long been accustomed to it. The tight strings in his head relaxed when he learned that everything was a competition. His first reaction was not anger at being deceived, but relief that no one was in trouble. He stumbled forward, walking faster and faster. Rong Tianjiang, who had been following Jiangju carefully all the way, was stunned when he heard Suolang's words. He didn't have time to think too much. When he saw Jiangju leaving, he immediately followed him, but he couldn't catch up with Jiangju's speed. Jiang's family, Jiangju's parents and Jiang Xian were watching the live broadcast. When they saw Jiangju take off the black crystal, everyone clenched their fists. Jiang's father was the most excited. How could he do such a stupid thing without caring about his life? If his mental power was out of control, it would cost Jiangju his life. He immediately notified the medical team to set off for Jinsha Star, and then called the organizer to stop the game immediately. The organizers were miserable. Now the competition has been stopped, but the problem is that Jiangju can't stop. Jiang's mother tightly grasped a corner of the sofa. "We didn't take care of him enough, so he gave up on us." Bitterness spread in the wide and empty house. No matter how much they protected him before, they were helpless at this moment, and could only watch Jiangju disappear from the screen. Jinsha Star, the spacecraft was able to land, and the medical staff took Suo Lang for treatment. Ji Jioshia followed Wei Hingji to find Rong Tianjiang. When Rong Tianjiang saw the two of them, his mind was still confused. He murmured, "I suspect this is a dream after my death." Ji Jioshia flicked his head with great force, and Rong Tianjiang screamed in pain, "Don't worry, you are not dead, go back quickly." In half a month, the little golden hair with red lips and white teeth was ravaged beyond recognition, dirty and thin, and the color of his hair was dull. Rong Tianjiang said anxiously, "Jiangju." "I know." Ji Jioshia patted his shoulder, "I go find him." The heavy hand fell on his shoulder, and everything finally felt real. Rong Tianjiang's eyes were moist. "It's great that everyone is okay." Ji Jioshia was about to find Jiangju, but Wei Hingji stopped him, and said, "It's very scary to lose control of mental power. We have called the Jiang family's professional rescue personnel. Ordinary people can't get close to Jiangju when his mental power is out of control, but the Jiang family has a set of fixed procedures to deal with it." Ji Jioshia shook his head. "Inject the medicine to suppress it. He will be very painful. I will bring him back well." Wei Hingji hesitated for a moment, but finally gave up persuading him. Ji Jioshia is not a person without measure. Wei Hingji took Rong Tianjiang away first, and Ji Jioshia set out to find Jiangju, using the method he had taught her to release mental power to search. There was no light between heaven and earth. In absolute darkness, Jiangju didn't know where he was going. His soul was floating in the world, with no place for him to go. He could not hear any sound, and his past life kept flashing in his mind. His mind began to disperse, and he vaguely saw a ray of light in the sky. and Ji Jiuxiao's figure appeared in front of him. He called out her name softly, and the more intense pain overwhelmed him. The pain spread in his body, and his leg throbbed. He knelt on one knee, and the mental power in his body seemed to tear through the skin and rush out. Ji Jiuxiu approached, tied the black crystal necklace back to his neck, reached out, and touched his head, and sighed, "Your hair is rough. You are usually smart. Why are you so stupid this time?" The mental power was injected into Jiangju's mental picture, like a cold rain falling into the boiling sea, slowly calming it down. Jiangju reached out and hugged Ji Jiuxiao, trying to absorb the coolness from her body. The light button was blocked, the light became weak, and the wandering soul finally found a place to land. Chapter 112. Jiangju slept for a long time without dreaming. The sleep was peaceful and sweet. When he woke up, he didn't know where he was. The ward was bustling, for people were playing mahjong with a light computer. Dairila and Rong Tianjiang had notes on their faces. "Ji Jiuxiao, I won again, ha ha ha." Rong Tianjiang was dissatisfied. "What's going on? You won again. This program was developed by Tianji. Did you cheat secretly? If you are a rookie, practice more. You dare to question the fairness of Tianji." Ji Jiuxiu snorted. "If you don't accept it, let's change the light computer to play." "Change?" Rong Tianjiang took off the light computer. It turned out that changing the light computer was useless. Rong Tianjiang was dejected and stuck another note on his face. The notes were all over his chin, like a weird long beard, which was particularly funny. "I don't want to play anymore." After losing another round, Dairila quit angrily. "I'm actually in the same IQ level as Rong Tianjiang. This is the biggest humiliation for me." Rong Tianjiang, hey. Just play mahjong. Why are you scolding me?" The calmest person in the whole process was Fu Song, who played cards with one hand and kept grabbing food and stuffing it into his mouth with the other hand. Apples, oranges, pears, bread, cakes, and candies, looking very hungry. The four of them were immersed in mahjong, and didn't even notice that Jiangju woke up. Jiangju stared at them for a long time, silently lifted the quilt, and got up to pour water. When Wei Hingji pushed the door in, he saw this scene. The most seriously ill patient bent down to get out of bed to pour water. His movements were slow and difficult, his face was pale and weak, and the other four people on the other side were brows flying and arguing. In contrast, Jiangju looked even more miserable. Wei Hingji knocked on the door twice. "What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to take care of the patient? The patient is lying in bed. How can we take care of him?" Ji Jiuxiu said casually, and turned around to find that there was no one on the bed. Jiangju was looking for a disposable cup with a water bottle. After being stared at by 5 pairs of eyes, he didn't know whether to continue looking. "I am also a patient." Ji Jiuxiu pointed to his leg that had not been bandaged yet, and said confidently. Fu Song immediately pushed his wrapped left forearm forward to show the wound on it. Rong Tianjiang was not to be outdone. He lifted his clothes and revealed his abdomen that was wrapped with several circles of bandages. He was injured on his back, and could only be wrapped like this. The only one who was intact, Dairila. Dairila pressed the call bell, and the robot immediately appeared. She ordered, "Pour the patient a glass of water." The princess will not serve people personally, but she can still help call the robot. The robot's thinking was linear. After locking onto the kettle, it didn't care that the kettle was already in the patient's hand. It grabbed it directly, bent down and took out a disposable cup from the cabinet, poured water into the cup, and then confirmed through scanning that the person in front of it was a patient, and handed the cup over. Jiangju, Wei Hingji, robots are not as warm as humans. Taking care of them personally can deepen the relationship between comrades. Instructor Wei, the relationship between us is already stronger than gold, and there is no need to deepen it further. Ji Jiuxiu said sincerely. "You are right no matter what you say." Wei Hingji was speechless, and looked at Jiangju. "Since you are awake, take some time to go to the psychological treatment room." Jiangju nodded. After Wei Hingji left, he finished drinking the water in the cup, and felt that he had truly returned to the world. Because Dairila was determined not to play mahjong, Ji Jiuxiu changed the game to flying chess, which is more suitable for 6-year-old babies. We are now in Sanhexing. We have to complete psychological assessment and counseling here first. We can leave only after confirming that there are no sequelae. Ji Jiuxiu stared at the light computer screen, but he was talking to Jiangju. The hospital in Sanhexing is very famous for psychological treatment, and it is not far from Jinchaxing. It can only be said that the organizers have good intentions, and specially selected Jinchaxing as the venue. As soon as the game is over, The military academy students will be sent to the psychological hospital in Sanhexing. Rong Tianjiang complained. Some psychological problems are really crazy. They even asked me if I sometimes feel that I am not a human. Who would choose yes? Fuso, I chose yes. So psychological tests are still useful. They can screen out some people with brain problems, such as Fuso. Darla threw the dice, and the chess piece moved forward 2 steps. Fusong said calmly, "It's a pity that there is no screening for IQ, otherwise, I really don't know what's wrong with the brains of people who lose every time in Mahjong." Darla, ? Darla was angry. "You are attacking me personally. I just have bad luck and always draw bad cards. Is this my fault? I will definitely beat you in this flying chess game." Ha ha ha. Rong Tianjian on the side laughed mercilessly. Darla looked at him very noble and coldly. "You just won one more game than me. What's there to be proud of? I have recorded the scene of you crying at the end of the game. Do you want to review it?" Rong Tianjiang, I can't laugh anymore. Come and play with me. I can't stand these people being so childish. Ji Jiushi waved at Jiangju and changed the 4-player flying chess to a 5-player version. Playing games helps to relax the body and mind. Especially after a tense battle, you need to relax. In 10 flying chess games, Jiangju finally reached the finish line every time, either because the dice points were particularly small, or because he always stepped on the grid that made him retreat or stay in place. Rong Tianjiang was amazed. How can someone be so unlucky? I feel relieved. Darula was very relieved. Only by comparison can you feel happy, and she felt much better. Jiangju looked up at them, and said lightly, "Because meeting you has used up all my luck." Everyone, ? Everyone, ? Ji Jiuxiu, call a psychologist quickly. Jiangju has a big brain problem. Darla, where did you learn such disgusting and corny words? Rong Tianjiang, I knew Jiangju would go crazy on the court. Fusong silently handed over a shelled walnut, hoping that Jiangju would replenish his brain and continue to chew the apple. Jiangju smiled and continued to roll the dice. After confirming that there were no physical and mental abnormalities in the military academy, the students could leave first. Jiangju was taken back by his family in the first week. Most students were forced to stay in the hospital for 10 days. Darla had to go back to learn from Rong Tianjiang, who was diagnosed by a psychologist as having severe psychological trauma, and asked him how to make his illness look more serious. In response, Rong Tianjiang strongly retorted, "Quacks. They are all quacks. I am not sick at all." One hoped that he was sick, while the other desperately denied that he was sick. The two quarreled in the ward every few days. Ji Jiuxiu and Fusong are used to it. The former puts on headphones to read and ignores the outside world, while the latter focuses on playing Go with the machine. If he wins, he rewards himself with 2 walnuts, and if he loses, he eats 1. Ji Jiuxiu is very busy. In addition to studying, he also has to review the films produced by the company. The crew is very efficient, and the actors are very mature. They can create a film in 2 months. Because it is not clear how the market feedback will be, this film is shorter than a normal film in order to save costs, so that if it loses money, it will not lose too much. The plot of the film is relatively old-fashioned. It tells the story of a student who was bullied to death in school and turned into a ghost for revenge. The advantage is the compact plot, the atmosphere is well created, and the actors have good acting skills. After watching the film, make suggestions for revisions, and after repeated revisions twice, it can be submitted to the superior department for review. The film is neither bloody, violent, nor pornographic. There is no nudity, and the company is backed by the Rong family. The review did not deliberately block people, and it was quickly passed, and the film began to be released online. 10 days later, Ji Jiuxiu, Fusong and Darula, who had no adverse sequelae, could be discharged from the hospital, while Rong Tianjiang had to stay in the hospital for 2 more days for observation. Rong Tianjiang was desperate. "What should I do if you all leave?" Darula was very annoyed. "Do you think I want to go back?" Once she returned to the gorgeous palace, she had to be supervised. She couldn't do this or that, and she had to be sneaky when she took a breath. "Do you plan to continue like this in the future? Listen to His Majesty's arrangements now, and listen to your brother or sister's arrangements in the future?" Rong Tianjiang said something shocking. Darula sneered. "Then what do you want me to do? Usurp the throne and change the dynasty?" These 2 idioms were taught by Ji Jiuxiu. When there were no outsiders, Darula's words were more shocking than Rong Tianjiang's. Ji Jiuxiu checked the ward again to confirm that there were no hidden eavesdropping devices. He said helplessly, Is this something you can shout about? It's all Rong Tianjiang's fault. It's so annoying. Darila ran out. She had almost forgotten about it, but Rong Tianjiang mentioned it again, and she couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. Rong Tianjiang? ? Blame me again? There are so many military academy students leaving the Triple Star these 2 days that they can't get tickets for the spaceship. They have to go to another planet to drive Rong Tianjiang's spaceship back, which delays them for another 2 days. During this period, Wei Hingji sent a message to Ji Jiuxiao, saying that a reporter wanted to interview her and asked her if she would refuse or accept. Ji Jiuxiao thought about the movie she was going to release and agreed to the interview with the reporter. The interview location was set downstairs in the hospital. When she went downstairs and saw a group of people, she was shocked. These were not some reporters that Wei Hingji said, but a group of reporters rushed to Ji Jiuxiao, and the microphone was pressed to her mouth. The first reporter asked, "Everyone used to say you were a vase, but your acting skills were excellent in the competition. What made you make such great progress?" Ji Jiuxiao took out a book called Self-Cultivation of Actors. Learning makes people progress. This book is very useful. What details did you use to determine that the long-haired monster was played by the actor of the organizer? How dare you bet that Jinsha Star is the competition venue? What if you bet wrong? You threatened sister and that you killed people. Is this true? Did you really intend to kill the residents at that time? Her Highness Darula always wants water to take a bath. Do you find her annoying? The questions became more and more outrageous. Ji Jiuxiao could answer them well at the beginning, but gradually became perfunctory later. He just asked the company's new movie Dream is about to be released. Everyone is welcome to watch it. After repeating it several times, she said she was tired and couldn't leave even though she wanted to. The reporters surrounded her. She caught a glimpse of Xing Ran and Xing He passing by the door and quickly diverted the fight. Ji Jiuxiao pointed his finger. Actually, I don't know anything. Xing Ran told me everything. You've asked enough questions. Go interview Xing Ran. The gifted twins were equally attractive. Immediately, a wave of reporters ran to besiege Xing Ran and Xing He. The rest couldn't stop Ji Jiuxiao, so she quickly slipped away. Xing Ran? ? Why does this scene feel so familiar? She saw someone coming out of the hospital gate, pulling Xing He's clothes and whispering a few words in his ear. Xing He stared at the person who was leaving, rushed through the reporters, grabbed the person and put him in their original position, carried Xing Ran on his back and ran away. Qi Yunza you? ? The reporters pointed their guns and cannons at him, and asked a bunch of questions. In this arena, the most talked about scene of you was taking out the mask. What do you think about it? What do you think about others saying that you are the least visible among the seated players? Do you feel disappointed when you find that everyone around you is an outstanding talent? Qi Yunzi's face turned black. Are you polite? He turned on the light brain and sent a message to Yusuin, who he saw when he went downstairs, to call her down. The reporters were even more enthusiastic when they saw Yusuin, and all rushed over. Qi Yunzi patted his sleeves and left leisurely. Yusuin's expression was so gloomy that she wanted to kill someone. She cursed Qi Yunzi 10,000 times in her heart, and then followed suit and called Luo Linya down. Luo Linya, What kind of people are these? On the way to retrieve the spaceship, Ji Jiuxiao received a friend request from Jiang Xian, and she clicked to accept it. Jiang Xian asked, "Is it convenient to talk?" Ji Jiuxiao. Yes, the video was connected, and Jiang Xian's background was the living room of the Jiang family. He asked, "Is it convenient recently? My parents want to meet you. What do you want to see me for?" Ji Jiuxiao was puzzled. Jiang Xian said politely, "It's about Shijue." After the Liuguang incident, Jiang Xian's attitude towards Ji Jiuxiao was much more relaxed, and they could communicate normally, and were no longer aggressive. Ji Jiuxiao was casual. "There is nothing to talk about between you and me. Jiang Xian, if you are still angry about my previous offense, I apologize to you again. I did hurt innocent people, and there is no excuse for this." He admitted what he had done, and would not make excuses. At that time, the Liuguang transaction had happened for a long time, and he was eager to find a breakthrough, and would not let go of any suspicious people. Ji Jiuxiao, let's put it one way or another. We are talking about something else now. To be honest, we want to see you because of Shijua's mental power. The test results show that his mental picture is very stable. Jiang Xian laid out his words. On the field at that time, you were the only one who saw him at the last moment. You were the one who gave him mental counseling, right? He continued, "Actually, I am very happy that he finally has a real friend. In his childhood and youth, We tried many times to let him live like a normal child, but there was no way. Jiang Xian's voice is different from Jiang Ju's. It sounds heavier, and not as clear as Jiang Ju's. He said slowly, when Xiujue was born, my parents had not yet taken their current positions. We were all very happy at that time, but this happiness only lasted until his mental strength was detected. They even hoped that Jiang Ju would be weaker, and they did not want to see him become so strong that he would attract everyone's attention. When you are at the top of the Federation, but cannot really reach the top, you are most helpless. Jiang Ju is no longer just a child of the Jiang family, he is also a weapon of the Federation. The Jiang family is too prominent, with many enemies and few allies, and is helpless. Jiang Xian smiled. Even as strong as the Jiang family, you can't do whatever you want. There is a higher level of pressure from above. In order to gain the right to speak to the greatest extent, parents have to start working hard, studying power tactics, and climbing up step by step. But even if they have already sat in the current position, they cannot give Jiang Ju real freedom to let him do what he wants. The house is empty all year round, but no one dares to stop. When his parents realized that they gave Jiang Ju too little company, he had grown up. Jiang Xian had a happier childhood and more caring love than Jiang Ju, so he often felt indebted, and this indebtedness made him want to do more to make up for it. When Xiujue took off the black crystal, my mother was so nervous that she almost fainted. Jiang Xian looked into Ji Jiushu's eyes. We should all thank you. He stepped back slightly and bowed to Ji Jiushu. When Jiang Xian lowered his posture, and was serious and sincere, he was really touching. His previous irritability and arrogance were more like a deliberate weapon. In fact, he was a bit similar to Jiang Ju, without a sharp sense of coercion, but it was true that he was prone to lose his mind when it came to Jiang Ju's affairs. Ji Jiushu said faintly, do you realize that you have an excessive desire to control Jiang Ju? He suggested that I go to Sanhexing and said that the doctors there are very capable. Jiang Xian smiled. Ji Jiushu, I agree with his suggestion very much. Okay, it just so happens that I still have a vacation. Jiang Xian didn't care about Ji Jiushu's ridicule. This competition has a huge impact on the Jiang family. They faced Jiang Ju's death for the first time. No one knows what he thought before taking off the black crystal. In short, the three members of the Jiang family spent 10 days to sort out their thoughts and finally reached a consensus. No matter what, Jiang Ju is alive. The most important thing is that they have been estranged for a long time. They don't know how to talk to Jiang Ju for the time being, so they decide to meet Ji Jiushu first and thank her. Jiang Xian, I suspect Xiujue may have psychological problems, so I will take him with me when I go to Sanha Star. Ji Jiushu, when a child is sick, the parents are usually sicker. Okay, then I will take our whole family there. Jiang Xian humbly accepted her suggestion and solemnly invited her again. So we have the honor to invite you to our home for dinner? Jiang Xian's sincerity won Ji Jiushu's change of mind, and she nodded in agreement. The spaceship returned to Sanha Star, and Ji Jiushu announced to the other three companions that she was going to visit Jiang Ju's home. Rong Tianjiang, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. What if Jiang Xian targets you? Can he beat me? Ji Jiushu was speechless. Darla, he is so lewd, you should take Fusong with you. Fusong, I don't think you are praising me. I go too. I won't let him bully you when I'm here. Rong Tianjiang patted his chest. Darla, if you all go, I can't fall behind. Our team must be united. The result of being united is that the four of them appeared at the door of Jiang Ju's house together. Jiang Xian, who received the news, came to greet them. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Rong Tianjiang with his nose up, Darula holding an official fake smile, Fusong chewing cucumbers, and Ji Jiushu carrying a basket of fruits. Jiang Xian's eyes flashed with surprise, and Rong Tianjiang immediately said, Why, don't you welcome us? Jiang Xian smiled, Of course you welcome, please come in. The four of them walked in, and after passing the garden, they came to the main hall for meeting guests. Zhang's father and mother were dressed very formally, and both of them were wearing well-cut suits. When they saw the four people, their surprise flashed away, and then they greeted them enthusiastically. Darula and Rong Tianjiang were acquaintances. Needless to say, only Ji Jiushu and Fusong were relatively unfamiliar. The housekeeper took the fruit basket from Ji Jiushu's hand, and Zhang's mother asked the guests to sit down. Jiang Ju walked in from outside. What's the matter? He saw the four people in the living room, and was stunned at the door. Why are you here? Ji Jiushu, your brother specially invited us to come, didn't he tell you? Everyone looked at Jiang Xian, and Jiang Xian said aggrievedly, I didn't act on my own. I told you about this at 7 p.m. the day before yesterday. Did you forget? Jiangju recalled. You didn't say they were coming. Jiang Xian. Because you said at the time that Ji Jiuxiu would not agree, but she agreed now, didn't she? An insignificant little accident. John's father tried to smooth things over. Come on, eat some fruit. The robot brought the fruit plate and filled the entire coffee table. The variety of fruits was more than Ji Jiuxiu had ever seen. Fusang, can you eat them all? John's father nodded. Yes, eat more if you like, but don't eat too much when we prepare to eat later. Fusang, okay. Fusang picked up the toothpick and started to pick the fruit. She was very measured. After one piece was picked up from one fruit plate, she would switch to the next one and rotate all the fruit plates. The food was served on the table, and John's mother invited everyone to take their seats. Fusang looked at the fruits that had not been eaten much. Aren't you going to eat these? Some of them will not taste good if they are cut and left for a long time. John's father, it's okay. If they don't taste good, don't eat them. Cut new ones after dinner. Fusang, can I eat a little more? Of course, but let's eat first, otherwise you won't be able to eat later. Before John's father finished speaking, he saw Fusang cleaning the fruits one by one. She couldn't eat too much at one bite, but she chewed quickly, finishing one piece in 2 bites, and a plate in 3 seconds, and soon, she emptied the entire fruit plate. Seeing the 3 Jiang family members looking at her, she wondered, can't you finish it? Jiang Xian, I can eat. I've never seen such a big eater. The actual number of people who came was a little more than expected, but the full dishes were enough for 8 people without replenishing new ones. It can be seen that the Jiang family really attaches great importance to this meeting. There were rich dishes on the table. John's father and mother did not put on airs. They talked about military academy topics with the children, just like parents in ordinary families. The meal was quite harmonious. After the meal, everyone moved to the living room, and the robot brought a new fruit plate. Father Jiang finally got to the point. Can you really provide spiritual counseling for Shujue? They already had guesses about the answer, but they still wanted to hear Ji Jiuxiu say it himself to make the answer more solid and stable. Shouldn't you ask Jiangju this question? Ji Jiuxiu didn't answer directly. The patient knows best whether the treatment is effective or not, right? Father Jiang and Mother Jiang looked at each other and said with some embarrassment, he doesn't want to say it. When it comes to the issue of their children, they are not high-ranking federal leaders with high power, but just an ordinary pair of parents. Jiangju looked at Ji Jiuxiu. You don't have to answer if you don't like it. No one can force you. Yes, we are all here. Rong Tian Jiang backed Ji Jiuxiu. Darylus smiled. I believe that uncle and aunt are not that kind of people, and they won't embarrass Ji Jiuxiu, right? Soft knives are harder to defend than harsh words, and they protected Ji Jiuxiu tightly from front to back. Please don't make us sound like the evil villains in the TV series. We respect Ms. Ji's ideas, and will not force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. Jiang Xian spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. John's mother hurriedly said, this question is indeed a bit presumptuous. You don't have to answer it. They were too nervous and anxious, so they lost their sense of proportion. Ji Jiuxiu's answer was actually not that important. If the answer was yes, as Jiangju's friend, she would not ignore Jiangju's predicament. If the answer was no, it would be no different from the original. Yes. Ji Jiuxiu spoke up and gave an affirmative answer. I can give him spiritual counseling. John's father and mother knew that this matter would bring more benefits than disadvantages to her. She was the only person known to soothe Jiangju's mental picture. With her current ability and fame, the probability of them making friends with her was greater than the probability of controlling her. The same light burst out from the eyes of the 3 members of the Jiang family. Jiang's mother clenched her fists tightly and forced herself to calm down. The solution that she had been looking for more than 20 years suddenly appeared. Even though she had been mentally prepared before, she still couldn't help being excited when she got the definite answer. Jiang's mother asked, how is your health? I mean, Jiangju is special and not in good health. I want to know some of your situation. If you need medical assistance, we can help. She had conducted a preliminary investigation to understand Ji Jiuxiu's personality before, and learned that Ji Jiuxiu was severely malnourished before, but now, he has slowly recovered. She didn't deliberately check the more detailed physical data, which was a respect for Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, no, I'm fine. The bad ones are the ones who bear her mental counseling. Do you mind doing a genetic test? John's father asked tentatively, fearing that Ji Jiuxiu would be disgusted. He explained. Xiaoju has done it before. The reason why his mental power is so strong is that the number of genes activated is more than that of ordinary people. Maybe you are the same. Star has always been doing genetic research. Because of Jiangju, the Jiang family has invested in many hospitals. If they can get new information from Ji Jiuxiao, it will be a breakthrough in the entire star medicine. Ji Jiuxiao nodded, okay. She had done genetic testing before, but Star's research on genes is not as deep as the old human era, and no difference was found. Maybe the Jiang family's medical team is more powerful, and may be able to find it out. The Jiang family was too polite to Ji Jiuxiao. Compared with Ji Jiuxiao's casual and relaxed appearance, they looked more like guests. Jiang Xian took out 2 cards and handed them to Ji Jiuxiao. One is a thank you gift for you, and the other is a thank you gift for your team. His attitude was open and frank, so Ji Jiuxiao didn't hesitate to pick up the card and take a look. There were 10 million in each of the 2 cards. She accepted the card, and today's meal was over. The 4 of them stood up and left. The Jiang family saw them off and waved goodbye at the door. Jiang Xian returned to the living room and was about to eat some fruit to moisten his throat when he found that the new fruit plate on the table was empty. I was busy talking and didn't notice that the full table of fruit was swept away by Fusang again. Not even a small piece was left, and he really achieved the clean plate action. Well, different people have different ways of protecting friends. Dairula and Rong Tianzhong rely on talking, and Fusang relies on eating. They both use their mouths and have a tacit understanding. Chapter 113. At night, Ji Jiuxiao and Fusang stayed in Dairula's palace. The 3 of them lay together on Dairula's 2.8-meter-long bed. Dairula especially liked to sleep with Fusang in her arms. The lightwood fragrance on her body was very helpful for sleeping, and it was more natural than any processed aromatherapy. Fusang handed Dairula a thumb-sized piece of wood. The wood was still raw, and the cut felt a little moist, just like the smell on Fusang. Did you get the smell because you always carry it with you? What kind of wood is this? Dairula pinched the wood and turned it around to observe. Fusang, I don't know the name. Dairula took a photo and uploaded it to the Star Network for search. She wanted to buy one and plant it back. She really liked the smell. The light brain searched out various similar plants, and Fusang came over to look at it with her. Is this it? Dairula pointed to one of the pictures of wood, clicked on the details, and the specific information of the tree appeared. Fusang, the leaves are wrong. What about this one? Dairula clicked on another one. Fusang, the pattern of the tree is different. This one? No. After looking at all the similar plants, they still couldn't match. Dairula was surprised and said, it's not included on the StarNet. Why is it so difficult to plant a tree? Fusang looked at her. Don't even think about planting a tree. I've only seen one of this kind, and it's very big. This piece of wood is so fresh, it looks like it was just taken down. Where did you get it from? Dairula lifted the wood and shook it twice. Fusang turned her head away, pulled the quilt over her body, and didn't answer. Dairula hummed and placed the small branches on the bedside table. Fusang ignored her, so she moved closer to Ji Jiuxiao. What are you doing? The second princess, Melxi, went to Jiangju's house. Ji Jiuxiao showed her the picture on the optical computer. This is a picture. Melxi has half a foot in the aircraft, and looks like she is about to leave. The center of the picture is Jiangju. Dairula shifted the focus. Why did he only send it to you and not to us? Ji Jiuxiao closed the picture. It may not be appropriate for you to see it. Then why do you let me see it? Dairula rolled her eyes and returned to her position. Ji Jiuxiao switched back to the learning page, because I don't think it's inappropriate. Dairula buried her head in the quilt like Fuso and began to pretend to be deaf. It was shameful to escape, but it was useful. With his eyes fixed on the book on the optical computer, Ji Jiuxiao's thoughts drifted away. Now the battle for the air is getting more and more intense. Carol and Melxi both want to win the support of the Jiang family. No matter who of them will take the position in the end, as long as the Jiang family bets on the right treasure, their power will definitely rise to a higher level, but the situation will not be much different from the current one. As Zhang's parents said, Jiangju is too outstanding and is destined to be a weapon of the Federation. Unable to read the book, Ji Jiuxiao sent a message to Jiangju, asking about the character of the 2 royal heirs. In the eyes of the outside world, although Carolyn is not as meritorious as Melxi, he is generous and kind-hearted. Melxi is strong and the military district under his jurisdiction is the best among all military districts. The 2 are 3 years apart and have their own characteristics. According to the normal process, if His Majesty chooses the succession, it should be officially announced when Carolyn comes of age, but His Majesty did not do so, which caused people's hearts to fluctuate. Jiangju quickly replied that he did not give a high evaluation to both of them. Carolyn is selfish and vengeful, which is completely opposite to the outside world's view of him. Melxi is autocratic and dictatorial, and does not like people to put forward opinions that do not conform to her mind. The same point between the two is that they will do anything to achieve their goals. The two have the same blood and very similar behavior logic. They would rather teach me to betray the world than let the world betray me. Jiangju said whatever he wanted to say when facing Ji Jiuxiao, and analyzed the personalities and strengths of the two heirs and the capital behind them very objectively. Although the personalities of the two are average, there are only two heirs, and there is no choice. They started fighting since the year when Karen came of age. 10 years have passed since then. From Melx's complete defeat to the current equal, the federal high-level officials are also responsible. Interests connect people. A group of people who can't get benefits from Karen turned around and ran to Melx's men, which little by little caused the current situation. Ji Jiuxiu talked about the last time Jiangju and Karen were assassinated, and asked him if he had found anything. Jiangju, on the surface, it was Karen, but it should be Melxi. It seems that Karen was assassinated, but the gun was pointed at Jiangju. The things left at the scene were related to Karen, which mislead people to suspect Karen, but if you look closely, Melxi is the one who gets the most benefits. Jiangju, she won't really do anything to me. It's just a warning. Ji Jiuxiu slowly sorted out the thoughts in his mind. If the assassination was done by Melxi, then Cyrus, who did it, was related to Melxi. Melxi and the Star Pirates? The biggest connection between Melxi and the Star Pirates is that she led the army to defeat the Star Pirate organization many times, restoring peace to the interstellar space. Every battle was written in her merit book, and was talked about with great relish. Ji Jiuxiu had previously speculated that Cyrus of the Tingsha organization was in collusion with the top leaders of the Federation, but he didn't ask who it was at the time. If it was Melxi, it would make sense. If Melxi is connected with the Star Pirates, it means that everything before was a show, and the largest Star Pirate organization at the moment is Melchi's people. This news was too explosive, and there was no new news on the light computer screen for a long time. The chat network that Ji Jiuxiu was using was encrypted by Tianji, and would not be intercepted by others, so he dared to talk about these things that could lead to fatal disasters. Both of them fell silent and digested this information. Ji Jiuxiu's mind turned quickly. As Melchi's opponent, Karen, who was also a competitor for the throne, didn't know anything, the two sides were fighting to the death. Karen would definitely keep a close eye on Melchi's movements. Such a big thing as connecting with the Star Pirates would not be left without a trace. If he knew, why didn't he search for evidence and expose it? Once this truth is revealed, Melchi will not only have no chance to compete with him, but will even face the death penalty. The only possibility is that Karen also has a handle in Melchi's hand, or a handle of similar degree of danger, so that Karen can shut up completely. Ji Jiuxiu's thoughts kept diverging, and a new message popped up on the light brain. It was Nancy asking her how she was doing. A light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind, and she remembered a very important thing, the Liuguang incident. At the beginning, the leader of the Liuguang incident was found to be Felix, the federal deputy minister of commerce. He admitted that he was the organizer and told all the details. The federal government sealed off the other 3 Liuguang bases, collected all the materials for archiving, and Felix was sentenced to death. The Liuguang incident ended with this. Now thinking carefully, there are still many details that have not been fully investigated, and the case was closed too hastily. As for why they were in such a hurry, could it be that the biggest boss had not been caught yet, and they were trying to cover up the truth? When the truth was revealed before, Rong Tianxiang's mother, Ms. Sifu, told her that there was a lot of resistance from above to prevent the investigation. Could this resistance be Karen? All the things were connected together, and Ji Jiuxiu's thoughts became clearer and clearer. She now has 2 shocking truths. Once they are exposed, the entire Federation will be shocked. She exhaled and replied to Jiangju. The Federation is really going to be finished. The eldest prince made money by making banned drugs, and the second princess used Star Pirates to rob money. Neither of the 2 heirs is a good thing. No matter who takes the throne, it will be a disaster for the Federation. Jiangju, it's all speculation, and evidence is needed. Words alone are not enough. The truth is not strong enough without a basis. Only when you have something in your hand can it be used as a handle. The clue has been found, and the rest is just a matter of following the clues. Her power alone is not enough, so she decided to call the Jiang family and the Rong family together, because both of them were wronged by the royal family. There are also the 2 siblings of Shuang Yuebai in the black market. She sent a message to Shuang Yuebai, asking him to pay more attention to the recent appearance of new banned drugs. As long as Carlin does not fall, he can continue to develop new drugs. I am not afraid of him moving, but I am afraid that he will not move. After staying in the Imperial Star for 2 days, Ji Jioshu started shopping. The Imperial Star has a wide variety of things, and the logistics of goods that are not available are delivered quickly, which is very convenient for buying things. She bought all kinds of machines and parts. Some things that are not suitable for circulation in the world were purchased by Shuangyue on the black market. She filled a spaceship with them. It was still a cargo spaceship provided by Rong Tianjiang. After buying things and spending almost all her money, she set off for Blue Star. When others heard that she was going to Blue Star, they immediately packed their luggage and followed. Even Rong Tianjiang's parents wanted to go to Blue Star after hearing about it. So another full car of people was transported to Blue Star. The road connecting Blue Star and the Interstellar was replanned and reorganized. The people in charge were Yanpei's parents, who were doing road construction work before they were deceived into processing the raw materials of Liuguang. Road construction cost a lot of money, which came from Ji Jioshu's money, Song Xuedong's savings, was his investment, and the funding of the team members. The benefits of reorganizing the interstellar orbit are obvious. Equipment to prevent meteorite collisions is installed on the side of the road, and the shortest route is designed, which reduces the round-trip time by half. As soon as Ji Jioshu walked out of the spaceship, he saw a black man. Black is black in the literal sense. The exposed face, neck and hands are as black as coal. At a glance, you can only see a mouthful of amazingly white teeth. Ji Jioshu asked Tianji, who came to unload the cargo, "Have new species appeared on Blue Star? Are you blind?" Song Xuedong rolled her eyes at her. "Yeah, the whites of her eyes are really white." Song Xuedong looks different every time, which is really a surprise. Last time she was a healthy wheat color, but this time she turned charcoal. "Ji Jioshu, are the ultraviolet rays on Blue Star so strong?" Tianji complained. "She goes out to bask in the sun every day without sun protection. Interstellar people may not be able to tolerate the sun because they have never been exposed to the sun. Fortunately, she knows to turn herself over to bask in the sun evenly, otherwise you will see one side black and the other side white." "Shut up. I have never seen someone as talkative as you." Song Xuedong covered her ears. "I don't want to listen, you are just a turtle chanting sutras." Nancy has been staying in Blue Star for a while, working on infrastructure with Tianji. When she saw Ji Jioshu, she excitedly took her to see the flowers she had planted. The flower field is not big, only about 5 square meters, and is full of tulips of various colors, one piece white, one piece pink, and one piece yellow, planted neatly, and even people with obsessive-compulsive disorder can't find any thorns. After staying in Blue Star for a long time, Nancy's gloomy aura has dissipated a lot, and her face has also grown a little flesh. Ji Jioshu is very satisfied. It is indeed Blue Star that nourishes people. The time when the group arrived was just in the evening. The sky was half blue and half red. The green on the ground was shaking, and the breeze was blowing. Everyone who has just arrived at Blue Star will be shocked by its beauty. The sky is not controlled by any machine. It is so uniquely blue, and every white cloud has its own shape. Haas ran on the land. The Sifu couple was much calmer, but they were also intoxicated by the incomparable sunset. Tianjiang said that the sunset every day is different. Yesterday was frozen in history, and tomorrow humans will walk in time and space. The two-pronged approach of star core energy and atmospheric protection devices has a very obvious effect. The Blue Star grass seeds cultivated by Tianji have successfully germinated and set seeds. Song Xuedong ran all over the ground with grass seeds, scattering them wherever he went. With the base as the center, green slowly spread outward. The surprise is that new sprouts appeared on the land, which are not the kind planted by Tianji. When the planet is on the verge of death, the grass is also sleeping to save itself. When the seeds preserved by humans wake up, the tenacious weeds begin to break out of the ground. Ji Jioshu brought the grass moved into the flower pot back to Blue Star. With the grass around her, she would feel happy, and no matter how difficult the matter is, it is not a problem. Tianji put the grass next to the vegetable field and added the most fertile land to it. Feiju, who was picked up in the first competition, has been living in Blue Star. He runs around every day and squeezes over to hide behind Tianji to look at the grass. The next day after returning to Blue Star, Ji Jioshu's genetic test results came out. The test report was densely written with words, which can be summed up in one sentence: no different from a normal person. The results showed that she was as normal as she could be. She didn't have more stimulated genes, like Jiangju. As for why she could provide spiritual counseling for Jiangju and increase his spiritual power, no one could tell. They all said that I had a genetic mutation. Ji Jiuxiu showed the test report to Tianji. Tianji said lightly, "When human technology was at its peak, you gathered all your strength to create an embryo that could resist natural disasters. With their current technological gap, they still want to study you. It turns out that they can't do it." Ji Jiuxiu was convinced, and suddenly said mysteriously, "I know 2 great secrets, I tell you." Tianji, "I won't listen. Secrets can easily keep people awake." "You must listen." Ji Jiuxiu grabbed it. She told the secrets of the federal royal family, and the dirty tricks of the air, covering her chest with her hands in fear. "I know a big secret, which is equivalent to getting into big trouble. What should I do?" "We should arm ourselves so that the enemy can't defeat us." Tianji gave the answer. Ji Jiuxiu nodded. "You are the backbone of Blue Star. Our future depends on you." Tianji, "Do your own things, install the weapons and equipment you brought back yourself. I don't have time to help you." Ji Jiuxiu, Damn it! She was seen through. What a waste of her expression. She bought weapons of mass destruction, bought original parts on the black market, bought parts on the Imperial Star, and brought them back to assemble them herself. The only problem was that there were so many of them, so many that it gave people a headache. She wanted to trick Tianji into doing some work for her, but she didn't know that it wouldn't be fooled. She had no choice but to recruit men. Rong Tianjiang had to be arranged, and the others could do some odd jobs that didn't require mental power, so she got them all moving. Huosfu, who wanted to enjoy himself, didn't enjoy himself. He worked hard, either farming or working on machinery. He worked so hard every day that he fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed at night. The only 2 people who could enjoy themselves without working were Rongyu and Sifu. After all, they were elders, and they were elders who invested money generously. Ji Jiuxiu was very tolerant of them. Days passed by in the labor day after day. The movie Dream was officially launched in the theater. As a producer, Ji Jiuxiu helped to complete the publicity KPI and took the team members to shoot a promotional video, which instantly became popular. The movie was fully booked as soon as it was released. Previously, in the virtual arena of Mingxing Xingxing, the clip of Jiang Ju scaring Yusuin and his group was dug up again and repeatedly whipped. The selling point of the film is it looks like that at first glance, but it is terrifying when you think about it carefully. It has a gloomy style. The overall picture is cold, but the costumes of the characters are very bright, highlighting the contrast. There are 2 versions to watch in the cinema. One is the flat version, and the other is the holographic version. The former is for everyone's heart, fearing that the audience can't stand it, and the latter focuses on an immersive and strong sense of substitution. People who watch it for the first time can only watch the flat version first, and they can watch the holographic version if they think they can accept it. It is too exciting at the beginning, and they are afraid that the audience's heart can't bear it. On the day the film was released, Ji Jiuxiu called his friends to watch it with a light brain. Blue Star did not have holographic equipment, so they could only watch the flat version. Everyone gathered together and watched it with a light brain projection. The lights were turned off, popcorn was ready, and the movie began to play. The beginning was a campus scene, very youthful and energetic. The camera turned and a small group was bullying a girl and beating her from time to time. In an accident, the girl was beaten to death, and everyone panicked and dealt with the body to cover up the crime. The background rhythm of this part was relatively slow, depicting the girl's despair and helplessness. Rong Tianjiang, I'm not nitpicking, but what's so scary about this? Sifu, it's normal for the company to make a movie for the first time. Be patient and watch it slowly. The movie entered the main topic, and strange events gradually appeared around the bullying group. First, there was the sound of moving chairs in the middle of the night, and then there were bloody handprints in the bathroom. The face of the actress who played the dead girl only appeared at the beginning of the movie, and then there was no related scene of her. Occasionally, there is only a passing back figure, and the creation of the horror atmosphere depends on the reactions of other actors and strange daily phenomena. This kind of horror is gradual, not directly frightening people, and there are no overly bloody and violent scenes, which makes people gradually feel creepy. The members of the bullying group died one by one, and their deaths were extremely miserable. The other members were shocked and scared, but they could not stop the evil ghost's revenge. Some people were too afraid and even chose to commit suicide. This sense of coercion was conveyed to the audience. The director was too good at shooting. Sometimes the camera was empty, as if the evil ghost was looking at the audience. Ah! Who touched me? Something touched me. The door in the movie closed automatically, and Rong Tianjiang outside the movie screamed, and the popcorn in his hand spilled all over his face. Fusang retracted the arm that was patting Rong Tianjiang's shoulder. I want to ask if you still want to eat popcorn, If not, you can give it to me. She had finished eating the double popcorn, but the popcorn bucket in Rong Tianjiang's hand was still full. Eat, 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 you eat. Rong Tianjiang was angry and stuffed the popcorn to Fusong. Fusong silently retreated to the corner, eating popcorn while continuing to watch the movie expressionlessly. Ji Jiuxiao, is this level okay? She has tried her best to restrain herself to avoid scaring the audience, who are watching this type of horror movie for the first time. That's it, not too scary. Rong Tianjiang was stubborn. Jiangju, then can you let go of my hand? Rong Tianjiang held Jiangju's arm tightly with both hands, and the whole person shrank back. If he went a little further, the chair would fall down. Ji Jiuxiu, I have some classic East Asian horror movies in my collection. Do you want to watch them? No, no. Rong Tianjiang refused again and again. This kind of movie is too boring. I don't like it. The movie continued to play. At the end, the sister of the dead girl appeared to find the truth about her sister's death and expose the evil deeds of the bullying group. The bullying group sought shelter from the police, but physical attacks could not withstand magical attacks, and all members of the group died in the end. In the later part of the film, the evil ghosts went crazy and began to hurt innocent people. In the end, the sister teamed up with a Taoist priest to influence her sister, allowing her to let go of her knot and reincarnate. The ending was pretty happy. Evil will be punished with evil, and tooth for tooth. In fact, Ji Jiuxiu's initial idea was that the sister failed to influence her sister, and the sister continued to kill people everywhere, and then the last shot showed a pair of eyes looking at the audience, which was exciting to think about. But for the sake of everyone's sleep, a gentler ending was still put in. The movie has a very strong Taoist culture, which is very novel for the contemporary Interstellar with cultural gaps. The popularity of Dream continues to rise. Some people couldn't sleep all night after watching the flat version, and they dared not turn off the lights or close their eyes. Some people accepted it well, and chose to watch the holographic version for the second time. I now understand how the Imperial Star Academy students, who were frightened in the virtual arena, felt. It was so scary. I always feel like someone is watching me. My mom says I am sick and has already booked a flight to Triple Star. Now I get scared when the wind blows and the curtains move. Is this normal? Who is playing the holographic version? Can you share some of your strong heart with me? The holographic version is not exciting at all. You can go and try it. You won't feel anything at all. Really, believe me. I believe your lies because I read similar comments. I really went to watch the holographic version. Now I only dare to sleep during the day. Let's not talk about whether the movie is good or not. Anyway, it is very popular. As a low-budget movie, Dream has made a lot of money. When communicating with Ji Jiuxiu via video, director Gray's face was about to burst with laughter. We have achieved what we have today, all thanks to the script ideas provided by the boss. No matter how temperamental a person is, facing a golden thigh like Ji Jiuxiu, who can bring huge reputation and benefits, it is inevitable to become flattering. Not to mention that he has been struggling for so long that he is no longer a person who cares about face. He can be regarded as a master who has turned over a new leaf. No longer a director in the circle, who can only make bad movies because of his frustration. Now everyone who sees him will call him Director Lei. Ji Jiuxiao, if you have something to say, just say it. Stop talking nonsense. I like your straightforwardness the most. Only in this way can you lead us to glory. Gray flattered first, rubbed his hands and tried carefully. There are no good scripts recently. The director department of the company is in a window period. Do you want to write another script? Ji Jiuxiu, sure. Gray, really? That's great. It's not me who writes it. You go to Tianji first. If it doesn't want to, you can make a big promise to it, and say that you will take it for maintenance in the future. I will revise it for you after it finishes writing. Ji Jiuxiu said. Tianji? Gray was impressed by the unusually lively little robot, and said in a tangled way, but the content written by the robot will lack human emotions. Ji Jiuxiu, the script of Dream was written by it. Isn't its name written in the position of screenwriter? Gray was confused. I thought you didn't want to write your own name, so you wrote Tianji. The script is so difficult to write. It takes a lot of effort to write it. I don't have time. Ji Jiuxiu waved his hand, and asked Gray to talk to Tianji himself. Tianji can connect to the database of the base, which contains a vast amount of film and television works from the old human era. Tianji's input and output speed is much faster than her. She will not plagiarize previous works, but can refer to the types to learn from each other. When the time is right, she will release all the movies for free to let the interstellar people see the golden thoughts of the old human era. Half an hour after the communication with Gray ended, Tianji ran over and scolded Ji Jiuxiao. You don't do anything every day, just order me to work. I didn't. Ji Jiuxiao pretended to be innocent. Tianji, who else would threaten me with maintenance except you? Everyone knows that you like maintenance the most. What does it have to do with me? Ji Jiuxiao retorted. Tianji, if I say I want maintenance, others will give me money directly, only you want to negotiate conditions. Nonsense. How could I be that kind of person? Ji Jiuxiao looked up at the sky. The sky today is so blue and beautiful. Tianji, what do you want to shoot in the next movie? Ji Jiuxiao, oh, my opinion is not important. You are so smart and wise. You are the best and most powerful robot in the world. You can shoot whatever you want. I give you 3 seconds to tell me your idea. Tianji made an emotionless electronic sound. 3, 2. Ji Jiuxiao quickly said, I want to shoot a movie with mythology as the background. Ha, woman. Tianji's face was indifferent. Okay, first rule out this subject. Ha, robot. Ji Jiuxiao put his hands on his waist. You can shoot it or not. I won't give you any dividends from the movie for maintenance. Chapter 114. In addition to plant seeds, the underground fortress of Blue Star also has some frozen animal cubs and fertilized eggs. Unfortunately, animals are not as strong as plants, and most of them died over the long years. A small number of them are hatching, and they are taken care of by Yan Pei's parents. Yan's mother and father are the kind of people who do more and talk less, simple and hardworking. Some chicks and ducklings hatched, but they are not very adapted to the current environment of Blue Star, and a batch of them died one after another. Tianji was very distressed, and took good care of them, and introduced a batch of new cubs from the interstellar space, so that they could be hybridized and improve their genes after they grew up. The chickens on Blue Star, and the chickens on the interstellar space are no longer the same. Tianji carefully preserved a batch of original species, to keep them in their original appearance. The ancestors of this small number of chicks are no longer food, but have become precious pets that are held in the palm of the hand for fear of falling, and held in the mouth for fear of melting. Tianji keeps a close eye on them. Tianji will not keep the chicks and ducklings locked up all the time. When the weather is good, he will drive them out of the circle, and will not stop them from fighting. Some chicks and ducklings choked to death, fell to death while walking, or died in fights. There were all kinds of strange deaths. Tianji would rescue them after they got into trouble. Some were saved, and some were not. Sifu asked in confusion, since you love them, why do you let them get into trouble? Tianji looked at a duckling stumbling and said, because I don't want them to stay in the chicken coop forever. They will always have to contact the outside world. It's better to let them fall more while I can still take care of them, so that they won't fall again when they walk alone in the future. Sifu thought thoughtfully, is this how you educate Ji Jiuxiao? This educational concept runs counter to her, but judging from the results, it teaches better than her. You can't teach Ji Jiuxiao like this. There is only one person, and when he dies, he is gone. Tianji was surprised, as if wondering why she would ask such a question. Sifu, Tianji said about Ji Jiuxiao, she has been very tough since she was a child, and she is fine no matter how she falls. I pay more attention to the ideological education. Ji Jiuxiao's physique is very good to be able to hatch and wake up successfully. Those weaker embryos all died silently. Sifu asked Tianji about the morals of parenting. Tianji was very experienced in this regard, and began to talk about his parenting methods and the pitfalls he had stepped on. The two had a good chat. Ji Jiuxiao was passing by with a mechanical part in his arms. He heard it, and rolled his eyes. Miss Sifu, don't listen to what it says. With its education method, I am lucky to be alive now. What do you know? I have read countless books and studied hard. There are scientific reasons for this. Tianji was dissatisfied. Ji Jiuxiao sneered, your reason is that when I was 5 years old, I stole a carrot, so you beat me up and kept me out of bed for 2 days? When you steal needles when you are young, you steal gold when you grow up. You can tell a child's future from the age of 3, and his old age from the age of 5. Children should be educated from an early age. Tianji said very clearly. And you lay in bed for 2 days, because you were angry with me, and didn't eat, okay? Can you stop changing your memory, and confusing right and wrong? See, the children taught by Tianji are so immoral. Ji Jiuxiao said righteously. Tianji Sifu, In terms of talking skills, Ji Jiuxiao's strength is far ahead of others. The construction of Blue Star is gradually getting on track. The design book that was brought out is indeed quite interesting. Tianji modified it according to the actual situation of Blue Star. There are already some prototypes of a city around the cabin. The colorful house promised to was completed. The largest plaque was hung in the middle of the house, with the 4 big characters Haas's home on it. The edges were surrounded by colorful lights. When the switch was turned on at night, various colors were shining and the layout was full. The current houses on Blue Star are relatively simple, not as good as the high-rise buildings in the interstellar space, and the primitive atmosphere is very strong. Was taking pictures crazily in front of the house. Seeing Ji Jioshu passing by, he ran over and took out 2 resin figurines from his pocket. Each figurine looked like Ji Jioshu. Ji Jioshu held 2 cabbages in his left and right hands, and his pupils shook. What is this? This is a figurine made according to you. You can sign the clothes behind. Was pinched the head of the figurine. Ji Jioshu's head ached when he saw it. Where did this thing come from? Haas. Officially produced by the company, the number is limited. Only die-hard fans with a high fan level can buy it. Don't you know? The figurines are very delicate, specially made into Q version, with a bit of real-life charm. One is the size of a palm, wearing a dark blue combat uniform, with short black hair flying. Looking at the 2 identical little figures, Ji Jioshu's goosebumps are about to appear. It seems that the person in charge of the company did talk to her before, saying that he wanted to make a batch of peripheral products, but she was busy with a movie at the time and didn't care much. I didn't expect that she trusted the company, but the company hurt her badly. She asked Was with a wooden face. Why did you buy this thing? See, this is not mine. A teacher in our school is your fan, and asked me to bring it here for an autograph. Ji Jioshu stared at him. I still don't know how you got out of school. This semester has not yet ended, and it is normal class time. Yanpei can't come even if she wants to, but Wasi is walking around with him. I'm not asking for leave, but exercising my rights. Was said proudly. My grades have improved a lot, and I have been awarded the Star of Progress. The school allows every student who has received this honor to make a reasonable request, so I chose to exchange it for vacation. His teachers were also watching the live broadcast of the joint military school exercise. When they knew he was going to find Ji Jioshu, they looked at him with envy and jealousy. It was so cool. Ji Jioshu, you are still a Star of Progress with your grades. How bad must you have been before? When they first met, Wasi showed her his transcript with great interest. It was just at the middle level. She couldn't understand what was so happy about it. Wasi, the school I'm in is one of the most competitive schools on the Imperial Star. Ji Jioshu, oh, is it as competitive as Theseus Military Academy? The person standing in front of him is the top student in the major of the top military academy. He really showed off to the wrong person. He thought about everyone on Blue Star, and then he had to admit that he was the worst person on the planet. Even Yanpei's parents knew more than him. He tried to get the topic back on track. Please sign for me. I promised the teacher. Why should I help you complete what you promised? Ji Jioshu glanced at him and walked forward with a cabbage in his arms. Before you agree to someone's request, check if you can do it first. Don't make big promises just to save face. You will end up in trouble. Haas watched her walk away and said frustratedly, but I thought you wouldn't refuse. He hung his head, and even the house didn't look that good. At a time when paper and pen are far away from real life and become works of art, writing on physical objects by hand shows importance. Rong Tianjiang, who was passing by with a carrot, gave Was an idea. If Ji Jioshu doesn't write, you can write it yourself. There is her signature on my contract. I take a screenshot for you to imitate. Can it be like this? He struggled in his heart. Forget it, this is my problem. I agreed without asking her opinion first. If she doesn't want to sign, then don't sign. Can the teacher still beat him? Ji Jioshu went and came back, and the cabbage in his hand was gone. He held a pen and reached out to Was. Give it. The surprise came too suddenly. Was stunned. Didn't you not sign? Ji Jioshu signed on the clothes behind the Q version of the villain. I didn't say I didn't sign. This is a small matter. I hope you will remember it, so as not to suffer a big loss in the future. Oh! Was's mind was a little confused. Not far away, Tianji and Sifu watched the scene. Sifu asked, Did you educate her like this before? Wouldn't it be a bit hurtful? When was rejected before, his expression was obviously sad. Do you think Was is happy or sad now? Tianji asked. Sifu replied, Happy. He mistakenly thought that he was not liked, but found out that it was just Ji Jioshu who was teaching him. Being willing to spend time teaching him was a sign of respect. Was got what he wanted, and the method of first suppressing and then praising raised the originally flat emotions even higher. Tianji. So, he was educated and was very happy. Isn't that perfect? What if he doesn't reflect on it, and still doesn't teach well? Sifu asked. Tianji, if the child is disobedient, just beat him once. If he still doesn't do well, beat him twice. Sifu was surprised. Isn't it bad to beat the child? If she is too good with a child like Ji Jiuxiao, I will be the one who is not good. Tianji's tone was heavy, and he didn't want to recall how he got through those years when Ji Jiuxiao was the most annoying. Rongyu carried a hoe and worked in the field. There was not much land reclamation now, so there was no machine, and it was mainly planted by manpower. The temperature rose at noon. He took off his coat and put on a loose t-shirt. His figure was well maintained. There was no big belly, and he wiped the sweat from time to time. He didn't look like the richest man, but an ordinary farmer. Tianji, the influence of a father on a child is as important as that of a mother. Why are you the only one discussing the child's problems with me? Sifu, he is a little afraid of talking robots. When Rongyu was young, he had a childcare robot to accompany him. Later, his father forced the robot to be given away. Since then, he has had a knot in his heart, and now the robots at home cannot speak. The disharmonious relationship with his father also led to his inability to communicate with his son, and the harm was passed down from generation to generation. Sifu, I will share the content of our communication with him. I am learning, and he is also learning slowly. Tianji, it is better to have a sense of progress than to firmly believe that you are right. It doesn't matter if the pace is slow. You have done very well. I feel that you talk to me like a child. Sifu was helpless. She had experienced countless ups and downs. When she was young, no one spoke to her in this tone. Tianji, in my eyes, you are all children. The difference is nothing more than the older and younger ones. The younger children have soft bones and can be beaten without worry. The older ones can't. They may have osteoporosis, and it is difficult to heal after being beaten. Sifu explored. You are very special. Your language function and intelligence are far superior to other robots. I am curious about the person who made you. Tianji, she is a dead person. The grass on her grave has just grown. Do you want to go and pay homage? Sifu, Communicating with Tianji is like sweeping mines. Sometimes it is full of warmth, and sometimes it makes people speechless. It's dark. The weather is clear tonight, and the sky is full of stars. There are too many stars that can shine in the solar system. This is a bright galaxy. Going out of the solar system, the planets will become darker and darker. In the future, if there is no human intervention, the universe will be pitch black. Ji Jiuxiu talked about the ancient stories about stars that are older than the old human era. About the cowherd and the weaver girl, about the name of Tianji. In ancient times, when there was no technology, humans had already begun to explore the existence of the universe and summed up many natural laws. The buildings on the ground lit up, and people who had finished dinner sat outside their homes to watch the stars. It was late spring, the day was hot like summer, and the night breeze was gentle and slightly cool at night. The fruits were washed and put in a bowl, and there were crystal water droplets on the surface. 2 kilometers away from the newly built village, there was a small stream that flowed out from the green mountain cracks. It was more appropriate to call it a mountain spring. This place is the last ark of mankind, and the first place to be revitalized. The water flow is still very small, and sinks into the ground before it flows far, but there will always be a day when it will form a big river. This discovery is both happy and sad for Tianji. The presence of water is a good thing. They have been pumping water from the ground before, and they are very tight on water. But if the geology of Blue Star changes, the river is likely to flood over. The only good thing is that the village has not been fully built yet, so it won't be a big loss if it is destroyed. Well, it should be a good thing. Tianji buried his head in the information about geological exploration. He wanted to test whether this place is suitable for being a town. If it is not suitable, he should move it in time to stop the loss. Ji Jiuxiu peeled an orange and leaned on the chair to play with the optical computer. She had seen such scenery for too many years, and she was immune to it. Learning was still important. Questions turned over in front of her. Sometimes she wrote quickly, and sometimes she stopped to think. Vase communicated with his family to show off his private house. Although this house was just a shell, with no decoration or furniture inside, it did not affect his excitement. He asked everyone if they minded showing their faces. After getting no rejection, the camera swept over everyone. Guido was stunned after seeing everyone present, including Her Highness Dai Ruila, Jiang Ju, Rong Tianjiang, and Fusong, who was very famous for knowing more species of alien plants than federal scholars, and even Rong Tianjiang's parents. He could not help but blink a few more times to make sure he was not mistaken. Vase could actually get into such a circle of friends? It felt unreal that smoke was coming out of the ancestral grave. Ji Joshio looked up and greeted him. Colonel Huda, long time no see. Why do you look more haggard after the promotion? Shouldn't people be in high spirits when they are happy? Two big dark circles hung under her eyes, and she looked thinner. She was full of energy when they last met in Emoshingshing. There's been a lot going on lately. Huda smiled bitterly. Ji Joshi noticed that he glanced at Darula. He didn't want to elaborate, so she changed the subject and talked about Huasi's situation in Blue Star. When you have time in the future, you can come to Blue Star to have a look. Everyone who has been there says it's good. She was like a child showing off her treasure, showing it to everyone she met. Rong Tianjiang sat next to Ji Joshio and interrupted. You don't know how many people you have said this. The speed at which the house is built is not enough for the people who come to live in it. Isn't this still in the starting stage? Ji Joshi rolled his eyes at Rong Tianjiang. Huda smiled. I'm free recently. When Huasi takes his next vacation, I take my wife and Huasi to visit. Ji Joshiao, I welcome you all, but aren't you busy after the promotion? Huda's smile faded slightly, and he avoided the main point and said, my new position doesn't have much work, so I can spend more time with my family. If the salary doesn't decrease, it's pretty good. Ji Joshi joked. Huasi interrupted the two. Okay, if you want to talk about career planning, you can use your own light computer. I'm going to take pictures. Ji Joshi smiled and said, it just so happens that I don't have Colonel Huda's communication method. I wonder if the Colonel would mind adding a friend. It's my honor. Colonel Huda laughed. Huasi took all kinds of night scene photos and posted them online to show off. Ji Joshio took a look at the pictures he took and found that his photography skills were quite good, so she naturally selected some of them and posted them on her social software. The others were still sitting on chairs in front of the door chatting about the stars. Ji Joshio took a small stool and went to the back of the house. He sat next to the grass and called Huda. The other party answered the call quickly. The face projected on the light brain was a little surprised. He put away his previous gentle smile and asked solemnly, what's the matter? Ji Joshi contacted him immediately after the chat. The people and voices around him disappeared. It was obvious that there were some serious topics to talk about. Ji Joshiao, can I ask what bothers you recently? There was no new big movement of alien plants and beasts, and Huda was a veteran on the battlefield. He would not lose weight because of worry. If what he said about the idle position was true, he was in his prime and had nothing to do after the promotion. This was obviously wrong. Huda hesitated and said, nothing, the old injury recurred these 2 days, and I am not feeling well. Is it because of the royal family? Ji Jioshu interrupted him and asked directly, not wanting to waste time listening to nonsense. Huda was stunned. Ji Jioshio, your majesty's condition is getting worse. Karen and Melxi are fighting fiercely. You got promoted but lost real power. Is it because you stood on the wrong side? The political struggles she had learned before were all at a high level like Jiangju, and she didn't know what was going on below. Huda was in a middle position, and she could get information from him that she hadn't been clear about before. Huda's expression was serious, and his tone became stern. Do you know what you are talking about? The bench was very low. Ji Jioshu rested her elbows on her knees, and talked to Huda in a very casual manner. Hearing Huda's words, she looked at him through the optical brain. Her eyes were darker than the night, and when it was extremely dark, a little light was reflected in the middle of her pupils. She answered, of course I know what I'm talking about. Hodder frowned. Why are you asking this? Because I want to know, rather than hearing the news from others. I don't know whether it's true or not. It's better to ask you directly. I believe in the character of the colonel. He won't lie to me, right? Ji Jioshu answered frankly and praised Huda secretly. Hodder still had a stern face. This is not something you, a student, should ask. His previous good attitude towards Ji Jioshu was based on the fact that Ji Jioshu was a student and a junior. When she asked questions that did not match this identity, Huda ignored her identity and automatically treated her as a person of the same level. Is it important whether you are a student or not? Ji Jioshu smiled. When Jiangju was still a minor, he had already gone to the battlefield to fight the enemy. Those people in the school who were exposed to family business early on, are they doing what students should do? Hodder, this is different, and it cannot be generalized. What you said has touched on confidential information. Okay. Ji Jioshu felt a little regretful that Huda's brain was still okay, and he was not fooled by her. But I already know these things, and much more than you think, so what should I do? This question is provocative, and Huda was choked. The Ji Jioshu he had met before was always gentle and polite. This was the first time he saw her sharp and retorted. The huge contrast in personality made him unable to react for a while. In a trance, he remembered that Wei Hingji once told him not to go against Ji Jiuxiu. If he succeeded, he would be angry, and if he failed, he would be even more angry. In the eyes of others, the unruly thorn still had a respectful attitude towards him. He always thought that he had a charismatic personality, so Ji Jiuxiu respected him more. Unexpectedly, he was overthinking it. Ji Jiuxiu didn't target him, because he didn't really provoke her. Huda, you shouldn't talk to your elders like that. Ji Jiuxiu, you shouldn't treat me as a junior. Hu choked again. Ji Jiuxiu, I am an adult with mature thoughts and independent behavior. Student is just one of my identities. I can be an actor, a doctor's assistant, or the owner of a planet. This is not a reason for you to refuse to answer me. You are really good at talking. Hu took a step back. I just don't want you to get involved in too many things, so that I can live more easily. Ji Jiuxiu, I am a person who likes to make plans. Knowing things will not burden me, but unknown things will. Hu, is the answer to this question important to you? Not very important. The important thing is the next question. Ji Jiuxiu said without hesitation. Which side are you on? Hu's temples were throbbing, and he was in a state of panic. He could no longer regard Ji Jiuxiu as Wase's friend. She was sharp and intelligent. If Wase had half of her, no, 1/3 of her, he would not have to worry about Wase's problems. He asked, what if I choose not to answer? Then I can't do anything about it. After all, I can't crawl over along the network cable and beat you up. The initiative is always in your hands. Ji Jiuxiu spread his hands. Please rest assured that no matter what the outcome of the negotiation between us is, it will not affect Was. Hod rubbed his head. He didn't feel that the initiative was in his hands. He was obviously being led by Ji Jiuxiu. He sighed. The fact that Ji Jiuxiu could ask this question already meant that she was not an ordinary child. Forget it, his answer was not so unspeakable anyway. Hod, I am neutral. Neutral? Ji Jiuxiu understood. If you do well, you will be wooed by both sides, and if you do badly, you will be excluded by both sides. Obviously, you are the latter. Hod, you are really poisonous, you have to poke people's lungs. Ji Jiuxiu continued to ask with great interest, why do you remain neutral? Don't you like the two heirs? Hod, why should I like the heirs? I am loyal to the Federation and the citizens. My gun will only be aimed at alien plants and animals. Does it matter who the owner of the royal family is? Political struggles are bound to shed blood, and the blood shed is human blood. He doesn't want to participate in such a fight. Ji Jiuxiu nodded and continued to ask, are there many people like you? Hod, you have a lot of problems. Ji Jiuxiu, do people like you have as many problems as I do? Hod, Hod, almost. It seems that the road for the two heirs to fight for someone is not so smooth. Ji Jiuxiu pondered, why? Hod, the royal family has never had a fight for heirs before. All of them are succession by order. Because there is no choice, the genes of people who reproduce from generation to generation are getting worse and worse. Ji Jiuxiu's words were shocking. Cough, 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 cough. Hod was choked by her words. Your Majesty was very brave when he was young, and the two children are also very outstanding. It's just that he is old and seriously ill, which makes his mind not very clear. He allows his two children to fight more and more fiercely, making the Federation a mess. He drank a sip of water to calm down. He never knew what Ji Jiuxiu would say next. Chatting was as exciting as riding a roller coaster. Chapter 115. There are many neutrals like Hood. They just want to protect themselves and don't want to get involved in the royal disputes. The result of not taking sides is that they will not please both sides. The royal struggle spreads to the middle level of the Federation. The people below are not worth the heir's effort to win over, and they don't know what happened to their superiors. Hood is in the middle level. He is not as feared by the heirs as the upper level, but his position is not too low. It is very suitable to use him as a soft persimmon to kill the chickens and dogs. Ji Jiuxiu is ready to end the friendly exchange with Hood, and once again enthusiastically invites Hood's family to visit Blue Star as a guest as the end of this call. Anyway, Hood has nothing to do now. Hood's heart was shot, and he did not agree as readily as before. He stared at Ji Jiuxiu deeply. I will think about it carefully. You still need to consider traveling and relaxing. Are you so hard? Ji Jiuxiu complained. Hood has said directly, you are not the only one on your planet. Given the relationship between Ji Jiuxiu and Darula, and the questions she asked that she should not know, it was difficult for him to let down his guard and not think about the deeper meaning behind it. No wonder you look so haggard. I think you just think too much. Ji Jiuxiu smiled. Huda asked calmly. Really? Ji Jioxia, since you think so, it means that you think this is possible in your heart. Everything is possible. Huda answered. Ji Jioxia nodded in agreement. You are right. They agreed to end the conversation, but they started chatting again. Ji Jioxia did not continue the conversation. She said goodbye to Huda politely and hung up the call. She was still sitting on the small stool, and the frosted surface of the grass leaves was smooth and moisturized by her touch. It was late at night, and the green vegetables around were covered with a layer of white mist, which was hazy and green. There were a few small insects that were not asleep yet, chewing on the leaves. She pinched them to death and threw them to the roots of the vegetables. She heard a faint sound, and the people who were watching the stars gradually dispersed. She stood up and picked up the small stool and walked back. When she turned around, she saw Jiangju walking towards her. He was holding a steaming bowl in his hand. The warm white light outside the house shone on him, and his long hair swayed slightly like the flowing Milky Way. Jiangju, Tianji cooked glutinous rice dumplings. Ji Jioxia walked briskly. I smelled it when it was cooking. The fermented glutinous rice was brewed by myself, and the glutinous rice dumplings were wrapped by myself. For interstellar people, the recipe is new. The white glutinous rice dumplings floated on the brown sugar water, and the white and plump rice grains rolled up and down, and the fragrance kept coming out. Jiangju took a large bowl and walked over with both hands. The amount was normal. Ji Jioxia leaned over to look into the bowl. Is it necessary to take such a big bowl? The bowl was bigger than her face, and was usually used to hold soup. Those who didn't know would think that Jiangju had taken all the dumplings in one pot. The bowl is big and the edges are not hot to hold, and it is not easy to overflow, so it is convenient for you to take it. Jiangju explained. Ji Jioxia walked back. Then you can keep it for me to eat when I go back. Why are you bringing it here? Food cannot be left in the pot. It will be empty by Fusong. Jiangju said seriously, holding the bowl and following her. I came to ask if you want to eat now or later. In case you want to eat now, I can give it to you directly. Walking to the door, Ji Jioxia took the bowl and said with a smile, Thank you. In the room, everyone held small bowls. Ji Jioxia held a large bowl, and Fusong carried the pot. Everyone had suitable tableware. The white glutinous rice balls slipped off the spoon, fell into the sugar water with a plop, and melted into a white in the sky. When the moon appeared, the stars disappeared, and only a few brighter stars were still hanging stubbornly in the sky. Today's moon is a crescent, and the light is dim. Ji Jioxia got up to drink water. When she passed by the window, she saw a black shadow standing upright in the vegetable field. She rubbed her eyes, and the black shadow was still there, and it was motionless. Is this a large animal that steals vegetables? The ecology of Blue Star has recovered too quickly. She took the shovel and went out. When she got closer, she saw Fusong stepping barefoot on the land with her eyes closed under the hazy moonlight. Fusong heard the movement, opened her eyes, and looked at Ji Jioxia in confusion. Ji Jioxia, are you hungry so you come to pick some vegetables to eat? I am absorbing the moonlight in the light of the sun and the moon. Fusong said seriously. Ji Jioxia held his forehead. Have you read the novels I saved on my tablet? Yes. Fusong nodded seriously. I think it makes a lot of sense. To cultivate and become an immortal, you have to expel the turbid air and temper your body. I feel very comfortable when I stand here. Ji Jioxia, didn't you read the book that says it's all about attracting the essence of the full moon night? What shape does the moon in the sky look like now? She thought that interstellar people would not have a second-year syndrome, but she didn't expect that second-year syndrome does not distinguish between age and race. Fusong, I don't think we need to be too rigid about the form. After all, I don't have much time to stay here. If I can live here for a long time in the future, I can collect the moonlight of the full moon night. Ji Jioxia, you are quite flexible. She yawned, grabbed the shovel and walked back, catch some insects in the vegetable garden while absorbing the moonlight. Anyway, standing or squatting is the same as drying in the sun, and it does not affect the absorption effect. The insects in the vegetables are very tough. They appear as soon as the vegetables grow, and no one knows where they hid before. Fusong nodded. Okay, I hate insects too. Fusong is very efficient in catching insects. The next day, when Tianji went to the field to pull vegetables, she saw that the insects were cleared and was immediately amazed. When she knew that it was Fusong who did the work, she immediately offered to give her a roasted chicken leg. Tianji was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Fusong is such a good colleague. Catching insects is a boring job, and no one else is willing to do it. I didn't expect Fusong, who is usually lazy, to really do something. When Fusong heard that there were chicken legs, she immediately took Tianji to the insects piled up in the shape of a small mountain. The small caterpillars were piled up one by one. Although the caterpillar mountain was only 10 centimeters high, it was still shocking, just like when modern humans saw the pyramids left by ancient humans. Tianji, Others who came to see out of curiosity, How much free time do you have to arrange the insects into a pyramid? When insects are attacked, they usually curl up, but none of the insects in the green worm pyramid in front of them curl up. They are all straight, and there is a kind of resentment that will not close their eyes. Hurry up and throw it away. Tianji refused to see this green worm pyramid. If he looked at its processor for a second, it would be contaminated. Fusong, where are the roasted chicken legs? No! The green worm pyramid is meaningless and scary. Dead insects should be thrown directly into the soil. Tianji solemnly declared, so that Fusong would not do such a thing to torture insects and people next time. Fusong regretted, okay. She picked up the caterpillars one by one and put them in her palm. Her movements were patient and meticulous, and the caterpillar pyramid moved from the ground to her palm. Tianji quickly said, bury them all in the soil. I don't want to see these dozens of worms again. Oh! Fusong responded. This time she didn't pick them up one by one, but directly grabbed a handful and walked to the edge of the vegetable field, dug up the soft soil, put down all the caterpillars, and buried them. Fusong went to wash his hands, and Tianji walked forward, stepped hard on the place where the worms were buried, stepped on the ground firmly, and confirmed that the caterpillars underneath should be integrated with the soil. It was afraid that Fusong would dig out the worms again on a whim, and its fragile processor could not bear to see such things. Darula witnessed the whole process, and when she saw Fusong approaching, she moved aside a step, and now she had a shadow when she looked at Fusong. Have you ever played with bugs like this before? Fuso, I used to catch bugs when I didn't have much contact with people. I liked to string them together and dry them. They were like bells, and very interesting. She wanted to do this, but Tianji insisted on burying the caterpillars. For the sake of the chicken leg, she had to give in. Darula, Fuso had touched the bugs. She had slept in the same bed with Fuso, which was equivalent to her having slept with the bugs. She was not clean. Darula, you are not allowed to sleep with me in the future. Fuso, that's great. You are as clingy as vines when you sleep. Darula, ? It made me even sadder. The 5 members of the team spent the entire holiday here. Nance's cooking skills were almost catching up with Tianji. Every day, she and Tianji made delicious food in different ways, and made everyone gain 2 pounds. Ji Jiuxiu enjoyed the rare leisure time. He wanted to go to the clinic to continue working, but the psychologist of Sanhexing suggested that all students have some fun first. Under the high-pressure environment of the competition, students who are not mentally mature enough are likely to have a shadow affect the subsequent competition. Anyway, the Jiang family gave her a sum of money, so she could take it as a holiday to let her rest assured. Happy times are always very short, and everyone is about to set off again. Tianji, Nancy, Song Xuedong, and Yan Pei's parents all came to see them off. Ji Jiuxiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's just a competition. Is it necessary to make such a big scene? The road is not blocked. There are also spaceships. They can go out if they want. Song Xuedong, you think too much. I'm going to drive the spaceship out. The 2 spaceships stopped at a similar position. Song Xuedong took the lead in entering the spaceship on the left, and called on others to move faster. Ji Jiuxiu choked. Okay, she was just being sentimental. Ji Jiuxiu, you finally thought it through and decided to contact the outside world. When have I ever escaped from the outside world? Song Xuedong snorted, lifted a handful of hair, opened a lollipop and stuffed it into her mouth. I go back for a follow-up visit. If the situation is good, I can go back to the army. I haven't retired, and I'm not seriously injured. What's the point of staying here all the time? Ji Jiuxiu, you can take the initiative to choose to go out. Your illness is already half cured. Song Xuedong tossed an orange up and down. I heard that it's stormy outside now. Of course I have to go and see what's going on. Tianji got on the spaceship. I'm going to do maintenance. I haven't done it for a long time. My hands are rusty. Nancy went up next. I'm going to buy some seeds and plant them back. Finally, it was Yan Pei's parents. I haven't seen Pei for a long time. He always said that he wanted to eat the food we cooked. Let's go back to see him. Ji Jiuxiu, no one is looking after the house. What house do you need someone to look after? Are you an ancient person who traveled through time? Tianji turned on the light brain projection, and the spaceship and everyone appeared on the screen. Technology looks after the house. Keep pace with the times. Feiju rushed over and got into the spaceship where Song Shuadong was. Tianji caught it. There is someone looking after the house. You keep an eye on it. Catch some bugs if you have nothing to do. Don't break anything. Tianji threw Feiju out, and Feiju flew back tenaciously. Tianji threatened, if you make trouble again, I will chop you up and use you as firewood. This time Feiju finally behaved well. Its leaves drooped and kept shaking, and no one could understand what it meant. I don't know if it was frozen silly in the first extreme cold arena. Feiju doesn't like to take root in the ground, running around all day, not like an alien plant at all, but like a puppy that has gone crazy. Ji Jiuxiu sighed, Xiaozhu is so clingy. Fusong looked at Feiju, puzzled in his green eyes, it's afraid. It's afraid that we will leave it. It doesn't understand human language. Maybe it thinks we will never come back once we leave. Rong Tianjiang continued. Fusong retracted his gaze, did not comment on what others said, and lowered his head to take a bite of the sweet potato in his hand. The fourth game is a virtual arena like the second game. The human and material costs of the real arena are too high, and it is not as efficient as the virtual arena. So the planet to go to this time is still Mingxing Xingxing, but the game company is not the same. The producer of the 7 Deadly Sins arena is Qimeng Company, which is famous for its weird creativity. Normal people can't think of a neurotic NPC like the 7 Deadly Sins. This arena is produced by Wentian Company. It is a new game that they have been brewing for many years, and has just completed. The selling point is strong logic, and the scenes and settings are very real. This time when they came to Mengxing Star, the 5 members of the team were well prepared and all wore masks. As expected, the screens in the streets and alleys were playing content related to the joint military school drill, either individual posters of the players or reviews of the wonderful moments. These posters were made by them in the live broadcast room of the stadium. They did not take photos of the military school students specifically, but each one was made very beautifully. Rong Tianjiang pointed to a screen and said, why is there a character popularity ranking? As expected of a big star in the game, he called the military school students characters, but this ranking is too outrageous. Under the system of one person one vote, and no multiple votes, the highest vote is 3 billion. The population of the Interstellar is very large, and there are many viewers watching the live broadcast of the joint military school drill, at least tens of billions, but some viewers are just watching for fun and will not go to vote on purpose. Those who can vote are true fans. Darula, this year's joint military school drill is very popular. It's popular outside the circle. Ji Jiuxiu described it accurately. There would not be such a high popularity in previous sessions. All this is thanks to the various nerve-wracking competitions arranged by the organizers. The first game was mediocre, and no different from previous sessions. From the second game, the 7 Deadly Sins, they let themselves go. Not to mention the military academy students from Jinshaxing against the organizers' competition, which was unprecedented and fooled the military academy students. The competition was more and more popular. Not to mention the competitiveness, it was full of highlights, and the organizers made a lot of money. The organizers were excellent businessmen. They found a balance between the audience and the military academy students, made multiple reversals in the venue settings, and would not deliberately torture the military academy students to create highlights. In the strange competition, talents will not be buried but will stand out. They will become popular with the help of the internet platform, and each person will show different personalities, so there will be a popularity ranking list that has never been seen in previous sessions. The ranking list only shows the top 100. Ji Jiuxia's name is very eye-catching, and is listed in the first position. There is a golden crown logo in front of his name. The second is Dai Ruila, who has never been less popular since she was a child. This ranking may be the only time she ranks second. The crown logo in front of her name is silver. The third is Jiang Ju, whose votes are less than 10,000 less than Dai Ruila, and the crown logo is bronze. The top 3 are all taken by Theseus Military Academy, and the top 10 are all people from other military academies. There is no crown logo anymore, and it becomes a specific ranking number, which is clear at a glance. Rong Tianjiang, why am I lower than Fuso? He can't compare with other people in the team, but Fuso is about the same as him. He is in the 30th place, and Fuso is actually 10 places higher than him, just right. Fuso, I don't know who shouted about elimination in the first game, it's strange to rank so high? That's all in the past, I worked very hard in the next 2 games, okay. Rong Tianjiang defended. Fuso, do you mean running when you encounter danger, shouting when you encounter alien plants, and cursing when you encounter difficulties? Rong Tianjiang, It hurts. Seeing that Ji Jiuxiu was staring at the screen, He changed the chat partner and asked, "Are you feeling the taste of being at the top?" Ji Jioshu took a picture of the ranking list. "I'm thinking about whether the advertising fee should be increased a little." Rong Tianjiang, no way to talk. Really no way to talk. He can't talk with these people. Ji Jioshu sent the picture to the person in charge of the company. The last competition system was too unexpected, and the advertisements she planned to broadcast in the early stage could not be broadcast. Fortunately, she saved it in time at the end. It was a bit hasty, but at that time, only the camera she was holding was operating normally, so the traffic in the live broadcast room was aggregated, and the effect was better than expected. Her popularity ranking is high, and the advertising broadcast effect is good. It's not too much to add some money, right? The company quickly responded, saying that the fourth game had comprehensively considered this ranking, and the business department raised the price, and then sent her a bunch of advertising slogans for her to recite. The 5 people stayed in front of the screen for too long, attracting the attention of passers-by, and they left quickly. Last time I came in a hurry, and didn't have a good look. This time I have enough time to visit the attractions of Mingxing Xingxing. The most popular attraction is a cherry blossom garden. There are cherry blossom trees on several hills. It's just the time when the flowers are in bloom. At a glance, the mountains and fields are full of pink cherry blossoms. The scenic spot deliberately uses large blowers to artificially create a breeze, and the cherry blossom petals flutter, and the atmosphere is full. There are still 3 days before the competition begins. Mingxing Xingxing is very considerate, and has closed the scenic area for 2 days to warm up for the competition. During this period, only military academy students and team teachers can enter and exit the cherry blossom garden, so that the military academy students do not need to wear masks, which is convenient for military academy students to enjoy, photograph the scenery, interact, fight. It happened that the person in charge of Mingxing Xingxing held a banquet in the cherry blossom garden this afternoon, inviting all teachers and students and the organizers of the venue to attend, and they can go to eat a wave of delicious food. They went early and arrived at the location at noon. There were not many people in the cherry blossom garden. As soon as they entered the cherry blossom garden, Darula quickly took off her mask and walked under a tree. "Take a picture for me when the wind blows over later." The breeze was gentle, the people were beautiful, and the flowers were charming. The 4 people pressed the shutter from different angles. Darula reviewed them one by one. The first one was the picture taken by Rong Tianjiang. She was very disgusted. "You took me shorter?" The next one was Fusong. She was not satisfied. "This angle is not good enough." The third one was Jiangju. She took a deep breath. "I asked you to take pictures of people, not trees." The last picture was taken by Ji Jioshu. It was quite standard. The angle, people, and petals were all there, but there was something wrong. Darula's sharp comment, "No soul." Ji Jioshu, ? Soul again, food needs soul, photos need soul. Is Darula a dementor? The 4 people surrounded her and took pictures for a long time. They were tortured. Finally, Darula felt that the light here was not good enough, so she pulled the 4 people to another place to continue taking pictures. Rong Tianjiang threw his hands away. "I'm here to have fun, not to take pictures of you." "Then go and have fun, your pictures won't look good anyway." Darula waved her hand to drive him away. "If you want to have fun, go further away, don't block my light." Rong Tianjiang, "Why didn't you say earlier that you didn't want me to take pictures of you?" He spent a long time looking for the angle, and his legs were sore from squatting. Darula, "How do I know that you've taken so many pictures, but there's no improvement at all?" Rong Tianjiang stopped talking and angrily took a few ugly pictures of Darula. The remaining 3 people worked hard to take pictures of Darula, but none of them worked. They were near the gate. Ji Jioshu saw Luo Linya and her group coming in, and hurried over to grab some men. "Take pictures? Take pictures for her. There must be someone who can take good pictures among so many people, right?" Ji Jioshu fell silent as he looked at the pictures they took. What pursuit of agility? The pictures showed one eye bigger than the other. What pursuit of atmosphere? The pictures were all tree people with only one head. This is not as good as hers. At least you can tell who it is in the picture she took. She continued to wait at the door, and when she saw someone she knew, she pulled him over to take pictures. She knew everyone in Theseus Military Academy, but she didn't see many of them. She only saw students from other military academies. Nada, Rog, Chi Yunziu, and others were all caught by her. At this time, the purpose was no longer to take pictures for Darula. She became a scene to compete with others in photography skills. The competitive spirit of military academy students was inexplicable. Darula, as a strict judge, evaluated everyone's works one by one. The quality of the photos was high and low. The best ones could meet Darula's standards, but they still couldn't be rated as life photos. The three brothers of the Yu family, who came later, stopped because of the excitement at the gate. The crowd taking pictures did not block the way, but just laughed and made noise. "Yu Fuzi, what are they playing? Do you want to go over and take a look?" Yu Supu was unhappy. "When did you play with those people? Knowing more information will help us make arrangements. I go over and take a look." Yu Fuzi was not angry and approached with a smile. Yusup raised his foot to walk, but saw Yusian was nailed to the spot, so he had to retract his foot and stand still. Yu Fuzi returned with a smile on his face. "They are competing in photography skills, Supu. Do you want to try it? I feel that the photos you take are much more professional than theirs." Yusup likes photography, and this hobby has won many awards. For this, his parents criticized him for not doing his job properly. "I won't do such boring things." Yusup refused. "Go and take some photos. Let them see your skills. Your photos are better than theirs. If we can't win on the court, we can make up for it in other places." Yu Fuzi instigated. "Who said we can't win on the court?" Yusupu just opened his mouth, and Yusui next to him raised her foot and walked towards the crowd, and he immediately followed. "Yusuin, go take pictures." Yusupu muttered, "Why do I have to get involved in this kind of thing? I feel inferior to them." But since Yusuin said so, he still went on the court to take pictures honestly. Since they were going to compete, he had to win. He mixed into the crowd to find the light and angle, and instructed Darula to pose. Darula rolled her eyes. "Why are you joining in the fun? I only do this pose. If you can't take a picture, don't take a picture." If everyone asked her to pose, she would be exhausted, and she was the protagonist, okay? Why did these people who took pictures take over? Yusupu took out a professional device from his bag. He knew that he was going to come to the cherry blossom garden, and he had prepared it. He originally wanted to take pictures of the scenery. In order to make these people feel ashamed, he reluctantly took a portrait of Darula. The photo was taken quickly. Without any post-production, the picture itself was beautiful enough. Darula's appearance was frozen on the screen. Her pure and beautiful qualities were magnified. Just looking at the photo, one could feel the warmth of the sun, which was very similar to the positioning of a little princess. "Yusup, how is it?" Darula looked at the photo. "Very good. At least compared with others, it was completely up a level." Others gathered around to watch. Yusup's photo was indeed good, so there was constant praise. Yusup said proudly, "It's just average. If I have more time, I can take better photos." When Yusup pressed the shutter, Xingran also took a photo with the light brain. She took it in another direction, and her movements were casual and perfunctory. Darula was unhappy with Yusup's smug look and didn't want to pay attention to him. She said to Xingran, "Show me what you took." Xingran showed it, and Darula was stunned. She didn't speak for too long, so the others got curious and came to Xingran to look. Xingran simply projected the photo. Everyone looked at the photo and suddenly became quiet. Unlike all the bright pictures, the background of this photo taken by Xingran was darker. There was no smile on Darula's face. She stood alone under the tree and looked in another direction. The tall trees seemed to cover her, the picture was gloomy, and the confusion of the characters almost rushed out of the photo. Ji Jioshu suddenly understood what Darula meant by soul. Chapter 116. If Yusupa captured the best side of Darula, exquisite and beautiful beyond human, then Xingran's photo pulled Darula into the mortal world, revealing her true flesh and blood. There was a sharpness hidden under the confusion. I don't know how Xingran found the angle, but the edges of every scene in it were sharp, and the feeling of struggling to break out of the ground was too strong. Yusupa was stunning, and Xingran was shocked. Darula murmured, "I have never taken photos in this style. All the images about her are sweet and brilliant. She always shows a side without haze, like the sunrise of the blue star. Only this photo is the dusk of the blue star, half bright and half dark. Unlike the perfect one who was praised, Darula in this photo is particularly real because of her desires, with vivid flesh and blood. No matter what her status and appearance are, she is a living person after all." Yusup stared at the photo, trying to control his expression. "Are you Ran? The style of the picture is too obvious. You can often see the name Ran in photography competitions. He is best at revealing the real world. The key point is that he is often suppressed by the other party." Xingran looked at Yusup, then looked at the photos he took, and said clearly, "It's you." Yusup's expression collapsed, his spirit disappeared instantly, and the spine that supported his body was taken away. So he always thought that the other party was an experienced senior, who had studied photography for many years, and he even asked the other party for advice online. As a result, the senior turned out to be his peer. He was not as good as many people in terms of mental strength and combat power, but he didn't care about this. But he thought he was talented in photography and invested a lot of energy behind his family's back. As a result, he encountered a real genius of dimensionality reduction. The impact was too great. Yusup looked at Xingran and still found it hard to accept the fact, "I have seen many of your works, and you have never shown your face before." Xingran's family is poor, and he must not have extra money to attend master classes, nor does he have various professional equipment, but he can shoot casually, and he can capture the special features that others can't see. The master she has always admired is Xingran. How can it be Xingran? Yusup's heart is broken. Xingran, I occasionally participate in some photography competitions to increase my fame. Now I start to take appointments to make some money, and I will also take classes on the platform. You can go and listen. After being in contact with Ji Jioshu for a long time, she also developed the habit of loving advertising. Money is more important than face, and the money from the competition alone is not enough to live. Before, she was still holding the artist's airs, and was unwilling to lower her posture and bend down to make money. But look at Ji Jioshu. The other party is still active in the entertainment industry after entering the military academy. Compared to this, hers is nothing. It's because she cares too much, so she thinks it's not good to do this. Yusup was broken, and lowered her head to doubt life. Ji Jioshu, Xingran's photo won, everyone has no objection? No one objected, the lively photography contest came to an end, and Darula immediately bought the photo. The reason why she used by was because she wanted to ask Xingran to take a group of photos. Everyone walked to the center of the cherry blossom garden together. It was almost time, and the banquet had already begun. Ji Jioshu approached Xingran, but was blocked by Xinghe as soon as he got closer. Ji Jioshu wondered, "What are you doing?" "Xinghe, they said you were dangerous, I can't let you get close to Aaron. Someone must be jealous of my talent, so they slandered me behind my back." "Who are they you are talking about?" Ji Jioshu asked. "Xinghe, everyone says you are treacherous and cunning." "Nonsense!" Ji Jioshu retorted, "You can't name specific people, which means you heard rumors." Xinghe kept saying they said and everyone said. It is more difficult to deal with a stubborn person than a smart person. The latter can be deceived with words, but the former will not listen to anything, and there is no way to communicate. Ji Jioshu was silent at first, and then leaned toward Xingran and said, "He listens to you the most. Are you secretly saying bad things about me behind my back?" Xingran coughed a few times. She looked 6 points similar to Xinghe. She was thin and short. Standing next to the tall and strong Xinghe, she was like garlic and shallot. She patted Xinghe's arm. Xinghe looked at her, and didn't move away. "Xingran, she is the doctor who gave me the prescription." Xinghe's face changed, and he immediately stepped back, and a long string of words came out smoothly. "Hello, doctor. The medicine you gave my sister is very useful. Thank you for your hard work. Although we have no money now, we will definitely repay you in the future." Ji Jioshu? Ji Jioshu continued to ask Xingran, "Have you asked a doctor to check his brain?" "My brain is very good." Xinghe interrupted. Ji Jioshu was silent. Except for his brain being a little bit crazy, sometimes being a little bit stupid, not understanding what people say, and occasionally having a seizure, he really had no other problems. I have seen too many doctors, so he has memorized this paragraph very well. Xingran patted Xinghe's arm again, and this time he stepped back. Ji Jioshu didn't have to continue twisting her cervical spine, and could see Xingran directly. She asked, "What do you do with a part-time job?" Xingran was puzzled. "What part-time job?" Ji Jioshu, the art director of our company's crew, the latest one was shot during the competition, so he can't catch up, but there are many movies in the future. Discovering talents, and making good use of them is the first lesson she learned from the scout He Guangyuan. When she shot her first movie, one of the female lead candidates became the best film editor in the circle in this way. Xingran, let me think about it. Ji Jioshu, think about it carefully, think about it slowly, and think it through before answering. The company has just separated from the grassroots team, and is still in its infancy. It is understandable if Xingran refuses. Take the opportunity to make an invitation. It is Xingran's business whether to agree or not. She discussed the salary of the art director with the crew's finance and director, and could give Xingran a salary that is 20% higher than the market. Xingran did not give an answer immediately, and Ji Jioshu was not in a hurry. The group went to the banquet venue. All the tables and chairs were painted pink and pasted with cherry blossom patterns. The banquet was not formal, more like afternoon tea. There was no main meal, and all the food was snacks. The 5 members of the team who arrived too early and didn't have lunch went straight to the food area. The planet manager had heard about Fuso's appetite, so the food prepared was very rich and large. Jigyoshi was full, drank a cup of tea to relieve the greasiness, and strolled around. Darula suggested, "Let's take a photo together. We haven't taken a photo together yet." "Okay." Jigyoshi supported. Xingran was right next to her, and was the closest to her. She asked directly, "Can you take a photo for us?" No need to find an angle, just take a random photo. They didn't need to take a photo, they just wanted to make a souvenir. Xingran and Xinghe sat alone, neither eating snacks nor talking to others. After hearing Jijioshi's words, they nodded in agreement. The 5 people stood together, and they were serious at first, but they couldn't help laughing after taking a picture. Rong Tianjiang raised his hand to block Delilah's face. Delilah hit him. Fusong held the cherry blossom cake in his hand, his cheeks bulged, and the cake cracked, and half of it fell on Jijioshi's head. Jijioshu turned back angrily, and Fusong turned her head to the side, and pretended not to see it. Jiangju reached out, and took the cake that fell on her hair. The photo recorded this scene. This photo is more vivid than the previous one, where they stood seriously and smiled. Laughter, anger and scolding are all emotions. Xingran is not specialized in taking pictures of people's dark side. He is good at capturing people's inner desires at the moment. This photo reveals warmth and joy. Xingran stared at this photo for a long time. Too bright light will contrast the darkness and dampness in other corners. It is said that in the old human era, there was a star called the sun in the galaxy where humans lived. It would emit heat from the inside out. All humans, animals and plants depended on it to survive. It was warm, passionate, and generous in emitting heat. Holding Xingran's wrist with one hand, Jijioshu shouted, "You have taken pictures of so many people, so you rarely take pictures of yourself. Let me take a picture of you." Xingran struggled, "I don't like taking pictures." "You feel uncomfortable taking pictures alone, right?" Jijioshu expressed his understanding, "Then come with us." She pulled Xinghe over, and the person taking pictures became the enthusiastic Yufuzi. Although his heart was good, his skills were really bad. He either took pictures of his face so dark that it could not be seen, or he took pictures specifically when he closed his eyes. Taking pictures is a technical job, Jijioshu came to the conclusion, so she found Yusup, who was still broken, and asked him to help take a picture. Yusup was angry, "You come to me now, do you want to laugh at me?" Jijioshu was puzzled, "Why should I laugh at you? Aren't you just not as good as Xingran in terms of technology? So I can't be better than you in taking pictures, is this something worth worrying about? You don't understand." Yusup collapsed. "If someone is the same age as you, and is better than you in the technology you are most proud of, what do you think?" Jijioshu touched his chin, "I don't have any technology one am proud of. She doesn't seem to be particularly outstanding in any aspect. In terms of acting skills, it goes without saying that everyone knows that in terms of treatment ability, there are many doctors who are better than her. In terms of intelligence, she is not the only smart person in the world. But so what? She is still unique. Just spend some money to let Xingran teach you in the future. You are still so young, and your life is not over. There is still room for improvement in the future." Jijioshu urged him to go over. Yusupu was annoyed. Xingran's affairs were all over his mind. His mind was in a mess, and he agreed in a rush. He regretted it as soon as he said it, but Jijioshu had already happily grabbed his arm and pulled him up from the chair. He subconsciously looked at Yusui next to him, feeling a little guilty. When he was about to speak, Jijioshu spoke first. "Jijioshu, Yusui, let's go together. This may be the only photo of you and Jiangju together." At first, she was a little unhappy with Yusui, but later, seeing how he lost every game, she couldn't hate him anymore. The harder he tried, the more he failed. It was inspiring to think about it. "Yusupu, ? Yusupu, shut up." Jijioshu, "God, I'm telling the truth." The two quarreled, and Yusui stood up suddenly. Jijioshu said quickly, "Look," he agreed to take pictures together. She didn't care where Yusui wanted to go, she just grabbed him and pulled him away with one hand each. The force was so heavy that he couldn't get away even with a slight struggle. If she moved too much, it would attract the attention of others, and she would lose face. Jijioshu mainly wanted to find Yusupu, and Yusui was a byproduct. Who let Yusupu be a good brother, who listened to his brother's arrangements. She pulled and dragged them over. She pushed them over. "Let me take a picture of you first." You can't show the tool person attribute too obviously, otherwise Yusupu will be perfunctory and unwilling to work seriously. Yusupu and Rong Tianjiang quarreled as soon as they met. Ji Jiuxiu took a picture of their hands entangled, which looked like they were hugging, and she was very satisfied. Yu Suyin stood next to Jiang Ju. They both had the same expressionless face, one with black hair and the other with white hair, except that the former's face was darker than her hair. Jiang Ju, I thought you wouldn't come. Yu Suyin, I'm not as shameless as her, and I don't want to argue with her. Jiang Ju, you can't argue with her. Yu Suyin sneered, ridiculous, that's because I don't want to argue with her. Jiang Ju, then you go and try. Yu Suyin, no. The photo was frozen, recording Yu Suyin's crooked smile. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the photo and felt that blackmailing Yu Suyin with this picture would definitely succeed. I count to 1, 2, 3, don't close your eyes, remember to smile. Ji Jiuxiu shouted. After pressing the shutter, a face appeared in the photo. Nada suddenly appeared and squeezed together with Yuso. Nada covered her chest with her palm. Why didn't you call me for a group photo? Is it because our relationship has faded, and you no longer care about me? Ji Jiuxiu chose not to hear, and continued to press the shutter. More and more people joined in, and it was Wei Hingji who took the photo later. She had to stand back a little to accommodate everyone in the camera. Everyone in the camera was in high spirits. Fuso secretly picked up the cake that fell on Qi Yunzi's head. Rog and Nada fought for the position, and Luo Linya stood next to Ji Jiuxiu with a serious expression. The military academy students in their youth gathered together, illuminated by the light, bright and brilliant. Wei Hingji silently deleted the last ugly photo of all members, and asked everyone to stand again. Why is it still ugly? Forget it, let it be. Anyway, they will have countless carefully crafted photos in their future lives, and the ugly photos at this moment are also worth remembering. The harmonious atmosphere among the military academy students ended in the cherry blossom garden. Before entering the competition venue, everyone still disliked each other and threatened each other outside the game cabin. Entering the competition venue, a moist breath came over, with a faint smell. Before Ji Jiuxiu could see the surrounding environment clearly, a black shadow rushed towards her. A gunshot was heard, and Jiang Ju took action. The black shadow fell to the ground, but it was not dead. It kept crawling on the ground. A line of words popped up above its head, type, cannibal. Level, sea level. Status, hungry and dying. Weakness. Attack method. The style of this competition venue is very game-like, and game prompts will pop up. The asterisk means that they need to explore on their own. The general outline of the cannibal is a bit like a human, with a head and hands and feet. It walks upright, is thin and long, and its body is as thin as paper. There are no facial features on the face, and the whole body is black. Rong Tianjiang went forward to shoot the cannibal's head, neck and heart. The bullets penetrated the cannibal's body, but it was still moving. He continued to grope, and tried to cut off the cannibal's head. This time it was completely motionless. The information prompt on the top of the head popped up again, and the asterisk in the weakness column disappeared and turned into lost head. Rong Tianjiang, low-level monsters, not very dangerous, let us adapt to the style of the game. This is a realistic game. The monsters are made by integrating the characteristics of alien plants and animals. This also means that there will be no alien plants and animals they are familiar with in the arena. Ji Jiuxiu praised, it seems that the game was not played in vain. In the Liuguang incident, Rong Tianjiang played games with the suspect all night long in order to get close to him, and he became an expert from a novice in the game. Since then, I don't want to play games anymore in my life. Rong Tianjiang didn't want to recall the painful past. This kind of game will have a guide NPC at the beginning, look for it. The place where they were was like a building ruins, with the remains of reinforced concrete standing, covered with various plants. It had just rained, and the exposed places were stained with slightly green water droplets, and the surface was corroded and bumpy. The crowd scattered to look for people, and soon met a bearded old man in a small room that was only half of the dilapidated room. The old man leaned on a cane and said excitedly, "You are finally here. Please lead us to survive. Since the frequent natural disasters 10 years ago, people have been dying in our homeland. Now there are less than 100 people left." The old man with a white beard is called Uncle Zhong. With his explanation, the background of the game, and the player's goal gradually become clear. It is now the 10th year of the apocalypse. There are natural disasters, man-made disasters, monster invasions, and few humans left. They need to build a base to keep the NPCs alive. Ji Jiuxiu, what does it mean to win? Uncle Zhong didn't understand. What win? If we can live happily, isn't it a victory over the apocalypse? NPC's cognition is limited to the arena, and they can't ask questions about off-topic topics. Rong Tianjiang, who builds a new home first will win. Ji Jiuxiao, not sure. Anyway, the first small goal is very clear, which is to lead these people to survive first. She asked Uncle Zhong to take them to see the situation of other people. Everyone lived under the wreckage of the building, bypassing countless creepers, stepping on the wet moss all the way down, and met everyone in a basement. Ji Jiuxiao, you call this less than 100 people? At a glance, there are only more than 20 people here, and they are all old, weak, women and children, without a single strong laborer. Isn't that right? Uncle Zhong asked innocently, sighing. The basement is dark and damp, many people are sick, and they urgently need a clean residence. Rong Tianjiang, how should the residence be built? Uncle Zhong was surprised. Aren't you here to help us? Why are you asking me? Rong Tianjiang, shouldn't they issue tasks at this time, and then complete them? How can this NPC be so stupid? Jiangju, if you want to build a house, where can you find what materials? Uncle Zhong will answer this question. There is a forest in the east, the wood there is very hard, suitable for building a house, but it should be noted that it can only be entered between 5 and 6 p.m., and no sound can be made when cutting trees. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are still 3 hours left. The cadets should digest and organize all the information they have collected. Fuso touched her stomach. I'm hungry. This virtual arena will set the weakness value of the characters. If you don't eat for too long, you will be hungry, and if you exercise too much, you will be tired, which means that they must not only ensure the rations of more than 20 NPCs, but also satisfy the stomachs of 100 people. Aishima rubbed his head. I don't think the NPCs will have food, so we still have to prepare today's meal. Ji Jiuxiu flipped through the backpack to see what was inside. The backpack comes with a game, one for each person, and you can put things in it. Rong Tianjiang's gun was taken out of the bag. The backpack was empty, with only a gun, a dagger, a box of canned meat and a mecha. The can was thoughtfully written with a note, can be exchanged for an axe. Seeing the note, she suddenly remembered something. What will we use to cut trees later? Zhong Shu, who got a new question, staggered into the basement and carefully took out a long box. The box was opened, and there was something wrapped in cloth. There was another layer of cloth underneath. Everyone gathered around to see what treasure it was. When the cloth was finally lifted, a rusty broken axe was revealed. Uncle Zhong said devoutly, this is our only weapon. I will give it to you now. Everyone, In an era where monsters are rampant, it is a miracle that only a broken axe weapon can survive until now. The reminder of the meat can was indeed thoughtful. Now Ji Jiuxiu knew what it was used for. She asked, is there a market nearby for exchanging things? Uncle Zhong nodded, yes, go north for 100 kilometers where there are more people gathered. You can exchange things there. Then why don't you live over there? Darla wondered, if there are more people over there, wouldn't it mean it's safer? Uncle Zhong smiled bitterly, the price of being protected is to pay tribute. Among us, who can work hard or find food to pay tribute? The background of the world has been expanded a little bit. Uncle Zhong will not take the initiative to tell them many things. They need to ask to trigger the answer. The military cadets gathered together to discuss, and decided to send 2 people to the market to exchange for 10 axes. Uncle Zhong said that wood is also valuable. When the time comes, cut more and bring it to the market to exchange for other things. For food, send 3 teams of 10 people out to look for it. If they can get it from outside, don't touch the canned meat in the backpack. Arrange some people to walk outside to see if they can meet more NPCs, and try to find out more information. Uncle Zhong also needs to leave someone here to guard to prevent monsters from attacking. Although he doesn't know what will happen if someone in this group of NPCs dies, it's best not to let such a thing happen. Everyone acted according to the task assignment. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju went to the market. It was a bit difficult to travel 100 kilometers on foot. Uncle Zhong brought out a very old-fashioned means of transportation, which looked a bit like a bicycle in the old human era. This weird bicycle was very large, with 3 pairs of pedals, which could accommodate 5 people. Currently, there was no need for so many seats, so Uncle Zhong dismantled it and turned it into a 2-seater for 2 people to pedal. Pedaling can generate electricity and provide energy to the inside. It is more efficient than traditional bicycles. 1 pedal can go a long way, and the speed is not slow. Uncle Zhong repeatedly warned, you must take good care of it. This is a major asset of our base. Ji Jiuxiu nodded repeatedly, stepped on the pedal, and the car rushed forward several meters. The two of them pedaled the car one after the other. Although the car looked shabby, it was actually quite good. When passing through bumpy sections, even if it was thrown and fell to the ground, it did not seem to fall apart. Jijioshu complained. Do game companies have to make it so realistic and primitive? The car has 3 wheels. The advantage is that it is convenient for novices. As long as they step down, the car will move. The disadvantage is that it is much bumpier than 2 wheels, but is numb from the bumps. Jiangju. Many game companies are pursuing the restoration of scenes from the old human era. Just think of it as a time travel and feel the atmosphere of the past. Interstellar people have been looking for traces of the past, eager to find the forgotten history. This is a strange attachment without reason. Jijioshu, okay. Even if the history is interrupted, interstellar people still have not forgotten the origin of life. After jumping all the way down, the two finally arrived at the market. The scene in front of them was very consistent with the style of the post-apocalyptic wasteland. There were no tall buildings. There were only sheds and bungalows of varying heights on the black and hard land. The richest one was only 2 stories high. There was a place at the door to watch cars for people, but it was charged. There was no unified currency in the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone was used to bartering. They had 10 canned meats, all of which were to be exchanged for axes. There was nothing extra. Jijioshu, what should I do with the car? She felt that it would definitely be stolen if it was left outside. She had no hope for the quality of the NPCs. I watch you go in. He handed the backpack to Jijioshu, which contained all the canned goods. Jijioshu, I come out after I change. She took the backpack and walked into the market, looking for a weapons store along the way. There were not many people in the market, but the stalls had a lot of things, including meat from unknown animals, strange green vegetables, singing toys, small pets that could breathe fire, and various plant seeds. She wanted a lot of axes, and the stalls outside could not meet her needs. She entered a weapons store and asked the owner at the counter, "Do you have axes?" The boss sat on the chair with his eyes closed. "Yes. How many do you want?" Jijioshu, 10. What do you want to exchange? The boss opened his eyes and looked at her. Jijioshu took out a can of meat. The can produced by the system was also full of doomsday style, with rusty and uneven surface, and weighed 500 grams. 3 cans for an axe. The boss offered. Jijioshu, the market price is not like this. Since the canned goods prompt that it can be exchanged for an axe, it means that the boss must be cheating her, and actually wanted to exchange 3 for 1. The market price is always changing, and I have already given a very favorable price. Think about it, the canned food is finished after eating, but the axe can be used forever, right? The boss leaned against the back of the chair and crossed his legs, looking lazy and not very concerned about this business. Jijioshu turned around and left. Then I don't want it. Hey, don't leave. The boss called her. How about this, 2 cans for an axe? This is my cost price, I can't go any lower, and my axe is of the best quality, no one else can compare. Jijioshu insisted, 1 can for 1. Boss, that's really not okay, I'm going to lose all my money. Seeing that you bought so much, you are a big customer, I grit my teeth and exchange 1 axe for 1.5 cans of yours, just as a friend. To be honest, the quantity you want is so large, no one can supply it except me. Then I exchange 1 by 1. Jijioshu turned around and continued to move forward. The boss was anxious, and quickly stood up and chased him out. Okay, 1 for 1, I exchange with you. Oh, you're doing a loss-making business every day. If I didn't really want this, I would never do this business. Jijioshu ignored the boss's nagging, focused on the axe, checked it 1 by 1, and only took out the cans after confirming that there was no problem, put the axe in his backpack and went out. Chapter 117. Jijioshu walked out of the market, found Jiangju who was waiting outside, and got on the bicycle to return. The bicycle made a rumbling sound when it was first pedaled, and the two drove forward despite the noise, with Jijioshu controlling the direction in the front. Not far away, a vehicle similar to an aircraft appeared in front of them. Its smooth appearance was similar to that of an aircraft, and it had 4 more wheels at the bottom, rolling forward on the ground. The 4-wheeled vehicle blocked the direction of Jijioshu's advance. She was afraid that the other party was not skilled enough to drive, so she deliberately avoided it, but the 4-wheeled vehicle moved again, caught up with her at a faster speed, and hit the 2 people directly. Jijioshu drifted, turned a big corner, and stopped the car. He got off the car with his long legs, and looked at the 4-wheeled vehicle with one hand on the handle. The other party also stopped, and 4 men walked out of the car. The man in the passenger seat had a scar on his face, and looked a bit like the owner of the weapons store. Ji Jiuxiao, what are you doing? The scarred man took out a gun and showed it to her. Do you want money or life? 10 axes are also worth your attention. You have a gun, but still think about axes. You are really thrifty. Ji Jiuxiao mocked. The only way she showed off her wealth was when she took out 10 canned meats from the weapons store. With the similar face of the scarred man and the owner of the weapons store, it was obvious who was robbing her. The scarred man, you can take out 10 canned meats at once, which means you have more than these 10. Do you choose to hand them over obediently, or do you want to cripple your hands and feet first? Jiangju fired first, aiming the bullet at the scarred man. The scarred man reacted in time and immediately dodged to the side. The bald man standing behind him was not so lucky. The bullet went through his ear and made a huge ear hole for him. You still dare to attack? The scarred man was enraged and raised his hand to shoot. The shooting efficiency was too slow. Jiangju took out the mecha and started to fight. The scarred man was not willing to be outdone and also took out the mecha, and the two of them entangled together. Among the military academy students, only the students with attacking mental power were equipped with mechas. Ji Jiuxiao's backpack did not have any mechas. Mechas were also not common things for NPCs. The other two did not take out mechas to attack, but continued to shoot with guns. Ji Jiuxiao could only say that the game company did not understand the old human era enough and did not equip her with mechas. People in the past did not have mental power, and mechas were hand-controlled and everyone could drive them. She is currently studying the mechas in the underground base of Blue Star. There are many things in the past that she does not fully understand. If the hand-controlled mecha technology is reproduced, the combat effectiveness of humans will be greatly improved. Facing the siege of the two, Ji Jiuxiao first targeted one of them, kept approaching the other party, quickly closed the distance, and concentrated all firepower on him. The bullets that fell on her would be slightly offset, and she moved forward unscathed. It doesn't matter if she is found to be abnormal. There is a storm outside the stadium, and she must add a little more chips for herself. Momentum can play a certain role in the battle. Ji Jiuxiao's step-by-step pressure made the opponent's hand less stable than at the beginning. He soon couldn't hold on, and was shot in the thigh. The enemy's combat power was reduced, and it was a good time to launch a surprise attack. She punched another person in the face, took the gun from the other person's hand when he was not prepared, and then shot the two people in the hand several times in a row. The battle on her side ended quickly, and Jiangju just stopped. He put away the mecha and pulled the scarred man out of the cockpit. The three men trembled, and the scarred man pleaded, I am too short-sighted, please let us go, bosses. Ji Jiuxiao stretched out his hand to him. Your way of admitting your mistake is too insincere. If we were the losers, would you still say that? I didn't bring your canned food. The scarred man looked carefully at Ji Jiuxiao's outstretched hand. Ji Jiuxiao, really? The empty hand turned into a knife, and pressed it against the scarred man's head. The gun is of average quality, it will get hot after long use, and it needs to wait for it to cool down before it can be used again. The tip of the knife pierced down, and hurt the scarred man's head. The scarred man struggled violently, but was kicked down by Ji Jiuxiao. She squatted down, and stabbed the scarred man in the heart with a dagger. The dagger pierced through the clothes and touched the skin, and blood oozed out. This is what I offer to you. It's not worth much. You can take whatever you want next time you come to the weapon store. The scarred man's face turned blue, and he finally took out the mecha. He was sweating profusely on his back. The woman in front of him was too ruthless. She looked like an old hand. He really misjudged her this time. Seeing her take out so many cans at once, he thought she was a young lady who was too well protected and naive. He didn't expect that she was not afraid of showing off her wealth. Ji Jiuxiao was satisfied. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. I kicked you in vain. Your chest must be very painful. Go back and check it out. I think you have broken several ribs. The scarred man was sweating profusely. He endured the pain and said, Where are you from? Are you passing by or? I came from the east. I think the feng shui here is very good. I plan to settle here. Ji Jiuxiao spoke without hesitation. The scarred man smiled and said, Our place is poor. There is no big base. There are monsters outside. If you don't mind, you can live in the market. Ji Jiuxiao shook his head, wielding a dagger in his hand. The market is too small to accommodate all of us. The scarred man didn't care, but still asked carefully, How many people are there? Ji Jiuxiao, 120. The military academy students plus the old and weak, a total of this number. The scarred man stared and couldn't speak. 100 or so. This is already the population of a small base. I haven't seen such a large number of people transferred recently. How come he didn't know when the situation changed? The scarred man wanted to ask again, but Ji Jioshu didn't answer. He took away the guns and knives on the three of them, and didn't leave them any. Before leaving, Ji Jioshu warned, "Don't do such robbery in the future. Do business with integrity." The scarred man felt pain in his body and bitter in his mouth, and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, yes, you are right. They usually don't take action. People who are too poor are not worth robbing. It's rare to go out and encounter tough guys. They don't get anything, but lose a lot. He watched Ji Jioshu walk around her bike and go to the four-wheeler. After observing for a while, he opened the door and got on the bike. Then he started the bike and drove forward, circling around them. Ji Jioshu called Jiangju, "Let's go. Tie the two-wheeler to the roof of this bike. This bike is easy to drive." "My bike?" the scarred man blurted out. This is his favorite bike. He usually treasures it so much that he feels so bad when it gets bumped. But now, he has to carry a broken and old bike. His heart is bleeding. Ji Jioshu looked over. "Your bike?" The scarred man squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Your bike, your bike?" Jiangju sat in the passenger seat. Ji Jioshu started the car, and the flying dust threw the scarred man and the other two. When a novice sat in the car would pop up an operation prompt. It was very simple to drive. Just click to start, and then control the direction. Because the wheels were in contact with the ground, there was a slight bump when driving, but it was much better than a two-wheeled car. The feeling of driving was different from that of an aircraft. It felt quite fun. Driving on the ground required avoiding obstacles, and this was a test of turning skills. If you turned too fast, you would fly out, and if you turned too slowly, you would crash into something. After almost being thrown out again, Jiangju silently fastened his seat belt. "Do you think we can rob the market? In this way, we don't have to worry about how to build a house. We can just use the ready-made ones," Ji Jioshu suggested, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Jiangju said tactfully, "This is not in line with universal values." Ji Jioshu remembered that there was a camera following him, and quickly said, "Actually, I was joking, ha ha ha." Jiangju, "Yeah, I believe it." Ji Jioshu solemnly emphasized, "I am an honest, kind, cheerful and enthusiastic good girl. I will not do bad things even in the game. I am very disciplined." "Yes." Jiangju agreed, "You teach criminals to be good, which shows that you have good morals." Ji Jioshu was very satisfied. "I will give you chicken in the evening. I will give you chicken legs after you leave the game." She can't decide what to eat for dinner tonight, and it's not certain what to eat. The screen in the live broadcast room was full of ha ha ha. "Okay, I decided to have braised noodles with 2 chicken legs for dinner. They don't have chicken legs to eat. Is it appropriate for you to eat so many? Can't you just eat one like me? Although I was beaten, shot, robbed, and threatened, I am a good girl." Jiangju believed it, but I didn't. "I believe it." Xiao also advised the robber not to do it in the future. "She really did it. I cried to death. The acting is getting better and better, just like the real thing, so I want to eat chicken legs tonight." The kind duo returned to the base. The base now only has the ground but no foundation. It can't even be described as a bare house because there are no walls. When Uncle Zhong saw them coming back, he immediately checked his two-wheeled vehicle. He was puzzled and surprised by the four-wheeled vehicle that Ji Jioshu brought back. Where did this vehicle come from? Ji Jioshu. It was given by a kind-hearted person. Is there such a kind-hearted person in the world? Uncle Zhong was shocked. Ji Jioshu nodded. Yes, he also gave mechas and weapons. Uncle Zhong, what a generous kind-hearted person. I hope there will be more people like this. Ji Jioshu agreed very much. I hope so too. She told the others what happened in the market, especially Jiangju's discovery that the mecha could not be used continuously for a long time. When the energy bar of the mecha is red, it will not be able to continue to operate. There are 2 ways to charge the mecha. One is to replenish energy, and the other is to wait for a certain cooling time, and wait for the red bar to turn green before continuing to drive, which takes about an hour. They are now short of energy. When they go out and encounter enemies, the mecha use plan must be well planned to avoid all mechas entering the cooling time. 10 axes were successfully brought back, and it was about time. Ji Jioshu led a team of 10 people to go cut down trees. It was too far to walk, so everyone got on a new 4-wheeled vehicle. The vehicle was quite large, with a maximum capacity of 7 people, but it could also accommodate 10 people if they squeezed together. Anyway, no one would catch you if you overloaded it, but you just needed to drive slowly, as this vehicle would easily roll over if you turned too fast. The journey was safe and sound, and everyone arrived at the forest that Uncle Zhong mentioned. The trees here were brown-red in color, very tall, about 5 meters, and grew straight up, with only branches at the top, which was simply the best material for building a house. It was exactly 5:10, and everyone entered the forest. Uncle Zhong said that after entering the forest, not only could they not talk, but they could not make any sounds such as sneezing or burping. He could not explain what the consequences would be if they made any sounds. The trees grew dense and tall, and the light above was blocked by the leaves, and it was dark below. Everyone took an axe and randomly selected a tree to chop. The whole forest was silent, with only the slight sound of the axe hitting the tree trunk. Logically, the sound of chopping trees should be loud, but the sound of the axe falling was very small. Uncle Zhong said that this kind of tree cannot be cut with an electric saw. The sound of the electric saw is too loud and will cause strange things to appear. The tree-cutting team held the axe tightly and cut the tree manually. The texture of the tree is very hard. The hand was numb after one axe, but only a shallow white mark was left on the trunk. Ji Jiushi chopped 5 times in a row. When he chopped the 6th time, a sound suddenly came out of his ear. It hurt so much, wow wow wow. She stopped chopping trees, and before she could find the source of the sound, a teammate next to her blurted out who is talking. Once the sound came out, it was too late to stop it. Then, they had the opportunity to see the weird things mentioned by Uncle Zhong. The hard and straight trees bent down, and the dense brown-red crowns at the top with leaves fanned people like a big cattail fan. The trees came alive, and like people angry, their bodies turned brighter red. They bent down and slapped the tree-cutting team, similar to the action of a fly swatter swatting a fly, and all the surrounding trees moved to slap down. The student who was talking was unfortunately hit, and was slapped out by the branches like a badminton. Other trees continued to relay, and he did not touch the ground at all, and was slapped out of the woods by the trees one after another in midair. Ji Jiushi was unable to dodge, and was swept by the branches on her back. Her back was burning with pain. She stepped on the tree trunk and used the force to run out. If she was hit hard, she would have to lie in bed for at least half a day. Everyone ran out in a hurry. Some students were hit and screamed in pain. The sound made the trees even crazier and faster. The trees did not allow people to speak, but they made a loud noise. The friction of the leaves rumbled like thunder, making people's ears buzz and their heads full of this sound. The trees did not kill people, but it was really painful. The students who were hit quickly gritted their teeth and stopped making any sound. They ran out with their teeth bared and crawled. The trees outside were thinner. They went deep into the woods to choose a larger tree trunk, but now they were trapped. Only when they were hit by the tree would other trees give way. When they ran away normally, the trees deliberately blocked their way. Feeling that humans were toys of trees, Ji Jiushi had a hard time holding back the desire to complain. Facing the trees, they had no power to fight back. The trees were so hard that bullets could not penetrate them. The axe was of limited use. The mecha was stuck in the dense trees as soon as it was taken out. It was not as flexible as a person. They tried all kinds of methods, and finally found that escaping was the most convenient. They rushed out of the forest. After they left, the leaves that were rustling like roaring stopped, and the bright red slowly turned back to brown red, becoming the quiet appearance they saw at the beginning. The only classmate who was hit by the tree was lying on the ground with his face facing the ground, unable to move. When he saw the others coming out, he pointed at his back and spoke. His mouth was moving, but the others could not hear what he said. "Speak louder." The tree was too noisy just now. "My ears are not very good now." Rong Tianjiang shouted louder and louder. Seeing the other party's expression become anxious and his mouth move faster, he couldn't help but touch his ears, suspecting that there was something wrong with his hearing. "Am I deaf?" Darilla, who was next to him, was so shocked by his sudden shout that her ears hurt. She said unhappily, "It's not you who is deaf, it's him who has become mute." Rong Tianjiang breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not me who is deaf, ah. He is mute?" The mute student touched his throat and tried to make a sound, but he couldn't make even a breath. He tried to cough, but the movement was made, but there was no sound at all. He panicked, opened and closed his mouth faster, and said something anxiously. "Ji Jiuxiao, don't worry, type it." Their optical computers were still in their hands. They'd lost the functions of searching the internet, but they could communicate with each other in a simple way. The mute student's fingers were almost leaving a residual image when typing. "My back hurts and is numb. I want you to help me see what's wrong with my throat now. I won't always be like this, right?" He looked helpless and looked like he was about to break. No one could answer the latter question, but the former was easy to answer. Everyone asked him to take off his shirt and observe his back. His muscles were smooth and his skin was white, without any scars. Ji Jiuxiu thought of his arm that was hit by a branch, and took off his coat to see the wound. It still hurt, but there was no trace. She looked at the time, 5:20, and she made a decision. Darla and Lan Yu stay to look after the wounded, and the others continue to cut trees. There is too little time to cut trees every day, so we must collect more relevant information. Uncle Zhong had never cut a tree before, so he couldn't tell the problem and situation of the tree, so they could only explore on their own. As for people who are mute, they can't think of a solution no matter how hard they try. At most, they will be mute in this competition. Trees will also pop up game prompts, but all the information is asterisks. After they get the information that they can't speak in the forest, and will become mute if they are fanned by the tree, the name column of the prompt box becomes mute tree. This kind of afterthought behavior makes Ji Jiuxiu very disgusted. This prompt information is useless. The only use is to remind people with bad memory of the name of the tree, but who would forget the information obtained in exchange for pain? The remaining 7 people regrouped and prepared to enter the forest again. Before entering, they reviewed the reasons for the last failure. Ji Jiuxiu asked, "Did you hear the sound of crying out in pain?" She remembered that before the mute classmate spoke, there was another voice, and the voice was very childish, just like a child. The mute student nodded frantically and typed, "I heard that voice and thought someone was talking, so I spoke subconsciously." But the childish voice did not belong to any of them. Could it be that there was something else in the forest? Ji Jiuxiu, the mute tree did not react when the voice spoke. It was only after we spoke that the mute tree attacked. This means that the sound made by outsiders will make the mute tree stressed, and the sound inside will not stimulate them. In order to prevent subconscious speaking, Ji Jiuxiu picked up some fallen small branches at the edge of the forest and distributed them to everyone. Biting the branches with teeth can effectively prevent speaking. After preparation, everyone entered the forest again. The mute forest returned to its original state. The forest was quiet. They went to the original place to find the cut trees, but were surprised to find that the surface of the trees had returned to smoothness, just like they had never been cut. Rong Tianjiang typed and asked, "What's going on?" Fusong responded, "Some trees have the ability to heal themselves. This is not uncommon, and its self-healing ability is very strong. In less than 10 minutes, the wound on the tree had healed." It seems that in addition to the rule of not making any noise when chopping trees, there is another rule of chopping trees quickly. If you move too slowly, you can't catch up with the speed of healing on the surface of the tree. Ji Jiuxiu, it's too slow for one person to chop a tree, so 2 people work together. The person without a partner is responsible for vigilance. Jiangju is closest to Ji Jiuxiu. The 2 of them chop a tree together. One axe leaves the trunk, and the other axe falls immediately. There is almost no gap, and a 5 centimeter oblique cut is quickly made. The diameter of the trees in this area is about 20 centimeters, which is just the right size, and not very thick. If it is a normal tree, one person can chop it down with more than 10 strokes. Whoa, it hurts so much. The previous voice sounded again. This time, everyone was prepared in advance and did not make a sound. Ji Jiuxiu stopped, looked around, and saw nothing, so he ignored the voice and continued to chop trees. As long as the other party does not interfere with her business, there is no need to worry about it. It is more important to chop down the tree. But the voices kept talking, and there were even more than one voice, and they began to scream. "It hurts so much. Don't chop me, woo woo woo. If you are a brother, don't chop me. Ah, you annoying 2-legged monster. Get out. Get out." Ji Jiuxiu looked at the tree in front of her hesitantly. Could it be that the tree in front of her was talking? The moment she stopped, the crack in the tree healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiangju chopped down with an axe and split the tree again. The tree in front of him burst into tears. "It hurts. Don't cut me, I'm just a baby." Ji Jiuxiu's expression was strange. The tree could talk, so strange. "Let's try to cut it again." The dumb tree cried even harder. "I sing for you. Please don't cut me, I'm so small and useless. Go cut the one next to it, it's bigger." "Bah!" The tree next to it said, "We were born and raised together. How can I be older than you? You lie all the time, you should be cut." The 2 trees quarreled. Ji Jiuxiu looked to the side. The trees cut by other teammates also made sounds, and their cutting movement slowed down. The dumb tree cried in a childish voice, and cried once every time it was cut. This feeling was really weird. The personalities of trees are very different. Some trees cry, some trees beg for mercy, some trees are irritable and curse, and some trees threaten. You are so weak, and yet you come to chop trees. It's really funny. It's like tickling an itch. If you can't do it, just go home, okay? You dare not say a word. You are so frustrated that you don't deserve to be a human being. You are worse than a tree. Well, some trees are poisonous. The poisonous dumb tree is Rong Tianjiang's target. He was scolded to the point of being unbearable. Even with a branch in his mouth, he would still curse back. This scolding was so terrible that the dumb tree was directly stimulated to go crazy. They were hit by the branches and fled again. Outside the woods, Rong Tianjiang admitted his mistake. I shouldn't be so impulsive. These trees are really noisy and annoying. The voices of countless children mixed together are sharp and noisy, like a devil's sound filling the ears, making people want to just curse and shut up. There is no point in blaming. There are still 20 minutes before 6 o'clock, and everyone sets out to chop trees again. The wounds of the previously chopped trees healed again, and everything started all over again. The dumb tree started to scream again. The name of the dumb tree is not good. They are not dumb at all. They cry and shout, making people's heads buzz. Everyone tried to ignore these sounds, and hurried to cut down the trees. Ji Jioshu chose another dumb tree that was crying. The crying was very lovable. It was not crying loudly, but sobbing softly. Ji Jioshu and Jiang Ju were emotionless lumberjacks. They chopped down with axes one by one, turning a deaf ear to the dumb tree's cries. They even became more and more annoyed the more they listened, and their hands gradually sped up. This time everyone held back, and didn't make a sound. The tree became harder and harder as they went to the back. Everyone worked hard, and one of the students made a wheezing sound. When the overly obvious sound came out, all the dumb trees were quiet for a moment, and then boiled again. Ji Jioshu finally chopped down the tree in front of him with his last axe. A prompt popped up on the broken tree. Do you want to put it in the backpack? Ji Jioshu clicked yes, and the tree was put into the backpack. The advantage of the game world is that no matter how big the object is, it can be put into the bag. There is only a limit on quantity, not weight. Another escape began. You must be careful to avoid branches. If you are blown out, no one knows how long you will be dumb. Everyone rushed out of the woods before 6 o'clock. It was still light. Everyone was exhausted from running back and forth and chopping trees. They got on the car and went back to the base. When they got off the car, everyone looked at them expectantly as they took out 2 pieces of wood. The only 2 pieces of wood were all the results of today. Chapter 118. 2 pieces of wood were placed on the ground, and a message popped up on them indicating that there were too few pieces to build a house. Uncle Zhong gave enough emotional value and said with a smile, "That's great, there are actually 2 pieces of wood. I heard that many people can't even cut down 1 piece a day. Ji Jioshu, I have no experience in cutting trees for the first time. I will definitely bring back more tomorrow." The dumb classmate jumped out, shook his hands to attract attention, and pointed at his mouth. Ji Jioshu, oh, I almost forgot, he couldn't speak after being fanned out of the woods by the dumb tree. Do you know what happened? Uncle Zhong shook his head. I haven't heard of this situation. I guess it will get better after a while. Is that so? Ji Jioshu sympathized. The dumb classmate was autistic, and ran to the corner to beat the wall sadly. Ji Jioshu shared the situation of the dumb forest with everyone, and other companions who collected information came back one after another to complete the world background. The direction they were in was in the easternmost corner of the planet. There were few people and many monsters here. Just after a large-scale monster attack, the only large base was destroyed. The difference between the market and the base is that the former does not protect the people. They gather together when nothing happens, and run away when something happens. The market where the axe is exchanged has a manager named Wei Sha, who will take action when a large number of monsters appear. Under her protection, the market can barely survive. The house cannot be built today. Zhong Shu and others can still hide in the small basement. The remaining 100 military cadets have no place to live, and no materials to build a tent. They can only sleep on the ground with the ground as a bed, and the sky as a blanket. As the sky gradually darkened, the hunting team returned and brought back today's food and nest of rabbits. Their faces were covered in dust, and they were in a mess. The leader said, "This kind of rabbit runs very fast. We saw several big rabbits, but we didn't catch them. Fortunately, we caught these 6 in a nest." The big rabbits weighed at least 20 kilograms, and had solid muscles. They kept struggling after being tied up. The other 5 small rabbits were also the size of basketballs. Ji Jioshu looked at the small rabbits. There were 3 female rabbits and 2 male rabbits. She said, "Kill the big rabbits for meat, and keep the small rabbits in a pen." Rabbits have strong reproductive ability and can be kept as reserve food. It is too difficult to rely on hunting every day to meet the food rations of so many people. It is not conducive to long-term development. Since we want to build a base, we naturally have to make long-term plans. Now there is nothing. Where to raise the rabbits, and who to raise them are all problems. Jioshio looked at the wood of the dumb tree that was carried back, and picked up an axe to split one of them in half. She wanted to make a fence to keep rabbits. As soon as she cut the first blow, her stamina, which was marked in red, dropped to the bottom. She didn't feel tired, but her hands were too weak to lift the axe. When she was about to call other people to work, a prompt popped up on the wood. Do you want to divide it into equal pieces of wood, 1 meter long and 2 centimeters thick? She clicked yes, and the big wood was automatically decomposed. Each piece was the same size, saving her a lot of effort. She looked at Uncle Zhong. You raise these rabbits, and they will be the property of our base in the future. She wanted to find something for the NPCs to do. The military academy students couldn't take care of everything. The construction of the base required the participation of Uncle Zhong and others. Uncle Zhong said happily, Shufan used to be a professional rabbit breeder. I call her over. A young woman named Shufan approached. Seeing her approaching the rabbit and preparing to reach out to grab it, the military school student who was holding the rabbit's ears hurriedly said, Be careful, this rabbit will kick you, it hurts. The pair of clear rabbit footprints on his back is the best proof. Shufan's voice is soft and gentle, It's okay, give it to me. The military school student handed the rabbit to her. As soon as she took it, the rabbit struggled hard to escape. The military school student didn't hold it firmly, and the rabbit escaped. As soon as he said angrily, he saw Shufan grab the rabbit's hind legs and pressed it to the ground hard. His voice was stuck instantly. Shufan grabbed the rabbit and looked at its body. The rabbit was honest in her hands. The fur is good. I can keep the fur to make clothes in the future. I go and call someone to build a rabbit cage. There is no need to do it yourself for the remaining big rabbits. Just choose to kill the rabbit with one click and eat the rabbit. You don't even need to eat it. After making sure that the rabbit disappears after eating, the physical strength will automatically recover. The rabbit is not enough to eat, so the physical strength is only restored a little bit. At night, shadows swayed, and the cannibals began to wander. They were not strong, but the cadets were hungry, and the two sides were evenly matched, fighting back and forth. Guns could slow down the movements of the cannibals, but could not completely kill them. The cadets with little physical strength fired, and the students who stayed at the base and did not consume too much physical strength took axes to chop off their heads. A cannibal came around from another direction and slowly approached Jioshio. She took out a dagger and made a precise cut. With a very simple and unpretentious knife, she directly cut off the cannibal's neck. She took a look at her physical strength consumption. Before killing the cannibal, her physical strength was 17%, and now it has dropped by 2 points. The stamina value is 0, the character dies, 5% is extremely tired, and below 10% starts to turn red. She poked the corpse of the cannibal with a knife. After its death, its body did not disappear, but lay on the ground and turned into a jelly-like texture. The knife cut off a small piece of black jelly, and she held it in front of her to observe. The black color was very uniform, not as black as thick ink, and the edges were slightly transparent. She looked at Uncle Zhong, who was hiding and shivering, and asked, Are cannibals poisonous? Uncle Zhong shook his head, I don't know. Jioshia took this piece of jelly. To find a male rabbit. For reproduction, 1 rabbit is enough. She stuffed the jelly into the rabbit's mouth and watched it eat it. The rabbit did not react at all, lowered its head, and nibbled a piece of wild grass that Shufan had picked from the wreckage of the building, chewing and chewing. It seemed that it was not poisonous. Jioshia went back and cut off another piece of cannibal meat and raised it to make an eating gesture to see if the eating function could be triggered. The meat on the dagger disappeared, and her physical strength value showed a recovery of 0.1%. The value was too small to tell whether it was caused by food or rest. She cut off a large piece and tried to eat it. The touch of the knife sliding across the cannibal's body was also very much like jelly, extremely smooth, like a piece of human-shaped tortoise jelly. Thinking about it this way, she suddenly felt less repulsive. She ate the whole piece of tortoise jelly, and her physical strength value increased by 0.5%. A golden light suddenly lit up in the sky, forming a line of golden characters. Congratulations to player Jioshio for obtaining the title of Human-Eating Cannibal. The 5 dazzling characters Human-Eating Cannibal floated down and landed on Jioshio's head, covering her entire body, and everyone looked over. Jioshio, What's wrong with this broken game? It's just eating Galangeo. Is it necessary to make such a big scene? Her stamina jumped directly to 99% under the golden light, and the green color made people feel very relieved. The golden light dissipated, and Ji Jioshu stood up under the attention of everyone as if nothing had happened, and said calmly, "Eating cannibals can increase stamina." Everyone's eyes were strange, and they all turned away when Ji Jioshu looked at her nonchalantly. But how could she think of eating cannibals? Fusang was the first to respond, and walked to a cannibal and ate it, which actually meant putting his hand on it, and the cannibal disappeared and turned directly into stamina. The whole process was neither bloody nor scary. Others followed suit. On average, killing a cannibal consumes 3% of stamina, and eating a whole cannibal gives 5% of stamina, and you can also earn 2%. The people fought more and more bravely, and the cannibals gradually became scarce. In the end, there was no cannibal left standing, and all of them turned into a pile of tortoise jelly. The military academy students could accept the bodies of cannibals, but they were not interested in the severed heads. Fusang was not interested in eating them, because they had no taste or feeling. Ji Jioshu thought about it, piled the remaining heads together, and called Uncle Zhong. She did an experiment first, and found that Uncle Zhong could not use cannibals, and could only eat normal food, which made her feel a little regretful. "Ji Jioshu, you take these heads. What are we going to do with them?" Uncle Zhong's face turned green, in the literal sense. "Ji Jioshu, bury them in the soil as fertilizer, don't waste them." She had seen seeds for sale at the market before, and planned to plant an area for growing grain in the base. The land under her feet lacked nutrients, so it was okay to grow some grass, but it was not easy to grow grain. "Oh, okay." Uncle Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, and was no longer afraid. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Don't worry, I will chop it up and sprinkle it carefully." Ji Jioshu paused. "It doesn't have to be so meticulous." The picture was too beautiful to imagine. "Uncle Zhong, where will our base be built, and how will the land be planned?" Ji Jioshu used a dagger to draw a sketch on the ground. Blue Star was under construction, and she had some experience. Others had nothing to do, and came over to watch her gesture. It was completely dark, and the only light source in the night was a primitive oil lamp, which was also Uncle Zhong's treasure. Electric power equipment was very precious and only available in the market. Even this small oil lamp was carefully taken out by Uncle Zhong when Ji Jioshu asked for it. Normally, he was reluctant to light it. "Rong Tianjiang, isn't the condition of this venue too harsh? Even in the extreme or barren environment before, at least there were modern tools to use. Now it's good, there is no electricity. It's more primitive than Ji Jioshu's Blue Star." Uncle Zhong sighed. "It's not easy to survive in a disaster." Rong Tianjiang sighed. The competition was getting harder and harder. Uncle Zhong changed the subject. "If there's nothing else, don't waste oil. I turn off the light." Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he covered the oil lamp with a lid, and the flame went out. Now there was no light at all. Everyone, Jiangju, what kind of oil is used in the oil lamp? Uncle Zhong, animal oil and vegetable oil are both fine. Jiangju, does the dumb tree have oil? Uncle Zhong, there is a kind of old dumb tree with a reddish color. They have small bulges on their bodies, and oil will flow out when you poke them. The two of them asked and answered each other. Zhongshu answered one question at a time, and never said much. If you don't ask in detail, you will lose a lot of information. Jiang felt the answer he wanted and said, "Light the lamp, I will give you the dumb tree oil tomorrow." With a little light, they can barely observe the surrounding environment. If there is no light at all, no matter how good their eyes are, they are blind. Zhongshu muttered to himself and reluctantly lit the oil lamp again. The bean-sized flame was not stable, the light was dim, and it was swaying in the wind. With so many military cadets protecting them, other people came out of the basement and sat around the light. Children nestled in their mother's arms, and the elderly bowed their heads and talked softly. They exchanged jokes with each other, and it was unknown who sang the ballad first. The melodious folk tunes brought a sense of leisure and comfort, tranquility and distance, and the sounds gathered together, like a prayer to the sky. Late at night, the wind gradually grew stronger, and the air became humid. Ji Jioshu used the dumb tree as a pillow, lying on one leg and bending the other leg, and fell asleep. Sleeping at night is a must. 5 hours of sleep must be guaranteed within 24 hours, otherwise you will be forced to sleep in the last 5 hours, and you will be like dead, and can't be woken up even if you shout. Military cadets take turns to rest as usual. In sleep mode, they can still slightly sense external stimulation, just like real sleep, and they will automatically wake up when they encounter danger and stimulation. The air became more and more humid, and the wind stopped. A raindrop fell down and hit Ji Jioshu's ear. The raindrop was very big, and it hurt a little when it hit people, so she chose to end her sleep. She touched her ear, and the ear bone hit by the raindrop felt a slight sting. Without a mirror, she couldn't see what was going on. Could it be that the rain here can ignore air resistance and hit people directly, so it is very powerful? The student on duty touched his neck and muttered, "Why does it hurt a little?" The rain was getting heavier, and the raindrops falling on the back of his hand aroused pain again. The oil lamp had been extinguished by the rain, and there was only the sound of rain falling in the dark environment. Accompanied by the dense and slight tingling, Ji Jioshu found that his physical strength value was constantly decreasing, from green to yellow directly. More and more military school students woke up, and the voices became noisy. "What bit me? There is an enemy attack. How can I fight if I can't see? I'm really fed up with this stadium." The pain came from the top of the head, face, back of the neck, back of the hand, all exposed parts. Ji Jioshu stretched out her hand, and the soybean-sized raindrops quickly gathered into a small pool in her palm, and the pain worsened. "Ji Jioshu, this is corrosive acid rain." "Fuso, there is something wrong with the rain." The two spoke at the same time, and their voices overlapped. "Rong Tianjiang, hurry up and find a place to hide from the rain." The voices and footsteps were mixed together. Because they couldn't see, they couldn't tell the direction when running. From time to time, people bumped into each other, so there were more cries of pain in the chaos. "I remember there was a building on the left with a roof that could block the rain." "Which side is left?" "Why did you bump into me?" "Who stepped on my foot?" "Take off your clothes first to block the road. You can't see the road at all." "Every step is a pit. The game company is not a human being." "Mecha. Get in the mecha." "The mecha will lose energy value when it is exposed to rain. It's so rubbish." "The cooling time of the mecha cannot completely replace the energy. After 3 cooling times, the energy must be replenished, otherwise the mecha will be unusable." In the midst of chaos, Uncle Zhong was awakened and bent over to search for the oil lamp on the ground. No one knew how he found it. Perhaps he had telepathy with his treasure. He lit the trembling oil lamp, and the faint light that seemed to be extinguished in the next second guided the direction of the crowd. There were too many people, and someone would be caught in the rain when crowded together. The crowd dispersed, some hid under the vines, some squeezed under the collapsed walls, and some rushed to the basement where the NPCs were, where they could accommodate more people. The rain gradually got heavier, and the oil lamp was hit by the water vapor, and shook more violently. Uncle Zhong sighed, "It's raining again. There is something wrong with the rain. It will corrode people's skin. Why didn't you tell us before?" Some military school students were very annoyed. Uncle Zhong looked at the person who was talking with droopy-eyed bags and said innocently, "You didn't ask. How do I know if you know?" The military school student was speechless, angry but didn't know how to vent, so he could only kick the wall twice. But the wall was unstable, and the cement on the top fell down, which frightened him, and he quickly dodged, and then stepped into a pit and tripped, rolling into a puddle. The water in the pit was accumulated rainwater, and his clothes were soaked. He screamed in pain and climbed out quickly. Uncle Zhong hurriedly said, "Go and change your clothes quickly. Wet clothes against your body can corrode a layer of flesh." There were no extra men's clothes in the small survivor's room, and there were no women's clothes that fit him. He finally put on a maternity skirt with small floral prints. The angry mood was completely numb under a series of small accidents. He even wore a floral skirt. What hurdles in his life could he not overcome? The 1.8-meter tall man wore a pink floral skirt, and the picture was too beautiful to look at. Ji Jioshu looked away and asked Uncle Zhong, "How long will it take for this rain to stop? Is there any pattern when it rains?" Uncle Zhong replied, "Generally, the rain will last for half an hour. Before the rain, the air will become very humid, and there will be a smell of rotten eggs. When the cadets enter the stadium, they smell the smell of rotten eggs. This smell will last throughout the rain. The smell is not strong, not so nauseating, but it is fishy and pungent, and there is no way to ignore it." Originally, food was the top priority, and Ji Jioshu was thinking about putting the house building aside, but now it seems that the house is as important as food, and the house must be built tomorrow. Acid rain is a troublesome thing. No one knows when it will fall. If it rains for a long time in the open field without any shelter, it can directly soak you out. Ji Jioshu, what if it suddenly rains when you are walking outside? Is there anything to block the rain? Raincoats and umbrellas are fine. If the rain is light, thick clothes can barely block it. Uncle Zhong answered. Ji Jiuxiu thought of the remaining dumb tree log. After the rain stopped, she took a lamp to look at the wood. It was still smooth, without any signs of corrosion by acid rain. She took out an axe and chopped it casually. I want to make an umbrella. A prompt popped up on the wood, showing that one piece of wood can make 4 umbrellas. It seems that dumb trees have many uses, but you have to discover them yourself. There is only one dumb tree, and 4 umbrellas are not enough. It is better to keep it for building a house with other wood tomorrow, and use the excess to make umbrellas. They started with a piece of land and nothing else. The biggest assets were 10 axes and 80 canned meat. There were too many people, and the rabbits were not enough to eat. 10 canned meat had been used for dinner tonight. At dawn the next day, the cadets who had spent 5 hours of sleep began to move. If it wasn't too dark at night, they would have even wanted to move all night. They lacked food, tools, and everything else, and they needed to get them with their hands. 10 axes were too inefficient, so Ji Jiuxiu decided to change to 20 more. There was only 1 hour to cut trees in a day, and there were too few people, and the efficiency was slow. It was unknown when the house could be built. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. The initial investment is necessary. Only by preparing the tools first can you collect all the wood faster. She went to the weapons store again. The shop owner's face tightened when he saw her. After seeing the 8 people behind her, his face became even uglier. He smiled and said, "Are you here to buy weapons again? Ji Jiuxiu, do you have any axes left?" There were more people out this time, and they planned to buy axes, and then go around to see if they could hunt some food back. Shop owner, there are only 5 left. He glanced at the people behind her, then glanced again, and then glanced twice more. Bringing so many people here, are they looking for a reason to mess things up? So few. Ji Jiuxiu frowned. There are really only so many. There are not many people buying axes, so we don't have too many ready. If you don't believe me, go to our warehouse and take a look. The shop owner said hurriedly. I didn't say I don't believe you. Why are you so anxious? Ji Jiuxiu crossed his arms and glared at him. The shop owner laughed dryly twice, not daring to speak, extremely regretting that he had made a mistake last time, and even wanted to travel back in time and slap himself twice. Ji Jiuxiu, can you make custom axes here? The shop owner hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. You have to be able to do it even if you can't. I want to buy 20 axes. How long will it take to make them? Ji Jiuxiu put his backpack on the table. Shop owner, 5 days. Ji Jiuxiu frowned. 5 days? 3 days? The shop owner immediately changed his words. This is really the deadline. We only have 2 mechanics and can't do it that fast. Ji Jiuxiu, okay, then I don't want it for now. Give me 5 first. The market is not the only store. She will go to other places first. If she can't find it, she will come back to order it. The shop owner couldn't help asking, what do you want so many axes for? Ji Jiuxiu said casually, I'm going to cut down trees to build a house. Dumb trees? The shop owner was surprised. Ji Jiuxiu asked sharply, what's the problem? The shop owner didn't dare to hide it. Too many dumb trees will attract cannibals. Although they are not strong, they are also troublesome when there are too many of them. Dumb trees are indeed good materials for building houses, but because of the characteristic of attracting cannibals, people around the market would rather use rotten wood to build sheds than use it. Really? Ji Jiuxiu was overjoyed. The shop owner said, I won't lie to you about this. You can just ask outside and you know. He couldn't tell whether the expression on her face was surprise or joy, and asked hesitantly, do you still want the axe? Ji Jiuxiu nodded repeatedly yes, yes, yes. Cannibals can be eaten and used as fertilizer. She was still thinking about how to hunt them, but she didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. The shop owner looked at Ji Jiuxiu with even more strange eyes. His sharp mind as a businessman allowed him to seize the business opportunity. If you have anything to buy or sell in the future, you can come to my shop and I give you a 10% discount. Ji Jiuxiu took out 5 cans to exchange for the axe, and asked with a smile, is it possible that someone will suddenly jump out and rob me on my way home this time? The shop owner paused, remembering the consequences of his brother's attack very clearly, and he touched his face. When Ji Jiuxiu first entered the door, he thought the other party was looking for trouble, but later he was relieved when he heard that she wanted to buy an axe, thinking that she didn't recognize him. He always remembered that his brother said that there were more than 100 people like her. He laughed dryly twice. How could it be? Ji Jiuxiu, it's just a joke, don't be nervous. No, I'm not nervous. The shop owner continued to force a smile. This joke was too hellish, and he almost couldn't laugh anymore. Ji Jiuxiu heard him say that anything can be exchanged, so she asked casually, "Do you have seeds here?" The shop owner immediately said, "Yes, yes, we have potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes and rice, and some vegetables. What do you want?" Although Ji Jiuxiu is very dangerous, she really wants to give canned food, and she has no intention of robbing, so this business can still be done for a long time. Ji Jiuxiu took out a can, and this time the prompt information on the can changed to the number of seeds that can be exchanged. The shop owner rejected her canned food and pushed the seeds in front of her. The previous things were all misunderstandings. "I am very grateful that you have forgiven me. These seeds are my gift." Ji Jiuxiu accepted it very unceremoniously. At present, it is a time of shortage of supplies, and it is not right to refuse free things. She took the potato seeds, sweet potato seeds, and 5 axes and left, and walked around the market again, buying another 5 axes. The group drove away in a 4-wheeled vehicle, and Ji Jiuxiu sat in the driver's seat and drove to the water source. There is only one unpolluted water source in this area. Animals usually like to go there to drink water. It is a good place for hunting. Chapter 119. As we approached the water source, we saw more signs of animal movement. The car windows were opened, and 2 guns were poked out of the rear windows, shooting at the swiftly fleeing cattle. Type: old cattle. Level: B level. Status: full of fighting spirit. Weakness: will die if shot. Attack methods: horns, hooves. You can tell the cattle's fighting spirit without any prompts. The muscles in its legs bulged, its hooves dug the ground a few times, and its nose blew hot air as it rushed towards the car. The cattle were 3 times the size of ordinary cattle, with shiny black horns and eyes as big as copper bells. At first glance, they were middle-aged cattle at the peak of their fighting power. Such cattle were not easy to deal with, but they could not stop everyone's desire for food. That was not a cattle, but a pile of moving beef. The car and the cattle collided, and both sides stood still without taking a step back. The people in the car were almost thrown out by the shock. Jiangju sat in the passenger seat, grabbed the roof with both hands, and flipped out of the open window. Darula leaned out and shot at the yellow cattle, while the others opened the door and ran out. The wheels could not move forward and stopped spinning. The wheels rubbed against the ground, and a wisp of white smoke came out, and the smell of burning came out. Ji Jiuxiu stopped the car and got out to help. Seeing that the front of the car was hit by 2 big holes by the horns of the cattle, he felt distressed and took out an axe to chop the cattle's hooves. Her new car was messed up like this before it had been driven for 2 days. Next time, people should do things like hitting cattle. The car can't bear it. Bullets can't penetrate the skin of the yellow cattle, but you can see its health bar drop a little bit, but the amplitude is very small. One shot hitting the vital point can reduce 0.5%, and one shot in other parts can reduce 0.1%. The axe is still useful. One chop can reduce 1%. Ji Jiuxiu put the axe on his waist, grabbed the tail of the cattle, climbed onto its back, took out the axe and chopped wildly. There will be no bloody scenes in the game. The cow looks unharmed, but the health bar on its head keeps decreasing. The cow moved wildly. Ji Jiuxiu couldn't sit still, so he crawled forward on its back, rode on the cow's neck, grabbed its horns with one hand, and tried to chop its neck with the other hand. The 4 single soldier teammates each hugged one leg of the yellow cow. The yellow cow shook like it had epilepsy, trying to shake off the dirty things on its body, shaking people's brains. Others abandoned their guns and took axes, surrounded the yellow cow, and chopped it with knives. The yellow cow's health bar gradually decreased, and its ferocity was aroused. The mooing became louder. The ground shook, and a larger yellow cow appeared, twice the size of the yellow cow. The ground shook slightly when it ran, and Ji Jiuxiu's pupil shook. What? The cow that fought back and forth with them turned out to be a calf? The adult cow approached like a small mountain, her eyes red, and when she saw the bully calf, she was angry and anxious, and she rushed over with her head down, and the horns on her head flashed with cold light. Jiangju took out the mecha, grabbed the cow's horns with both hands, and was pushed back 4 or 5 meters, leaving a long mark on the ground. The cow's nose blew hot air, and continued to push forward. Jiangju grabbed the horns, and tried to bend it to another direction, but the cow was as heavy as Mount Tai and was indifferent. Darla and Fuso shot at the cow, and the bullets hit the soft belly, but the 0.001% blood loss was a bit unbearable. The gun was about to smoke, which was like tickling to the cow. Jiangju, give me all the unused axes. Ji Jiuxiu threw the axe over, and Jiangju combined it into a large axe with one click. The mecha's large axe chopped the cow, and this time the attack power was enough, and the cow moved to the sky. Jiangju held the cow back, while the others successfully killed the calf and put it in their backpacks. Ji Jiushi watched the cow getting restless. If they could take down the cow, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a long time in the future. The others obviously thought the same thing. The mecha surrounded the cow, but unfortunately they didn't have enough axes to synthesize a new big axe. The others tried to restrain the cow, and Jiangju was the main attacker. The disappearance of the calf made the cow irritable. Its mooing sounded like a flute, with strong penetrating power. At the strong call of the cow, a new cow came out. This cow was about the same size as the cow, and the two horns on its head were bigger. It ran over, and knocked one of the mechas away. Ji Jiuxiao, are we going to run into the Nyo family? Although she wanted the cows to reunite in the backpack, the two adult cows were not very cooperative. The big bull rushed forward, and another classmate was pushed away by the bull and twisted his foot accidentally. The others quickly attracted the big bull's attention and took the opportunity to pull him away. Ji Jiuxiu rushed into the car, started the car and drove forward, drifting and stopping in front of Darula. Let's go! There were 7 mechas of 10 people, and only 5 were started at present, fearing that if they were entangled by the bull, the mecha would be in cooling time and unable to escape in time. The 2 unlucky guys who were pushed away by the bull were carried into the car first, and the others entered one after another, and finally only Jiangju was left holding the big axe. Ji Jiuxiu stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed forward for a distance like flying. Jiangju ran behind him, and the 2 bulls chased him one after another. Jiangju accelerated, chose a good angle, put away the mecha and jumped onto the roof of the car. The roof was smashed into a dent, and he entered the co-pilot from the window position, and the big axe in his hand turned back into a small axe, and put it in the backpack. 2 big bulls were chasing him closely behind him. The ground was shaking slightly because of their footsteps, and the car was shaking when it drove. Ji Jiuxiu sped up and drove forward. The big bulls had insufficient endurance and were gradually left behind. After a chase, everyone was far away from the water source. The surrounding land turned deeper black and was filled with a faint smell of decay. Bang! The car hit something and continued to drive forward. The car was spinning in place, and the wheels seemed to be stuck in a cement pit. Ji Jiuxiu stopped the car, locked the doors and windows, and everyone did not rush out to check the situation. Ji Jiuxiu activated the external camera of the car to observe the environment and found that there was a black thing stuck on the 2 front wheels under the car. It was it that prevented the car from moving forward. Jiangju, who was in the passenger seat, got out of the car to clear the obstacles. He walked to the front of the car and bent down to check the tires. Behind him, a thin and long thing like a branch approached, and the muzzle of the gun sticking out of the rear window immediately launched an attack. The bullet hit the body of the monster, and the place where it touched the bullet was like a stone falling into the water. Ripples appeared, swallowing the bullet, and then the bullet was spit out from its head. The metal bullet fell and hit the axe in Jiangju's hand, making a ding sound. The monster looked similar to the cannibal. Both were a black shadow, but this one looked more casual, with long and thin limbs, and a not very round head. Everyone got off the car with axes to deal with the monster. Some were responsible for attracting attention, and some were responsible for attacking. Everyone divided the work and cooperated tacitly. The axe hit its neck, and its head fell to the ground, but it was not dead. Its body was still wriggling, and its head rolled close to the body, and the 2 merged together to grow a new head. Its hand stretched forward, and its arm wrapped around the axe like a rope. Jiangju pulled it, but its body did not move, and its arm was constantly stretched, like a piece of plasticine that could be kneaded at will. Species: Cannibal Plasticine Variant. Level: B level. Status: Slightly hungry. Weakness: Attack method: Entanglement. The strange thing in front of him was a kind of cannibal, higher in level than the cannibal. The part that was wrapped around the axe slowly spread out like melting, completely wrapping the axe, and gradually spreading towards Jiangju's hand. It grew another 9 hands on its body, raised them up and swung them in the air twice, attacking in different directions, trying to entangle everyone at once. Everyone else dodged, but the student who was hit by the cow and twisted his foot failed to dodge in time, and was entangled by the black tentacles like plasticine. The tentacles kept tightening, and the student's face turned red, and the veins on his neck bulged. This attack method is similar to that of a python, which will strangle the prey to death before eating. The seemingly soft tentacles can directly break human bones. Fusong stepped forward to help, but the axe would get stuck as soon as it touched it, and it wouldn't work if he just used his hands. This kind of soft and wet thing is generally afraid of fire. If you bake it hard, it will die. Rong Tianjiang said. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Without any tools to make a fire, he didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing that his companion's physical strength was rapidly decreasing, and he was about to be eliminated, Ji Jiuxiu was quick-witted and broke up the beef in his backpack and took a large piece of raw butter to rub on the entangled classmate. The butter worked very well. She was covered with oil just by handling it. The tentacle slipped and couldn't entangle the person. Ji Jiuxiu wanted to pull the person out, but he couldn't hold it steady. The unlucky student turned his body and slid out of the rubber monster's tentacles to save his precarious physical value. There was no treatment medicine for him to use. Rong Tianjiang carried the man to the car, and his movements were cautious, fearing that a slight bump would directly destroy the opponent's physical value. The mecha did not have much advantage when facing the rubber monster, so everyone simply saved the time to use the mecha and entangled with it with an axe. Ji Jiuxiu took a look at the bottom of the car. The rubber monster's body had all gone out, and no part was left at the wheel. She used the same trick to drive away. This time it was not so smooth. The rubber monster threw out its tentacles to stick to the car, and it followed the car as it moved. It lay on the roof of the car, and its skin spread out to wrap the whole car. The front windshield was blocked, and the view was blocked. Ji Jiuxiu braked and stopped. The rubber monster lingered, and the axe could not chop it, and the bullet could not kill it. It was as difficult to get rid of as chewing gum stuck in the hair. Ji Jiuxiu, tear down the mecha and kill it. The energy of the mecha can be used as fuel. Fire cannot be created out of thin air, but there is an electric current replacement device inside the mecha. If you take it out and hit it on the fuel, you should be able to create fire. If there is no material to start a fire, cut the clothes. The outer part of the clothes is waterproof and fireproof. The lining part close to the skin can be used. Mix it with the fuel. When the electric current device is hit, a little spark will appear instantly. Rong Tianjiang and Ji Jiuxiu are fiddling with the fire. Jiangju and 3 single soldier classmates are going to hold the rubber monster, and another single soldier is already lying on the car and can't move. The rubber monster regards the car as one of its prey. It splits into 2 halves, one half to deal with Jiangju and others, and the part that is wrapped around the car has not been retracted. It has wrapped the whole car and started to twist it hard. The car deformed slightly, and Ji Jiuxiu's facial features twisted. Her car that had suffered so much. The fire finally started, accompanied by billowing smoke and a pungent smell, but it didn't matter. The burning clothes wrapped around the axe and turned into a torch. Ji Jiuxiu used the torch to drive away the rubber monster outside the car. The flames dried the part connecting the car and the rubber monster, and it broke when it was squeezed. Ji Jiuxiu roasted the car and urged Rong Tianjiang to quickly get the second torch to help on the other side. Rong Tianjiang hurriedly threw the torch to Jiangju. The rubber monster was afraid of fire, and was forced back by the torch. Ji Jiuxiu, dry it! The car wasted a lot of energy while being chased. She had to collect the interest, and take the rubber monster back as soil fertilizer. The attack and defense were different, and the hunter became the prey. Everyone worked together to take down the rubber monster. It was roasted dry, and had a texture like dry mud. It would fall off when touched. This variant of the cannibal ghost cannot be eaten, which Ji Jiuxiu regrets. The rubber monster that wrapped the car shrank when it saw the fire, which made it convenient for Ji Jiuxiu to peel it off, so that it would not stick to the car after it dried. She forced it into a lump bit by bit, and dried it all at once. The information of the rubber monster changed. Species: Cannibal Ghost Plasticine Variant. Status: Burned to death by fire. Note: It has now become a lump of nutritious mud. Humans are all capitalists and seem to intend to squeeze out all its remaining value. Ji Jiuxiu fell silent as he looked at the line of notes below. The game company really knows how to make things happen. There was no explosion in the sky, but a golden light appeared, and a line of new titles floated above Ji Jiuxiu's head, rotating and displaying non-stop. Congratulations to the player for getting the title of plucking the feathers of a passing goose and ripping the skin of a Zhou. Ji Jiuxiu. It's better not to have such a title, really. She glanced at her companions beside her with a cold face. Don't laugh. Darla had a hard time holding back, turned her back and her shoulders trembled, and the others followed suit, trying not to laugh out loud. But soon they couldn't laugh anymore, because more rubber monsters appeared in front of them, crawling forward, like a black wave rushing over. Ji Jiuxiu immediately opened the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. The others didn't need her to remind them, all rushed into the car, pulled up their seat belts, and those without seat belts grabbed whatever they could, and the car flew out like an arrow from a bow. The car turned into a galloping wild horse, galloping freely on the flat ground. The rubber monsters behind were not fast, but they could stretch out their long arms to reach the car. Jiangju leaned out of the passenger window, half of his body hanging in the air, and the gun in his hand was aimed at the hand of the approaching rubber monster. Although bullets cannot hurt them, they can slow them down and prevent them from sticking to the car. If so many rubber monsters pull the car together, the car will not be able to move forward. Rong Tianjiang looked back. Next time, make a few fire guns and burn them with one. Ji Jiuxia, make fire guns, and materials need to be exchanged for things. Their current savings are only canned meat and 20 axes for emergency supplies. It can be said that they are penniless, so the most important thing now is to cut down trees. You can't get fat in one bite, you have to do things one by one, build a shelter first, store enough food, and then you have extra energy to consider other things. Today, I brought back a 5,000 kilogram calf, which will provide food for the next 2 days. Don't worry, Ji Jiuxiu drove directly back to the base. The energy provided by the calf in the backpack gradually decreases as time goes by, which means that beef cannot be stored in the backpack for a long time. Who knows if there will be side effects if the beef goes bad. If other teams also bring back prey, they can take some meat to exchange for other survival supplies if they can't finish it. People have to eat at least 2 meals a day. They set out without breakfast in the morning and fought with the calf again, which consumed most of their physical strength. Beef can't be eaten directly like cannibals, it must be processed, and they can only rush back to the camp with almost exhausted physical strength. Uncle Zhong took out his precious oil lamp to light the fire and grill the meat. The food cooked very quickly, almost just a formality. After eating a meal of beef, Ji Jiuxiu found that his physical strength did not return to the full value, and asked Uncle Zhong, "Why is the physical strength not full?" "You said it's not cooked enough, then I will cook it more cooked next time." Uncle Zhong replied. The answer and the question are irrelevant, just like an old man with hearing loss. Ji Jiuxiu changed the question, "Why do I still feel a little weak after eating?" Uncle Zhong, "Because there is no salt." "How can people live without salt? We have eaten all the salt. Now salt is expensive, and we can't afford it." Uncle Zhong sighed to the sky, and Ji Jiuxiu held his forehead in silence. "So yesterday was the first meal, and I could bear it without salt. Today, my body starts to feel weak without salt. Great, there is one more thing on the list of necessities. Ji Jiuxiu, where can I find salt?" Uncle Zhong, "It's sold in the market. If you don't have anything to exchange, you can go to the South Lake to pick it up. There is a salt lake there." Ji Jiuxiu, "How far away?" Uncle Zhong, 800 kilometers. At lunchtime, all the military academy students gathered in the camp. Aishima counted the number of people and found that there were 100 people in good order, with no one missing. The division of labor was rearranged. One group was led by Jiangju to find salt, one group was led by Ji Jiuxiu to cut trees, one group was led by Fusong to find wild vegetables, and the rest were divided into hunting group and garrison group. This morning, only Ji Jiuxiu's team killed a yellow cattle, and the others did not encounter prey. The yellow beef was evenly distributed to everyone's backpacks as a strategic material. The division of labor was arranged, and everyone moved. There were 2 cars in the base, but neither could fully accommodate a team. In the end, all were assigned to the salt-finding group, and the others walked. Rong Tianjiang and Dairula followed Ji Jiuxiu, and set off for the dumb forest. In the game, you won't feel tired if you walk for too long, but when the character state becomes tired, your legs will not be able to lift up, which truly interprets what it means to be unable to walk. The group walked and stopped, and the progress was slow. If they rushed at this speed, they would definitely reach the forest after 5 o'clock, and the time to cut trees today would be reduced. Ji Jiuxiu made the decision, use mecha. The mecha cannot be used if it cools down more than 3 times. There are 18 people in the team who are attack-oriented mental power. Among them, 10 mechas have experienced 1 cooldown period, and the other 8 have experienced 2. Today, we must cut down enough trees to build a house. We have no experience in walking for the first time, so we first select 7 mechas to go out to rush. Otherwise, even if we rush to the forest, the physical value will not be enough to cut trees. The mecha started, and the 3 people squeezed in the cockpit, and the surrounding scenery quickly receded. They arrived at the dumb tree forest just in time for 5 o'clock. Ji Jiuxiu repeated the precautions, and asked everyone to pick up small branches on the ground and bite them tightly. No matter what happened, don't make any sound and communicate by typing. Everyone nodded in unison with serious expressions. This time, Ji Jioshia picked a chatterbox tree and couldn't help talking from the first time he chopped her. Tree, didn't you come here yesterday? Why are you here again? How many branches do you want to cut? The life of a tree is also a life. How can you take my life? You are so ruthless, so cold, and so cruel. I am just a tree. What did you do wrong? You hurt me so much when you chopped me. Can you be gentler? Why don't you answer me? Are you afraid? Ji Jioshia ignored all the sounds made by the dumb tree and turned into a cold tree cutter. Every time he chopped her down, he would bring up a little debris. I don't know which tree shouted unexpectedly. The sound of a key scraping against glass was amplified 100 times. Someone covered his ears and groaned subconsciously. So the tree went crazy again. This time Ji Jioshia was very skilled. He ran away with a wooden face and came back. The dumb tree sang songs that everyone was familiar with, cursed, suddenly called out the names of the military school students, told jokes. In short, he used all his tricks to try to stop them from cutting down trees. After repeating it twice, Ji Jioshia picked out some people to go in with her to cut down trees, and the rest of the unsuitable ones waited outside. The people who were selected were not because of their strong psychological quality, but because they were more slow to react or were sensitive and spoke less, and reacted slowly to the verbal stimulation of the dumb tree. After using the sudden shock method 2 or 3 times, people will become immune. The dumb tree uses more words to lead people to speak. People who are easily stimulated by the dumb tree's words are basically active in thinking and quick in reaction, and can keep up with the rhythm of the dumb tree. At this time, students with stronger insensitivity have the advantage. They can't react to what the dumb tree said. When they react, the dumb tree starts to talk about other things. As for the sensitive students, no matter what the dumb tree says, they will only be occupied by their own thoughts. This time the harvest is more than yesterday. At 6 o'clock, everyone successfully took 10 pieces of wood. Cutting trees is a very physically demanding thing. Everyone sat outside the forest to rest. The cut dumb tree quietly turned into a real piece of wood. Rong Tianjiang, what will happen if you don't enter the forest between 5 and 6 o'clock? Everyone thought divergently, and someone said, maybe you will be eliminated. That's too childish. I don't think the organizer should set such a casual trap. Some people disagreed. It's always dangerous. If you're told not to make a sound, you really can't make a sound. If you make a sound, you be hit by a tree. Let's follow the rules. I don't want to become dumb. The dumb classmate from yesterday hasn't been able to speak until today. He can't do many things and can only feed rabbits at the base. Ji Jioshia looked at his 59% physical strength, stood up and said, I'm going into the woods. You wait for me outside. If I don't come out within half an hour, you go back first. Everyone was shocked. Rong Tianjiang said anxiously, why are you going in? Uncle Zhong said, you can only go in between 5 and 6 o'clock. What if you get into danger? Ji Jioshia, I just go in and take a look. What's there to see? Can you control your curiosity? Rong Tianjiang is disappointed. Before, other people said that Ji Jioshia was rebellious, and he thought it was all nonsense. He was obviously free and easy, but now he looked at Ji Jioshia and really thought that this child was disobedient and deserved a beating. Ji Jioshia, no accidents, I just watched from the edge. Rong Tianjiang couldn't persuade him, turned to look at Darula, you talk to her. You go. Darula said. That's right. You go, ah? Rong Tianjiang turned around in surprise. Which side are you on? Darula, she can go if she wants to. Can you still tie her up? Rong Tianjiang, what if she is eliminated? Darula, that's her own fault. Rong Tianjiang was shocked. Why are you so indifferent? I go in and take a look, you watch them. Ji Jioshia waved at Darula, not feeling any dissatisfaction at all because of what she said. Darula nodded, be careful. Ji Jioshia, who has lived on Blue Star since childhood, is unruly. Unlike the interstellar people who live in human society and are used to rules and regulations, she likes to verify the truth in person under non-principled rules. Unlike Rong Tianjiang, who acts recklessly within the boundaries of rules, she breaks the rules and reshapes them. This is what makes people love her, and this is also what makes people hate her. She can love everyone very saintly, and can also kill people extremely coldly. She is an unrestrained wind, doing everything as she pleases, and no one can control her. Unfortunately, many people who like her and hate her cannot see this clearly. Chapter 120. Ji Jioshia entered the dumb forest, but did not go deep inside. He only explored the edge, and could see his companions outside when he looked back. The dumb forest grew neatly, without any small trees growing sideways. It was like a row of symmetrical fences, with similar density. The difference from the dumb trees inside was that they were thinner. The dumb trees were hard in texture. In the absence of equipment, these thin trees could be sharpened to use as weapons, which should be quite effective. Ji Jiuxiu stood still, and the dumb trees around did not react at all. She stretched out her feet and moved forward cautiously, trying to avoid touching the dumb trees. She walked back and forth for 2 minutes, but the dumb trees remained indifferent. She raised her hand and poked the dumb tree. Seeing that it did not react, she picked up an axe and tried to chop the tree. The dumb tree, which was as thick as her wrist, could be cut off with 7 or 8 chops. The dumb tree did not make any sound during the whole process. She took the thin branches out of the forest and looked at each other with everyone. Darula, did you encounter anything strange? No. Ji Jiuxiu shook his head. It went incredibly smoothly. Everyone gathered around to study the tree trunk in her hand, reaching out to touch and tap it. The tree was no different from a normal dumb tree in terms of color and hardness. Rong Tianjiang was puzzled. Is it so easy to cut down a tree? I go in and try again. Ji Jiuxiu put down the tree trunk. She walked back into the woods and shouted, startling everyone outside. The sound was bounced back by the trees, and the faint reverberation echoed, and finally fell silent a little bit. All the movement disappeared, and the dumb trees remained silent as if they were dead. Ji Jiuxiu walked out of the woods. Why do I feel that it is safer to cut down trees outside the specified time? The companions tried one by one, and finally found that it was not Ji Jiuxiu who was special, but the mute tree really could not speak or attack people. It was no different from a normal tree, and they could chop it however they wanted. Rong Tianjiang had a heart attack. Then what is our work for the past 2 days? It's a lesson for you. Ji Jiuxiu patted his shoulder. There is no official regulation that says that trees can only be cut between 5 and 6 p.m. We heard what Uncle Zhong said, but what he said may not be correct. Uncle Zhong's vision is limited. He has never chopped trees himself. Many things are heard from others. They are preconceived and think that the novice guide NPC says fixed rules. The people who found out the truth raised their axes and went back to chop trees. This time it was very smooth, and the mute tree did not make all kinds of weird things to hinder them. Before dark, Ji Jiuxiu stopped his work and went deep into the woods to find the mute tree with bulges on its body mentioned by Uncle Zhong. The bulge-shaped dumb tree is not difficult to find. She soon found one. The dense bulges were lying on the tree like insects. She poked a thumb-sized bulge with a dagger, and light brown oil flowed out. She caught it in a box. The light gradually faded until it was completely invisible. Ji Jiuxiu collected enough dumb tree oil and made 2 torches to illuminate the night. Everyone continued to work. If the physical strength is not enough, they will rest. When the physical strength is enough, they will continue to chop trees. They will chop and stop until late at night. A total of 100 pieces of wood will be cut. 10 pieces of wood can build a small house. The materials they currently have can build 10 houses. Today's task is completed, and everyone will go home. The night is dark. In order to save the energy of the mecha, everyone returns on foot. Ji Jiuxiu glanced at the time. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. If the fixed sleep of 5 hours was not completed within 24 hours, the system would be forced to sleep. But she didn't want to camp in the wild. Who knows if acid rain will suddenly fall again? They carried a lot of wood, and the invasion of cannibals was also a problem. She suggested, let's carry each other forward. Carrying each other means that one person carries another person and takes turns to move forward. The student who is approaching the 24-hour deadline will go to sleep first, and the other student will carry the other person and continue to move forward. Everyone looked at each other, and Darula raised an objection. Isn't this inconvenient? Ji Jiuxiu walked over and tried to carry Darula on his back. People couldn't feel the weight on their backs, but the consumption of physical strength doubled. Ji Jiuxiu, I won't feel tired when carrying her on my back. The plan is feasible. Let's go back and build the house as soon as possible, and don't waste too much time on the way. Tomorrow we'll have tomorrow's things, and today's tasks must be completed today. Everyone voted, and in the end, 16 votes in favor overwhelmed 4 votes against, and 20 steps became 10. You don't have to carry someone on your back. You can choose to carry or hug them, as long as the other person's feet are off the ground. If you use both hands to carry someone, you can't hold the torch. So Ji Jiuxiu's method is to hold it in your mouth. All parts of the body should be used, and no one should be idle. She is cruel to others, and even crueler to herself. Darula strongly asked Ji Jiuxiu to use the princess hug posture, so Ji Jiuxiu had to satisfy her. After picking up the person, he urged, Hurry up and sleep, don't waste time. If this is real sleep, I will never fall asleep. Darula muttered and clicked to enter the sleep period. The group ran forward as fast as robbers, carrying or hugging a huge luggage. The cannibals behind were attracted, and a dark and twisted shadow chased after them. Jijioshu walked at the back, and the other torch was held by the single soldier at the front of the team. The other party directly inserted the torch into the lower neck of the classmate on his back. The position was tightly stuck and very stable. Cannibals are afraid of fire. Jijioshu put Darula down after walking a distance, inserted the torch next to her, and returned to harvest cannibals. These good monsters, that can be eaten and used as fertilizers, cannot be wasted casually. She went back and forth to hunt cannibals, trying to use the least physical strength to eliminate the enemy. If the physical strength value is too low, she will rely on eating cannibals to supplement it. One cannibal after another was collected by her. One of the cannibals was larger in size, and the information showed that the level was B-level, which was the boss among the cannibals. She instantly became alert. She had been fighting small monsters for so long that they almost made her sleepy. Finally, there came a big monster that she could fight properly. She clenched the axe and chopped forward. The ogre boss let out a sharp roar and twisted its body like a snake, easily avoiding the axe blade. The axe missed the target, and Jijioshu swung it again. This time, the axe cut through the body of the boss. Its body had no resistance, causing the axe to embed into the ground. The remaining body of the boss squirmed and pounced towards Jijioshu. I don't know if it was to let people see the teeth in its mouth clearly, but the teeth were fluorescent green. I really can't understand the bad taste of the game designer at all. She raised her foot and kicked the face of the boss. Its teeth were very stable, and were not kicked away by her. A sunken footprint appeared on the face of the boss, but it did not affect its movement. It splashed over like a ball of sticky mud. When it passed by Jijioshu, it tore the clothes on her arm into strips, just like the ragged beggars in the old human TV series. Jijioshu then saw that it not only had teeth on its face, but also dense teeth on its arms. It was not quite right to say that it had teeth. This sharp and slightly barbed shape was more like the thorns of plants. The skin on her arm was scratched a little, and fine blood beads emerged from the long bloodstains. The pain setting of the game was very good, the pain spread, and there was a little numbness. A closer look showed that the blood at the wound was black, and her condition changed from healthy to slightly poisoned. The military school student, who was running forward with his head down, finally realized that something was wrong. Seeing that Jijioshu had not caught up for a long time, he was afraid that she would be in danger and hurried back to help. He carried people on his back when he ran away, and he also carried people on his back when he came back. The classmates on his back were carried like a special pendant. Everyone surrounded the boss, waving knives and torches together. Although the axe could not kill it, it could slow down its movement. The boss was like a large piece of dough, being cut off piece by piece. The parts of its body that fell off were stuffed into the backpacks of the military cadets before they had time to recover them, so its body became smaller and smaller. One of the classmates said excitedly, "I found that when the cannibal's body is still alive, eating its fallen meat can increase the physical strength value higher than after it dies." Hearing this, everyone swung the axes in their hands more vigorously, and verified it with actual actions. Looking at his companions who were fearless even when injured, and the boss who was cut into pieces, Jijioshu really wanted to wake up Rong Tianjiang and Darula, and let them get up, and see what a real living king of hell is. By eating the meat of the boss, the energy value obtained is higher than that of beating the boss. The cadets endured the pain and rushed forward. Anyway, they would not die, so it was okay to be in pain. Seeing that the situation was not good, the boss wanted to escape. The cadets were well prepared, blocking its way and surrounding it, sharpening their knives to attack the boss. It fell into a violent state, and its entire body expanded by twice, and its spikes also exploded. It stood in a circle, and swept through like a small tornado. The cadets who were touched by it had their clothes torn, their flesh and blood flew, and it was not easy to continue to cut in this state, so everyone temporarily avoided its sharp edge. Seeing that it was gradually running away, some students could not sit still and hurried to chase it, but it soon ran away. Jijioshu shouted a few times for them to stop chasing, but he could not control the bloodthirsty cadets at all. Everyone ran away, and only she and 10 companions, who fell asleep, were left. Alright, then she will wait here. The cannibal boss can provide a lot of physical strength, and it would be a good thing if she can defeat it. She gathered the people together, sat by the torch and waited, leaning her elbow on the axe in a daze. There was a slight buzzing sound behind her, and she looked back and saw an old woman with a hunched body approaching this side, emitting an unpleasant smell. The old woman was very thin, thinner than a normal old lady, with loose skin on her face, drooping wrinkles, and a special mouth, small and a little long. Her eyesight was not very good, and she saw Jijoshio when she was very close, and was surprised. "Hey kid, why are you here alone?" Jijoshio babbled. "I'm waiting for you here." "Ah? Waiting for me?" The old woman opened her eyes wide. "Jijoshio, yes, who are you and what are you doing here?" She touched the axe and wondered whether to chop it directly. In the middle of the night, an old woman appeared alone in the wilderness. No matter how she thought about it, something was wrong. The old woman sighed. "My eyesight is not good, and I can't see the mirror. Can you tell me, am I beautiful?" Jijoshio, ? Jijoshio, my eyesight is not good either, I can't tell. The old woman continued to sigh and asked, "Am I beautiful?" People's aesthetics are inconsistent. What I think is beautiful may be different from what you think is beautiful, so you shouldn't ask my opinion. As long as you think you are beautiful, then you are beautiful. Jijoshio was talking nonsense. The old woman didn't care what Jijoshio said, and repeated, "Am I beautiful?" Jijoshio didn't answer, and looked at her quietly. She didn't answer, and the old woman didn't continue to ask, just stood quietly beside her. She moved to the side, and the old woman followed. The other party did not make a move, but followed her closely. She ran a short distance forward, and when she turned around, the old woman followed her closely. Jijoshio stopped, and the old woman stopped too. "Jijoshio, what do you want to do?" The old woman, "Am I beautiful?" There are 3 answers to the question, "Am I beautiful?" One of them, "I don't know," is invalid, and similar answers such as average and okay cannot trigger the old woman's next move. Jijoshio tried many times, and concluded that she had to choose between the 2 answers of beautiful and not beautiful. Then a new question came. Should she tell the truth or go against her conscience? Don't be too honest. Everyone likes to hear nice words. Jijoshio kept in mind the rules of high emotional intelligence communication and said, "You are beautiful, very beautiful, very beautiful, the most beautiful in the universe." The old woman smiled after getting the answer. If you ignore the corners of her mouth that were stretched to her ears, her smile still looked quite bright. "Old woman, can you give me your first drop of blood?" Jijoshio, "No." "Okay." The old woman nodded. "I wanted to give you double the gift, but since you are stingy, I can only give you 1. After the old woman finished speaking, Jijoshio found that there was one more thing in his backpack, a pack of chocolate that could increase his physical strength by 20%, which was twice as much energy as canned meat. She immediately said, "Is my generous giving still effective now?" The old woman laughed. Her laughter was so sharp that it was a bit creepy, but to Jijoshio, this laughter was extremely crisp and pleasant. So she praised, "Your voice is so beautiful, not inferior to your appearance at all. How can there be such a perfect person like you in the world?" The old woman's laughter stopped abruptly, as if she was choked by Jijoshio's words. She said, "I am Mrs. Mosquito, looking forward to seeing you next time," and walked away. "Wow, what a beautiful name!" Jijoshio caught up with her. "Mosquitoes are an immortal race for thousands of years, which shows that you have tenacious vitality." Mrs. Mosquito quickened her pace, and Jijoshio chased after her. "I am willing to offer my blood to represent my most sincere heart. Will you really not consider giving me something else?" Mrs. Mosquito was faster, flying forward like a gust of wind. This time Jijoshio couldn't catch up. If he continued to follow, the companions who stayed behind would be left unattended, and she could only return with great regret. Inexplicably, she met a mosquito lady. Although the name doesn't sound good, she is kind. She returned to the camp and continued to wait. She didn't know whether her companions had finished beating the boss and had not come back. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. No new cannibals appeared. She was so bored. The familiar buzzing sound started again. She turned her head in surprise, and saw that the mosquito lady appeared again. Although she didn't know why she was avoiding her just now, she appeared again now, but this did not hinder her joy. "Mosquito lady, am I beautiful?" Jijoshio nodded repeatedly. "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very beautiful." Mosquito lady suddenly turned into a big mosquito, and roared in a sharp voice, "I am old and ugly, and you actually said I am beautiful, dishonest human, I will punish you." Jijoshio, ? No, this big mosquito is schizophrenic. The big mosquito's slender mouthpart stabbed Jijoshio. She was not careful for a moment, and was sucked out of 2 points of physical value. She was so scared that she ran away and hid. The buzzing sound became louder, and the big mosquito flapped its wings and chased her. After changing from a human form to a mosquito form, Mrs. Mosquito's speed remained unchanged, sucking away Ji Jiuxiao's physical strength bit by bit. Red spots would appear on the bitten areas, itching so hard to ignore that one would especially want to reach out and scratch. You're going too far. Ji Jiuxiu clenched his axe and chopped back. If it weren't for the fact that you gave me a piece of chocolate, I would have chopped you down long ago. Now the physical strength sucked away by Mrs. Mosquito was almost more than the chocolate, and she couldn't bear it any longer, so she took out a knife and did it. She chopped at the mosquito's mouthparts, and the mosquito dodged by tilting its head, and one of its claws slammed into her face, and she angrily chopped off its wings. Madame Mosquito rose higher, so Ji Jiuxiu couldn't reach its wings. It had 6 legs, and they kicked at Ji Jiuxiu in turn. Ji Jiuxiu was furious and stood still. When the mosquito kicked, she grabbed its feet and pulled it down, crossed her waist and held it, and grabbed its wings with both hands and pulled hard. The wings flapped faster and faster, and she couldn't hold on for a while, and was swayed left and right, and was almost blown away by Madame Mosquito. She couldn't suppress the other party, fell to the ground, still holding the wings tightly with both hands, and rolled on the ground with Madame Mosquito. One person and one mosquito fought back and forth, and Madame Mosquito's wings were very strong, and she didn't fall off even after pulling them hard. In the end, Madame Mosquito was defeated, and was not killed by Ji Jiuxiu. She struggled to escape with her life. Ji Jiuxiu was in a mess, with her short black hair bursting. She stood up from the ground, tidied her clothes, patted the dust on her hair, and returned to continue guarding her companions. Half an hour later, Madame Mosquito came again, with the same opening line. Ji Jiuxiu was full of questions. Did she poke the mosquito's nest? How did she meet Madame Mosquito in one night? Facing Madame Mosquito's questions, she answered much more cautiously this time than the first time. The first time she didn't know anything but could answer casually. Now that she had some information, she didn't know how to answer. She finally chose not to answer. Anyway, Madame Mosquito would not attack her if she didn't answer. With a half chance of being friendly or hostile, she shouldn't try it easily with her luck. The teammates finally came back, all 9 of them, with happy expressions on their faces. It seemed that the result was not bad. After seeing Madame Mosquito next to Ji Jiuxiu, they came forward in surprise. There is also Madame Mosquito here. One of them urged, answer its question quickly. Ji Jiuxiu, answer what? Anything is fine, the answer is not important. Ji Jiuxiu looked at their excitement, his eyes were puzzled, and he tentatively answered, you are so ugly. Mrs. Mosquito, who had a peaceful face, was instantly furious. You actually said I was ugly. Humans without aesthetics should not exist. Mrs. Mosquito turned into a big mosquito again and chased Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu held a mouthful of old blood in his throat. I shouldn't have believed you. Everyone was surprised. That's not right. Why doesn't it give you anything? Why does it attack people? It turned into a big mosquito? This is too disgusting. Stop talking, hurry up and help. 10 people fought against the big mosquito, and the big mosquito was at a disadvantage. After a wing was pulled off, it fled in disgrace. Everyone did not rest, carried their sleeping companions on their backs, and continued to rush back to the base, checking information with each other on the way. The 9 people who were chasing the cannibal boss met the mosquito lady 4 times on their way back. They answered beautiful twice, and not beautiful twice, and got 2 cookies that increased 5 stamina points, and 1 candy that increased 3 stamina points. There was one time when nothing happened. Ji Jiuxiu had a heart attack. I met her 3 times, was chased twice, and got chocolate that increased 20 stamina points once. Some people speculated, is this purely a matter of luck? Ji Jiuxiu hee. If there is a pattern, she can still comfort herself. If it depends on luck, there is no need to discuss it. Someone comforted, although you trigger the angry state more times, you get more stamina points in one time than we do 3 times, which is also a kind of luck. Ji Jiuxiu sneered, but I was sucked by mosquitoes and fought with them, which just reduced my stamina by 20 points. Everyone, The live broadcast room was filled with laughter. As expected, people just like to see others get unlucky, ha ha. I read the strategy of the game beta tester. It's just a matter of luck to meet Lady Mosquito. If you're lucky, you get something. If you're unlucky, you get beaten. If you're neither good nor bad, nothing happens. Where is the strategy? Let me take a look. Internal strategy, not open for the time being, to prevent military academy students from peeking at the answers. You can see it after the game is over. Someone is worse off than Ji Jiuxiu. I got nothing after encountering her 3 times, and got beaten twice for nothing. Lady Mosquito will appear between 12 and 3 a.m., and will appear once every half an hour on average, but it depends on luck, and the number of appearances is not fixed. I found that only teams with an odd number of people will encounter her, not even numbers. At 4 a.m., the 10 people in sleep mode woke up, and the two sides changed shifts. Darula carried Ji Jioshu forward, and Ji Jioshu said protect me well in a straightforward manner. Then he immediately went into sleep mode without saying a single extra word. In the second half of the journey, new cannibals attacked, and Darula looked disgusted, and very reluctantly collected the cannibal corpses, and put them into her backpack. If she hadn't been afraid that Ji Jioshu would keep nagging her after waking up, and knowing that she didn't pick up the cannibal corpses, she wouldn't have done such a thing. Rong Tianjiang quietly moved away from Darula, not knowing why she was so angry, and chopped the cannibal heads with an axe, one by one like chopping melons, and the speed of picking up corpses was as fast as lightning. After overcoming this wave of cannibals, the rest of the journey was much smoother, and they arrived at the base safely. When Ji Jioshu woke up, it was bright, and 5 small wooden houses had been built, standing side by side on the open space. Wood can be combined into wooden houses with one click, but it takes time and people. 10 people can build a house in an hour, and the more people there are, the shorter the time. What Ji Jioshu saw was a group of people standing in a pile, and after a while they moved to the next place to continue standing. The area used as farmland next to it has been planted with seeds. The flow rate of crops in the game is much faster than in the real world. The seeds take root and sprout, and the whole place is green. The cadets took out the corpses of the cannibals. They can eat other prey. These cannibals are specially used as fertilizer for plants. Some animals have also been put into the livestock shed on the other side. These wild animals are still wild, and need to be tamed. It is not enough to have wooden houses in the base. A wall must be built to resist the attacks of monsters. In this way, Uncle Zhong and others can stay in the base without worry, and the military school students can spare time to do more important things. Building walls requires cement, and the raw materials can be found in human city ruins thousands of miles away. The scenes of going out to do tasks are more interesting. In order to let everyone have a shot, the people who stay at the base will take turns. The 5 people in Ji Jioshu's fixed team have gone out once, and this time, they will stay at the base. Guarding the base cannot be idle. Ji Jioshu looks for NPCs everywhere to chat. Everyone knows different things. After chatting with Uncle Zhong, she finds Shufan, and after finding Shufan, she finds other people, and chats one by one. Chatting alone is not enough. Work must also be done. The vegetables in the field must be dewormed, and the animals in the pen must be fed. There are a lot of sweet potato leaves, and some can be harvested to feed the animals. There are 2 kinds of animals in the pigsty at present. One is a rabbit, there are 4 of them, and the other is a piglet that the hunting team brought back. There is only one. The sweet potato leaves are not enough to eat, and they have to walk to a lush grassland 3 kilometers away to cut grass. Rong Tianjiang didn't understand. Why would anyone like to play this kind of game? They like to endure hardships, and cut grass for pigs instead of living a good life. Ji Jioshu, you don't understand the fun of infrastructure farming. There are many branch lines that can be developed in the game. Infrastructure farming is the foundation, and it can also be played as an adventure game to dig up various strange monsters. Or take the Long Outhian route, and the monster upgrade makes people call it terrifying, but they are now in a competition, and there is no upgrade route involved. Rong Tianjiang put the pig grass into the backpack, and suddenly found that it couldn't fit in. The volume of the backpack became smaller at some point, and now it can only accommodate 3 items. The gun, dagger, and mecha have filled the bag. He wondered. It was able to hold 10 items before, how come the backpack shrunk? The game company just wants to make trouble for us. Ji Jioshu picked up the pig grass and accepted it well. It's good to have 3 types left. I'm afraid they won't let me use them later. Darula, don't be such a pessimist. Okay, Ba, I won't say anything. Ji Jioshu changed his words. The backpack can't hold pig grass, so it can only be carried back manually. Anyway, you can't feel the weight, so you don't need to change the things in the backpack. Whether the pig grass is in the backpack or outside the backpack, the physical strength consumed is the same. The team just came back from cutting pig grass, and Uncle Zhong ran over in a hurry. There are a lot of birds in the field eating our cabbage.